Thank you for the invitation. In this alternate realm, I find myself besieged at the outset. Merely stepping away to relieve myself, I, clad in a cosplay outfit, have been transported from a convention to a perilous scene reminiscent of a high-stakes anime, where I, Mochizuki Kiki, gaze in bewilderment at a chaotic melee of monstrous entities. Amidst the fray, a battered man rushes towards me, desperately shouting, "Flee at once!" I am taken aback, pondering the rarity of witnessing humanity's nascent attempts at taming wild beasts in such a dire setting. A horde of grotesque creatures blocks every escape route, leaving the two of us cornered with no means of retreat. At the critical moment, the blood seeping from the man's wound seems to be drawn by an unseen force, coalescing into crimson blades that erupt and swiftly eliminate the surrounding monsters. That I stand in shock, observing the devastation around me and the vibrant crimson lines dancing in the air. The imposing man, adorned with stylish sunglasses, appears even more astonished than I. Blood manipulation? Mochizuki Kiki? Lowering my gaze to my slender, pallid hands, I am plunged into contemplation. Could it be possible that this is the innate blood-controlling ability of a vampire? Chapter 1. You wouldn't believe it, but truly you wouldn't. The camphor trees flanking the path cast a dense canopy, showering the ground with a substantial shade amidst the sweltering summer heat. Two students clad in black authoritarian uniforms traverse the elongated corridor, one following closely behind the other. The quicker boy sports a slanted bun secured at the back of his head, with a fringe of slightly longer hair cascading over his left temple, complemented by black circular earrings that resemble ear expanders and elongated eyes that convey a semblance of a smirk. He treads upon the dappled light scattered across the floor, occasionally glancing back at his sluggish companion, urging him with exasperation. "Would you, if you don't hurry, we'll be late and face the wrath of Teacher Yaga. I just penned a 3,000-word reflection yesterday. Allow me a reprieve today." Upon hearing this, the tall, white-haired boy raises his chin slightly, sunlight glinting off his tousled locks. The small black sunglasses perched on his nose are askew, and as he blinks, a hint of brilliant azure glimmers from his frosty lashes. He lazily responds, "I understand. However, Jia, you lost the game yesterday, remember? The wager stipulates that the loser must write a week's worth of reflections for the winner." Suddenly grasping why his friend is moving so slowly, Suguru Geto mutters. A vein pops on his forehead as he halts abruptly, forcing a smile that lacks warmth while regarding Wuju, who seems intent on ensuring he too faces a reflection today. "Well, you might be disappointed that I suspect the consequences of your tardiness will be far graver than writing a reflection." Huh? A large question mark appears above Wuju's head. "Why?" With a deadpan expression, Suguru replies. "Did you not see the notice Teacher Yaga sent in the group chat this morning? We have a new student. Teacher Yaga specifically noted that anyone arriving late today will be punished with toilet duty. In this class of 3 students, the specificity of the term they in the announcement by the homeroom teacher, Yaga, is glaringly evident, nearly naming names outright. Indeed, upon hearing that the punishment involves cleaning toilets, Wuju's languid demeanor shifts. His azure eyes widen slightly, revealing disbelief. "What? Just because of that new student we have to clean toilets if we're late? Teacher Yaga is being outrageous." Suguru chuckles softly. "Wuju, don't drag me into this. I have no intention of being late today." With that, he accelerates towards the classroom without a backward glance, leaving Wuju with a cold, dismissive silhouette. "Hey, Jia, that's too much." Muttering in discontent, he lengthens his strides, easily catching up to Suguru. Upon their arrival at the classroom, the last student had already arrived early. Hearing the door open, a girl with chestnut hair cut to her ears raises her head from her phone, revealing her alarming dark circles and a black beauty mark beneath her right eye. She addresses the 2 DKs entering the room. "Congratulations, there are still 2 minutes until class starts. You won't be punished with toilet duty today. After all, we're welcoming a new student today, so we ought to give Teacher Yaga some face," Suguru remarks as he takes his seat. As Wuju approaches his own seat, he interjects, "No, Jia, you just don't want to clean the toilets." With an air of nonchalance, Suguru disregards Wuju's comment and inquires of the girl who arrived before them, Ijiri Natsuko. "By the way, Natsuko, do you know anything about the new student?" Natsuko recalls her conversation with Teacher Yaga in the infirmary the previous day. "I know a little. The new student encountered Teacher Yaga during a mission. According to her description, the girl possesses formidable cursed technique talent." "She? So it's a girl?" The distinction in Japanese pronouns piques Suguru's interest. How formidable is this cursed technique talent? Even Wuju, typically indifferent to the impending new student, exhibits a faint glimmer of anticipation. Natsuko shakes her head. "I'm not sure. She hasn't been graded yet. Apparently, she has only just awakened her technique. However, if she can instantly eliminate a group of second-grade cursed spirits, her final assessment shouldn't be too low." Wuju immediately loses interest. "Huh? Is that it? Just second grade? I could take them out with ease." As someone who has always stood at the pinnacle of many, shattering the balance of power within the entire realm of cursed techniques, He regards even special grades with disdain, let alone mere second grades. For Wujuu, even a swarm of them would merely equate to a single blast of his power. Suguru, who firmly believes that the strong should protect the weak, gazes at Wujuu with exasperation. Wujuu, you must not bully the weak. For a newcomer who has just awakened their technique, being able to instantly eliminate a group of second-grade cursed spirits is already impressive. We should commend and encourage the newcomer, not belittle them. Wujuu scoffs. Yeah, you always want to be the good guy. Just so you know, I'm not taking care of any newcomers. It's such a hassle dealing with someone who has just awakened their technique. No, while earnestly espousing encouragement for newcomers, Suguru has already categorized them as weak, not much better than Wujuu himself. Natsuko observes her two rather odious peers, her expression gradually dimming. When will the new student arrive? Hasten to bring a normal one, please. Perhaps Natsuko's yearning for the new student is too fervent, for in the next moment, two distinct footsteps echo into the ears of the keen-eared sorcerers present. With a whoosh, the sliding door is pulled open, and first to step in is a burly man in a black suit and sunglasses, his piercing gaze sweeping towards the seats occupied by Wujuu and Suguru. The intensity of the homeroom teacher's penetrating gaze sends a chill down their spines. Upon discovering his two troublesome students seated in class, the second-year homeroom teacher, Yaga, retracts his sharp gaze, suppressing his formidable aura, and, unusually, softening his tone, addresses the individual trailing behind him. Come in. Soft footsteps approach, growing nearer. A girl with raven-black hair strides onto the podium. Her frail and delicate figure bears the pallor of someone rarely exposed to sunlight. A soft white shawl drapes over her shoulders, and her gothic Lolita dress, dominated by black and red hues, resembles a midnight rose encased in a glass vessel, exuding a sense of shattered elegance. There exists a peculiar sensation, reminiscent of just having attended a comic convention, so one might wonder, why does the new student don a Lolita dress to school? Having only encountered such extravagant attire, which rivals formal gowns, during the previous middle school cultural festival, Suguru Geto regarded her with a slightly bemused expression. Standing upon the podium, the girl with eyelashes resembling raven feathers blinked. Her eyes, resplendent like transparent rubies, seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of something. Locking onto another pair of slightly startled, elongated purple irises, then, with a gentle smile, she commenced her self-introduction. Pleased to meet you, I am Inori Mochizuki. Ah, is that attire a result of just returning from a comic convention? Hailing from a venerable feudal family yet sprinting at the forefront of fashion, Wataru Gojo called out exuberantly. The girl's self-introduction was promptly overshadowed by this unexpected interjection. Ryuga Jutaro felt the veins on his forehead throb, casting a dark glare towards the carefree Wataru Gojo. Gojo, you are not permitted to interrupt when a new student is introducing herself. In a certain sense, Inori Mochizuki truly resembled someone just returning from a comic convention. You must admit, she indeed felt quite despondent about her attire worn at the convention. Chapter 2. Comic-Con holds risks. Cosplay requires caution. If given another chance, she would certainly avoid the public restroom within the venue, opting instead for one outside. She merely intended to change out of her meticulously crafted cosplay outfit and remove her makeup, looking forward to returning to her casual attire and enjoying a delightful day at the convention. Little did she know that as she entered the stall, merely bending down to change her shoes, she would rise only to discover that her bag, hanging on the hook, had vanished. Wang Yueqi, what is this? Do thieves even target women's restrooms nowadays? How long has it been since I've been single, and my reflexes have become so sluggish? Just a moment of changing shoes and my sizable bag is gone. Fortunately, her cosplay was a custom design with two hidden pockets for her phone and other essentials. Gripping her chunky-heeled shoes, she stormed out of the public restroom, determined to pursue her bag and report the theft. However, as she stepped out, she was taken aback. The once blue sky was now a murky expanse, revealing a translucent black veil. The area that should have been adorned with polished marble tiles and bustling with convention-goers had transformed into a scene of catastrophe, as if scorched by fire or corroded by some toxic substance. One side of the swing's steel cable had snapped, leaving only one rope to struggle against the weight. The ground resembled a site of extensive excavation, pockmarked with craters. A mysterious, purplish-black liquid pooled on the ground, exuding residual heat and releasing wisps of steam. Wang Yueqi, clutching her shoes, retreated back into the restroom in a daze, her mind swirling with confusion. Hadn't she just used the restroom inside the venue? Was it her exit that had gone awry? Why had it transformed into an open space? Where was the grand ceiling of the venue? Had the thief escaped outside? After a moment of stunned silence, she stepped out once more. There was no ceiling, no visitors. The trees remained, the pits persisted, and the unidentifiable liquid continued to steam. Yet now, there stood a burly man in a suit, adorned with brass knuckles, his face smeared in blood. He was flanked by a myriad of grotesque creatures. their swollen bodies and deformed forms, cloaked in a viscous, dark purple skin, leaving behind a trail of bubbling slime with each movement. The man's face, obscured by sunglasses, resembled a mass of tangled hair, sprouting numerous long, sharp-tipped tendrils. As one of these tendrils brushed against his arm, it effortlessly sliced through the fabric of his fine clothing, taking a chunk of flesh with it. Wang Yueqi was utterly astounded. Was this a rare glimpse into the early days of humanity taming wild monsters? She had no doubt that even a single tendril from that creature could easily rend an adult asunder. Certainly, she was no match for such a formidable foe. It would be wiser to retreat and call for help. Acknowledging her own lack of combat prowess, she stepped back quietly, relieved to have switched into her canvas shoes. Yet, before she could withdraw behind the partition, the creature's greedy, glistening eyes turned toward her in unison. Wang Yueqi, no. The man in sunglasses, also startled by her presence, continued his assault, his fist crashing down upon a creature that had dared to advance. The foul, sticky purple liquid mixed with unidentifiable flesh erupted upon impact. Run! The man shouted, his voice booming amidst the chaos. He charged toward her, delivering heavy blows to the surrounding monsters, all the while urging her to flee. Wang Yueqi's lips trembled as she locked eyes with the multitude of grotesque creatures, her survival instincts compelling her legs to move mechanically. Yet, her speed was no match for the creatures, some of which possessed multiple limbs. A rush of air sliced through behind her, and her mind went blank. The anticipated pain and death never came. A powerful force yanked her back, enveloping her in an overwhelming stench of blood. In the next moment, she was hurled through the air. Between waiting for death and being thrown from a height, the latter, though painful, still offered a glimmer of survival. The man in sunglasses chose the latter, paying the price as a creature's sickle-shaped limb pierced his shoulder. He stifled a groan, veins bulging on his forehead, enduring the agony as he turned to face the encroaching horde. With each heavy punch, he struck the monsters, a black aura enveloping his brass knuckles, each hit causing their bodies to cave in. Despite knowing that death awaited him, he resolutely stood as a human wall, shielding Wang Yueqi with his battered form. Run! His low, thunderous command resonated in her ears, snapping her from her stupor. Blood vivid and red filled her vision. Uncertain when it had begun, her breath suddenly felt searingly hot, as if submerged in boiling water, her blood surging and pulsating in rhythm with her heartbeat. Drip. Blood trickled from her knees and palms, mingled with tiny stones, yet it flowed not like ordinary droplets, but rather like elongated strands of dough. Buzz. The temperature of her exhalation plummeted, dragging her entire body into a chilling abyss. In the next heartbeat, crimson lines erupted from her, like blooming spider lilies, extending outward with a razor-sharp edge, radiating in all directions. With a whoosh, the bloodlines, enveloped in a faint pink mist, sliced through the air, extending an astonishing distance, piercing every creature within a 20-meter radius, even deftly avoiding the man in sunglasses, who was locked in battle. A torrent of foul, purple-black blood gushed from the newly formed wounds of the monsters, which collapsed like punctured paper, losing their balance and toppling one after another. What is this? Wang Yueqi stared in shock at the chaos around her, the air still crackling with the pulsating bloodlines. Yet the burly man in sunglasses appeared even more astounded, regarding her as if she were some rare, wondrous creature. Blood manipulation. Wang Yueqi met his astonished gaze with a bewildered expression, uttering a simple, monotone response. Huh? Chapter 3. It is not she who is flawed, but this world that is. Cursed spirits, monsters wholly composed of cursed energy. Ordinary people cannot see them, but they can interact with humans and objects. The only time one might perceive them is at the brink of death. Conventional physical attacks are ineffective against them. Only cursed energy can harm them. Cursed energy, drawn from the dark emotions of humanity, is harnessed by those known as sorcerers, who extract power from these negative sentiments. In essence, cursed spirits are akin to the embodiments of lingering resentments. Wang Yueqi absorbed the information regarding monsters from the man in sunglasses, known as Yi Mo Zhengdao. Her long-held materialistic worldview shattered and reshaped in an instant. Contact the personnel from the window to handle the park's aftermath. Yaga Seigo gazed at the girl before him, who appeared to wield the enigmatic blood manipulation technique of the Kumo clan. After a moment of silence, he uttered a series of digits. This is my phone number, Mochizuki. If you aspire to become a sorcerer, you may transfer to the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School, where I serve as a second-year homeroom teacher. The transfer process is not an issue. Typically, if an ordinary person becomes embroiled in a related curse event, they are required to sign a confidentiality agreement afterward. However, for someone like Mochizuki, a wild sorcerer who awakens midway, There would be no obligation to sign such an agreement even if she chose to distance herself from the jujutsu world. Yagaseigo regarded Mochizuki, who seemingly bore the latent bloodline of the Kumo clan, with a complex mix of emotions. It had been nearly a century since the Kumo clan had produced a bloodline so close to the crimson manipulation technique. Should they learn of the girl's existence, they would surely pursue her with fervent obsession. She emanated the aura of a sheltered flower, untouched by the brutalities of the world. A soft and vibrant presence entirely at odds with the grim existence of a sorcerer, which was often accompanied by death and shadows. If she wished to remain untainted by this chaotic and sanguinary realm, he would respect her choice and ensure that all occurrences from this mission remained confidential. She need only play the role of an ordinary civilian caught in the crossfire. Despite Yagaseigo's fierce appearance and deep voice, Mochizuki felt no fear in his presence. She sincerely thanked him and declined his offer to escort her to the medical point for her wounds. Thus, she limped away from the scene. Though her knee and palm were painful, they were merely superficial injuries that could be treated with iodine and ointment. However, half an hour later, standing at a crossroads near the pharmacy, Mochizuki looked around in confusion, surveying the unfamiliar streets and shops, then glanced down at her phone screen, which displayed an error. Despite being in an area with signal, she could not locate the nearby map, and her phone had no service. Clad in her black gothic Lolita dress, she felt the curious and concerned gazes of passers-by upon her. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a couple walking by, each holding a flip phone in pink and blue, fluttering in the breeze. No wonder she couldn't use electronic payment at the pharmacy earlier. She had wondered why there were still shops without mobile payment options. Even if it was for nostalgia, it shouldn't be filled entirely with flip phones. She had truly crossed over. The very fabric of reality had been torn. How could her worldview remain intact? As she left the old park, she had noticed the drastically altered streets and alleys, and in her heart, she crumbled, attributing her confusion to the curses that had transported her elsewhere. Taking a deep breath, she turned back into the pharmacy, enduring the pitying and sympathetic expressions of the staff as she inquired about the location of the police station. An hour later, bandaged and dressed in fresh clothes, Yagaseigo arrived at the police station to pick her up. Upon seeing him, Mochizuki's first words were, "Hello Yaga-sensei, we meet again. May I ask if your school can accept a student with amnesia, and possibly some issues with their residency?" Amnesia, residency issues, enrollment, the keywords stacked up. In that instant, the officer attending to Mochizuki cast a peculiar glance at Yagaseigo, as if seeing something sinister lurking beneath the surface. The glass door of the police station reflected Yagaseigo's cotton-clad figure, his angular face still fierce and unyielding. Yagaseigo quietly retrieved his teaching credentials from his pocket, transforming the officer's expression from eager anticipation to one of skepticism. Do not inquire why he carried his teacher's ID. It was merely a habit. Chapter 4. A strange increase in assets. That very day, Mochizuki was taken back to the technical school by her future homeroom teacher, Yagaseigo, and settled into the student dormitory. The seemingly fierce yet unexpectedly considerate and gentle teacher presented her with 2 sets of regular clothing and some cash. This timely assistance was nothing short of a godsend. Upon seeing the cash, Mochizuki was momentarily stunned. The currency of this world resembled that of her own, save for one distinction. The face of Fukuzawa Yukichi had been replaced by that of an unfamiliar individual. Realizing her remaining yen was rendered worthless, Mochizuki felt an unsettling sense of insecurity as she became a homeless pauper. But cruel fate had yet to relent. When she began to remove her makeup, Mochizuki discovered that her colored contact lenses had transformed into her true pupils, permanently fused to her irises. Her custom-made Lolita dress also underwent a peculiar transformation. The dust and blood from her escape at the old park vanished without a trace, the fabric not even bearing a single wrinkle, as if imbued with some incredible enhancement, returning to an astonishingly pristine state. Mochizuki mused, "Well, this is a curious increase in assets. In this monster-ridden alternate reality, possessing a garment that remained undamaged and self-cleaning was a significant source of comfort." Thus, the following day, as she prepared to meet her future high school classmates, she stepped into the classroom clad in her relatively extravagant Lolita dress, steadfastly following Yagaseigo, who bore an expression of unspoken concern. The timeline pulls back to the present. After being admonished by Yagaseigo, Fushiguro Megumi languidly replied, "I know," his voice elongated like melted clay, arms stretching and torso leaning forward, collapsing onto his desk. His back to Yagaseigo, showing no hint of remorse. This nonchalant acknowledgement irritated Yagaseigo, his fists itching to act. Yet he restrained himself, mindful of Mochizuki, who had never before touched the jujutsu world. He turned to introduce her seriously to the other two students in the classroom. Mochizuki has never been exposed to the jujutsu world. Her situation is somewhat similar to yours, Itadori, but it seems that she awakened her technique due to a perceived threat of death, leading to her current state of amnesia. What? Amnesia? Awakening a technique can cause amnesia? That's rather lame. The white-haired boy, nearly melted into his desk, tilted his head slightly, his round black sunglasses slipping down his nose, revealing his indifferent and divine blue eyes, reminiscent of an expansive sky. The moment Mochizuki met his gaze, she froze, as if enveloped by a vast celestial expanse. Her own form appearing insignificantly small beneath the endless heavens, nearly impossible to perceive in his depths. Already accustomed to such reactions, Yaga Seigo's expression grew solemn. No. Mochizuki's technique differs slightly. Yaga-sensei, is Mochizuki's technique truly a rare one? Asked Suguru Geto, raising his hand. Yaga Seigo glanced at the gentle, unassuming black-haired girl beside him, almost sighing as he explained, Mochizuki's technique allows her to manipulate her own blood. Oh. Fushiguro suddenly perked up, even removing his sunglasses. His azure eyes, fully exposed to the air, caused Mochizuki's pupils to constrict slightly. Simultaneously shocked and overwhelmed, a sensation of being seen through washed over her. Ah. So it really is the crimson manipulation technique? Fushiguro raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Mochizuki. But her cursed energy flows so weakly, doesn't it? To inherit the crimson manipulation technique that hasn't appeared in the Kumo clan for over 3 centuries. And yet she seems so weak, akin to an assistant or supervisor. If it were true, wouldn't those old-timers go mad upon discovering it? Upon hearing the familiar term, Mochizuki Inori wondered, why is it this blood manipulation technique again? Is this name widely recognized? It sounds rather commonplace. Should she feign ignorance? She furrowed her brow in distress. But what if it's a hot potato? She certainly did not wish to jeopardize her precious life over such matters. It was quite a conundrum. However, to Yaga Mazamichi and the others, it seemed that upon hearing the name of this technique, the girl was reminded of some unpleasant memories, her expression betraying a hint of anguish. Suguru Geto, sensing that the new student harbored numerous untold stories, was about to delicately steer the conversation away from this topic, when, in the very next moment, a sweet voice chimed in. No. Ultimately, Mochizuki Inori opted to reveal the name of her self-imposed ability. My technique is called Crimson World. Chapter 5. An invitation from Suguru Geto for a leisurely break. The rhythmic sound of white chalk scraping against the blackboard harmonized with Yaga Mazamichi's deep narration. Mochizuki Inori diligently absorbed the knowledge regarding sorcery that Yaga shared, particularly the annotations concerning techniques and cursed energy. Strictly speaking, her Crimson World was not a technique, but rather an innate ability. Blood manipulation was a power inherent to the bloodline, after all, as they thrived on blood. As her beautiful contact lenses transformed into genuine irises, and the written ability manifestation materialized, Mochizuki Inori grew increasingly anxious about the identity of her self-created character as a bloodline descendant. Although she was unaware if such beings existed in this world, or if their weaknesses included sunlight and silver, she fervently hoped that if her powers were to manifest, another aspect of her self-design would also come to fruition. Otherwise, her first nemesis would shift from cursed spirits to sunlight, the very bane of bloodline descendants. Sunlight, which could obliterate her essence and reduce her to mere ashes. Yesterday afternoon, when she encountered Yaga Mazamichi, the sky was overcast, devoid of sunlight. This morning, despite the sun's emergence, she cautiously traversed the path to the academic building, sticking to the shadows. A multitude of questions tormented Mochizuki Inori, causing her head to throb. She felt as though this journey transcended dimensions, unveiling a door steeped in the essence of a vibrant two-dimensional world. Cursed spirits and sorcerers, according to the laws of transmigration. Was it possible that she had truly stepped into some heated shonen manga, or perilous anime? Unable to suppress her discomfort, she lowered her gaze, donning a mask of suffering. Seated beside Mochizuki Inori, Ijiri Shoko noted the anguish etched upon the new student's face. Seizing a moment while Yaga Mazamichi had turned to the board, Ijiri leaned in slightly, lowering her voice to ask, "Are you feeling unwell?" The external voice pulled her from her reverie. When she regained her composure, Mochizuki Inori turned to meet Ijiri's gaze, which held a hint of concern. Blinking, she replied softly, reflecting the ruby hues of her eyes, adorned with a black beauty mark beneath her right eye. "I'm fine." Detecting the unease in her tone, Ijiri smiled gently and continued, "I'm Ijiri Shoko, just call me Shoko. My technique is a healing reverse technique, colloquially referred to as a healer. If you're feeling unwell, you can always seek me out." "Thank you, Shoko. You can call me Inori." Mochizuki Inori, with a favorable impression of Igiri at 11, replied with a smile that felt like a feather brushing against her heart. Touched by this smile, Igiri produced a brown flip phone from her desk drawer and waved it lightly, asking, "Shall we exchange line IDs?" Mochizuki Inori's eyes sparkled at the prospect. But the thought of her lone, incongruous smartphone from another world made her feel deflated, akin to a frostbitten eggplant. "I don't have a phone. I believe I must have been robbed before my memory loss." Igiri, unfazed, reassured her, "No worries, we can exchange IDs once you acquire a phone." Just then, Yagamazamichi's lecture came to a halt, prompting both Mochizuki Inori and Igiri to straighten their postures, feigning attentiveness. The class concluded smoothly. As the bell rang, Suguru Geto abruptly leaped from his seat and dashed out, vanishing around the corner, a gust of wind stirring Mochizuki Inori's raven-black hair. Shock and confusion flickered in her eyes. Was he rushing to the afterlife? "Don't mind him, he merely intends to snag limited edition sweets," another gentle voice interjected. Mochizuki Inori turned to see a handsome boy with delicate features and black hair. His elongated eyes and gentle smile exuded a refreshing comfort as he spoke fluidly. "I forgot to introduce myself. The boy who just ran out is Suguru Geto. If you have any questions about sorcery, feel free to ask me." Mochizuki Inori blinked. "Thank you, Geto-kun. Earlier, Yaga-sensei mentioned that your situation is similar to mine. What did he mean by that?" Geto nodded in understanding, ready to explain. When Igiri's languid voice interjected, "It means that both you and Geto are ordinary students. This ordinary refers to individuals outside of sorcerer families who have never encountered or displayed any sorceress abilities. The primary source of students at Jujutsu High stems from ancient sorcerer lineages, as techniques are inscribed in their bloodlines. It is rare for an ordinary person from a non-sorcerer family to awaken such abilities." "I see." Mochizuki Inori comprehended. It was a matter of bloodline. Geto looked at Igiri with a hint of exasperation, shrugging. "You've taken the words right out of my mouth, Shoko." He then turned to Mochizuki Inori, observing Igiri standing, and remarked with a smile, "It seems you have taken a liking to our new classmate." Igiri nodded candidly, "Of course. It's rare to have a normal new peer without any undesirable traits. I naturally like her." Geto quipped. "What do you mean by undesirable traits?" Igiri retorted. "It means both you and Suguru are essentially scoundrels." "No, my reputation should be better than his," Geto replied, dismissing the comment. "Anyway, Inori, this afternoon's class will be a practical session, a real combat class. How are your physical skills?" Mochizuki Inori, who had previously relied on a substantial inheritance left by her parents, now found her gaze wandering. I suppose it's 0? 0? Igiri leaned in, tentatively pinching Mochizuki Inori's arm, which felt soft and devoid of any firmness. "I'd say it's in the negatives, Inori. You have absolutely no muscle tone," she sighed, reluctantly releasing her grasp. Geto was not surprised by Igiri's conclusion. After all, Yaga Mazamichi had previously mentioned that Mochizuki Inori had awakened her technique just yesterday. Although she had lost her memory, it was evident her delicate frame bore no signs of having trained in physical combat. He pondered for a moment before saying, "Given Mochizuki's circumstances, she will likely accompany me and Suguru during missions. When the time comes, you can simply hide behind us. We move quite swiftly." His tone was casual, seemingly unperturbed by the dangerous cursed spirits that could pose a threat to Mochizuki Inori. However, the words of Sumeragi Suguru, who brazenly and casually spoke of taking paid leave, left Mochizuki Inori utterly astounded. Is that even permissible? Could this possibly be too outlandish? Indeed, it was paid leave. Just moments ago, during the theoretical class led by Yaga Yoshinobu, she had learned that after exorcising cursed spirits, one could receive a monetary reward. Mochizuki's eyes widened in disbelief. Sumeragi maintained his gentle smile, his tone unconsciously revealing a hint of arrogance. "It's only natural for the strong to protect the weak. With Watanabe and me around, you need not worry about a thing." Chapter 6. Judging by appearances can lead to great misfortune. While his words held some truth, an unsettling feeling lingered. Was it possible that the seemingly amicable Sumeragi was, in fact, the most arrogant of them all? Mochizuki's thoughts momentarily wandered. The ever-amiable Itu Shoko tilted her head slightly. "Shall we head to the cafeteria for lunch? Is the school cafeteria expensive?" Mochizuki, sensing a hint of caution, felt a stray lock of her black hair tremble. Sumeragi chuckled. "The cafeteria at our school provides 3 meals a day for free. There's no need to pay." "Free meals for all 3? What kind of celestial cafeteria is this?" Mochizuki's eyes widened in astonishment before she decisively exclaimed, "Then we must go. Free meals are the best." The trio ventured to the high school cafeteria, And amidst their leisurely dining, Mochizuki took the opportunity to inquire about their classmates. Upon discovering that, including herself, their class, indeed the entire second year, consisted of merely 4 students, she fell silent. When Itu Shoko elaborated that the number of sorcerer candidates was so scarce that all 3 grades combined had yet to exceed single digits, Mochizuki was once again taken aback. The afternoon's lesson was a practical combat class. Dressed in the high school faculty uniform, Yaga Yoshinobu stood in the spacious gymnasium, and upon seeing only 3 students arrive punctually, his face darkened like iron, understanding that the most troublesome student was yet again absent. "Sumireiji, Watanabe?" Yaga inquired in a deep voice. With his hands tucked casually into the wide pockets of his trousers, Sumireiji replied in a calm and harmless tone. "Ah, Watanabe went to buy a limited edition of Kikufuku right after class. I hear this batch is particularly popular. He hasn't returned yet." Furthermore, Watanabe's prowess in physical combat made this practical session optional for him. Although he had undermined his friend's excuse, Sumireiji still defended him. Is that truly a valid reason for his absence? Yaga clenched his fists, then released them, turning to Mochizuki, who stood beside Itu. "Very well. The focus of this session will be on you, Mochizuki. What is your foundation in physical combat?" Mochizuki shook her head honestly. "I have none at all." Yaga nodded. Glancing at Sumireiji, "Sumireiji, you will engage in a combat practice with Mochizuki. No techniques are allowed, but you may use cursed energy." Mochizuki, "Since you lack a foundation in physical combat, feel free to utilize your techniques in the upcoming duel. The principles of cursed energy operation were covered in this morning's theory class, and this is an excellent opportunity for you to familiarize yourself quickly." Yaga methodically laid out the arrangements. Mochizuki hesitated. "Is that truly all right? Perhaps we should allow Sumireiji to use techniques as well." She feared that her control might inadvertently harm her classmate. "It's quite all right, Mochizuki," Sumireiji responded, withdrawing his hands from his pockets, cracking his knuckles with a crisp sound. He smiled gently at Mochizuki, his elongated purple eyes radiating absolute confidence in his own abilities. "I am quite strong. You need not worry. Even if I were to sustain injuries, Shoko's reversal technique can heal me instantly, so feel free to unleash your power." There it was again, that subtle air of arrogance. Mochizuki found herself at a loss for words. "Inori, don't hold back. Just go ahead and hit Sumireiji. He can take it." Itu patted her shoulder. Retreating to the edge of the gymnasium alongside Yaga. Feeling pushed into the spotlight, Mochizuki stepped into the circle marked by white lines in the center of the gymnasium. Exhaling softly, "All right then. I will do my utmost to strike him." Sumireiji, standing at ease in a combat stance, kindly inquired before the duel commenced. "Mochizuki, your technique involves blood manipulation, correct? Do you need some time to activate your ability?" How polite of him. "Then I shan't hold back." Mochizuki blinked, decisively closing her eyes to sense the flow of power. Although the systems of power differed, the methods of operation were fundamentally similar, were they not? Like a fine wine being poured into a glass, the cool liquid filled the transparent vessel, swirling into a deep, dark vortex with each gentle rotation. And at the most captivating moment, it was swallowed down. The rich and lingering essence permeated her body, spreading throughout, igniting her very bloodstream. Eager to burst forth from her fragile exterior. "Ha!" She exhaled a cool breath, her thick, dark lashes fluttering before she slowly opened her eyes, which shone like pigeon blood rubies, locking onto Sumireiji across the way, a faint crimson glimmer igniting within. Her slender, fragile form suddenly emanated an intense pressure that made the hairs on the back of one's neck stand on end. Even Itu and Yaga, who were merely spectators, were taken aback by this sudden surge of formidable presence, their faces reflecting varying degrees of astonishment. Mochizuki's fingertips curled at her sides, her neatly trimmed nails glowing with a crescent-shaped red light, as she lightly drew a line across her fingertip, drawing blood. She raised her hand, and crimson droplets oozed from her fingertip like seeds breaking through the earth, infusing life as they visibly sprouted into a serpentine trunk and menacing branches, coiling protectively around her. "Sumireiji, I will commence my attack now." Mochizuki blinked, struggling to adapt to the peculiar shift in her vision, and spoke politely. After activating her innate ability, her eyes seemed to have mutated once more. It was as though an X-ray had been cast over her, revealing the intricate network of blood vessels, and the flow of blood within them. This is very much like a bloodline technique. Perhaps I can learn about the distribution of human acupoints in my spare time. How intriguing. Sumireiji's pupils narrowed, the wildness in his gaze somewhat subdued, taking on a more serious demeanor. "Come at me." No sooner had he spoken, than the liquid solid blood coalesced into blades, slicing towards Sumeragi from various angles with an extraordinary and terrifying velocity. The rich scent of blood wafted through the air as Sumeragi enveloped himself in cursed energy for defense. His feet never halting as he evaded the blood blades that aimed for him, charging towards Mochizuki, who was evidently a ranged sorcerer. Unlike the usual unpleasant scent of rust, he couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps there was a faint, indescribable fragrance intertwined with Mochizuki's blood. Somewhat pleasant, unexpectedly so. Realizing his thoughts were veering off course, Sumeragi quickly regained his focus, his expression sharpening as he amplified the output of his cursed energy, confronting the crimson blood lines that were almost upon him. Throughout the ordeal, Mochizuki remained stationary, her gaze lifting to meet his. In her glowing red eyes, flecks of shimmering light began to appear, and in the next moment, as Sumeragi forcefully broke through, the fragmented bloodlines surged, simultaneously exploding outward to weave an exceptionally thin yet remarkably resilient blood net that ensnared him. As if suspended mid-air and struck by a fist cushioned in cotton, Sumeragi was momentarily dazed by the sudden entrapment. Yet, before he could break free from the blood net's confinement, Mochizuki's next wave of attack was already prepared. Bloodbinding. She softly uttered the words. Like a suddenly tightened silk thread, the leaf-like petals derived from the blood net abruptly spun and constricted, forcibly distorting all the cursed energy that Suguru Geto had employed for both offense and defense, culminating in a thunderous explosion within his tightly locked gaze. Chapter 7. My blood has its own will. Ha ha ha. How pathetic, Geto. To be forced into using a technique by a mere novice in sorcery. Boomed a high-pitched voice from the entrance of the arena. Holding a bag emblazoned with the dessert logo, Satoru Gojo chuckled heartily. The moment before the explosion, Geto, who had summoned 3 second-grade curses to shield himself, felt a twitch in his forehead. He cast a sardonic glance at the loudly mocking Gojo, his eyes flickering over the 3 severely battered second-grade curses from the previous attack, before raising his hand to dismiss them, his tone unexpectedly stating, "No, Gojo. While classmate Mochizuki's martial arts may be lacking, her technique is surprisingly potent. Even you would have to resort to limitless defense if you faced that strike head-on." Limitless, a hereditary technique of the Gojo clan, is as rare as a blind box, with probabilities of inheritance akin to those of the other 2 major families. Bold words, Geto. Gojo raised an eyebrow, striding into the arena under the weight of Yaga Mazamichi's dark gaze. His fingers, distinctly knuckled, gently adjusted his round sunglasses, revealing a pair of icy blue eyes reminiscent of glacial rivers. Eyes that never fail to captivate, no matter how many times one gazes upon them. Wow. Your cursed energy has truly intensified, leaping from level 4 to nearly level 1. Gojo exclaimed, moving directly toward Mochizuki Inori, his tone laced with astonishment. Your body temperature has also significantly dropped, much lower than that of an ordinary person. Is this also a result of your technique? The nonchalant tone of the youth easily pierced through the secret of Mochizuki's temperature change. A familiar, unsettling sensation gripped her heart, as if her very soul was being scrutinized. Mochizuki stepped back uneasily, her blood, surging from the wound on her fingertip, began to writhe and coalesce into a new form. In the curve of Gojo's smirking lips, it abruptly transformed, blooming into clusters of blood thorns that surged toward him. Wait, I didn't mean to attack you, Mochizuki gasped, astonished at her own technique's autonomous action. Mochizuki? Yaga was equally taken aback to find that it was Mochizuki Inori who had initiated the provocation. Gojo, unfazed, regarded the blood thorns that enveloped him with a smirk. Teacher Yaga, she is the one who initiated the provocation. With one hand protecting his paper bag, Gojo lifted the other. Perhaps due to the excitement of facing an active provocation, his ordinary yet potent cursed energy triggered an alternative hidden mechanism, coalescing into a black flash. Like a lightning strike, he unleashed a powerful punch that distorted the surrounding space, striking brutally against the extending blood thorns. Boom. The sharp explosion resonated against the eardrums. The mass of blood thorns scattered into fragments across the ground. Mochizuki clutched her ears, now amplified in sensitivity, her expression pained as her innate ability dissipated, causing her cursed energy to abruptly retract back to the mundane level 4. Wow, you've even utilized Black Flash, Kinji Hikari remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Black Flash occurs when the interval between a physical strike and a cursed energy impact is within 0.00001 seconds, creating a spatial distortion. The magnitude of the strike depends on the sorcerer's own cursed energy and physical strength, calculated to the 25th power. Few sorcerers possess the ability to execute Black Flash. Mochizuki, what was that just now? Yaga and the others turned their attention to the now diminished Mochizuki. With an awkward laugh, Mochizuki stammered, "Ahaha. Would you believe me if I said I didn't intend to attack Gojo? Geto recalled how Mochizuki had appeared panicked when her blood thorns autonomously formed and attacked. It seemed genuine, not feigned. Yaga, having navigated the complexities of the sorcery world for years, could discern the authenticity of emotions. All eyes were fixed on Mochizuki, awaiting an explanation. Becoming the center of attention, Mochizuki closed her eyes in distress, bracing herself to explain. If I must clarify, it feels as though my blood has its own will. While it follows my intentions for attack and defense, during the practice match with Geto, I had no control over the trajectory of the bloodline's assault. The notion that my blood possesses its own thoughts may sound absurd, yet that is how it feels. So, did it attack just now because it sensed the threat of the 6 eyes? Intrigued by the notion of a blood-manipulating technique possessing self-awareness, Gojo stroked his chin thoughtfully. This is the first time I've heard of such a technique. Chapter 8. Family. It seems she is mutating. Subsequently, being temporarily barred from using techniques, Mochizuki found herself effortlessly subdued by Kinji Hikari, who had only learned a bit of self-defense, collapsing to the ground in a state of despair. Epitomizing what it means to be a delicate flower, Gojo erupted into laughter from the stands, excitedly slapping his thigh as he remarked to Geto. I told you she's weak. She can't even defeat Hikari. If a curse sorcerer got close, it would be game over for her. Geto replied, that's unavoidable. Just yesterday, Mochizuki was merely an ordinary person. As he spoke, Geto grasped Gojo's wrist, firmly pushing it toward his abdomen, emphasizing, and Gojo, when you're excited, please slap your own thigh, not mine. Yaga, watching as Hikari helped Mochizuki up from the ground, rubbed his temples in exasperation. Mochizuki, you won't be participating in the physical training exercises for now. I will devise a rigorous training plan tailored to your current physical capabilities. Also, your new identification has been reissued, and I will provide you with a uniform questionnaire shortly. You can customize your uniform according to your preferences. As the name suggests, the Jujutsu High uniforms are bespoke. It is a small benefit from the sorcery director to appease sorcerers who often face the peril of exorcising curses, tethering their lives to their belts. Finally possessing an identification that frees her from the perilous stigma of being undocumented, Mochizuki bowed to Yaga. Thank you, Teacher Yaga. I will not disappoint your expectations. Yaga displayed a complex expression, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately nodded in silence. From the stands, Gojo observed Mochizuki, who appeared invigorated, with a bland expression, unusually refraining from delivering any disparaging remarks. Among those present, aside from Mochizuki, even Geto, who hailed from a normal family background, had experienced the decaying feudalism of the Gojo clan during his first year. Had Mochizuki's technique not been blood manipulation, Gojo would have openly mocked her aspirations of becoming a sorcerer, advising her to remain behind the powerful sorcerers, returning to an ordinary life. However, the nature of Mochizuki's technique ensured that once discovered, her days of normality were irrevocably altered. One of the 3 illustrious families, the Kumo clan, remains oblivious to the techniques of Mochizuki Kiki. Once they become aware, even if her technique is not named Hiyori, they will swarm around her like hyenas scenting the blood of their prey, resorting to any means necessary to ensnare her, compelling her to unite with one of their own in hopes that their offspring will inherit a rare blood manipulation technique. If Mochizuki Kiki wishes to evade the clutches of the Kumo clan for the remainder of her life, she must embrace the path of a sorcerer, and continually strive to enhance her strength. During the report of the discovery of a wild sorcerer, Yaga Zenin chose not to disclose Mochizuki Kiki's technique. He could conceal this information until the day of her sorcerer rank evaluation, serving as a silent protection for her. Thus commenced the rigorous regimen of Mochizuki Kiki's devilish training, with her dormitory neighbor, the only other girl in the class alongside her, the second-year high school student Ayaduki Shoko, becoming her sparring partner. The camaraderie between the 2 JKs flourished, and after each bout, Mochizuki Kiki would gratefully receive Ayaduki Shoko's restorative treatment, banishing the bruises that marred her skin, leaving her as vibrant and unblemished as ever. Pitter-patter. Raindrops struck the ground, sending up tiny splashes, while silver strands of rain cascaded from the night sky. As the unexpected rain cut short their training for the day, Mochizuki Kiki smiled and graciously declined Ayaduki Shoko's offer of treatment, her crimson eyes shimmering brightly in the dim light as she waved her hand, saying, "No need for that today, Shoko. I've realized that my body is gradually adapting to the high-intensity training and falls. I'll come to you for help if the pain becomes unbearable." "All right." Ayaduki Shoko nodded, pointing to her own dorm room. "I'm just next door. So if you can't sleep due to pain tonight, feel free to knock on my door." "Okay, Shoko, good night." Mochizuki Kiki waved as she watched Ayaduki Shoko enter her dormitory and close the door behind her. With a click, the door was locked. Leaning against the door, Mochizuki Kiki lowered her gaze, listening to the gentle patter of rain outside, and let out a long breath of relief. She drew the curtains tightly, leaving no crevice exposed, and then approached the half-length mirror in the bathroom, lifting her shirt to reveal a slender waist. This area should have borne the marks of purple bruises from her training just days prior, yet now it appeared as immaculate as ever, devoid of any blemish. The rustle of fabric filled the air as her raven-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, partially obscuring the elegant curve of her back, while a few strands fell forward, revealing her fair skin in glimpses. The stark contrast of pure black against pristine white evoked the image of a meticulously crafted glass figurine, unmarred by any flaw. Indeed. After spinning once in front of the mirror, Mochizuki Kiki murmured to herself. The injury she had sustained during training had vanished, along with the aches in her muscles and bones. Just days before, after training, she had felt as if she were on the verge of death, a mere shell of a patient suffering from numerous fractures. However, after today's routine physical enhancement training, she had whimsically decided to practice her innate abilities, only to accidentally cut herself during the process. Yet in the next moment, the wound inflicted by the blood thorns visibly healed at an astounding rate. Not only that, but she also discovered that as she entered the state of Hiyori, her bodily fatigue gradually dissipated. This had never happened before. So in the state of Hiyori, am I closer to the physicality of a vampire, enabling self-healing? Her obsidian lashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and a slender cut opened on the back of her hand. Under the gaze of her striking scarlet eyes, the blood that flowed seemed to recede into her flesh as if drawn back by an absorbing sea. The wound on her hand healed at an accelerated pace, leaving no trace of a scar. Mochizuki Kiki blinked. It seems I no longer need to learn the reversal technique. The reversal technique is not an innate ability like a genetic sorcery that exists within a sorcerer from birth. Rather, it is a complex manipulation of cursed energy. It operates by multiplying the negative energy of cursed energy to yield a gentle healing positive energy. In today's sorcery world, only Ayaduki Shoko possesses the ability to heal others with the reversal technique. Even the renowned strongest sorcerers of this era, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto, do not employ the reversal technique. How troublesome. Am I undergoing a mutation? With her alabaster fingertips pressing against the equally cold mirror surface, Mochizuki Kiki spoke in a tone of distress. After all, she had not healed spontaneously after her injury on the day of her traversing. Gazing into the mirror, the girl with black hair and red eyes murmured to herself, her delicate features emanating an otherworldly chill under the bathroom's cold lighting. Chapter 9. Some memories are etched in DNA. The weather is ever-changing. Yesterday's torrential rain gives way to today's brilliant sunshine. Although the morning sunlight is not scorching, it feels somewhat warm to Mochizuki Kiki, whose body temperature is on the lower side. Shoko, do you have an umbrella? Mochizuki Kiki, tasked unexpectedly to accompany two DKs on a cursed spirit exorcism mission during class, glanced at the brightly sunlit area outside the school building, and turned to Ayaduki Shoko. Her question momentarily stunned all three of them. Yes, but the umbrella is in my dorm, Ayaduki Shoko replied, her voice hesitant as she bit into a lollipop, the pineapple-flavored candy resting on her tongue. Kiki, why do you need an umbrella? Mochizuki Kiki tilted her head. An umbrella is, of course, used to shield oneself from the sun. Satoru Gojo looked up at the gentle rays of sunlight above, his expression a mix of shock and disdain. With such little sunlight, you can hardly feel any warmth, right? Were you some sort of sheltered young lady before your memory loss? So delicate? You're the delicate one. I just have a mild allergy to ultraviolet rays. Mochizuki Kiki puffed her cheeks in protest. Ayaduki Shoko suddenly realized, now that you mention it, Kiki, you always choose to run laps on the playground after the sun has set. She had thought it was simply because Kiki preferred the cooler evening air, but now it made sense that it was due to her UV sensitivity. UV sensitivity? Satoru Gojo raised an eyebrow, the icy surface of his glasses reflecting a hint of light as his cerulean eyes brightened. Fixating on Mochizuki Kiki, his voice remained as irreverent as ever. Didn't you lose your memory? Unfazed by the inquiry, Mochizuki Kiki replied calmly, yes. But there exists a type of memory known as the soul memory, etched into one's DNA. I discovered this during training a few days ago, and it reminded me that I seem to have this allergy. Suguru Geto, with his hands tucked in the wide pockets of his lantern pants, pondered for a moment. Would a regular umbrella suffice? Not one of those transparent ones. If you don't mind, I have one in my dorm that I can send a cursed spirit to retrieve. Mochizuki Kiki clasped her hands together, her cool palms resonating with a crisp sound. Of course, I would be immensely grateful for an umbrella. Geto summoned the cursed spirit with remarkable speed. A few minutes later, 3 youths clad in black uniforms emerged from the gates of the Jujutsu High, boarding the vehicle designated for their transport, which also served to record and report their mission details. The auxiliary supervisor belonged to the window department of the Jujutsu headquarters. Although most of them possessed techniques or cursed energy, they lacked combat capabilities, unable to confront cursed spirits directly. They could only execute simple barrier techniques or manipulate special shikigami to provide support for the sorcerers, offering guidance on mission strategies to those who were still acclimating to the task at hand. This mission was set at a construction site undergoing demolition, where the detected cursed energy fluctuations were estimated to be around the 1st grade. The unpaved ground was riddled with potholes, while 2 high-rise buildings stood side by side, rising abruptly from the expansive open space. The old, weathered plaster, worn down over countless springs, summers, autumns, and winters, had long lost its original hue. An imperceptible layer of murky black mist enveloped the upper halves of the 2 skyscrapers, infusing the air with a faint, almost undetectable stench of decay, born from darkness. It was darker than black, sullied and impure, all of it in need of purification. The assistant supervisor formed a gesture, and a shroud, resembling a black mud film, cascaded from the center of the construction site as heights, enveloping the entire area. It bore a resemblance to slime. Mitsuki, curious, tilted her umbrella slightly as she gazed up. This was a barrier technique capable of concealing a certain range from view. Within the shroud, ordinary people could not see what transpired. It's a simple yet effective explanation. Summer Yuji succinctly elucidated. Well then, esteemed gentlemen, may your martial fortunes flourish. The assistant supervisor bowed carefully to them. Thank you, Mitsuki replied politely, hastening to catch up with the 2 leading DKs making their way toward the building. Summer, Satoru. Shall we search the left building or the right one first? Satoru lazily glanced at her. Searching together is far too inefficient. I'll take the left building alone, and you can go to the right with Yuji. With that, he tucked his phone away, long legs striding toward the entrance of the left building. Both buildings have 32 floors. Searching them one by one might still be somewhat slow. Mitsuki, would you mind taking charge of the lower half of the right building by yourself? The refined black-haired youth inquired gently, looking at Mitsuki. Huh. Shouldn't he the senior take the rookie along for the task? Splitting up so soon? A bit bewildered, Mitsuki nodded. I'm fine with that. Then I'll start searching from the 16th floor, Yuji affirmed, raising his hand to summon a flying shikigami resembling a manta ray, effortlessly leaping onto its back. A subtle smile graced his lips, and his elongated purple eyes glinted with meaning as he waved to Mitsuki. See you later, Mitsuki. It spared him the effort of climbing stairs. Mitsuki, with a hint of envy in her gaze, withdrew her eyes and approached the dark entrance of the building. Inside, there was no need for an umbrella, yet the pervasive scent of dust in the air was decidedly unfriendly to her enhanced sense of smell. Crack. A chill lingered beside her as Mitsuki inadvertently stepped on something. It was merely a broken piece of wood. The floor, cluttered with a thick layer of grime, was eerily quiet, save for the howling of the cold wind passing through the corridor. Mitsuki crouched down, her gaze fixed on 2 trails nearby, as if something had been dragged across the ground, gently touching the exposed tile with her fingertip, twisting it to reveal little dirt, her lips pressed together. No dust had settled back onto the exposed tile, indicating that the marks were fresh. The shikigami might not have wandered far. Just as this thought materialized, a nauseating and sticky sensation of being watched enveloped her. Her red eyes gleamed with alarm, akin to a light igniting in the darkness. A faint scent of blood replacing the foul air. Irregular crimson lines surged from her fingertips, rapidly coiling around her, the outermost bloodlines sprouting sharp thorns, poised to pierce any danger that might emerge. Clad in her Jujutsu High uniform, Mitsuki anxiously gripped the modified hem of her skirt, her breaths becoming slightly hurried. Her senses, altered beyond recognition, warned her of imminent peril. Every instinct screamed that the shikigami was nearby. Chapter 10. Confrontation. A sticky, yearning gaze settled upon her. Black ash floated like willow fluff in the wind, drifting through the gaps between the blood thorns into Mitsuki's view. Realizing something, Mitsuki slowly raised her head, locking eyes with 3 non-human vertical pupils embedded in blackish-purple skin. The rolling, malevolent orbs reflected her form, an insatiable, greedy hunger spilling forth as viscous drool from a mouth adorned with serrated teeth. The shikigami, having discovered its hiding place, quivered with its swollen, slippery body, emitting a strange cackle. Found you. Mitsuki's eyes widened slightly. In the next instant, nearly simultaneously, the blood thorns and the shikigami surged forth. Boom. The half-demolished ceiling was violently destroyed by the emerging blood thorns. The Shikigami, moving with agility and adhering to the principle of no harm, weaved through the bloodthorn onslaught, opening its jagged mouth to bite at the exposed vulnerability in Mitsuki's back. Thanks to a week of muscle memory training, Mitsuki instinctively turned, swiftly raising her leg in a powerful kick imbued with cursed energy, striking the Shikigami's abdomen. The force of her kick caused the Shikigami's belly to cave in, and its 3 eyes bulged as its body arced in a black parabola, crashing heavily against the wall of the first floor, and creating a large hole. Wages. The Shikigami, exposed to the thin rays of sunlight in the open area, lamented its obsession, its swollen, slippery form hastily dragging itself along the ground, evading the pursuing blood thorns. Possessing first-level strength, it exhibited a rudimentary intelligence. Realizing the open terrain was disadvantageous, the Shikigami climbed along an external pipe, leaving behind a puddle of viscous mud in mere moments as it escaped to the second floor. Mitsuki hesitated for half a second, glancing out at the sunlit area, before swiftly turning and racing toward the safety staircase of her current floor. Even if the building was cloaked in the shroud, who could guarantee that this barrier could truly block out the sunlight? Was she a fool? Why not burst out of the building and ascend to the second floor directly on her own technique? Why resort to the most time-consuming option of using the stairs? At a height of over 20 meters outside the building, Satoru, seated atop the flying Shikigami tamed by his close friend, observed Mitsuki's bewildering actions with a pained expression as he bit down on his strawberry-flavored hard candy. Yuji, who should have been searching for Shikigami on the 16th floor, languidly perched atop the flying Shikigami's head, watching Mitsuki engage in a chase with the Shikigami, glanced at the sunlight, distorted and weakened by the black shroud, uncertainly commenting, "Perhaps it's due to her allergy?" Satoru clicked his tongue, his azure eyes, even through the solid layers of the building, clearly perceiving Mitsuki's every movement as she battled the Shikigami within. He stretched his long arms, yawning lazily, his tone indifferent. If she is afraid of an allergic reaction to sunlight, she won't pass this assessment. Indeed, an assessment. This sudden Shikigami exorcism task in class was, in fact, Mitsuki's test for her sorcerer level evaluation. Chapter 11. Hide-and-seek time is over. Inside the building, having traversed several floors with the Shikigami without reinforcements, Mitsuki confirmed that this task was undoubtedly a trial aimed at her. With such a commotion from the demolition, even a deaf person should have noticed the earth-shattering ruckus. Shouldn't they? More troubling still, the cursed spirit that had been anxiously pursuing her between the floors seemed to have discerned her trepidation regarding the outside, gradually probing the limits of her escape. How painful, thought Mochizuki Nozomi, panting as the coolness of her fingertips brushed against a cut on her cheek, inflicted by the jagged stones. Like an eraser gliding over pencil marks on paper, the wound caused by the sharp fragments vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. The cursed spirit, its lower half severed by blood thorns in their recent skirmish, retreated to the edge of a wall's cavity, glaring at Nozomi with a venomous gaze. It emitted a series of meaningless murmurs, akin to a disturbing mental pollution, its remaining eye rolling about, first glancing at Nozomi, who stood 5 meters away, then darting to the open space outside the building, as if still undecided. Though lacking in intelligence, it sensed the presence of 2 formidable curses lurking beyond, far more powerful than itself, besides the peculiar human before it. Adjusting her breathing rhythm, Nozomi lifted her palms off her knees and straightened up, addressing the cursed spirit at the wall's edge. "Though I am somewhat reluctant, let us conclude our game of hide and seek for today." Her tone gradually sharpened, akin to a blade being drawn slowly from its sheath, glimmering with a chilling edge. The cursed spirit, now transformed into Nozomi's practical training partner, did not comprehend her words, yet it could feel the ominous tension that thickened the air after her proclamation. Flee. Crimson moon thorn dance. Like a blooming red rose or the rippling surface of water, intricate patterns manifested within her resplendent red eyes. The cursed spirit, with only half its body remaining, instinctively turned to escape, disregarding all else. In the blink of an eye, scarlet tendrils erupted chaotically, akin to the complex roots of an enormous tree, infiltrating and occupying every layer of the building, forcefully blossoming clusters of otherworldly flowers in the meager spaces, causing the steel and concrete structure to tremble precariously. Just as the half-bodied cursed spirit managed to escape the building by a few meters, it was impaled by a colossal spike formed from the rapidly sprouting blood thorns, 20 stories above the ground. Dark, purplish blood rained down like a storm, while above the cursed being, a blood-red flower bloomed, exuding a terrifying artistic beauty. A girl with black hair, holding a deep blue umbrella, stood upon one of the branches of the blood thorns, observing the impaled cursed spirit through the crimson rain. her brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of physiological disgust appearing in her magnificent red eyes. Outside the scene, an observer, akin to a shikigami, widened their eyes in astonishment. Having witnessed the instant reversal of the battle, the notes they had previously recorded about Nozomi's techniques, initially speculating them to be blood manipulation, were now marked with a new question. Wow, quite a spectacle, exclaimed Satoru Gojo, shielding his eyes while whistling. Aside from that wretched physical technique, this individual's skills are truly remarkable. Through the lens of his 6 eyes, he perceived that each branch of the thicket, threatening to burst the building apart, pulsed with considerable energy, reminiscent of cursed energy, yet seemingly infused with something else entirely. I wonder how my Shizui would fare against her limitless capabilities. Hey, do you think she would agree to a duel if I challenged her? The gleam of battle spirit danced in Gojo's eyes. Suguru Geto, snapping back to reality from his astonishment, replied, I don't know. But one thing is certain, blood manipulation cannot achieve this level of power. Gojo nodded in agreement. Her risk factor has diminished somewhat. The fundamental principle of blood manipulation relies on actual blood volume. Even if one can extend and morph cursed energy, it cannot reach such magnitude. It is now clear that her technique does not belong to that category. Each jujutsu sorcerer, upon awakening to their inherent technique, instinctively knows its name. While there exists the possibility of false names, the information typically provided about one's technique is truthful. Sorcerers possess a method to enhance their techniques called technique disclosure, wherein they publicly share their technique's name and effects for a brief power boost without side effects, making it rare for anyone to fabricate their technique's name. However, the old-timers from the Kumo clan would likely keep a close watch on a sorcerer, so close to blood manipulation. Gojo scoffed lightly. Geto, indifferent, patted the flying curse spirit beneath them. The spirit understood and began to descend, carrying the 2 DKs down to the level where Nozomi stood. Congratulations on passing the assessment task. Geto scanned the unsteady interior of the building, and asked the flying curse spirit, resembling a devilfish, to lower its fins slightly. Mochizuki-san, would you like to hitch a ride on the curse spirit? Nozomi nodded, propping her umbrella as she gracefully leaped onto the lowered fin, testing her footing on the pliable texture of the curse spirit. Thank you, she politely expressed, releasing her technique. The thicket of thorns, entangled with the dilapidated building, instantaneously transformed into countless blood-red light points, dissipating as the structure she had penetrated with her technique crumbled with a thunderous roar. Nozomi froze, her red eyes wide in bewilderment as she glanced at her 2 peers. Will I have to compensate for this? I'm still quite poor. The thought of being burdened with a massive debt for such a large building was distressing. No, it's fine. It was going to be demolished anyway. By helping them dismantle it early, you've actually done them a favor, Gojo reassured her with seasoned confidence. Skeptical, Nozomi replied, really? Absolutely. You don't need to worry about that. Both Gojo and I often demolish buildings during our missions. If there are any expenses, they'll be deducted from the mission funds. You won't be left in debt, Geto confirmed with a nod. Nozomi's eyes widened in surprise. Zero, is it acceptable to admit that we often demolish buildings? She gazed at the indifferent DKs, momentarily dazed. However, your technique is truly fascinating. Gojo suddenly leaned closer to Nozomi, poking her gradually warming cheek. The smooth sensation felt like exquisite warm jade, perfectly maintaining an ideal temperature. How about we have a sparring session? The white-haired youth's lips curled into a mischievous arc, extending a challenge. Chapter 12. Technique reflects the individual. Nozomi hesitated, rationally declining. No thank you. Why not? Gojo pressed, his gaze fixed on Nozomi, his voice teasingly elongated. Are you afraid? Shifting her weight, Nozomi took a half step back, creating distance between herself and Gojo. Yes, I am afraid. The unexpected reply left the youthful 6-eyes sorcerer momentarily perplexed. You afraid? If his memory served him correctly, just moments ago, she had been fiercely battling that grotesque, blind curse spirit. Fear is a normal emotion, she instinctively retorted, her voice faltering slightly before she continued nonchalantly. Though I have been practicing diligently this week, both you and Geto are quite formidable. In a straightforward contest of techniques, I might stand a chance. However, when it comes to physical prowess combined with techniques, I am acutely aware of my own limitations. Reflecting on her second encounter with a powerful, ugly curse spirit, she realized she no longer experienced the paralyzing fear she had felt upon their first meeting. When faced with the prospect of killing her opponent, she felt only a mild sense of revulsion, devoid of the panic and aversion that typically accompany bloody and terrifying scenes. The transformation towards a non-human race is utterly complete. In her heart, Mochizuki Inori sighed and said, If we are to spar, could you please wait a little longer? I believe my martial arts talent is quite commendable. Give me some time, and I shall catch up with you all. Yet again, a surprising response ensued. Suguru Geto, seated at the head of the cursed spirit, turned to regard her, his refined features displaying a hint of astonishment. The deep violet of his eyes reflected the resolute and earnest demeanor of the dark-haired girl, leading to a shift in his impression of Mochizuki Inori, with a gentle and sincere smile gracing his lips. Well then, Mochizuki, you must put in the effort. Both Satoru and I are quite formidable. Satoru Gojo raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, You do speak quite boldly, Mochizuki. He closed the distance between them, his slender, large hand squeezing Inori's arm, chuckling. After a week of training, you have yet to develop any toughness. Yet you claim you'll catch up with us soon? Your aspirations are rather grand. Aren't they, Mochizuki? Do not suddenly grab a girl's arm like that. Mochizuki Inori retorted, her expression stern as she swatted away Gojo's hand. The anticipated crisp sound of a slap did not resonate. Instead, her hand met an invisible barrier, akin to striking against a membrane formed by air resistance, rendering her strength ineffective. Stunned, Mochizuki exclaimed, "Ha? You cannot strike me," Gojo declared triumphantly, raising his hand in triumph. "This is my limitless technique." Limitless? Mochizuki blinked in confusion. Have you heard of the Achilles paradox? My limitless technique embodies the concept of the paradox of never being able to catch the tortoise in reality. In other words, my limitless technique represents a state of relative stasis. The closer an object gets to me, the slower its speed becomes, making it impossible to ever touch me. Gojo elaborated, his tone drawn out. Mochizuki, recovering from her surprise, scrutinized Gojo before earnestly responding, "Indeed, this technique suits you remarkably well. Isn't it? I am quite impressive, you know." Gojo, oblivious to the double entendre, appeared as pleased as a cat basking in the praise of its owner, his tail metaphorically wagging. Noticing the implication in Mochizuki's words, Suguru Geto sighed in exasperation, rubbing his forehead before redirecting the conversation. "We've landed. Let us first report the results of the exorcism to the assistant supervisor." Unaware of any abnormalities, Gojo lazily shoved his hands into his pockets, the smile on his lips fading slightly upon seeing the assistant supervisor awaiting them. "Let us head to Sendai. At this hour, if we go to Jakufuku, we might still get the flavors I want." He spoke as if it were a matter of course. Geto shrugged. "Well, since there are no tasks ahead, I'm fine with that." Then shall we invite Natsuki as well? You boys can go by Jakufuku while Natsuki and I explore the shops." As she spoke, Mochizuki turned to the assistant supervisor, who had been patiently awaiting their exchange, and inquired, "Excuse me, will the reward for exorcising the cursed spirit be credited in real time, or will it require verification first?" The assistant supervisor, having witnessed Mochizuki's prowess, perked up upon confirmation of the cursed spirit's exorcism. "The funds will be credited to the sorcerer's account within an hour." Mochizuki's eyes sparkled. "That's splendid. Let us celebrate my successful mission with a hot pot lunch together." She insisted on ordering 5 servings of spicy hot pot. While she couldn't persuade herself to include human blood, meal replacements were always an option. Grateful for her friend from a family of florists, who would always take her to indulge in various delicacies during their trips. Speaking of which, it seemed her friend was also planning to cosplay as her original character, the Elf King, for the upcoming convention, although she would arrive 2 to 3 hours late due to the long journey. Eagerly, she hoped her friend wouldn't be dressed inappropriately. Such a scenario, akin to stepping into a perilous, action-packed manga, was something she preferred to endure alone. Chapter 13. Appearances can be deceptive. As they entered the bustling commercial district, the crowd began to swell. Mochizuki Inori linked arms with Natsuki, marveling at the nostalgic charm of the street while her gaze frequently wandered to the shoulders, heads, and even faces of passers-by, striving to maintain a composed expression. Suddenly, a resounding pop echoed, reminiscent of a balloon bursting, as dark purple blood mixed with chunks of flesh splattered onto the shoulder of a weary-looking office worker. Feeling the weight on the back of his neck dissipate, the office worker curiously touched his neck, which had abruptly ceased its dull ache, glancing at his now clean palm. Puzzled by the strange sensation of dampness he had felt moments ago, the remnants of a fully deceased 4th-level cursed spirit began to disintegrate into ash-like black particles, ultimately vanishing into the air without leaving a trace. Simultaneously, not only did this office worker experience it, but others burdened by minor cursed spirits also heard a faint thud, followed by a wave of relief washing over them. Observing this scene, Suguru Geto regarded Mochizuki Inori with a softer and more sincere expression, commending, "Well done, Mochizuki." Natsuki, using her free hand, gave Inori a thumbs up, exclaiming, You've made remarkable progress, Inori. You can now control your cursed energy with precision. Gojo, with both wrists adorned with bags of sweets, noticed the fine sheen of sweat on Mochizuki's forehead and remarked, a few small entities might be too distant for you at this early stage. If you wish to practice controlling your cursed energy, just borrow some cursed corpses from Yaga-sensei once we return to the school. There's no need to waste your energy on them. As soon as he finished speaking, Geto shot him a disapproving look. Gojo, purging the cursed spirits within your capability and aiding the weak is the essence of being a sorcerer. As the strong, we should strive to protect the weak. Impatience and irritation flickered in Gojo's striking features as he retorted, are you really going to preach that doctrine again, Geto? I despise such moralizing. Furthermore, these fourth-level pests are inexhaustible. Ignoring them won't cause significant harm. Instead of squandering our strength on these feeble cursed spirits, it would be more prudent to seek stronger cursed corpses from Yaga-sensei. Surrounded by the bustling crowd, Geto suppressed the urge to confront his friend and, lowering his voice, countered. No, this is not a waste of strength. It's simply fulfilling what we as sorcerers ought to do. The very existence of sorcerers is to protect ordinary people. If we encounter cursed spirits but do not exorcise them, we violate the fundamental purpose of our existence. Mochizuki, you share this sentiment, don't you? With her hands stuffed in her pockets, Gojo scoffed, glancing at two girls in school uniforms ahead of them, his voice carrying a hint of threat. I say, Mochizuki, you wouldn't agree with Geto's ridiculous philosophy, would you? Caught in the ideological conflict, Mochizuki Inori pondered, well, I only partially agree with Geto's philosophy. Partially? Geto paused in surprise. Mochizuki contemplated. I'm not inherently a warm-hearted person. I merely feel that since they've danced into my line of sight, I might as well give it a try. It tests my abilities while also providing assistance to others. Truly a win-win. However, I refuse to bear the belief that sorcerers must help others as a burden upon myself. I wish to act from a place of genuine intent, distinct from what others deem I ought to do. At this point, Mochizuki's expression grew serious. The latter easily leads to moral coercion. Therefore, as long as I remain unencumbered by morality, others cannot bind me. A tense atmosphere shattered with her final statement. Natsuki nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, during previous missions, Geto often fell prey to moral coercion, leading to immense self-reproach, leaving him in a gloomy state for quite some time. Like a perpetual downpour shadowing his existence at the school. Incomprehensible Suguru Geto. Wataru Fushiguro couldn't contain his laughter, bending over as he exclaimed, exactly. I feel the same way. My fondness for you is only growing, Mochizuki. Suguru Geto's eyelids twitched twice. He wished to steer clear of the topic and pointed to a nearby hot pot restaurant, suggesting, why don't we opt for that hot pot place instead? Its decor appears quite appealing. The abrupt shift in conversation was rather clumsy, Suguru. Nagikumo shook her head and turned to Mochizuki, saying, since you chose the hot pot, it's your decision. Then let's go with this one, Mochizuki decisively concluded. The four students from Jujutsu High entered the hot pot restaurant, characterized by its predominantly traditional Chinese decor, and selected a table nestled in the corner. Can you all handle spicy food? If so, I'll go for the spicy broth. If not, I'll opt for the inyang pot, Mochizuki inquired of her three peers. Wataru, with an insatiable sweet tooth, hesitated as he recalled the taste of chili, stubbornly asserting, I can manage it. Suguru, who typically preferred milder flavors, replied, then I'll choose the inyang pot. It doesn't matter to me, as long as there's alcohol. Nagi, lounging at the innermost seat, lazily remarked, oh? Nagi drinks alcohol too? Mochizuki expressed her surprise. Nagi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she responded, do you too, Mochizuki? A little, Mochizuki replied with a slight smile. My favorite drink is red wine. Suguru, taken aback, observed the raven-haired girl across from him. I thought you were the type to abstain from alcohol altogether. You can just call me Mochizuki or Ki, she said, marking her choice of red wine on the menu. Appearances can be deceiving. Just like with you, Suguru. At first, I thought you were a gentle and obedient model student. It was only during their sparring session at the sports venue, when he exuded an air of arrogance. And during the sorcerer level assessment, when he calmly discussed the usual theories of building demolition, that she realized this was merely a facade. After spending some time together, she discerned the truth. Nagi calmly interjected, pinpointing, this guy is actually as much of a troublesome student as Wataru. Sharing a glance with Nagi, Mochizuki burst into laughter. Wataru, singled out, grumbled, I am not a troublesome student, alright? It's sheer luck for Yaga to have me as his pupil. Nagi smirked, no, I think Yaga-sensei would disagree. Having you as his student is a burden he has accumulated over lifetimes. Chapter 14. A fitting metaphor. Let's refrain from metaphors next time. Then, under the astonished gaze of her peers, Mochizuki ordered 5 servings of malatang, and then added 6 more. Nagi numbly scooped the freshly cooked malatang from the red pot with a ladle, placing it into Mochizuki's bowl. Watching Mochizuki consume the malatang with the finesse of slurping noodles, Nagi remarked, "I didn't expect another oddball to emerge among us after Wataru." Just when she thought Wataru was the only chili enthusiast, it turned out Mochizuki was a fervent malatang aficionado. The dietary habits of the Japanese tend to be rather mild, with very few individuals enjoying spicy food. Wataru's extreme preference for sweetness stems from his need to consume large amounts of sugar to sustain his energy, due to his personal technique. While explaining the 4th serving of malatang, Mochizuki recounted Wataru's answers to the group. However, for those in Japan who generally dislike consuming animal organs, including blood, the scene was indeed shocking. Mochizuki, being of mixed heritage, seemed to accept it well. Her mother was a genuine Japanese, while her father was either British or from somewhere else. This was something she learned from her mother's close friend, Aunt Tsuruhara, who would often gaze at her with a wistful expression. Nevertheless, malatang is truly delicious, Mochizuki thought, especially realizing that it could replace the blood energy that vampires require. After utilizing her innate abilities, the lingering hunger that had subtly accompanied her vanished, and she felt as though she had unlocked a new realm of possibilities. Biting into a person's neck to feed is so cliché. What if the person is teeming with bacteria? How filthy! As a modern-day vampire, Mochizuki fundamentally rejected such primitive methods of sustenance. Though traditional vampires had not considered substituting with malatang either, the meal perfectly bridged the gap between classmates. Satisfied and slightly stuffed, Mochizuki linked arms with Nagi as they exited the hot pot restaurant, preparing to head to the department store when Suguru and Wataru's phones chimed simultaneously. A new exorcism task had arrived. As neither Suguru nor Wataru had yet attained special grade status, assignments were divided into 2 categories. If the cursed spirit was rated as grade 1 or special grade, they would work as partners. Only tasks rated below grade 1 would be handled separately. The simultaneous notifications indicated that the cursed spirit's level was undoubtedly grade 1 or higher. Ugh, another task already? Wataru lamented as he answered the call, sounding disinterested while half-heartedly listening to the details. After calmly and attentively absorbing the information, Suguru replied that they would be there shortly and hung up. A gentle smile tinged with a hint of resignation and unnoticed fatigue directed towards Mochizuki and Nagi. "I'm sorry, but our afternoon shopping plans may have to be cancelled. The task location is quite far away. We'll drop you 2 back at Jujutsu High first." Nagi nodded in understanding. It was widely recognized that sorcerers were so scarce they were nearly endangered, often working non-stop without a proper day off. "Oh. You both can go on the mission. Can't Nagi and I continue shopping?" Mochizuki questioned, puzzled. Wataru chuckled. "What are you thinking? Only you, the martial arts novice, could possibly protect Nagi." "Ha." Mochizuki glared at him. "What's wrong with being a martial arts novice? My technique is strong enough. It's just a cursed spirit." Suguru chuckled and shook his head. "No, what Wataru and I mean is that danger comes not only from cursed spirits." The dark-haired youth's purple eyes glinted with a hint of coldness as he continued. "It comes from curse users." This was a term that had not been mentioned during their earlier conversation at the dining table. Curse users are also sorcerers, however. Sorcerers primarily direct their abilities toward cursed spirits. These individuals, on the other hand, have no rationale or boundaries. They disregard the innocent and will resort to any means to achieve their objectives. My Wataru and Nagi's exorbitant bounties are still posted on the black market. Especially Wataru, with his 6 eyes, and Nagi, possessing the rare reverse technique, are highly sought after by these curse users. Therefore, compared to mindless cursed spirits, curse users, being fellow humans, pose a greater threat, Suguru stated calmly. "Ah, I see. So the bounties that seem to belong in a manga truly exist," Mochizuki marveled. Suguru choked. Wataru laughed mockingly, and Nagi was left speechless. That's not the main point, is it?" Wataru chimed in cheerfully. Right. The focus is that once you are rated as a grade 1 sorcerer by those old geezers, you might also end up on the bounty list. So for the safety of you 2 novices, when we're not around as your most formidable bodyguards, it's best for you to stay put at Jujutsu High. It's alright, if we can't shop this time, we can always plan for next time. Kairi Glass gently withdrew one of the hands that held the parasol, offering a comforting pat on the shoulder of Mochizuki. Kiki. Meeting Kairi's soothing gaze, Kiki, observing her accustomed demeanor, pressed her lips together and earnestly declared, "Just wait until I grow a bit more. I will surely be able to protect you on my own." She could sense her body increasingly adapting to the physical characteristics of the vampire lineage. At that point, even if her throat were to be slit. As long as it was not with a silver weapon soaked in holy water piercing her heart, she would not perish but instead regenerate swiftly. As for sunlight, it was time to find an opportunity to test that. She intended to see if her ability to remain unscathed under the sun had manifested alongside her other physical changes. Perhaps next time, she would extend a finger into the sunlight to see what would happen. Kiki resolved this in her heart. If the rule she had set did not take effect, only her finger would be scorched to ashes, and once the vampire's regenerative abilities kicked in, her finger would simply grow back. Kairi, taken aback by Kiki's words, felt a warm smile creep onto her lips as she nodded. All right, I will wait. Wataru Goju rolled his eyes at this, remarking, you should focus on improving that pitiful body technique of yours. When sparring with me, you could only last 3 minutes. Suguru Geto interjected, Wataru. The tender atmosphere was shattered as Kiki glared fiercely at them. I have been making progress, you know. I can already take on 2 Kairos. The momentary warmth in Kairi's heart dissipated. That was a rather apt metaphor. Please refrain from using such comparisons in the future. Chapter 15. Witnessing the diversity of humanity. In the end, only Kairi was taken back to the Jujutsu High by the 2 DKs. Taking advantage of her current anonymity, Kiki planned to seize this opportunity to purchase some essential items. The distance from the high school to the city was too far to hail a cab. She would have to contact the supervising assistant responsible for her to drive her back. Since Kiki's sorcerer level assessment had only been completed that morning, the supervisor assigned to her had yet to be arranged. Thus, if Kiki wished to visit the city after returning to the high school, she would either have to rely on herself or hitch a ride with another peer's supervisor. Waving goodbye to the 3, Kiki turned to survey the layout of the shopping street and headed directly to the electronics section. In this era, even a flip phone was sold at a high price, with the top configurations ranging from 180,000 to 250,000 yen per unit. The price set by the Jujutsu Association for exorcising cursed spirits was as follows. Level 3 Cursed Spirit, 1, 5 million. Level 2 Cursed Spirit, 3 million. Level 1 Cursed Spirit, 5 to 8 million. Special Grade Cursed Spirit, 10 million. In the early 2000s, during the flip phone era, these prices were considered reasonable. After deducting fines for property damage during missions, Kiki had approximately 3.5 million yen in hand. After indulging in a lavish feast and shopping spree, she was left with only a few 100,000 yen in her account, causing her to reflect silently on her expenses for the day. Even before her reincarnation, she had never experienced financial hardship. Was there truly no swift, stable, low-risk method to earn money? A cool breeze brushed against her cheek, and feeling something against her ankle, Kiki bent down to retrieve a small advertisement card that had been blown to her feet. Upon glancing at the printed image, she was momentarily taken aback. Horse racing? Perhaps that could work? When she crafted the parameters for this vessel, she had included the trait of absolute intuition. Kiki rummaged through the small card for the horse racing venue's address, lost in thought. Perhaps it was worth a try to see if her intuition applied to horse racing. A square television, specially suspended, played highlights of the current popular dark horse races, enticing other patrons to place their bets. Kiki stood beneath the small television, observing a round of races until it was time to place her bets for the new round. Clutching her bank card, she approached the service counter and said, "I'd like to bet on number 3, thank you." She wagered 500,000 yen, choosing the option with the highest odds. A tall man in front of her, who had placed bets on horses other than number 3, cast a sideways glance at Kiki, as if regarding a naive heiress with too much money. Sensitive to the gaze, Kiki turned her head to meet the eyes of a muscular man with a scar along his lip. She blinked, noticing the 4 betting slips in his hand, and a fleeting look of understanding crossed her face, quickly followed by pity. The man, momentarily taken aback by her sympathy, paused for half a second before averting his gaze, moving past Kiki like a lazy wolf. Despite his relaxed demeanor and loose posture, the muscular lines of his arms exuded an intangible aura of danger that discouraged anyone from approaching him. He was a peculiar and perilous man, Kiki concluded inwardly, clutching her precious betting slip for horse number 3 as she made her way to the spectator stands. The horse racing venue, resembling a bird's nest, was filled with cheers, jeers, and cries that echoed like boiling water, overflowing with fervent emotions as the next round of races approached. Kiki chose a seat in a less crowded area, while the large screen above broadcasted live updates to different sections of the audience. In a mere 3 minutes, a round of races concluded, leaving some jubilant and others despondent. A man clad in a black knit outfit stared at his empty betting slips, his broad fingers crumpling the thin tickets into a ball of waste paper. He rummaged through his wallet for an anonymous bank card, clicking his tongue in frustration. Another loss. His luck at betting was consistently abysmal. Let's try again. If I lose everything, I can just find a wealthy woman for the night, Fushiguro Megumi thought casually, but due to his unique physical condition, his hearing was heightened to an alarming degree, allowing him to catch snippets of envious and disgruntled conversations around him. How many times has it been? That lady has won again, hasn't she? Leaning back slightly in his seat, Megumi glanced at a group of people gathered near the railing, about 10 meters away. Fifth win. Her chosen number hit again. A bystander exclaimed, feeling envy creeping in. Each time, she accurately picked the winning horse, refusing to hedge her bets with other numbers just in case. This is definitely a new kind of scam, one of his companions asserted. Another friend, drawn to Kiki's figure in a casual dress, hesitated. Should we follow her next time? No, what if she's a plant? His companion shook his head vigorously, deeming it too risky. But she's made almost 5 million, right? Winning every time and always betting on the highest odds. Upon hearing this, Megumi, who had repeatedly missed the winning numbers, squinted at Kiki in the D section of the stands. After contemplating the anonymous card in his wallet, likely given by some wealthy woman, he made a decisive move. Standing up, he walked toward the row where Kiki was seated. His muscular physique and lone wolf demeanor deterred several eager individuals from attempting to engage her in conversation. Realizing someone had taken a seat beside her, Kiki turned her gaze, and was pleasantly surprised to see the familiar black-haired man. Hey, which number are you planning to bet on for the next race? Fushiguro Megumi languidly lifted his gaze, his deep voice imbued with an abundance of masculine allure, complemented by a languorous demeanor and strikingly handsome features. Enough to render some inexperienced girls flushed and their hearts racing. Though intimidated by Fushiguro's presence, the others nearby could not resist eavesdropping. He actually asked. Unfazed by the flirtatious aura exuded by Fushiguro, Mochizuki Kiyomi tilted her head and retorted, "Which horse number are you planning to bet on next?" Fushiguro nodded and candidly disclosed the numbers he intended to wager on: 3, 4, and 5. A familiar glimmer of pity surfaced in Mochizuki's crimson eyes. Having experienced a similar situation before, Fushiguro felt a twitch on his forehead and raised an eyebrow. Do you think the winning dark horse isn't among these? Mochizuki nodded honestly. Fushiguro fell silent for a moment. He was well aware of his notoriously poor luck in gambling. Although there had been instances of coming up empty-handed, being informed in advance that the numbers he chose were all unlikely to win stirred a different sentiment within him. He glanced at the information on the large screen displaying the next race, hesitating between horse number 1 and number 2, speculating, "You must be betting on number 1, right? Horse number 2 has never won in previous races, always trailing behind. The 8th race is the final one of the day, and it's unlikely to win either, so it must be number 1, correct?" Fushiguro rationalized. Then he noticed Mochizuki sigh, revealing her choice. "No, I'm betting on number 2. Having met only twice." He couldn't help but marvel at this person's dismal luck. How could someone consistently miss the correct numbers? Mochizuki was a testament to the diversity of human experiences that Fushiguro encountered. Chapter 16. A profit, yet still a loss. During the betting period before the 8th race commenced, Fushiguro followed Mochizuki's lead, and placed his bet on horse number 2. The horse, which had never previously placed in the top 3, astonishingly surged forward as if ignited by a small cosmic force, overtaking the leading horses 1 and 4 with remarkable speed, akin to an arrow shot through the clouds, ultimately securing a top 3 position. As the electronic fireworks erupted on the screen, the champion of the final race was declared. Horse number 4, favored by many, lost to horse number 2 by a razor-thin margin. Voices erupted in curses, with many accusing foul play. However, the slow-motion replay of the winning moment on the large screen captured horse number 2's triumph with astonishing clarity. Fushiguro pondered over the handful of betting slips in his hand. He had actually won. Logically, he should have been elated for finally hitting a bet. Yet he had also placed wagers on 2 other numbers that he believed would win. The outcome was that, without betting on the highest odds, he ended up with a 200,000 yen prize for horse number 2, while losing the additional 800,000 yen he had on hand. Thus, he profited yet still incurred a loss. Cursing under his breath, Fushiguro irritably raked his fingers through his hair, engaging his core muscles to rise, and made his way towards the service hall of the racetrack. "Hello, the prize for your successful bet has been credited to your account. Here is your bank card. Please keep it safe." The attendant, wearing a stiff smile, handed Mochizuki her bank card, her voice slightly trembling. Elated from her sudden wealth, Mochizuki accepted the card with a cheerful thank you, and strolled out of the service hall with a light step. Many dark and malicious gazes followed her retreating figure, along with their owners vanishing into the hall. Fushiguro, who arrived shortly after to claim his winnings, raised an eyebrow, licking the scar at the corner of his lips. He abandoned the queue for the 200,000 yen prize for horse number 2, pivoted, and swiftly disappeared into the service hall. The atmosphere was thick with the greedy malice, glaringly apparent to Mochizuki. The last sliver of golden-red sunlight disappeared beyond the darkening horizon. With a black parasol in hand, Mochizuki slowly closed it, her slightly lowered lashes concealing the resplendent glimmers dancing within her crimson irises. When she lifted her gaze again, the sparkles had dissipated. Several youth clad in jackets, exuding a delinquent aura, entered her line of sight, wearing sinister grins. Some brandished sharp fruit knives, while others wielded iron rods nearly half a meter long, encircling Mochizuki in a semicircular formation, relentlessly closing in. Behind her, several unfamiliar individuals also approached, all with the same ulterior motives. Her escape routes were effectively sealed. Mochizuki halted. "Miss, it seems you're in quite a predicament," a languorous, gravelly voice interjected, accompanied by a dull thud that resonated in her ears. Unaware of Fushiguro's presence, Mochizuki turned to see him unexpectedly standing in the narrow alley, gripping the shoulder of a man clad in a hoodie with a formidable grip, effortlessly lifting the adult and slamming him against the adjacent wall. Thanks to her enhanced night vision, Mochizuki could clearly observe the fine cracks that appeared on the wall where the hooded man had struck. The two other adult men standing before her, still poised with their knives, trembled violently as Fushiguro approached. "For 3 million yen. How about I take care of these nuisances for you?" Fushiguro nonchalantly surveyed the two obstacles, extending 3 callous fingers towards Mochizuki. A mere exchange of glances caused the two men to feel an overwhelming pressure, their legs buckling beneath them as they collapsed to the ground, their weapons slipping from their grasp. They were rendered incapable of even mustering the courage to flee, trembling in fear as Fushiguro walked past them and stood directly before Mochizuki. Helping the young lady with a little brawl for 3 million yen is certainly more enjoyable than the meager 200,000, he mused as he regarded her slender figure, gentle demeanor, and an air of naive innocence. Mochizuki blinked slowly, pointing to herself. "Are you referring to me as young lady?" Fushiguro's gaze lingered on her designer casual outfit, valued at over 400,000 yen, neither confirming nor denying. Mochizuki glanced down at her newly purchased attire, then back at Fushiguro, a flicker of realization crossing her mind. "All right then. I can make back the lost money through betting next time. The owners of other racetracks, achoo." With the deal sealed, Fushiguro smirked, cracking his knuckles ominously. In a blink, he vanished from sight, launching forth with a gust of wind. Within a mere breath, the several delinquent youths blocking Mochizuki's path were struck down, their bodies hurtling in different directions, crashing to the ground, unable to even scream before succumbing to the agony of broken bones. With a swift pivot, Fushiguro adjusted his stance slightly and propelled himself towards Mochizuki's rear, delivering powerful punches to those attempting to seize the opportunity, each strike costing them several bones, showing no mercy. In less than half a minute, he had left a trail of incapacitated bodies strewn across the ground. "Done. Young lady, you owe me 3 million yen. With muscles that had yet to fully awaken, Fushiguro Megumi kicked the arm obstructing his path and glanced at Mochizuki Sure, who bore witness to his ruthless defeat of the enemy without a shred of fear, her eyes sparkling with excitement. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Transfer or cash?" Mochizuki Sure, gazing intently at Fushiguro Megumi, replied, "Transfer, please. May I inquire about your name?" "Sir Fushiguro," he responded. "Mr. Fushiguro," Mochizuki Sure promptly amended, issuing a new proposal. "Your martial arts skills are impressive. Might you be interested in becoming my martial arts instructor? To be candid, I have been at a loss for a formidable teacher lately." "Ha." Fushiguro scrutinized the delicate Mochizuki Sure, who seemed devoid of any muscle tone. He dug at his ear and replied dismissively, "I'm not interested. If you wish to learn self-defense, a taekwondo school would suit you better. The techniques I employ are rather brutal." Undeterred, Mochizuki Sure pressed on. "It won't take up too much of your time. Just 2 days a week for 3 hours. At 1 million yen per hour. What do you say?" 1 million yen per hour, amounting to 6 million over 2 days of training, was indeed more lucrative than any job on the black market. Instantly intrigued, Fushiguro grinned at this wealthy young lady deal. Chapter 17, Serendipity. Under Fushiguro's relentless training, Mochizuki Sure found herself utterly battered, lying on the ground like a victim of a severe accident. Her clothes, stained with fresh blood, were nearly drenched in sweat. The saline perspiration seeped into her wounds, igniting a fiery pain. Fushigiro's method of teaching martial arts was singular. Combat practice followed by relentless punishment. Adorned in a loose-fitting white t-shirt, he looked down at Mochizuki Sure, who had failed to last 3 minutes against him for 2 weeks straight. He stated matter-of-factly, "Once today's lesson concludes, our employment relationship will be terminated." Mississippi Mochizuki Sure paused, lifting her hand from her forehead, her magnificent crimson eyes reflecting Fushigiro's silhouette partially obscured by the overhead light. "Why?" she asked, perplexed. Despite Fushigiro's seemingly intent on delivering merciless blows, she could feel tangible improvements. Yet, despite adhering strictly to the rigorous training regimen he had designed, what she termed a human endurance challenge, she still saw no muscle development. Her arms and calves remained soft, devoid of any firmness. Perceiving her confusion, Fushiguro shifted his gaze to her bruised and battered arms and lifted his chin, saying, "Your physical condition is indeed improving, but your martial arts skills lack talent. Much like I was at the Zenin family. You possess the qualities of a sorceress devoid of cursed energy." A fleeting shadow crossed Fushigiro's eyes as he recalled his unpleasant past, his demeanor remaining lazily indifferent, showing no interest in anything. "However, you can now easily overpower those initial obstacles and survive encounters with average cursed spirits. This concludes our lessons." Fushigiro's words startled her. Her damp eyelashes fluttered, and her pupils trembled as she softly asked, "Mr. Fushiguro, are you also part of the sorcery world?" "Sort of," he replied ambiguously. Recognizing his reluctance to delve further into his identity, Mochizuki Sure abandoned her inquiries. Exhaling a warm breath, she summoned her strength, suppressing the pain to sit upright. "I understand. Thank you for your guidance these past 2 weeks, Mr. Fushiguro. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Whether to share them is a matter of personal choice, and ultimately, they were not bound by a true master-student relationship, merely a simple employment agreement." Though brief, her time with Fushiguro had imparted invaluable lessons. "Thank you for accepting my employment, Mr. Fushiguro. That is the honest truth." Fushiguro regarded Mochizuki Sure's sincere expression in silence for 2 seconds before lowering his eyes, emitting an ambiguous hum before casually stating, "A friendly reminder, Mississippi hum?" Mochizuki Sure looked up, puzzled. "Your technique seems to pertain to blood," he asserted with certainty. Mochizuki Sure chuckled, "Indeed. Did you notice?" Fushiguro rolled his eyes. "Every time you're injured, the strange scent emanating from your blood is hard to miss." Mochizuki Sure, somewhat distressed, replied, "Is it that obvious? I didn't even enter my vampire state while battling you." Had her bodily mutations begun to affect her normal state? Fushiguro regarded her as if she were simple-minded. "Even if your technique relates to blood, it's best not to get injured easily, allowing enemies access to your blood, flesh, or even personal belongings. Cursed energy is, at its core, a curse. Whether sorcerers or cursed spirits, their specialty lies in cursing others. Miss, if you intend to enter the sorcery world, be cautious not to let anyone acquire leverage against you." Fushiguro subtly warned Mochizuki Sure to safeguard her blood from others. "I see. Thank you for the warning, Mr. Fushiguro." Mochizuki Sure reflected on the wonders of this world, expressing her gratitude to Fushiguro for his advice. After 3 hours of minimal perspiration, Fushiguro waved his hand, thrusting both hands into his pockets as he turned to exit the training room. "And with that, I'm off," he declared nonchalantly. Mochizuki Sure watched Fushiguro's retreating figure disappear at the door, sighing softly, I must seek a new martial arts instructor." Truth be told, after battling Fushiguro, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was even stronger than her 2 self-proclaimed strongest contemporaries. After a moment's pause, Mochizuki Sure staggered to her feet, heading towards her shopping bag in the corner of the training room. After changing into a long-sleeved outfit she had purchased in advance, she tied her black hair up and donned a cap, limping out of the rented training facility. Preoccupied with her pain, Mochizuki Sure failed to notice 2 familiar figures in black high school uniforms, adorned with a golden spiral button, emerge from the corner at the intersection. "Ha! Isn't that Mochizuki?" Wielding 2 bags of new desserts, Gojo Satoru squinted, his 6 eyes instinctively honing in on Mochizuki Sure, who was half a street away. Standing beside him, Suguru Geto, one hand in his pocket while scrolling through messages on his phone, turned to look upon hearing Gojo's words. Lacking 6 eyes, he couldn't confirm her identity at a glance, but the accuracy of Gojo's vision was infallible. As a unique inheritance of the Gojo family, the 6 eyes offered unparalleled visual acuity, 360-degree vision without dead angles, capable of seeing from great distances and discerning whether someone was a sorcerer, including the ability to see through their techniques. Thus, since Gojo had made the assertion, it was undeniable that the figure before them, shrouded in layers, was indeed Mochizuki Sure herself. As Summer Oil Jie gazed upon the visibly injured Mochizuki Kiki, his elongated purple eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of coldness infiltrated his otherwise gentle demeanor. I recall that Mochizuki-san completed her task this morning, did she not? It is nearly 5 in the afternoon. Approaching dinner time. Clearly, her injuries could not have been sustained during the exorcism mission. Thus, it must be that her peers, in a hidden corner away from sight, have bullied her outside of the task. Summer Oil Jia exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Tiaowu, and they quickened their pace to catch up with the limping Mochizuki Kiki. Chapter 18. A new type of deception. This street, in proximity to a residential area, was not heavily trafficked. Mochizuki Kiki had rented a nearby vacant training ground precisely because it was less populated. The space, originally intended for those wishing to establish a karate dojo, had been snatched up by Mochizuki Kiki at double the rental price during the negotiations with Fushiguro Zenin. A few furtive glances fell upon the clearly injured Mochizuki Kiki, whose gait was unsteady. Their eyes occasionally lingered on her elegantly exposed jawline, which was not obscured by the shadow of her cap, as if appraising something. Suddenly, a pair of dusty black leather shoes appeared in her lower field of vision, accompanied by a middle-aged man dressed in a wrinkled gray long coat, sporting a stubbled jawline, who blocked her path. His bloodshot eyes fixated on Mochizuki Kiki. She subtly furrowed her brow, retreating a half-step to maintain a safe distance. Her tone distant. May I ask what you need? The standoff drew curious glances from passers-by, some of whom, driven by a sense of justice, halted to observe the unfolding drama. The middle-aged man advanced a step closer to Mochizuki Kiki, who frowned and stepped back, about to speak when he interjected, "Hanako, stop skipping school." His voice carried 5 parts fatigue, 3 parts earnestness, and 2 parts sorrow. The image of a distressed elder lamenting over a wayward youth was vividly portrayed by the man. Mochizuki Kiki replied, "Who is Hanako?" "Sir, you must have mistaken me for someone else." She suspected that this man might be intoxicated, although she did not detect the scent of alcohol on him. With a bitter expression, the middle-aged man took another 2 steps forward, reaching for Mochizuki Kiki's wrist, imploringly stating, "Please Hanako, come back home. Your mother has been very worried about you these past few days. I promised to work hard so you can buy that bag you wanted." At this, the onlookers' gazes turned towards Mochizuki Kiki with a peculiar blend of reproach, as if silently chastising her for her perceived mistreatment of her father. Those who had initially been drawn in by the confrontation, realizing it was merely a domestic drama, lost interest and departed the scene, fully aware of the situation. Mochizuki Kiki's expression darkened as she swiftly broke the grip the middle-aged man had attempted to place upon her. With a clear sound of cracking bone and his subsequent pained scream, her enchanting red eyes reflected a glimmer of coldness as she coldly remarked, "Who is Hanako? You human trafficker? What makes you worthy of being my father?" "Hanako, don't do this," the man grimaced, his face contorted in pain from the broken wrist. Yet he persisted, attempting once more to grasp at Mochizuki Kiki with his other hand, stubbornly holding on to the role of a father confronting a rebellious daughter. He refused to believe that a grown man could be overpowered by a frail girl. Suddenly, a large hand grasped the middle-aged man's wrist with a firm grip. "Do not lay your filthy hands on my classmate, scum." A familiar, frivolous voice pierced the air, laced with a chilling undertone, almost as if conjured from thin air. A tall, white-haired youth stood between Mochizuki Kiki and the middle-aged man. He slightly raised his chin, his beautiful, glacier-like eyes concealed behind black circular sunglasses emanating an immense, invisible pressure directed at the man. The middle-aged man, oblivious to the youth's presence until now, felt himself freeze under the icy gaze. A dawning realization of fear flooding his murky eyes. Wu Tiaowu's lips curled into a cold smirk as he tightened his grip on the man's wrist, gradually crushing the bones with the same relentless precision one would use to grind solid matter into dust. An even more intense and torturous pain radiated from his left hand, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from the middle-aged man. "I say, human trafficker, with that sorry appearance of yours, how could you possibly father such a lovely daughter as Mochizuki?" Wu Tiaowu, indifferent to the consequences, continued to exert pressure, as if he intended to pulverize the man's wrist entirely, while casually glancing at Mochizuki Kiki, who was staring at him in astonishment. "Isn't that right, Mochizuki?" "Aha." Mochizuki Kiki snapped back to reality, only to feel a gentle, controlled force settling on her shoulder. "Are you alright, Mochizuki?" Summer Oil Jia, one hand holding a phone with a call to the police already in progress, stood protectively behind her, his imposing height of nearly 6 feet providing a sense of security. "I've already called the police. They should arrive shortly. Are you injured anywhere?" He waved his phone, the screen still lit, as if to emphasize his point. "Summer-san. You're here too?" Mochizuki Kiki blinked and shook her head. He didn't have time to touch me. I broke his right wrist before he could reach me. As for my injuries, I just finished a lesson with my hired martial arts instructor, and I took a few hits there. Wait. You hired a martial arts instructor outside of school? Summer Oil's eyes widened in surprise, and his previously stern expression softened. Mochizuki Kiki nodded eagerly. Yes. My instructor is amazing. After taking a beating from him, my improvement has been rapid. Wow, that's great, Mochizuki. How about a sparring match when we get back today? You've made significant progress in martial arts over these past 2 weeks, right? Wu Tiaowu, having noticed her improvement during their earlier encounter, eagerly proposed a challenge. Summer Oil cast a disapproving glance at Wu Tiaowu. Wu, you can't bully someone who's injured. Mochizuki's wounds haven't healed yet. We should wait until tomorrow when she feels better. He believed that, given her physique as a sorcerer, even if Mochizuki Kiki's martial skills were lacking, her recovery speed would surpass that of an ordinary person. Mochizuki Kiki retorted, you seem to think my time is abundant. If I weren't capable of self-healing, wouldn't fighting just exacerbate the pain? She silently chastised the false sorcerer in her mind. Wu Tiaowu sighed. Alright. Women are such a hassle. Let us save the sparring for tomorrow afternoon's martial arts class. It'll be a good way to pass the time. As he spoke, he increased the pressure on the man's wrist, as if he intended to crush the already shattered bones into powder. The middle-aged man could no longer stand, almost being lifted entirely by Wu Tiaowu's single hand. Let go of me, he gasped feebly. Don't worry, human trafficker. I'll let you go once the police arrive. After all, holding on to you like this feels rather nauseating. Even with my limitless domain, it still feels unclean. Wu Tiaowu grinned at the struggling middle-aged man, akin to a cat cornering a mouse, playfully toying with his prey. Summer Oil calmly reminded Wu. Don't frighten him too much. Otherwise, it will be difficult to interrogate him when the police arrive. Not at all. How could a person be so fragile, right, you human trafficker uncle? Gojo Satoru chuckled as he increased his grip. The middle-aged man, trembling all over, with tears and mucus streaming down his face, gasped, Demon. Chapter 19. She aims to smash Gojo Satoru. After recounting the encounter with the human trafficker to Shoko Yeri, she gave an approving thumbs up. Well done. That's precisely how one should deal with scum like human traffickers. Thus, I crushed his bones with ease. Gojo Satoru declared with pride. With the capabilities of an ordinary hospital, unless he encounters someone like a sorcerer or an ability user, that hand of his will remain beyond repair indefinitely. Ability user? Inquisitively, Inori Mochizuki turned her gaze upon him, intrigued by yet another novel term. By the way, you might not know this, Shoko Yeri couldn't resist ruffling Inori's soft hair. Ability users, much like sorcerers, possess unique powers. However, sorcerers are born with their techniques, whereas ability users are not. Their abilities resemble fixed skills in games, lacking the versatility of sorcery techniques, and thus are more singular in nature. Obediently bowing her head as Shoko Yeri tousled her hair, Inori Mochizuki emitted a muffled sound. Then? Can ability users also exorcise cursed spirits? Not at all. Ability users cannot see cursed energy or spirits. Although some powerful ability users can sense the presence of cursed spirits, one must remember that only cursed energy can exorcise them. At best, they can suppress the invisible cursed spirits with their abilities and wait for a sorcerer to handle it. These are two distinct systems of power. Gojo Satoru swallowed a piece of mochi, his lips glistening as he licked the sweet rice flour off his fingertips. Are there fewer ability users than sorcerers? I've been at school for over 2 months, and have received a cursed spirit exorcism assignment almost every other day. Yet I've never encountered an ability user, Inori Mochizuki pondered. About the same, I'd say. Sugura Geto replied, recalling his experiences. In the 2 years since I enrolled. To be honest, I've yet to encounter an ability user. However, according to Teacher Yaga, ability users in Neon generally operate in Yokohama, where they are monitored by specific official organizations, and they rarely venture outside unless necessary. Speaking of which, Gojo Satoru suddenly perked up. Yokohama has a rather peculiar characteristic. He tilted his body to the right, causing the chair's legs to lift off the ground, balancing precariously on one foot. For some reason, low-level cursed spirits are almost non-existent in Yokohama. Despite it being a haven for mafias, one would expect the fears of the populace to give rise to numerous low-tier cursed spirits or frequent incidents involving them. But do you know what? Every street in Yokohama is astonishingly clean. Not a single cursed spirit in sight. He exaggeratedly gestured the size of a low-level cursed spirit with his hands, laughing in schadenfreude. Those old oranges are going mad trying to uncover the secret of Yokohama's sparse cursed spirits. For a while, they resorted to all sorts of threats, but alas, they were firmly stopped by the official agency, the Ability Special Affairs Bureau, even losing their station rights there. Now they can only rage outside Yokohama, stomping their feet in frustration. Suguru Geto's eyes widened in surprise. This is the first I've heard of it. However, Satoru, I recall we had a mission in Yokohama previously. I remember it quite clearly. It was a special grade cursed spirit. If you've been to Yokohama, can't your six eyes discern the reason? I was urged by those old oranges to examine it long ago. Gojo Satoru scoffed lightly. Yokohama is enveloped by a layer of unique energy, which my six eyes cannot currently identify. I know the source, but have no intention of revealing it to those rotten oranges. Yet, I believe that peculiar energy is the reason for the scarcity of cursed spirits in Yokohama. Even if they were to manifest, a powerful special grade would only emerge every couple of years. I have a question. Inori Mochizuki raised her hand, prompting the attention of the three. I've wanted to ask this for a long time. What do you mean by rotten oranges that you keep mentioning, Gojo? Suguru Geto answered with a smile. It refers to the Cursed Energy Monitoring Association, and the three main families. Gojo Satoru grimaced. Those decaying, feudal old oranges hide behind curtains, pointing fingers at others. The moment someone speaks a few words, they start acting all high and mighty, using their age and various rules to accuse you of disrespect, fabricating baseless charges. They are akin to rotting oranges in a dark corner. Inori Mochizuki blinked. Is it really okay to speak like that? After all, Gojo-kun, you are also a member of one of the three families. Gojo Satoru replied, matter-of-factly, I am entirely different from those rotten oranges. Very well then. As long as you're happy, Gojo-kun, Inori Mochizuki said, her lips twitching slightly. Suddenly, Gojo Satoru turned to her. By the way, why do you get to be so familiar with Shoko, while you seem distant with me and Geto? Change that address right now. Call me by my name. Go on. Say Satoru for me to hear. Inori Mochizuki hesitated. Oh zero. Would that feel too intimate? Suguru Geto shrugged. I don't mind at all. Inori Mochizuki wrestled with her thoughts a little, then tentatively called out both their names. Then Satoru? Suguru? You both can call me by my name as well. Suguru Geto nodded gently. Hi. Inori-chan. Gojo Satoru elongated his voice, thoroughly pleased as he patted her shoulder. Considering how cooperative you are, I shall go easy on you during this afternoon's physical training class. Inori Mochizuki, feeling underestimated, reached up to pry Gojo's hand off her shoulder, forcing a smile as she said, Gojo, with your immense confidence, how about trying to use your techniques this afternoon? Her training was not for naught. She envisioned using her techniques, her innate abilities, to smash Gojo Satoru. How fierce. Inori. Gojo Satoru laughed heartily, increasing his grip while maintaining his hand on her shoulder. He watched as Inori pouted, straining to push against his hand, even encouraging her. Come on. You're almost bending one of my fingers. Oh dear, Inori, this won't do. A certain white-haired sorcerer took advantage, pinching her soft shoulder. Noticing the absence of muscle after all this training. Inori, is your training plan lacking some effort? This guy. Feeling the veins on her forehead throb, Inori Mochizuki snapped, her brilliant red eyes flaring as she entered her bloodline form. With a surge of strength, she clenched her fists and swiftly aimed a punch at the white-haired sorcerer's abdomen. Get away from me. Chapter 20, A Day of Collective Skipping Class. Her fist struck the palm that suddenly blocked her abdomen. The broad, calloused palm effortlessly enveloped her fist, which appeared diminutive in comparison. When Gojo Satoru was at Jujutsu High, he seldom activated his limitless technique. Firstly, he couldn't maintain it indefinitely. Despite the sweet treats replenishing his energy, keeping it active all day was still an overwhelming burden. Secondly, out of respect for Yaga-sensei, even when attacked with chalk and left with bruises, he would refrain from using limitless. Thirdly, it stemmed from his confidence in his own strength. So Inori is already so eager. A glimmer of battle intent danced in Gojo Satoru's beautiful blue eyes, the curve of his lips widening slightly, his voice imbued with a sweet undertone from the mochi he had just eaten. Then let's move the afternoon's practical training to now. His inquiries were articulated in a declarative tone, with his azure gaze fixed intently on Mochizuki Kiki, exuding an air of certainty that she would acquiesce. Very well. As Satoru Gojo had anticipated, Mochizuki Kiki readily accepted his challenge to battle. Nagi Idate gasped, instinctively distancing herself from these two perilous individuals. Suguru Geto calmly retrieved a book that had been blown to the ground amidst the clash of the two, offering a friendly reminder. It would be prudent to refrain from fighting in the classroom, lest teacher Yaga become quite irate. Although if they were to engage outside, it was likely their opponents would also be equally displeased. After all, The class about to commence was taught by another instructor. If the two were to fight now, they would inevitably miss the next lesson. Then let us take this outside. Satoru Gojo and Mochizuki Kiki declared in unison, simultaneously retracting their hands. While the sun has yet to rise, shall we head to the playground? Satoru inquired, casting a questioning glance at Mochizuki. She nodded in agreement. Suguru Geto and Nagi Idate exchanged glances and, without hesitation, followed the pair out of the classroom, joining the burgeoning truancy brigade. Minutes later, the teacher, clutching a lesson plan, arrived in the classroom only to find it devoid of students. So when I count to 3, we shall commence, announced Suguru Geto. Standing at the edge of the playground alongside Nagi Idate, opposing each other in the center of the playground, Satoru Gojo and Mochizuki Kiki each raised a hand to assume their stances, while the latter swiftly sliced her fingertip, summoning blood thorns. As Suguru shouted 3, both figures vanished simultaneously from their positions. Satoru Gojo was not one to show leniency simply because his opponent was a girl. His fist, imbued with cursed energy, produced a sonic boom as it cut through the air, utilizing the azure space manipulation to leap across the defensive line of blood thorns in the blink of an eye, teleporting directly before Mochizuki Kiki and striking her abdomen, reminiscent of his previous blow in the classroom. Boom! The eruption of magical energy, transformed into a cursed form, manifested as a crimson brilliance akin to a tsunami crashing upon Satoru Gojo, who had activated his limitless defense. Simultaneously, Mochizuki Kiki's form melted under the sun's glare, dissolving into a sanguine liquid that merged with the ground, spreading like a tide of blood. Emboldened by his limitless technique, Satoru Gojo's brilliant azure eyes sparkled as his open 6 eyes continuously absorbed information from all directions, analyzing Mochizuki Kiki's whereabouts. However, to his surprise, even with the 6 eyes, he could not discern her location amid the sea of blood and the ever-looming blood thorns. The 6 eyes returned inconclusive data. The blood sea and the blood thorns had completely fused with Mochizuki Kiki's essence. Quite remarkable. This unprecedented experience only heightened Satoru Gojo's anticipation, his fighting spirit igniting a fervent rush of blood. Air coalesced between his hands as Mochizuki Kiki, concealed behind a cluster of blood thorns, aimed a palm strike at Satoru's back. Capturing her presence through the 6 eyes compelled Satoru to swiftly turn his body, unleashing a formidable black flash, its color deepening to an inky hue in an instant. Boom! The clash of red and black forces converged, causing the ground beneath them to fracture under the pressure centered around the two combatants. Chapter 21. Let us engage directly. They've truly gone all out, Nagi Idate remarked, astonished. Assessing the situation, Suguru Geto promptly countered, no, they are merely testing each other's limits. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, yet I must admit, I am quite surprised. In just over a month since enrollment, Mochizuki, who had never before encountered martial arts, has exhibited astonishing growth. Despite the enhancement of her techniques, she is now able to withstand Satoru's strikes head-on. The Black Flash technique, a skill only a select few sorcerers can wield, is formidable in its own right, with its power contingent upon the sorcerer's innate cursed energy and overall prowess. If he was not mistaken, Satoru's Black Flash had utilized at least 80% of his strength, and yet Mochizuki managed to endure it. This was indeed remarkable. Nagi Idate raised an eyebrow. Suguru, your tone suggests a hint of disappointment. Do you believe Satoru will lose? No. Satoru will undoubtedly prevail. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Suguru Geto's gentle, elongated purple eyes, pinpointing a critical vulnerability in Mochizuki Kiki as she battled Satoru Gojo. If my calculations are correct, Mochizuki's stamina is nearing its limit. In physical combat, endurance is as crucial as technique. He sensed that her physique, despite rigorous training, could not yield muscle, resembling a body that exchanged its strength for potent techniques. This phenomenon, known as heavenly binding, is a peculiar condition among sorcerers. Unlike ordinary contracts or oaths, heavenly bindings are involuntary contracts imposed from birth. The conditions sacrificed for power vary from individual to individual. Some may exchange physical attributes for cursed energy, while others might do the opposite. This explains Mochizuki's extraordinarily potent techniques juxtaposed with her inability to surpass her physical limits through training. As Suguru observed, while Mochizuki had initially held her own, she was soon at a disadvantage in their exchanges, echoing Fushiguro Megumi's assessment of her lack of martial talent. With a clear understanding of the disparity in their physical abilities, Mochizuki Kiki's gaze dimmed, and as she exhaled softly, her scattered bloodlines converged, more crimson pouring forth to form elongated, petal-like shapes, resembling the slender tails of a fox lily, or the toxic blooms of a higanbana. enveloping Satoru Gojo in a shadow of blossoming petals. Bloodbinding. At her command, the flourishing blood-red petals abruptly consolidated. Is this your move? Satoru Gojo chuckled, a hint of wildness flickering between his brows, his smile bold and defiant, unhesitatingly ensnared by the converging blood-red petals. Regrettably, I am not like Suguru, that useless squint. Outside the arena, Suguru Geto was called out. Boom! A cacophony of explosive sounds assaulted the eardrums and black smoke billowed. Yet Mochizuki Kiki, vigilant, retreated, observing the tall figure who emerged unscathed from the aftermath of the explosion. As the air quivered slightly, in the blink of an eye, Satoru Gojo's presence materialized before her. With a muffled thud, Mochizuki raised her arms to block Satoru's fist. Feeling an invisible repulsive force, she clenched her lips tightly as Satoru smugly declared, "You feel that, don't you? Your technique cannot breach my limitless defense. It's best to concede now, Kiki. Your stamina is nearly depleted, and you cannot win by continuing this." He taunted like a mischievous cat that had done something wrong yet pranced about with glee. As the victim in this scenario, Mochizuki Kiki merely wished to strike the cat. The two remained locked in a close standoff. Mochizuki narrowed her eyes slightly, her voice imbued with a tenacious undertone that conveyed defiance to Satoru Gojo. Not necessarily. Satoru raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh? Your limitless technique is indeed troublesome." However, a faint glimmer, like smoke or mist, swirled within her crimson gaze. The azure eyes meeting hers widened in alarm as the six eyes issued a warning to Satoru Gojo. Yet, it was too late for him to avert his gaze or close his eyes. No need to break through. Simply let yourself close your limitless defense. Mizuki Inori cast a fleeting smile, activating the unique mental hypnosis ability inherent to her bloodline. According to the lore, the purer the bloodline, the more potent the effects of one's mental hypnosis. When faced with a person of unwavering will and formidable mental fortitude, the efficacy of her hypnosis may not endure for long, as the individual can swiftly break free from her control. Yet, even a mere few seconds of respite was ample for Mizuki Inori. Their gaze met for just a fleeting moment, and it felt as if her soul and reason were being deftly tugged away from her corporeal form by an unseen claw. "Now, unlimited exemption, do not move," she commanded with remarkable swiftness. Suddenly, Satoru Gojo's movements became rigid. His brain, constantly inundated with a deluge of information, momentarily stalled. He felt as though he were enveloped in soft clouds, cocooned in a blissful comfort that distanced him from all turmoil and clamor, leaving only an infinite tranquility and serenity. "Forget the bloodline. Let's just get to the beating," Mizuki Inori mused with a slight smile, her arm tensing as her raven-black hair swirled in elegant arcs with her movement. Satoru Gojo slowly blinked his white lashes, his azure eyes reflecting the glistening crimson of the dark-haired girl. And in the moment before consciousness returned to him, he felt a foot land upon his shoulder. With a gasp, in the intrigued gaze of Kiriko Kamatachi, Satoru Gojo was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently into the wall of the school building with a resounding thud. A thick cloud of dust billowed into the air. Undoubtedly, the wall had suffered a significant breach due to Gojo's impact. In the aftermath, Mizuki Inori gracefully lowered her alabaster leg from its high-kick pose, casually brushing the dust off the creases of her skirt. All done. Kiriko Kamatachi applauded appreciatively. Suguru Geto, who had just asserted that Gojo would emerge victorious, fell into a contemplative silence, observing Gojo as he crawled out from the gaping hole, gritting his teeth and uttering a few words. "You're utterly useless, Gojo." With a disgruntled expression, Gojo emerged from the debris, a trickle of crimson running down his forehead. He raised his hand, pointing at Mizuki Inori on the playground, and chuckled. "Reverse technique. Satoru Gojo." The distant cerulean light gathering at his slender fingertips abruptly dissipated with his furious exclamation. He clicked his tongue, brushing off the dust clinging to him, and reactivated his unlimited technique, clearing the concrete blocks that had nearly engulfed his legs. At that moment, the towering figure of Masamichi Yago approached, his presence overshadowed by a menacing aura, glaring at the chaotic playground and the gaping hole in the school wall. Directing his fierce gaze towards the students who had collectively skipped class. "Everyone, immediately report to my office." Chapter 22, Urgent Mission. In the office of the dean, an ominous atmosphere brewed. "Speak up, who led the charge to skip class and brawl on the playground?" Masamichi Yaga sneered, cracking his knuckles and wrists, his eyes brimming with impending storm, his voice imposing as it bore down on the four miscreants standing in a line before him. It was Gojo. It was Satoru. Suguru Geto and Kiriko Kamatachi chimed in unison, pointing unhesitatingly at their companion. Mizuki Inori, standing beside Kiriko, hesitated briefly, then averted her gaze. focusing on the corner of the office wall. Unfazed by their dual accusations, Satoru Gojo, having been healed by Kiriko's reversal technique, boldly asserted, "It was merely a friendly spar between classmates. Besides, this afternoon, Teacher Yaga, you will arrange for us to spar against each other, won't you?" Masamichi Yaga delivered a swift reprimand to Gojo's head, his expression darkening. "If you wish to spar, it should occur in the afternoon. Who permitted you to skip other classes to engage in combat?" Gojo, leading the charge to skip class and damaging school property. 10,000 words of self-reflection. "Ah!" Gojo exclaimed, cradling his head and glaring incredulously at Mizuki Inori beside Kiriko. "What about her? I was the one being attacked." Masamichi Yaga's penetrating gaze fell upon Mizuki Inori, who startled back to reality and obediently lowered her head, murmuring, "I'm sorry, teacher. I should not have let myself be provoked by Satoru." Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently shifted the blame back onto Gojo. Yaga's focus returned to Gojo. "Gojo, 2,000 words of self-reflection. Mizuki, considering this is your first offense, 500 words. Why does she only get 500? Gojo protested, feeling as though he had been dragged into this mess without fully being implicated, only to receive another reprimand from Masamichi Yaga. "Because you were the one who ultimately caused the damage to the school wall. If you were allowed to fight without consequence, the vicinity of the playground would have been thoroughly destroyed. Had I not arrived, you would have prepared to unleash a cursed technique, wouldn't you?" The thought of the school's ever-increasing repair costs gave Masamichi Yaga a headache. While student growth is commendable, excessive destruction is unacceptable. Even if the school need not cover the damages, he feared for his mental stability in the long run. Satoru Gojo, rubbing the bump on his head, resignedly refrained from further argument. "Teacher Yaga, will we still have our physical training class this afternoon?" After a long silence, Suguru Geto finally spoke up. Masamichi Yaga nodded. "Of course, we will still have it. Lunchtime has yet to arrive. Teacher Yaga, may I request a sparring match against Mizuki this afternoon? Using cursed techniques, of course." Suguru Geto's voice was smooth, laced with eagerness, his elongated purple eyes shimmering with fervent combat spirit. Having arrived late and missed the previous clash between Mizuki Inori and Satoru Gojo, Masamichi Yaga hesitated, glancing at Mizuki, who stood there in a daze upon hearing her name called. He was taken aback, maintaining an impassive demeanor. "Mizuki, do you still possess sufficient cursed energy?" This student, who appeared gentle and easygoing on the surface, shared an arrogant disposition akin to Satoru Gojo. Such arrogance stemmed from an absolute confidence in one's strength and a condescending view of those deemed weaker. A student with such an attitude would not voluntarily challenge those he considered inferior and in need of protection. His invitation to spar indicated that Mizuki Inori, who had only recently entered the world of cursed techniques and physical training, had developed a level of strength that warranted his respect. It was noteworthy that Mizuki Inori had previously been a complete novice, having had no prior exposure to the world of cursed techniques or any foundation in physical training. This revelation astonished Masamichi Yaga, prompting him to test the limits of Mizuki Inori's current capabilities. Seemingly unperturbed by concerns of cursed energy depletion, Mizuki Inori nodded, "I can manage." The arrangements for their sparring session were finalized. However, the eagerly anticipated match between Suguru Geto and Mizuki Inori was abruptly interrupted by an urgent mission issued by the higher-ups of the Cursed Energy Monitoring Agency, designating Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto, both Grade 1 sorcerers, to promptly depart for Yokohama to exorcise a special-grade cursed womb. "Yokohama? Is that the Yokohama with the special abilities?" Mizuki Inori queried, looking up from her meal. Masamichi Yaga nodded solemnly. According to intel from the window, this special-grade cursed womb has already initiated its domain expansion. One member of the window and 2 Grade 2 sorcerers sent for assistance have gone missing. I know both of you are formidable, but the mission site is in Yokohama, which falls under the jurisdiction of the Port Mafia. Therefore, coordination with them is essential. The order in Yokohama is still in a state of chaotic instability, with a complex web of powers at play. Exercise extreme caution, for often, danger does not stem from cursed spirits, but from our fellow humans. Suguru Geto responded with calm assurance. "Understood, teacher." "Teacher Yaga, may I join you?" inquired Mochizuki Toru, an inexplicable fondness for Yokohama stirring within him. Perhaps it was related to the memories he had lost, but he felt an urge to visit and explore. Yaga Masamichi, recalling that Mochizuki was under the influence of an amnesia buff, pondered for a moment before readily acquiescing. "Very well. However, you must stick together during your free time in Yokohama." Though Mochizuki's nature remained somewhat naive, he was undoubtedly less of a concern compared to Satoru Gojo. While Geto Suguru exhibited a relatively composed demeanor, he was not entirely devoid of impulsive tendencies. For the sake of his fragile heart, Yaga hoped that the three of them could engage in mutual supervision, ensuring a peaceful outing. It was yet another day fraught with worries over his troubled students. The salty sea breeze caressed their cheeks as 5 towering, pitch-black structures loomed at the edge of Yokohama. They stood like 5 silent black knights, exuding an overwhelming aura of oppression. Despite having heard from Satoru about the chaos and rampant mafia presence in Yokohama, both Mochizuki and Geto were taken aback when Satoru revealed that those 5 magnificent buildings, resembling tourist attractions, were in fact the headquarters of the port mafia. Geto had only previously heard that Yokohama was a significant trading port with a reputation for disorder, but this was his first visit. While the mafia was somewhat legitimate in the neon-lit districts, was it truly acceptable for them to be so brazen? Did the local authorities not intervene? Geto, who had lived in a peaceful and orderly city before attending Jujutsu High, frowned at the thought. After all, when one mentioned the mafia, images of violence and bloodshed inevitably came to mind. Oh. It appears this is due to a friendly agreement between the port mafia and a local agency, known as the Special Abilities Bureau, Satoru recalled, piecing together the scant information he had on Yokohama. The leader of the port mafia, who could elevate the organization to the point of signing contracts with the authorities, certainly sounded extraordinary. Gazing at the 5 black buildings standing resolutely on Yokohama's border, Mochizuki couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Chapter 23. Huh? What did you say they were called? Not far from the docks, a disused factory stood 100 meters away, encircled by yellow caution tape that marked other adjacent buildings as off-limits. As an abandoned warehouse, it should have housed a number of local delinquents and undocumented residents. However, due to the jurisdiction of the local port mafia, few dared to traverse this area, even if the mafia themselves were indifferent. Many stern-faced men clad in black suits, armed with firearms, tightly secured the perimeter beyond the caution tape. Among them, an auxiliary supervisor, also dressed in black but not part of their ranks, nervously clutched his phone, occasionally wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Hey, has the reinforcement from the Jujutsu world arrived yet? A boy with auburn hair, draped in a black suit jacket that still bore the scent of gunpowder, spoke impatiently, his voice a gravelly yet youthful timbre. His cobalt blue eyes bore into the auxiliary supervisor, scrutinizing him intently. The auxiliary supervisor, drenched in perspiration, explained, the 2 first-grade sorcerers dispatched for reinforcement are en route. After all, they are coming from the mountains on the outskirts of Tokyo. It indeed takes time. He dared not underestimate the youth before him. For this auburn-haired boy and his companion, a black-haired youth engrossed in a book, were candidates for leadership within the formidable port mafia, which had managed to establish itself amidst chaos. There's no point in rushing, Nakahara. The previous group has been inside for nearly an hour now, and not a single sound of distress or struggle has emerged. Their silence can only imply that they have all perished within, the black-haired boy remarked, his gaze still fixed on the pages before him. The expression of the auburn-haired boy darkened further. He understood that those among the first batch who had unwittingly entered the cursed domain were unlikely to survive. But what if? What if they were still fighting, awaiting rescue? Just as he prepared to seek permission from his leader to venture inside and carve a path, he suddenly sensed a shift, looking up towards the ominous sky. Simultaneously, the black-haired boy raised his head, as did the auxiliary supervisor, who bore an expression of relief. The others, unable to perceive the cursed spirits, could only see 3 youths in black uniforms descending gracefully from above. The black-haired boy, his right eye wrapped in bandages and revealing only his left indigo eye, narrowed it slightly, catching a fleeting glimmer of dark light as his gaze landed on the golden spiral buttons adorning the diverse uniforms of Suguru and the others. Are these the sorcerers come to aid us? He mused, examining the youths who appeared to be of a similar age. On the left, a girl with a peculiar fringe emanated an aura reminiscent of a sheltered flower. To the right, a pair of striking azure eyes met his own with an intensity that felt as though his very soul were being scrutinized, provoking an instinctive aversion in him. He quickly recalled the identity of those unsettling eyes. White hair, blue eyes, Satoru Gojo, the heir of the Gojo clan, one of the 3 illustrious families in the Jujutsu world. Was this what it felt like to be watched by the legendary 6 eyes? The black-haired boy lowered his long eyelashes, his softly curled hair brushing against his pale cheek, presenting a stark contrast to the terrifying legacy of the mafia, instead resembling a frail young master from a distinguished family, evoking a sense of pity. Gojo, why are you not suppressing the cursed spirits? Suguru queried, casting a puzzled glance at Satoru, whose expression had morphed into one of intrigue. Satoru's gaze flickered over the vigilant auburn-haired boy, a spark of interest igniting in his eyes. This one's soul possesses a certain depth. Lord Gojo, Lord Suguru. Who is this? The auxiliary supervisor stammered, eyeing the newly arrived Mochizuki Toru, whose unawakened talent emitted a power level that appeared feeble compared to theirs, leading him to instinctively categorize Mochizuki as a 4th-grade sorcerer, without even considering the 1st-grade possibility. Mochizuki, show him your student ID, Suguru prompted, slightly raising his chin. Understanding. Mochizuki fished out a white student ID from the hidden pocket of his tailored trousers, and waved it before the auxiliary supervisor. Upon noticing Mochizuki's sorcerer ranking, the auxiliary supervisor swiftly concealed his hesitation, and began detailing the situation. The monitoring window recorded approximately 25 ordinary individuals trapped within the cursed domain when the special grade curse suddenly expanded. During the initial cordon, a member from the monitoring team and 2 2nd-grade sorcerers who had rushed in for support were unable to escape, and their fates remain unknown. These 2 are candidates for leadership within the Port Mafia, Mr. Nakahara Chuya and Mr. Daisayo Samu. Wait a moment. Mizuki Inori suddenly spoke up. What do you call them? The assistant supervisor appeared somewhat perplexed but repeated, it's Nakahara Chuya and Daisayo Samu, this lovely young lady. The black-haired youth said with a cheerful smile. It was somewhat surprising. This young lady seemed to be acquainted with him and the little fellow. The sorcerer's window appeared unfamiliar with her, suggesting she had recently become a sorceress. How intriguing. As if he had discovered an amusing toy. The black-haired boy gazed at Mizuki Inori with a deeper intensity. Once again confirmed, Mizuki Inori wore a dazed expression. Having read numerous works by Nakahara Chuya and Daisayo Samu before her time travel, she hesitated, her expression complex as she looked at them and asked, "May I be so bold as to inquire, do you too write?" The wariness on Nakahara Chuya's face froze. "No, have you seen our name somewhere, miss?" Daisayo Samu raised an eyebrow, his melodious voice combined with his handsome smile nearly dispelling any sense of caution. Relieved that it seemed to be merely a coincidence concerning their names, Mizuki Inori shyly replied, "No. I just thought your name sounded particularly artistic, quite fitting for a pen name of a writer or poet." Mizuki Inori took out a universal formula and explained, "I have a friend who mentioned wanting to write poetry. They chose the pen name Nakahara Chuya, and I thought I had unexpectedly met my online acquaintance. Apologies, it seems I was mistaken. Is it really such a coincidence?" Daisayo Samu's eyes widened slightly as he deftly retrieved his flip phone from his pocket, waving it at Mizuki Inori with a lively tone. "I recently chatted with an online friend online about wanting to write a book. Perhaps I really am your friend? Please, enough of this nonsense, you scoundrel." Daisayo. Unable to tolerate his partner's antics during an important task, Nakahara Chuya swung a punch in exasperation. Daisayo Samu skillfully sidestepped the blow, leaning closer to Mizuki Inori, undeterred, and called out, "Shall we exchange line accounts to verify, miss?" Mizuki Inori, holding an umbrella, replied, "No. I do not have such an acquaintance, thank you." She quietly retreated 2 steps, positioning herself behind her 2 reliable peers, lowering the black umbrella slightly to shield herself from Daisayo Samu's sparkling gaze as he dodged Nakahara Chuya's punch. Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo adeptly blocked the gap in the middle. "Let's discuss this after the mission," Suguru Geto said, his tone gentle yet firm. "The individuals inside may still be alive." With that, he formed a hand seal, and dark whirlpools began to manifest in the air. The assistant supervisor, sensing the mood, retreated with his notebook, bowing slightly to the sorcerers as usual. "Wishing you a successful mission." Without cursed energy, Daisayo Samu and the others could only feel the temperature of the air suddenly drop ominously. Nakahara Chuya furrowed his brows, keenly observing a point in the seemingly empty air as a 2nd-level cursed spirit brushed past him. His brow furrowed in alarm as a layer of red light, indicative of his special ability, shimmered around him. "There is a cursed spirit here." You can see cursed spirits?" Suguru Geto looked at Nakahara Chuya in surprise, observing the red glow emanating from him, and explained, "There is no need for alarm. The one that just passed by you has already been subdued by me. By the way, Mr. Nakahara, is the red light around you your special ability?" "It is indeed a special ability. However, I cannot see the cursed spirits. I can only sense their presence vaguely." The red glow around Nakahara Chuya dimmed, but did not completely dissipate. After a brief pause, he added, "My special ability allows me to manipulate gravity." His ability was not a secret in the underworld, as he was widely known as the gravity user of the Port Mafia, firmly establishing his reputation in the dark corners of the world. "I see," Suguru Geto nodded, introducing himself. "I am Suguru Geto. My technique is cursed spirit manipulation, allowing me to subdue cursed spirits for my use. The cursed spirit you just encountered was sent in to scout." As soon as he finished speaking, Suguru Geto suddenly turned his gaze towards the direction of the cursed domain, a hint of sharpness in his eyes, as 2 third-level cursed spirits in the southwest lost contact. This guy is far too impatient, isn't he? Satoru Gojo interlocked his long fingers, producing a cracking sound. I thought it would take a bit longer to find them. The cursed fetus instinctively devours nearby cursed energy to fulfill its energy requirements for birth. Suguru Geto calmly beckoned to Mizuki Inori. Mizuki, it's time to go. Mizuki Inori responded with a slight and took a step forward. Wait, may I join you? Nakaharachuya called out, his cobalt blue eyes earnestly fixed on the 3 turning back. The first individuals trapped inside are my subordinates. As their superior, it is my duty to ascertain their fates. Ha! You can't even sense cursed energy. Going in will only increase our workload. Satoru Gojo complained. Suguru Geto also hesitated, reluctant to allow someone without cursed energy to enter. That's too dangerous. However, before he could voice his refusal, the black-haired boy suddenly interjected, Mr. Geto, does your mission involve not only exorcising cursed spirits but also rescuing individuals? Suguru Geto swallowed the polite refusal he had prepared, promptly responding to Dazai Osamu's inquiry. If there are survivors inside, we will certainly rescue them. That simplifies matters. In fact, among the 25 individuals who entered, their phones are equipped with transmitters, as they are standardized work devices. If there is a signal in the cursed spirit domain, I should be able to locate them, Dazai Osamu said, shaking a tablet he had acquired from his subordinates without anyone noticing. The colorful display left Suguru Geto momentarily dazzled. The operation for locating them is somewhat complex, but both Chuya and I are accustomed to it. Dazai Osamu turned to Satoru Gojo. Moreover, I have heard that you and Mr. Geto are the strongest duo in the sorcery world. With your protection, I believe we should be safe. Of course, if by any misfortune we were to perish inside, I can assure you that the Port Mafia will not hold the 3 of you responsible, he added with a grin. Suguru Geto frowned but did not relent. This is not about responsibility. What does it matter, Geto? If they want to go in and take a look, let them. Satoru Gojo suddenly shifted his stance. He gazed at the black-haired boy with the same bright smile, a hint of arrogance creeping into the corners of his lips. What this guy said is true. After all, we are the strongest. Protecting just 3 people is no trouble at all. Dazai Osamu looked at Satoru Gojo with trust and anticipation, his fervent gaze akin to a fan admiring an idol. Then our safety relies entirely on you, Mr. Gojo. Nakahara Chuya, observing Dazai Osamu's theatrics from the side, felt a familiar wave of nausea. Yet, held back by some consideration, he refrained from retorting. Satoru Gojo let out a dismissive fine. After pondering for a moment, Mizuki Inori stated, I believe I require no protection from you. Well, suit yourselves. Suguru Geto shrugged nonchalantly. After all, we can just unleash a few cursed spirits to protect them, and if it comes to it, they have Mizuki with them. Thus, under the assistant supervisor's hesitant expression, the trio transformed into a formidable 5-member team, and ventured into the cursed domain that had unfolded. As it happens, why does Miss Mochizuki insist on holding an umbrella even here? The sun has already been obscured by clouds, has it not? Dazai, seemingly intrigued, cast a glance at Mochizuki Nozomi, who steadfastly clutched her umbrella among the 3 of them, and observed the strangely somber hues of the feeble sunlight hidden behind the clouds. Even on their way here, she had extravagantly enveloped the umbrella with her magical energy to prevent it from being skewed by the wind, reiterating the reason she had previously given to the 2 DKs. I am allergic to ultraviolet rays and cannot be exposed to sunlight. As they conversed, the uneven roads around them suddenly began to contort, and in the blink of an eye, the environment surrounding the 5 transformed dramatically, as if they had stepped into a murky, overlapping realm. The stench of sewage mingled with an unshakable scent of blood assaulted their nostrils. The foulness was extraordinary. Even Dazai, who was well accustomed to various unsavory scenarios, felt a wave of physiological revulsion. Sizzling sounds filled the air as dark walls appeared abruptly above them, showering them with large drops of an unidentifiable brownish liquid. The quick-witted Wataru and Suguru, along with Nakahara Chuya, a master of physical prowess within the Port Mafia, evaded the impending onslaught effortlessly. In contrast, Dazai, who sensed the danger yet was unable to escape the range of the foul liquid, found himself in a different predicament. Mochizuki Nozomi stepped back a couple of paces, distancing herself from Dazai, who was now splattered with an unknown putrid substance, her eyelashes fluttering lightly. Moreover, at this critical juncture, she remained vigilant against the splattering of certain unidentified liquids. Dazai, now reeking of the foul odor, felt the viscous liquid trickling down his forehead. He wiped the slime from his brow, gazing at the foul-smelling substance in his palm with a lifeless expression, and uttered in a strained voice, Miss Mochizuki, could you please give me a heads up next time something like this happens? Even holding an umbrella for me would suffice. He attempted to win her sympathy with a pitiful gaze. However, upon witnessing the dripping brownish slime, Mochizuki found it hard to muster any affection for him. Perhaps you should clean yourself up first, she suggested, pulling out a pack of unopened wet wipes from her pocket and handing it to Dazai, while her other hand turned the umbrella, causing its canopy to tilt and spill the unidentified goo away. In such dire circumstances, politeness felt like an unnecessary torment. Dazai thanked her obediently, taking the wet wipes from her hand, his fingertips, slightly calloused, inadvertently brushing against her icy jade-like fingertips. Quite cold, he noted, his gaze momentarily deepening. But when he lifted his head again, he had returned to his usual demeanor. Swiftly, he shed his most disaster-stricken coat and began addressing the second most affected part, his hair. What is this foul substance? Chuya couldn't help but cover his nose. Something akin to bile, perhaps? Wataru, with a grimace, pinched his nose and remarked, "There's even human flesh and blood mixed in. It must be the remnants of that guy's undigested waste." Human flesh and blood? Chuya's complexion paled dramatically, as did Dazai's once lively eyes, which now darkened ominously. Suguru, with his knuckles partially bent against his nose, wore a serious expression. The inner sanctum of a special-grade cursed spirit is exceedingly perilous and provides ample opportunity for the spirit to conceal itself. If there are any survivors, we must locate them swiftly. Your name is Dazai, correct? Can the locator you mentioned still be utilized? Dazai discarded the soiled wet wipes and began fiddling with his tablet. Beep. A large exclamation mark within a red triangle seared his eyes. Dazai clicked his tongue, his voice laced with weariness. No, it seems that within the cursed spirit's domain, human electronic devices are essentially rendered inoperative. Removing his small round sunglasses, Wataru surveyed the oppressive, towering edifices around them. No traces of cursed energy from other sorcerers have been detected, but the remnants of the cursed spirit are omnipresent. That guy is likely before he could finish his thought. Wataru's azure eyes narrowed sharply, and with a swift lift of his hand, a powerful pulling force yanked Chuya and the somber Dazai toward him, as the three suddenly vanished from their original location. Feeling as though they were enveloped in a layer of air resistance, Chuya and Dazai were whisked away by Wataru. Suguru, sensing something rapidly approaching, scooped up Mochizuki Nozomi and, stepping onto a summoned flying cursed spirit, distanced themselves from their previous position. Boom. The ground beneath them erupted with a deafening roar. An indescribable stench threatened to surpass the limits of human tolerance. More putrid limbs and chunks of flesh gushed forth from a maw lined with countless serrated edges, as the grotesque, segmented body squeezed against the towering structures. Its half-buried form struggled to emerge from the underground, with an increasing number of faces seemingly sprouting from its back or abdomen coming into view. Wataru chuckled derisively. What a surprise, this guy has already hatched from the cursed womb. It seems that anyone who entered the domain before is unlikely to have survived. The cursed spirit has emerged? Though unable to see the spirit, Chuya felt a chill run down his spine and heightened his vigilance. Wow, I'm actually floating. In stark contrast to Chuya, Dazai, whose ability negated all anomalous powers, reacted with a sense of wonder. First, he marveled at his feet, which had lifted off the ground, and then turned to gaze at the large gaping hole in the ground that had inexplicably ruptured. Wataru, incoming! Suguru shouted sharply, releasing several first-grade cursed spirits he had captured. Simultaneously, the worm-like cursed spirit writhed its swollen body, lunging toward Wataru, who found his hands occupied. Wataru squinted slightly, expanding his limitless domain, creating a protective barrier around Dazai and Chuya. The massive creature collided with the barrier, as if pressed against a wall of air, distorting the features of the faces embedded in its worm-like form into grotesque caricatures, completely losing any semblance of humanity. Ordinary individuals cannot perceive cursed spirits. There are only two circumstances under which one might glimpse them, either by wearing special glasses that reveal cursed spirits and the remnants of cursed energy, or when faced with a life-threatening danger from said spirits. At the moment the barrier collided with the worm-like cursed spirit, Dazai's pupils constricted, reflecting the grotesquely bloated body of the spirit and its sharp, meat-grinding teeth. This is what a cursed spirit looks like. With a splat, the segment near the maw of the worm-like cursed spirit was bitten off by the three first-grade cursed spirits released by Suguru, which clung to the cursed being and viciously tore at its flesh. In agony, the worm-like spirit thrashed violently, while the other half of its body, buried deep underground, caused the ground to tremble incessantly. The essence of a cursed spirit is composed of cursed energy, and devouring one another serves as an instinctual means of self-enhancement. As a freshly birthed special-grade entity, the worm-like spirit instinctively realized it was no match for its assailants, and began to burrow into the ground, seeking an escape route. Wataru, Don't let it escape, Suguru urged, having discerned the spirit's intentions. Got it, got it. Wataru elongated his response, exerting slight force on his wrist, hurling Chuya and Dazai toward Mochizuki Nozomi, who had already unleashed her bloodthorns. The moment Chuya was thrown, he instinctively activated his gravity manipulation ability, freeing himself from both gravitational and inertial forces, suspending himself mid-air. He pressed his hand against the black top hat atop his head, and the crimson aura enveloping him deepened, causing the air to resonate with the hum of gravity. This creature is reminiscent of a grotesque monster from a horror film, he thought. Having witnessed the true visage of the cursed spirit, Nakahara Chuya grimaced in disgust. His murderous intent is piercing as a sheet of thin ice. As for Dazai Osamu, he found himself ensnared by an irregular bloodline, pulled back to the side of Mochizuki Kiyomi, who was standing amidst a cluster of robust bloodthorns. Hence the term cursed spirit. Nodding in agreement with Nakahara's sarcastic remark, Mochizuki acknowledged the nature of such beings. Do you need assistance in extricating it? The latter part of her inquiry was directed towards Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo. Dazai, momentarily distracted from the bloodthorns beneath him, cast a sidelong glance. With an unhurried demeanor, Suguru smiled gently as he retracted the several first-grade cursed spirits. There's no need. Just as he finished speaking, Nakahara, acutely aware of a shift in the atmosphere, turned his sharp gaze towards Gojo, who was hovering in midair, drawn by the allure of the blue. Gojo raised his hand, his 6 eyes outlining the most concentrated remnants of cursed energy buried 30 meters deep underground, where the worm-cursed spirit lay. The technique was initiated. His long fingers curled, and the vast cursed energy twisted and condensed, momentarily coalescing into a point of ethereal blue light at his fingertips. The azure hue, vast and distant, spun rapidly into a sphere, resembling a miniature aquamarine planet. The overwhelming cursed energy surged like tumultuous waves of a deep sea, tearing through everything in its path with a force capable of devastation. Accompanied by the worm-cursed spirit's anguished shriek, its colossal body, concealed beneath the earth, was obliterated inch by inch under this colossal assault, leaving behind a massive pit, 40 to 50 meters deep. I forgot to regulate my power. Gojo clicked his tongue, unrepentantly attributing the blame to the worm-cursed spirit, which had excavated too rapidly, causing his impatience. Suguru sighed regretfully. This fellow certainly possesses formidable digging capabilities. But dead is dead. Nakahara maintained a look of shock as he gazed at the enormous pit created by Gojo's attack. This is truly exaggerated, Dazai murmured softly, his voice carried away by the wind. Once the domain of the worm-cursed spirit dissipated, the incomplete corpses and dismembered remains that had not been fully consumed by it lay piled upon the ground, reminiscent of discarded refuse. Just as Dazai and Gojo had previously stated, there were no survivors. Suguru looked solemnly at the scattered remains, a weighty feeling rising within him as he averted his gaze to Nakahara, who approached in silence to identify the bodies. He then addressed Dazai, who stood still, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. We may first consolidate these corpses on our end, and return them to you once we have verified the identities of the deceased sorcerers and members of the window. Even in death, the bodies of sorcerers would be subject to the scrutiny of many. Dazai lowered his gaze, his voice imbued with a sense of despondency that obscured his true emotions. I must relay this to our leader first. With that, he retrieved his phone, now back in signal range, and dialed his superior's number. Leader, it's me. The special-grade curse womb has been exorcised. Yes. But the sorcery world insists on recovering the bodies first, and will return them only after confirming their identities. Dazai stepped aside to engage in a casual conversation with his superior. Mochizuki pressed her lips together. The Blood Clan's nature had dulled her empathy towards human mortality, heightening her adaptability to gruesome scenes. Yet, witnessing so many lives laid to waste before her left her feeling slightly unsettled. She exhaled softly, closed her black umbrella, placed it on the ground, joined her hands in prayer, and silently mourned for a few seconds. As Gojo landed, hands in pockets, he casually approached and asked, "Shall we take a stroll through the shopping district later? I saw someone recommending the arcade in Yokohama on Twitter." Mochizuki, her face slightly pale, pointed to the gruesome scene he had inadvertently obscured. "I don't think we can go." Gojo waved dismissively. "Leave this to the window. Our task is merely to exorcise that special-grade cursed womb." Suguru observed Mochizuki's complexion, even paler than usual, and sighed softly. "Gojo is correct. Each has their specialization. Let others handle this." Mochizuki hesitated, but Gojo, growing impatient, effortlessly lifted her, standing at roughly 1.6 meters, over his shoulder and began to run. "Hey, let me down!" Mochizuki exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. "Not a chance." Gojo replied, his voice playfully elongated, as his extraordinary physique propelled him swiftly away from the others. Chapter 27. Warning from Hibiya JPG. Here, a delightful full-sugar milk tea for you. The warm cup pressed against her delicately cool cheek. Thank you. Although the full name of this milk tea is quite peculiar. Mochizuki received the hot milk tea from Gojo with a subtle expression. Flipping the straw to pierce the plastic seal of the cup. She lowered her head, biting the smooth straw, and took a sip of the warm, sugary drink. It's quite sweet. Did they add caramel? Mochizuki murmured, her voice overtaken by the sweetness. Gojo, unceremoniously seated beside her, took a large gulp from his own double sugar iced milk tea and complained, I personally bought this for you. And you dare to complain? Tasteless. Double sugar is the best. No, double sugar is already a lethal amount for the average person, Suguru interjected, arriving late with his 3-sugar iced milk tea, handing a new umbrella he had purchased from a convenience store to Mochizuki before sitting to her left. The public bench was suddenly occupied by the three of them. By the way, why do you both have iced milk tea while mine is hot? Mochizuki glanced at her cup of hot milk tea, and then at the two beside her, who held their iced beverages. The transparent cups contained glistening ice cubes, while hers was devoid of ice and served warm. In the sweltering summer heat, ice-cold drinks were undoubtedly the most fitting. Well, Suguru replied with a smile, originally. All three were iced. However, Gojo said your constitution is somewhat weak, so it's better for you to drink something warm. So we ordered a hot one just for you. Mochizuki slowly formed a question mark in her mind. Who has a weak constitution? Don't forget. Last time on the playground, I sent you flying. What? When I last encountered you, you were as cold as an ice sculpture. Isn't that a sign of a constitutionally cold body? If you're cold, you should drink something warm. Gojo raised his voice slightly in response to her skepticism. Mochizuki remained expressionless. That was the effect after activating my technique. I could take you on two at once now. Before activating her special ability, her physical condition bore little distinction from that of an ordinary human. By the way, don't you have the ability to see through techniques and automatically analyze them with your 6 eyes? Although she was uncertain why her magical energy was mistaken for cursed energy, her non-human identity remained concealed. In such situations, it was best to deny. Oh. Who was it that couldn't help but feel uncomfortable upon seeing the corpses just now? Gojo scrutinized the unyielding Mochizuki, his azure gaze narrowing behind his sunglasses. The atmosphere grew tense, thick with an almost imperceptible scent of gunpowder. Just as Suguru hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene and suggest they take their quarrel elsewhere, Gojo suddenly made his move. Gotcha. The one who first ended the standoff seized the vacant wrist of Mochizuki Kiko, the coolness of her skin causing a triumphant smirk to curl his lips. He tugged her hand in the opposite direction, declaring, this fellow is currently devoid of any techniques, and yet his body temperature is as cold as ice. Does he still refuse to acknowledge his cold constitution? Jet, you two bear witness. With that, Satoru Gojo pulled Mochizuki Kiko's hand towards the back of Suguru Geto's hand. Idiot. Let go of me. Mochizuki Kiko despaired at the lack of boundaries displayed by her peer. What kind of decent person would forcibly press a girl's hand against another boy's? She began to struggle fiercely. Satoru Gojo, however, increased his grip, exclaiming, if I let you go, you'll just run away. I'm not that foolish. The delicate skin of their hands brushed against each other as they tugged back and forth, and Mochizuki Kiko found herself pressed toward the larger frame of Satoru Gojo. Don't push me this way, Gojo. She protested. Exactly. If you keep pushing, Jet will disappear. Huh? How could someone as large as Jet possibly vanish? Gojo retorted. Jet. Do you feel it? This guy is clearly just being stubborn, right? Don't make me sound so formidable at a time like this. And yes, I've touched hands. Please stop pushing me. Unable to endure any longer, Suguru Geto abruptly stood up, causing Mochizuki Kiko to lose her support and inadvertently lean against the chair. Gojo instinctively steadied himself by placing a hand against his face as his towering shadow nearly enveloped Mochizuki Kiko, who was caught off guard and almost gasped for breath. How heavy? I'm going to be squished like a pancake. Get up, you're too heavy. Mochizuki Kiko blinked her thick, curled lashes. The dim shadow cast over her ruby-like eyes resembling a veil of mist, yet igniting with fury into a vibrant flame as she declared, if you don't stop pressing on me, I won't hold back. Are you all a particular breed of fools? You're going to spill my milk tea. Suguru Geto couldn't help but interject, reaching out to rescue the cup of milk tea that was perilously close to spilling from Mochizuki Kiko's grasp. Gojo, you need to get up. You're squishing Mochizuki. Satoru Gojo was pulled back by Suguru Geto, finally able to breathe. Mochizuki Kiko sprang to her feet and retreated to the shade cast by the tree, distancing herself from the resting bench and the two DKs, crossing her arms defensively. Don't come near me. In any case, my cold constitution is influenced by my techniques, but I have no unhealthy or adverse effects. She spoke rapidly in her explanation. Suguru Geto raised his hands in surrender, acknowledging, I understand. Next time, I'll remind Gojo to buy iced milk tea. Did you hear that, Gojo? Gojo responded slowly with a drawn-out "oh." Mochizuki Kiko felt satisfied. She unfurled the new umbrella that Suguru Geto had bought for her and stepped into the sunlit area, tilting the umbrella slightly against her shoulder as she said, Let us go. Didn't we say we'd explore the shopping street? After that, we'll find a place to eat. Fully recovered from the effects of their mission, Mochizuki Kiko urged them forward. Suguru Geto nodded and took a step forward. After a couple of paces, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Gojo. He turned back in confusion to find the white-haired boy standing still, holding his milk tea as if transfixed. Sunlight illuminated his hair, casting a radiant glow, while a hint of red crept up his ears. Ha! Suguru Geto's expression became meaningful as he pointed towards Mochizuki Kiko, who had already walked 10 meters away. Gojo, if you don't move, Mochizuki is going to disappear from sight. You're so chatty, Jet. The white-haired youth snapped back to reality, nudging his close friend before expressionlessly stepping forward to catch up. Chapter 28. We are all ordinary people. The thin rays of sunlight filtered through the dense clouds, casting a gentle glow upon the earth. 5 black buildings, bathed in sunlight, stood quietly at the edge of Yokohama, serving as a boundary between light and darkness, delineating this unique port city from the rest of the world. At the pinnacle of the central black building, a man clad in a luxurious black overcoat and draped in a dark red scarf stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing out from the specially designed floor-to-ceiling glass windows of the leader's office. The swirling darkness in his violet eyes contrasted sharply with the bright sunlight outside. Only when he heard the door behind him open did he slightly turn, regarding the 2 young men in black suits who entered the office. Welcome back, gentlemen. He greeted with a smile. Boss. Nakahara Chuya removed his black top hat and placed it over his heart, bowing respectfully to the man. Dazai Osamu lowered his gaze slightly, despondently calling out, Mr. Mori. Were your interactions with the sorcerers from the Jujutsu world smooth? The current leader of the port mafia, Moriogai, inquired kindly of his subordinates. It was as it should be. For now we are merely keeping our distance, Dazai replied with a shrug. But today we have 3 sorcerers visiting. Besides the 6 eyes from the Gojo clan, Satoru Gojo, and the equally formidable Jujutsu sorcerer Suguru Geto, there is also a charming young lady. After Satoru Gojo had obliterated the so-called cursed spirit in a single blow, the bodies previously ensnared in that cursed spirit's territory had been revealed. That young lady must have only recently become a Jujutsu sorcerer, and is still unaccustomed to the sight of death. Oh, I had already received word that 3 sorcerers were coming, but I was unaware that the 3rd was a novice, Moriogai remarked, somewhat taken aback. What is her strength like? She possesses abilities akin to blood manipulation techniques. Her origins are unknown, her specific capabilities unclear, and her physical prowess is uncertain. But her reflexes are remarkably sharp, Dazai explained, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. In short, Jujutsu sorcerers and those with special abilities are 2 distinct types of individuals. When I made contact with the blood thorns she wielded, they had no effect on me. Compared to them, those with special abilities are likely seen as mere ordinary people. His special ability, known as no longer human, can nullify all other special abilities. When Mochizuki Kiko had encircled him with her blood thorns, he had touched the bloodline. However, unlike his interactions with other special ability users, the bloodline had not dissipated. This implies that his nullification does not apply to Jujutsu sorcerers. Ordinary people, you say? Moriogai shifted the topic, gazing at Nakahara Chuya. Chuya, what is your assessment of that 6-eyed sorcerer from the Jujutsu world? Very strong, Nakahara Chuya replied without hesitation. Though I cannot see the Jujutsu sorcerer's cursed energy. After witnessing Satoru Gojo's attack, named AO, which penetrated dozens of meters of ground and instantly obliterated a cursed spirit, I can confidently say that my odds against him would not exceed 40%. He recalled the encounter. Although he could suppress that special-grade cursed spirit with gravity without becoming tainted, if he faced Satoru Gojo, the odds would be stacked against him. Having been born as an experimental subject, he was designed as a safety mechanism for the god of calamity, Arahabaki. Thus, his special ability manifests not only as regular gravity manipulation, but also as a form of tainted release, unleashing the forces of Arahabaki within him. However, in that tainted form, he lacks rationality, driven solely by the instincts of a warrior until death. In a confrontation against the rational Satoru Gojo, the outcome was all too predictable. Such high praise? Mori Ogai remarked, somewhat astonished. He turned to look at the serene and beautiful coastal city, bathed in warm sunlight, his violet eyes deepening in thought. I recall that the jujutsu sorceress studying at the Tokyo Jujutsu High is named Mochizuki, correct? The esteemed Gakage family likely does not bear the surname Mochizuki, does it? The astute and somewhat enigmatic Osamu Dazai effortlessly discerned the intentions of his mentor and superior, Mr. Mori, and remarked, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Mr. Mori. The origins of Miss Mochizuki remain shrouded in mystery, do they not? We cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that she may be a scion of the Gakage, inadvertently left behind. Exercise caution, for that decrepit and conservative cadre may come knocking. It is no trivial matter to acquire a wild sorcerer. Morioge sighed, voicing a mild grievance. I merely wish to consider the future of a student who has yet to graduate. Allowing her an additional employment opportunity would be beneficial. The remuneration offered by our port mafia is rather commendable. Were they to possess their own sorcerer, they would not need to bargain with that antiquated sorcery establishment, or expend additional funds to post bounties on the black market upon discovering cursed spirits. It is well known that the upper echelons of the sorcery realm are notoriously infamous throughout Neon, and even the officially sanctioned Abilities Bureau finds them a vexation. Only those endowed with cursed energy are capable of exorcising cursed spirits. No matter how formidable an ability user may be, they can merely suppress a curse, not vanquish it. Dazai remained non-committal. Nakahara Chuya envisioned the black-haired girl standing under an umbrella and hesitantly spoke. Boss, I believe she may not be suited for the mafia. Dazai cast a sidelong glance at his partner, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Was it because she appeared to be an untouched white flower, untainted by darkness? Chuya glared at Dazai, exasperated. What do you mean by appears? She feels entirely unlike us, doesn't she? Is that so? I beg to differ, Dazai countered playfully. Ha! You scoundrel! Chuya retorted. Morioge lowered his gaze. Just as Chuya was poised to engage in a verbal spar, he abruptly ceased, swiftly adopting a respectful demeanor as he inclined his head towards Mori, who had slowly turned around. This time, I find myself in agreement with Dazai-koen's perspective, Mori stated with a placid tone. Dazai, upon receiving this endorsement, merely pursed his lips in discontent. Chuya, taken aback, inquired. Huh? Fuya-kun. Are you aware of the widely acknowledged reputation of sorcerers among outsiders? Mori's words bore a weighty significance, sharply contrasting with his previously cheerful tone. What reputation? Chuya queried, perplexed. Mori lifted his gaze, releasing a sigh as he articulated, sorcerers, by their very nature, are a collection of lunatics. Thus, even the purest of white flowers, upon stepping into the abyss of the sorcery realm, darker than the mafia itself, will inevitably be stained into blossoms that only thrive in the shadows. Chapter 29. The Claw Machine is Destiny. After enjoying lunch in Yokohama, the three high school students did not return directly to Tokyo. Instead, they continued to meander through the bustling commercial streets of Yokohama. Perhaps due to the city's notorious mafia culture, the pedestrians appeared rather peculiar. All three possessed considerable charm, and their presence drew numerous glances. However, the attention directed towards Mochizuki Kiki was predominantly laced with malice. Were it not for the imposing height of her two companions, both nearly 1.8 meters tall, and their black high school uniforms, which deterred many ill-intentioned individuals with a fear of the dark-clad crowd, there would have undoubtedly been more who entertained the notion of kidnapping the seemingly delicate Kiki, who exuded an air of nobility. The public safety in Yokohama was truly alarming. Suguru Geto, who had furrowed his brow countless times, halted and stated, Satoru Kiki. We should be heading back to school soon. Kiki, who walked ahead of the two towering figures, slightly raised her black umbrella and turned back. But I haven't finished browsing yet. I still want to bring back some imported skincare products for Shoko. It must be said that while the local law enforcement might be questionable, the shop's ability to avert danger and provide service was exemplary. Just moments ago, while perusing a clothing store, they had encountered a conflict involving two local gangs. The store staff, unfazed, swiftly pulled down the reinforced bulletproof shutters, just as a confrontation was about to erupt, allowing them to exit through the back door. They even thoughtfully arranged for the purchased garments to be delivered to their homes, showcasing impressive efficiency. This was also why, despite spending considerable time in the commercial district, their hands were not laden with many purchases. What are you afraid of, Geto? We are the strongest. Besides, Kiki isn't some naive fool waiting to be kidnapped. Satoru Gojo remarked nonchalantly, resting his arm on Geto's shoulder. His demeanor shifted from languid to one of keen interest as he glanced at the illuminated arcade signs. "Ha! There's even an arcade here?" Gojo exclaimed with enthusiasm, gesturing to Geto. "How about we play a few rounds?" Geto, a closet gaming enthusiast, hesitated, glancing at the perplexed Kiki before raising a finger. "Alright, let us play one round. But we'll return to school afterward." "Play what?" Kiki asked. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded the two enigmatic figures. "Ha! Of course it's Punchex. You seriously don't know this, Kiki?" Gojo looked at her incredulously. "So it's an arcade game." Kiki finally understood. In her era, characterized by rapid technological advancement, games like Punchex were regarded as nostalgic relics. Most arcade offerings in her time revolved around multiplayer experiences, shooting, coin-pushing, and claw machines, while button-mashing brawlers like Punchex were a rarity. "I sincerely apologize. My memory hasn't fully returned," she admitted, her recollection still fragmented. Gojo and Geto accepted her explanation without issue. The trio then made their way to the arcade. While the two DKs were engrossed in a heated match at the arcade, Kiki found herself standing in the bustling game hall, clutching a small plastic basket filled with game tokens. Street fighting, and more street fighting. Resigned, she walked towards the solitary claw machine nestled in a corner, accepting her fate. Indeed, the claw machine was her destiny. 3 claw machines awaited her. The first filled with an array of quirky, adorable green frog plushies, the second with charming little bear toys suitable for couples, and the third adorned with circus animal plushies clad in vests, grinning widely. After some contemplation, Kiki decisively chose the third machine. She inserted 2 game tokens, and the machine's cheerful jingle began to play. With unwavering focus, Kiki fixated on the striped plush white tiger within the glass display, carefully maneuvering the claw. Angle confirmed, accuracy assured, no wind resistance. "Claw down," Kiki commanded confidently. The metal claw descended, retracting as it approached the plush tiger. In her eager anticipation, the claw glided over the plush creature's back, grasping nothing but air. "Ah, what a pity, I'll definitely succeed next time," Kiki lamented as she watched the plush tiger remain motionless in its place, obediently inserting 2 more game tokens. Thus, the joyous melody of the claw machine continued unabated. Unbeknownst to her, after depleting an entire basket of tokens, Kiki purchased another basket, and continued her relentless pursuit against the claw machine. "You know, the claw can actually shift a bit before descending. It doesn't always have to be perfectly aligned with the plush," a hesitant yet languid voice chimed in from beside her. In the immersive claw machine game, Mochizuki Nozomi was startled as her carefully positioned joystick was nudged by her own movement, causing the countdown for the claw machine to nearly run out. The BGM of the machine became intense, signaling it was time to drop the claw. Holding her breath, Nozomi watched in disbelief as the claw, having deviated from its intended path, descended. In the next moment, the claw, having awkwardly grasped the collar of the striped little white tiger, trembled as it lifted the plush toy, swaying above the prize exit. With a final jolt as it returned to its original position, the striped little white tiger, which had resisted for 3 baskets of coins, finally fell into the exit. "Is this really possible?" Nozomi blinked in astonishment, and moving sluggishly, squatted down to retrieve the striped little white tiger, glancing back at the stranger who had offered her advice. He was a young man with rust-red hair. "Thank you for your suggestion," Nozomi said, cradling the striped little white tiger in her arms, feeling quite pleased. There exists a profound difference in sentiment between acquiring something through monetary means and earning it through one's own efforts. The latter, though perhaps a bit of a folly, imbues one with a greater sense of achievement. Besides, at this moment, she was not short on money. "It's alright as long as I got the toy I wanted." The rust-red-haired youth nodded gently, positioning himself against the wall of the corner. Nozomi tilted her head and asked, "Excuse me, are you waiting for someone?" The youth shook his head. "No, I am a security personnel here. My name is Oda Sakuzo. This arcade is actually a property of the Port Mafia." As a lower-tier member, he occasionally undertook inspection duties at various establishments. Today, it was his turn to oversee security at this arcade, where he had noticed a black-haired girl in a school uniform struggling with the claw machine alone for quite some time, prompting him to check on her, especially since some malicious gazes had been lingering on her for a while. "Next time you come, it's best to bring friends. It's not safe for a girl to be here alone," Oda Sakuzo earnestly advised, not sensing any familiarity from the girl before him. Chapter 30. Suguru Geto decides to dislike monkeys. "This gentleman is rather nice," Nozomi smiled, her eyes crinkling. "Thank you for your advice, Mr. Oda. Actually, I came with friends. They are just inside playing arcade games." Oda shokuznaidid, relieved. "Hey, that red-haired uncle over there, keep your distance from my classmates." Wataru Gojo's distinctive voice pierced the air. Nozomi and Oda Sakuzo turned in unison to see two individuals striding toward them. Gojo wore a disgruntled expression, radiating an aura of discontent, in stark contrast to Suguru Geto, who wore a warm smile, hands casually in his pockets, looking exceptionally refreshed. Nozomi blinked and silently mouthed to Geto, "Did you lose?" A glimmer of amusement flickered in Geto's eyes as he nodded affirmatively. Understanding dawned on Nozomi, and she explained to Oda Sakuzo, "Gojo, you misunderstood. This is Mr. Oda, the security personnel here. He was just concerned about me, seeing a girl struggling with the claw machine alone. Hello, I am Oda Sakuzo, one of the security personnel at this arcade." He introduced himself to the two newcomers. Gojo, peering over his sunglasses, scrutinized Oda Sakuzo before scoffing. "Security personnel? This city of Yokohama is truly chaotic if even a random security guard in an arcade is armed." The smoky aura surrounding Oda Sakuzo was magnified under Gojo's 6 eyes, starkly contrasting like a red flower amidst green leaves, suggesting he might be a dangerous individual. Only a novice like Nozomi, just dipping her toes into this underworld, could be deceived. Oblivious to the underlying implications in Gojo's words, Oda Sakuzo nodded. "It's true, Gojo." Nozomi raised her cherished striped little white tiger. "Look, I managed to get this little tiger thanks to Mr. Oda's advice. Without him, I would still be struggling." Gojo's competitive spirit flared instantly. "It's just a claw machine. I can do that too." He stepped forward, unapologetically grabbing a few remaining game coins that Nozomi had yet to use, positioning himself beside 3 claw machines. "Which toy do you want? I'll get it for you." It was merely a matter of clawing a toy. Even if he had never done it before, he was confident he could succeed. "Oh." Nozomi raised an eyebrow, pointing to the circus-themed animal claw machine where she had deposited numerous baskets of coins. "Then let us go for this one. Gojo, please help me get a black little tiger." Thus, the claw machine became a perfect tool for romantic dates, as toys typically came in pairs, symbolizing companionship. "Alright, watch this," Gojo declared, inserting 2 coins into the slot. The cheerful BGM, which Nozomi had become familiar with, resumed its lively tune. With the advantage of his 6 eyes, Gojo quickly found the right angle and decisively pressed the confirmation button, confident as the claw descended. The music intensified, and under the scrutiny of 4 eyes, the large claw moved downward, closing around the little black tiger's head, lifting it triumphantly. "Ha, I told you," Gojo began, but before he could finish, the little black tiger slipped from the grasp of the claw and fell back among a pile of plush toys. "No," Gojo exclaimed in disbelief. Nozomi watched the adorable little black tiger tumble, a look of understanding on her face as she hugged her own little white tiger tighter. "See? That's how I met my Waterloo before." Geto contemplated the transparent glass window of the claw machine and suggested, Gojo, I think you should have adjusted the claw a bit to the right." "Geto, don't speak," Gojo interrupted. "I'll do this myself." "Ha. I don't believe it. Let us go again." He reached for the remaining coins. Geto merely smiled at Gojo's obstinacy, swallowing his unfinished words. "Alright then." Geto obliged, closing his mouth as Gojo wished. Nozomi patted Geto's arm sympathetically, not for the reason of height, but because she couldn't reach his shoulder without standing on tiptoe. Meanwhile, Oda Sakuzo observed Gojo, who was stubbornly fixated on the claw machine, realizing the reason behind the manager's mysterious assertion that arcade games could be added. But claw machines must never be removed. Today's students are indeed quite affluent, Oda Sakuzo mused inwardly. Soon, having exhausted the small basket of coins in Nozomi's possession, Gojo furrowed his brow tightly. "There's something wrong with this claw. Even with the assistance of my 6 eyes to analyze, this claw, having been tampered with, is still full of unpredictability. You never know when it might lead you to another failure." Geto calmly observed Gojo, who had yet to snag even a single toy. If it were so easy to win toys, the shop owner wouldn't make any money. Alright, just 2 coins left. Once we're done, we'll head back to school." In a tone reminiscent of one soothing a child, Mochizuki Kiwa remarked, "Natsumi is still waiting for me at the high school to have dinner together." Upon hearing Kiwa's words, Fushiguro Wataru momentarily quelled his impulse to purchase another small basket of game tokens, and instead deposited the last 2 tokens he held into the slot. The cheerful background music resumed its lively melody. Fushiguro intently focused on the transparent glass display, when suddenly, Oda Sakuzo, who had been silently playing the role of a mere backdrop, spoke up as Wataru guided the large claw towards the plush black-striped tiger above. "Tilt it slightly to the right." Wataru paused, his lips pressed tightly together, adjusting the large claw accordingly. This time, the claw descended successfully, capturing a plush toy. However, it was not the original target. but rather a circus monkey doll dressed in a little waistcoat and adorned with a red bowler hat. The 3 high school students fell into silence as they watched the circus monkey doll tumble into the prize chute. Oda scratched his head. It seems the angle was a bit off. Wataru retrieved the circus monkey from the chute and cast a sidelong glance at Kiwa, who, while clutching the plush black-striped tiger, retreated tactically, exclaiming, "I don't like monkeys." Wataru remained silent. He raised his hand and, without room for refusal, placed the confiscated circus monkey into the shopping bag hanging from Sugiru's wrist. "Here, it's a gift for you, Suguru." Suguru, lowering his gaze to meet the grinning circus monkey doll, mused, "Why does this doll seem to smile mockingly?" From that moment, Suguru decided to develop an aversion to monkeys. The 3 high school students made their way toward the side exit of the arcade, gently nudging each other. As they neared the marked line of the side exit, a black-haired girl, standing on the threshold of light and shadow, turned back, her ruby-like eyes glimmering with joy as she waved to Oda, who stood watching them depart. "Oh, by the way, Mr. Oda, my name is Mochizuki Kiwa. It's a pleasure to meet you in Yokohama." Chapter 31. A soul chasing behind a car while sitting in a chair. If the sensation of waking up early felt like a disembodied spirit, then at this moment, she was utterly detached from her essence. Awakened in the dead of night from the warmth and comfort of her bed, Kiwa groggily donned her clothing, wrapping her coat tightly around herself. The assistant supervisor, responsible for transporting them to their mission site, drove steadily along the winding mountain road, while her spirit lagged behind. How could there be sorcerers dispatched on a mission in the middle of the night? Shrinking into the back seat, Kiwa felt as if she were about to lose her soul, her exhaustion rendering her disoriented. Struggling to maintain his composure, Suguru closed his bloodshot eyes and pressed his hand against the bridge of his nose, his voice raspy from just awakening. Perhaps it's because curses don't require sleep. Although Suguru was roused by the relentless call of his phone, he bore no significant morning grumpiness, yet his mood was far from pleasant, devoid of his usual gentle demeanor. Meanwhile, Wataru claimed the front passenger seat as soon as he entered the vehicle, crossing his arms and leaning back against the seat, promptly closing his eyes to continue his slumber. Kiwa, her gaze unfocused, retrieved her phone, and her still drowsy mind began to ramble incoherently. Isn't sending minors on missions late at night a form of illegal employment? Surely the labor laws of this world could hold them accountable? Suguru sighed. Indeed they could. However, if we don't save them, no one else will. For me, it's merely an added shift in the middle of the night, but it spares many from the dangers posed by curses, which makes it worthwhile. Having acquired such formidable power, we must be prepared to shoulder equal responsibilities and protect the weak. This is Sugiru's philosophy. Kiwa regarded Suguru with newfound admiration, and after a moment she remarked, "Suguru, you truly are the ideal employee every boss dreams of." Even capitalists would shed tears of gratitude upon hearing that. Without waiting for Sugiru's response, she tucked her phone away and leaned against the stable triangle formed by the car door and seat, whispering, "Well then, I might as well seize the moment to catch some sleep. If I start now, I could still sleep for over 40 minutes. Suguru fell silent, conceding, and closed his eyes, embarking on a brief nap, leaving the diligent assistant supervisor to drive on, all while bearing the same dark circles under his eyes. This mission was set in a small town in Nagano Prefecture. Strange shadows had been reported near the town's reservoir, leading to the disappearance of several women and children who wandered near the water, or vanished while passing by on their way home. The local police station had already received no fewer than 5 reports of missing persons linked to the reservoir. When the first individual went missing, the area was cordoned off, and search dogs were deployed but to no avail, leaving the case unresolved. Recently, a witness reported seeing a woman being taken by a strange shadow that had materialized, prompting an urgent report to the police station. The officers, overwhelmed by the testimony, reluctantly relayed the information to the mayor, who had been closely monitoring the developments of the missing persons case. The mayor, having been transferred from another district where he had encountered bizarre occurrences, was aware of the existence of the sorceress realm due to the procedures involved in curse extermination, and immediately contacted the members of the window for assistance. The investigation revealed the presence of unrecorded cursed energy residues near the reservoir, suggesting the potential involvement of a curse or a curse practitioner. Although high-ranking members of the Jujutsu Association included members from the 3 prominent families, the factions could be broadly categorized into 2, the 3 families and the Jujutsu Association. The relationships among the families of the 3 families were characterized by competitive discord. Given Nagano Prefecture's proximity to Tokyo, the 2 other family members, who harbored ill wishes toward the Fushiguro clan, particularly wishing for Wataru's demise, tacitly agreed to assign the task to Tokyo Jujutsu High. under the pretext of causing trouble for their rivals, secretly hoping for their failure. With the third-year sorcerers from Tokyo Jujutsu High dispatched elsewhere, and the first-year students yet to be recruited, Yaga was also away on business, and had not returned to Tokyo, leaving only the 3 remaining individuals available for the mission. Aside from the pure support-style sorcerer, Natsumi. We have arrived, the assistant supervisor declared as he parked the vehicle and turned off the engine, gently rousing the 3 who had dozed off. Ha! Kiwa blinked, her misty red eyes open, her gaze reflecting the tranquil and profound night scenery of the woods. The trio yawned as they exited the vehicle, while the assistant supervisor proceeded to hand over the records to the assistant mayor, who had been waiting for their arrival. The assistant, taken aback by the youthfulness of the trio, nevertheless maintained a polite demeanor, having learned through years in the workplace that appearances could be deceiving. As they walked into the night, the group was led by the assistant to the vicinity of the last known sighting of the missing person. Observing the scattered and sparse traces of cursed energy outside the warehouse, Suguru furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, Wataru had removed his small round sunglasses, which possessed special shielding properties, revealing his azure eyes glowing luminously in the dark, akin to a blue moon suspended in the night sky. What do you think, Wataru? Can you discern the flow of cursed energy? Suguru inquired. Unlike ordinary sorcerers who could only perceive the remnants of various cursed energies, Wataru's 6 eyes allowed him to read more information, making them particularly effective for tracking. Wataru frowned slightly. It's rather peculiar. The distribution of the cursed energy remnants is too uniform. Not only was the flow indistinguishable, but the residual energy felt to him as faint as overly diluted paint, the curse's intensity barely reaching the 4th level. However, if it were merely a 4th-level curse spirit, it could not possibly account for so many cases of disappearance. Furrowing his brow as he analyzed the scene's intelligence, Satoru Gojo pondered. Perhaps it was merely his illusion, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that these curses were somewhat amiss. Could his 6 eyes not discern it either? It seemed this curse spirit was more intriguing than anticipated. If it possessed special concealment abilities, he would certainly find it captivating. Turning his head, Suguru Geto suddenly noticed that Inuki Mochizuki was staring blankly in a particular direction. Following Mochizuki's gaze, he saw nothing but the dark expanse of the forest. What's wrong, Mochizuki? Is there something amiss? He whispered, his muscles taut as he entered a state of alertness. A cool night breeze rustled the dark green leaves overhead. Gojo nodded slightly. Over there? There's nothing there. It seems just a shadow of some shrubs, Mochizuki replied, a hint of confusion returning his gaze. Chapter 32 Fishing. This was a classic case of being startled by a mere sound. From the moment Geto inquired of Mochizuki, the assistant, who had stiffened in apprehension, silently exhaled in relief. Engaging with the mysterious was one thing, but confronting terrifying monsters directly was an entirely different matter. It's fine. If it were to appear right now, it would actually be more convenient, Geto comforted as he patted Mochizuki's shoulder. He then turned to ask, by the way, do we have any specific documents regarding the earlier disappearance cases? We'd like to review the information on those incidents first. If the cursed spirit did not make itself known, they would have to seek it out. With a somewhat stiff smile, the assistant replied, of course. However, I will need to retrieve the files from the police station. Would you like to accompany me? Or should I and Mr. Takahashi fetch the documents for you? Takahashi was their auxiliary supervisor. I can go, Gojo said nonchalantly, hands tucked into his pockets. All right, you and Gojo can follow Mr. Takahashi and the assistant to review the documents. I'll stay behind. What if that cursed spirit comes back? Mochizuki suggested after a moment's thought. Without the activation of the Crimson Realm, her appearance and powers could be quite misleading. To cursed spirits, the flesh and blood of sorcerers were a significant boon. If they perceived her as weak, they might attempt a surprise attack. Sure, I'll go with Geto to look at the documents, Gojo nodded, striding over to Geto's side. The assistant's gaze toward the striking white-haired youth was filled with complex emotions. Understanding the assistant's concern about a boy leaving a girl alone in the cold night, Geto silently shook his head, sighing, all right. We'll check the documents with Mr. Takahashi. Mochizuki, be careful on your own. He chose to ignore the assistant's scrutinizing look and added, oh, and if that cursed spirit truly returns, please let me know. I'm quite interested in its abilities. Perhaps it would be a cursed spirit with special concealment skills. The thought sparked a flicker of anticipation, momentarily easing his irritation at being awakened in the dead of night. To reiterate, this was not a matter of lacking decorum, but rather a testament to his absolute trust in his companion's capabilities. Hurry back. Mochizuki waved to the four as they departed in their vehicle, then withdrew her smile, raising her hands to form a cup and softly exhaling into them. So cold. I should have asked them to leave an extra coat. Mochizuki mumbled quietly. The night was deep and frigid. At that moment, she was just an ordinary human, still susceptible to the chill. Unfortunately, she had to act as bait, temporarily unable to activate the Crimson Realm and transition into her bloodline form, which was impervious to the cold. She paced back and forth a few times, attempting to elevate her body temperature through movement. The warehouses situated in front of the forest cast elongated shadows under the dim moonlight, stretching towards Mochizuki as she moved. Unbeknownst to her, her activity generated warmth. Meanwhile, through the communication between the town assistant and the duty officer at the police station, Gojo and Geto entered the records room to sift through the documentation related to the serial disappearance cases. As Geto reviewed the records and victim information, his brow gradually furrowed. Gojo, don't you think it's strange that all the missing persons are? Oh, I know, Gojo replied, his gaze fixed on the open case file resting on his lap, his beautiful azure eyes reflecting a calm demeanor as they mirrored the cold, stark words detailing lives that once thrived. Missing person name, Reiko Kato. Gender, female. Age, 23. Occupation, bookseller in Kanoko Town, Nagano Prefecture. Family situation. Missing person name, Yu Yoshida. Gender, female. Age 37. Occupation, une employée, housewife. Family situation. Missing person name, Kori Fuji. Gender, female. Age, 24. Occupation, reservoir manager. Family situation. Missing person name, Aya Matsukami. Gender, female. Age 6. Occupation, none. Family situation. Gojo lifted his gaze from the list of missing persons in the case file, calmly articulating his conclusion. All the missing individuals are female. Even the lost child was a girl. Gojo's blunt observation pierced through the faint conclusion lingering in Geto's mind. This indicated that the cursed spirit's targets were exclusively female. As the conversation progressed, Geto's eyes sharpened, suddenly locking with Gojo's as he slammed the case file onto the table and rushed outside. This is bad. Mochizuki. In a whirlwind, Geto and Gojo dashed out of the police station. The auxiliary supervisor could scarcely react as Geto summoned a flying cursed spirit, heading towards the direction they had initially come from. Though the cursed spirit remained unseen, the town assistant and the duty police officers, witnessing the sight of two high school boys taking flight, were left speechless, their worldview shattered by the surreal event. The assistant, still processing the scene, gestured towards the direction in which the two had vanished, stammering they flew. With a polite yet enigmatic smile, the auxiliary supervisor raised a finger to his lips. The town assistant, regaining his composure, adjusted his glasses and promptly retrieved a pre-printed confidentiality agreement from his briefcase, handing it to the duty officer along with a pen, gently saying, "Please sign, Nakamura." Why did the mayor prepare multiple copies of confidentiality agreements? The assistant mused to himself. Whenever the mayor discussed matters of the mysterious side, he never seemed to hide anything from him nor asked him to sign any agreements. It turned out that they were prepared for others. Truly, the mayor was impressive. The assistant thought with unwavering admiration. The biting wind whipped against their faces. By the time Geto and Gojo, urging their flying cursed spirit to its maximum speed, arrived near the warehouse, they found Mochizuki, shivering and rubbing her palms together, exhaling warmth into them. The two, filled with urgency, rushed to her side. Sensing the fluctuation of cursed energy, Mochizuki Kira instinctively raised her head and spotted two DKs, riding atop a flying cursed spirit. She cheerfully waved at them, exclaiming, "You are so fast." The two DKs gracefully leaped down from the spirit's back, landing steadily on the ground. Suguru Geto assessed the unscathed Mochizuki Kira, and breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Satoru Gojo glanced at the faint traces of cursed energy residue nearby, which had increased by 1 or 2 since their last visit, and sincerely expressed his bewilderment. "How come you're unscathed? That shouldn't be the case." Chapter 33. Precision and Control. Mochizuki Kira replied, "Are you actually hoping I was harmed? Would you like to hear what you're saying?" She narrowed her eyes, interpreting Gojo's words as a veiled wish for her to be in distress. Gojo retorted, "Huh? No, that cursed spirit truly made a return. I was merely curious as to why it did not target you when you were alone. Wait, it really came back." Mochizuki Kira gasped, her eyes widening in surprise, before lamenting, "Had I known, I would have held off and not activated my technique." While awaiting their companions, she had succumbed to the cold and briefly activated her Red Realm. According to Gojo's observations, once she initiated the Red Realm, her magical energy would instantaneously expand from the level of a mere 4th-grade sorcerer to that of an elite 1st-grade sorcerer, exuding immense power and pressure. It must have been at that moment when she startled the entity into retreating. Simultaneously, Geto, who had noted the increase in cursed energy residue since their departure, had released several Grade 3 cursed spirits to search the vicinity centered around their storage area. Yet regrettably, no unusual energy fluctuations were detected. It appeared that the cursed spirit had indeed retreated far away. Geto's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Gojo clicked his tongue. Isn't that obvious? If it were still nearby, I would have seen it already. However, the fact that it reappeared here only affirms that our conclusions are correct. Raising his hand to withdraw the cursed spirits, Geto's elongated purple eyes darkened, his voice dropping several octaves. This cursed spirit targets solitary women, and even young girls fall within its hunting grounds. Mochizuki Kira was taken aback, her brow furrowing slightly. Were there children among the missing persons? Although her moral compass was not particularly strong, if even innocent children were not spared, then this cursed spirit truly deserved to be condemned. Geto silently nodded, his expression solemn. Though we estimate that the cursed spirit left behind traces indicating it is only a 4th-grade entity, we cannot rule out the possibility of other abilities, or even a high degree of intelligence. It is adept at concealing itself, and we must capture it swiftly. Gojo glanced at the now less ominous sky and remarked, "We probably won't catch it tonight. The missing persons records indicate they mostly disappeared during the evening hours. Let us head to the police station to find that mayor's assistant and auxiliary supervisor. They can arrange accommodations for us, and we can discuss how to lure out that elusive cursed spirit." As he spoke, Gojo stretched his arms and yawned. Their research had taken a considerable amount of time, and the round trip had consumed nearly an hour. The clock now read just past 5 in the morning, with dawn approaching. Neither Geto nor Mochizuki Kira objected. After the trio had taken a much-needed rest at the lodging arranged by the mayor's assistant, they awoke in the afternoon. Mochizuki Kira stifled a yawn, picked up a delightful trio of dango gifted by the mayor's assistant, and took a bite of the chewy treat, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Since that cursed spirit only targets solitary women, shall I be the bait tonight? Upon mentioning this, Geto appeared somewhat conflicted, as he was uncertain about the situation. There was a possibility that the cursed spirit possessed rare intelligence, and might have already memorized her scent. He dipped a bamboo skewer into the soy sauce dish. Meanwhile, Gojo, who had requested a plate of white sugar from the innkeeper, was busy coating the dango with sweetness. Indeed, Kira, you have already managed to scare it off once. If we use you as bait again, it might not fall for it. Mochizuki Kira gazed at the sugar-coated dango, feeling a slight ache in her eyes. Then how do we catch it? We can't enlist the help of the local townsfolk, and if only Mr. Takahashi were a woman. Mochizuki Kira's voice trailed off as she suddenly turned her gaze towards the 2 DKs. Her eyes filled with a peculiar scrutiny. Ha! Gojo looked up in confusion. Sensing an ominous premonition, Geto, who was chewing on a soy sauce-coated dango, asked Mochizuki, "What are you thinking?" "Well, upon closer inspection, both of you are exceptionally handsome," Mochizuki Kira said with a beaming smile as she appraised the two. Gojo raised his chin slightly, a proud smile on his lips. "Of course. With someone as perfect as me, my looks are undeniably the best." Geto, sensing the implications, was not inclined to accept flattery at that moment. "No, Mochizuki. You wouldn't suggest that we. But think about it. In terms of strength, even if we confronted that cursed spirit directly, we wouldn't have to worry. And in terms of appearance, with just a little transformation, you both could become 2 youthful beauties." Mochizuki Kira gestured with her fingers. "Don't underestimate me. Even though I don't wear makeup regularly, my skills in makeup application are quite commendable. Having an exceptional cosplayer as a friend, how could my makeup skills be lacking?" "What? You actually want me and Geto to dress as women to act as bait?" Gojo exclaimed in shock, his dango suddenly losing its appeal. "Yes. Don't you think this proposal is brilliant?" Mochizuki Kira replied eagerly. Geto, equally taken aback, disagreed vehemently. No. I think it would be better for you to do your own makeup instead, right? Isn't there a saying that girls look like entirely different people before and after makeup? He even resorted to referring to her as a classmate. Mochizuki Kira blinked. "But, even if my appearance changes, my cursed energy will remain the same, right? Sorcerers can identify individuals by the residue of cursed energy. So I believe cursed spirits do as well. Besides, Geto wouldn't want ordinary people to take such risks, would he? It's safer for me to go myself." Mochizuki Kira had astutely pinpointed Geto's Achilles heel. His expression flickered between emotion and hesitation while Gojo decisively added, "Then let Geto dress as a woman to act as bait. I refuse to wear women's clothing. I'll just go get some makeup supplies for you." With that, he stood up, preparing to make his exit. Geto, taken aback, stared incredulously at the retreating Gojo, seizing his ankle with a tight grip, his smile now tinged with menace. "Mochizuki, I believe it's safer to have two people as bait. We can take separate paths in the night. Gojo, you don't need to fetch anyone. It's easier to discuss over the phone. Gojo looked down and forcefully attempted to free his leg. Let go, Geto. You're not a child anymore. You don't need someone to accompany you on a night walk. Geto tightened his grip. This is called thorough preparation. And Gojo, if you move again, you'll knock over the sugar, so sit down. Knock it over? So what? I refuse to dress as a woman. If you're afraid of being lonely, let Kira accompany you in dressing up. Gojo leaned outward, straining against Geto's hold. Mochizuki Kira smiled sweetly as she placed the uneaten trio of dango onto an empty plate, bracing herself with both hands, and in the blink of an eye, she was behind Gojo, grasping his arm with a radiant smile that concealed a hint of darkness. Alright then, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto. Welcome to the JK family. Chapter 34. Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto. The raven black eyelashes, distinct and well-defined, nearly dominated his field of vision. Those resplendent crimson eyes vividly reflected the outline of his solitary figure. The focused expression evoked an illusion, as though he were the entirety of her world. Suguru Geto instinctively held his breath. Seated in a cross-legged position on the tatami mat, he clenched his hands into fists on his knees, his face taut with tension. Mizuki Inori, diligently applying eyeliner to Suguru Geto, devoted her entire attention to her task, completely oblivious to the slight blush that crept upon the face of the dark-haired boy. I think that's enough, Suguru Geto managed to say, struggling to control his breathing. What are you talking about, Geto? We haven't even applied the eyeshadow yet. She replied, oh. Right. Remember to pick a dress later. Mr. Takahashi bought 7 or 8 dresses. No, I believe wearing the Jujutsu high uniform is sufficient. What are you saying, Geto? A girl's outfit without a dress is an incomplete ensemble. I believe the cursed spirits won't be able to discern my gender like this. Once Mizuki Inori finally completed the final touches, the tension in Suguru Geto's shoulders visibly eased, releasing the constriction in his muscles. Maintaining a somewhat rigid gait, he resignedly selected a light brown long dress under Mizuki Inori's watchful eye, adhering to the principle of not witnessing anything inappropriate. Mizuki Inori stepped out of the room after finishing the makeup, waiting outside. The sound of the sliding door being drawn caught the attention of Satoru Gojo, who was engrossed in a mobile game. He looked up, his expression one of astonishment as he beheld the dark-haired girl. Her delicate features and gentle demeanor reminiscent of a traditional Yamato Nadeshiko. After a sharp intake of breath, he leaned back, as Suguru? Her waist-length ebony hair cascaded gracefully behind her, and the subtle makeup softened her previously sharp features. Her elongated violet eyes radiated a serene gentleness, while a light gray satin ribbon adorned her neck, tied into a charming bow that discreetly concealed her prominent Adam's apple. Aside from a slightly stiff expression, she appeared to be an exquisitely gentle maiden. Were it not for the 6 eyes informing him that this tall figure was indeed a male, and his dear friend, Satoru Gojo would have found it hard to reconcile this transformation into a gentle beauty with Suguru Geto. Have the girl's makeup skills become this extraordinary these days? Satoru Gojo found himself questioning life itself. Suguru Geto, with a hint of restraint, spoke up, "It's me." The unmistakably male voice shattered the illusion created by her beauty, grounding everyone back in reality. What do you think? Is my natural makeup acceptable? Mizuki Inori proudly lifted her chin, admiring her work. In response, Satoru Gojo burst into laughter, decisively exiting his game to snap a series of photos of Suguru Geto. Looks fantastic. Ha ha ha. Geto, don't cover your face. Look here, look here. With his hand awkwardly shielding his face, Suguru Geto wore a weary expression, unwilling to comment. He even recalled the makeup process with a hint of discomfort. Noting the subtle embarrassment on Suguru Geto's face, Satoru Gojo raised an eyebrow, unrelentingly teasing, "Come on, Geto, it's just makeup. Are you really shy about it?" Suguru Geto, now the target of Satoru Gojo's mockery, slowly lowered his hand, maintaining a feigned smile as he turned to the eagerly enthusiastic Mizuki Inori. "Inori, it's your turn now." Mizuki Inori nodded, waving at Satoru Gojo. "Yes. Gojo, come in and pick a dress. I got too excited earlier. I should have let Geto change clothes first before applying the makeup." Thankfully, Geto's makeup didn't smudge while dressing. Seems like the setting powder in this little town has some merit. Alright. Having come to terms with his own cross-dressing, Satoru Gojo rose from his seated position and strode confidently toward the inner room. Suguru Geto smiled at the exuberance of Satoru Gojo as he entered the makeup room. "Gojo, I hope you can still laugh later." Satoru Gojo, now dressed in a knee-length pleated skirt, quickly found that, as Suguru Geto had anticipated, he soon could no longer muster a smile. Eye makeup required meticulous attention. To facilitate the application of eyeliner, Mizuki Inori knelt before Satoru Gojo, her entire weight leaning toward him. The delicate features of the girl expanded in his 6 eyes, countless details about her captured without the concealment of any cursed tools. Satoru Gojo, initially indifferent, found his expression falter, resembling a startled sparrow, fluffing its feathers in place. The soft pink of her lips, the proximity of their faces, made their breath seem to merge. Due to the position they were in, Satoru Gojo remained rigid, allowing Mizuki Inori to apply makeup to his face, his ears subtly reddening. This is too close. Even though the elders of the Gojo family had contemplated arranging early enlightenment for Satoru Gojo with girls, a common occurrence in large families, he had always been averse to his family's intrusions, let alone the thought of inexplicably close interactions with girls. The members of the Gojo family had treated him like a revered deity, to be admired from a distance, never daring to breach his space. Despite the ambitions of some within the family, hoping to elevate their status through the sale of daughters, even the distant relatives assigned as maids dared not approach Satoru Gojo, overwhelmed by the formidable presence of his 6 eyes, leaving only fear and trembling in their wake. In essence, Satoru Gojo had zero experience in close interactions with girls. Coupled with his apprehension towards the 6 eyes, few girls dared to venture near him. Satoru Gojo had never before recognized the differences between Mizuki Inori and others so profoundly. A faint fragrance, reminiscent of some botanical essence, enveloped him. He instinctively tilted his head away. Mizuki Inori, catching his movement, firmly grasped his chin. Her tone cold and reminiscent of a strict homeroom teacher. "Don't move. You almost ruined the eyeliner." "Oh, okay," Satoru Gojo stammered, only to be interrupted once more by Mizuki Inori's sharp tone. "Don't speak. It disrupts my concentration." Satoru Gojo fell silent, his limbs stiff like a puppet, allowing Mizuki Inori to manipulate him. Done. All set. Stepping back 2 paces, Mizuki Inori surveyed the freshly transformed, youthful beauty of Satoru Gojo, before pulling him along like an eager child. "Let us go. Show Geto my masterpiece." As Satoru Gojo glanced at their intertwined hands, a shiver ran through him. The sliding door opened with a whoosh, and a gaze half smiling and half judging, immediately fell upon him. Without needing to look up, Satoru Gojo knew precisely who it was. "How does it feel, Gojo?" Suguru Geto's feigned greeting reached him. "Ah, Geto, you're really quite chatty." Satoru Gojo lifted his eyelids, the lingering blush on his face revealing more than he intended, as he stubbornly replied, "It feels absolutely wonderful, Geto." Chapter 35. Luring the snake out of its hole. Geto, Gojo, I think it's time for you to change how you address each other. If you're both girls, calling each other with more endearing terms would be much cuter, like Geto-chan and Gojo-chan. Mizuki Inori tenderly corrected the affectionate titles bestowed by the 2 DKs. Suguru Geto's smile faltered, and he struggled to articulate, No, please spare me from that. Being called Geto-chan is even more unbearable than cross-dressing. Like this? Inori-chan, suddenly interjected Satoru Gojo, twisting the final endearing title into a melodious entanglement. His voice sweet as honeyed cotton candy, delectably sticky. Geto shuddered in discomfort, rubbing his arms concealed beneath the sheer fabric of his long sleeves, which were now covered in goosebumps. "Can you please behave normally, Gojo?" The JK, with cascading white hair that flowed past her waist, blinked her frosty white eyelashes, reminiscent of water-washed sapphires, sparkling under the sunlight. She playfully pouted her lips adorned with matte lip gloss, speaking in a tone dripping with sweetness, delicately raising her orchid-like fingers in the air. "But I've always been perfectly normal, you know?" Geto's response was a pained clutch to his chest, bending over in mock despair. Mizuki Inori exclaimed, "Do not utter such oily words with that breathtakingly beautiful face. You are about to shatter my heart with your charm." "What do you mean?" Gojo feigned innocence. "When I scroll through Twitter, all the girls post the cutest emojis alongside adorable captions. I'm merely combining the 2. Inori gazed at Gojo, who was more JK than she herself, falling into a contemplative silence. This guy truly possesses a remarkably low threshold, much like his curse techniques. "Let us discuss our fishing routes instead," she stated, adopting a tone of worldly wisdom to divert the subject. "Sure. Gojo, be quiet." Both Geto and Inori chimed in unison. "Hey, you 2 are being unfair," Gojo retorted, his voice lazily elongating back to normalcy. As the last hues of crimson dusk sank beneath the emerging dark clouds, the once lively town was enveloped in an eerie stillness, replaced by an undercurrent of unease. "Mommy, why can that big sister still play outside? I want to go home right now," a little girl, grasping her mother's hand, pointed at the tall figure with long hair walking not far away, her voice tinged with distress. "Because there are bad people who specifically catch children at night. If little ones aren't home by sunset, those bad people will take them away, And then Runko will never see her mommy again, her mother gently explained. The little girl's eyes widened in fear as she leaned closer to her mother. Then Runko will be good and go home. She doesn't want to be taken away by the bad people. She wants to stay with mommy. All right, we're almost home, her mother reassured her. But her gaze drifted anxiously toward the distant figure. She had initially intended to warn that young girl to hurry home, hopeful that she was already on her way back, as lingering outside during dusk was unwise. The woman, fearful of the series of disappearances circulating in the town, promptly scooped up her daughter and hurried toward home. From a perspective invisible to ordinary people, a grade 4 cursed spirit only departed after confirming that the mother and daughter had returned home safely, leisurely shifting its focus to other solitary women, elderly individuals, or children who had yet to make it home before sunset. Night deepened. The staff responsible for inspecting the water tower equipment flipped through the logbook, meticulously verifying the statuses of the listed items. In the cramped space, aside from the whistling wind blowing through the slightly ajar window, the only sound was the rustling of paper and pen. Suddenly, two eyes, filled with crimson veins, opened from the shadows beneath the table, fixated upon the delicate nape of the female staff member as she lowered her head. A pale gray ribbon flickered amidst her dark hair, reminiscent of a gift waiting to be unwrapped. Wisps of mist seeped from the shadows, merging with the blackness, and under the illumination of the white electric light, the shadow seemed to elongate, inching closer to the girl engrossed in her notes. Just a hair's breadth away from its prey's neck, a tangible greenish-black tentacle extended from the shadow, curving slightly. A sudden rush of wind erupted. The tentacle swiftly coiled around the neck of the female staff member. Just as it believed it had ensnared its target, she abruptly turned, seizing its appendage with one hand. Her purple eyes glinted with a chilling light as she accurately fixed her gaze upon its concealed form, smirking, "Caught you." The voice that emerged from her delicate lips was in stark contrast to her lovely appearance, emanating a steady male tone. Realizing it had been deceived, the creature's eyes quivered. As Suguru Geto, his hands imbued with cursed energy, forcefully yanked on the tentacle, several additional green tentacles erupted from the shadows, hurling various objects from the room toward him. Cautious of the mechanisms controlling the water gate within the tower, Geto was forced into a defensive posture, simultaneously attempting to suppress the tentacles from damaging the room's apparatus. He clicked his tongue, unapologetically unleashing his formidable cursed energy. The invisible yet potent energy spread like a drop of dye in clear water, saturating the surroundings with a dark hue, signaling the anomaly. Sensing Geto's intent to summon reinforcements, the creature's eyes reflected human-like panic and fear. After throwing everything it could within the room, one of its tentacles severed the one Geto had firmly grasped, retreating into the shadows like an eel, ready to flee. Trying to escape? Pursue it, Geto commanded, forming a hand seal to release several cursed spirits in pursuit of the lingering remnants of the fleeing entity. Adeptly leaping from the towering water structure that loomed over 10 meters high, the hem of his light brown skirt billowed in the wind, revealing the black trousers concealed beneath. As he landed, assisted by his cursed energy, Geto stumbled slightly due to the 5-centimeter heels of his shoes. He swiftly retrieved his phone from a pocket adorned with a small bow, dialing Mizuki Inori's number, which was further away from his current location. "Inori, a cursed spirit has been lured out, but it's heading towards the back mountain forest. Please be careful." After relaying the urgent message, he immediately called Satoru Gojo. The ringtone barely rang once before it was answered. "Gojo, the cursed spirit is heading." "I know." Gojo's voice, mingled with the sound of rushing wind, made it clear he was in a state of rapid movement. "I'm already in pursuit." Chapter 36. An unusual cursed spirit. Boom. Like a tornado devastating a parking lot, the earth and soil, lush with towering trees, were violently drawn into the swirling vortex of blue cursed energy, pulverized into dust, creating a vast expanse of craters amidst the dense forest. Having evaded disaster by retreating into the shadows, the creature turned around. Under the hazy moonlight, its true form was vividly captured in the brilliant azure eyes of the relentless white-haired girl, which sparkled even in the murky night. Its lizard-like exterior, covered in deep green, hardened scales, bore the appearance of a beast, yet it stood upright on two hind legs armored in similar scales, with its forelimbs resembling human arms crossed before its chest. Its pitch-black claws glimmered with a toxic sheen. Towering over 3 meters, its imposing figure radiated an aura of intimidation. This fellow certainly possesses a more aesthetically pleasing visage than the other cursed spirits I have encountered. A young girl with cascading white hair stands upon a fragment of a severed branch at her feet, her nearly flawless features marred by an oppressive aura. An overwhelming surge of cursed energy constricts the very fabric of this space. However, for daring to compel me to endure the frigid winds for several hours whilst adorned in a skirt, This spirit shall pay with its life. Though her shoes appear to rest upon the broken branch, they maintain an infinitesimal distance from it. Ultimately, it is the branch that succumbs to the insurmountable force of an unseen barrier, snapping once more under the pressure. Wataru Gojo is in a decidedly foul mood. The novelty of his female attire has long dissipated after hours of exposure to the biting cold. Now, a singular thought occupies his mind. To swiftly exorcise this wretched cursed spirit, or leave it to Suguru, and retreat to the comforting warmth of his bed for a well-deserved slumber. His amethyst eyes constrict to crystalline slits as he casts a swift glance at the surrounding lizard men, who emit low growls directed at him, their forms blurring into shadows as they charge forward with outstretched claws. Enveloped in limitless cursed energy, Gojo raises his hand to flex his wrist, his fingers interlacing in a manner that produces a crisp sound akin to clapping palms. The lizard man's attack misses its mark. In the next heartbeat, a fist imbued with dark blue cursed energy hurtles forth, striking with formidable force against the lizard man's armored scales. The sound of their collision resonates like the clash of hardened metals, reverberating through the air as Gojo and the lizard man engage in a flurry of exchanges at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Even Suguru Geto, who arrives a moment later, can only catch fleeting glimpses of the afterimages left in their wake. His eyes widen slightly, a look of astonishment crossing his handsome features. How remarkably swift. This cursed spirit's attack speed can actually keep pace with Gojo. How splendid. A hint of aggression flickers across Suguru's refined visage. He is in dire need of a powerful, melee-capable cursed spirit. Gojo, don't kill it, he urges, his voice brimming with eagerness. As the lizard man, now sensing another unfamiliar presence, is flung away by Gojo's deft maneuver, it casts a quick glance at Suguru, who has already summoned several first-grade cursed spirits. Its elongated jaw drops, revealing a shattered fang, still oozing with purplish-black blood from their previous skirmish, as it hisses threateningly at Suguru. Geto, this one is quite intriguing. Gojo exclaims, his smile tinged with madness as he floats effortlessly in the air, excitement dancing in his eyes. Despite possessing only a third-grade level of cursed energy, this spirit exhibits considerable intelligence and extraordinary physical prowess, even evading attacks from cursed. Such cleverness is hardly befitting of a cursed spirit. The moment his final word lingers in the air, Gojo raises his hand and unleashes 2 successive blasts of cursed. A tremendous roar erupts, causing the ground beneath to tremble violently. The once tranquil darkness of the night is shattered as the town awakens to the cacophony. Lights flicker on, and startled residents hastily emerge from their homes, disheveled from sleep. As Curse launches its attack, the lizard man, concealed within the shadows, emerges only to be met with a powerful punch from Suguru, who had been lying in wait. The blow, infused with cursed energy, creates a gaping wound in its shoulder. The lizard man lets out a pained shriek, retreating swiftly, its eyes filled with disbelief as it regards Suguru, who had anticipated its movements. Yet, there is no time for hesitation, as several first-grade cursed spirits have already encircled it, poised to strike. Having just discerned that your technique likely allows you to meld into shadows, Suguru notes that both entering and exiting the shadows produces a layer of black mist. By locating this mist, one can discern your point of arrival. Shaking his wrist, slightly numbed from the recoil, Suguru's gaze remains fervent as he scrutinizes the lizard man. Its scaly defenses are indeed formidable. This cursed spirit is quite impressive. I find myself increasingly wanting it. He desperately lacks a strong ally capable of both offense and defense. Gojo, still enthralled by the spectacle of the lizard man being besieged by cursed spirits, interlaces his fingers and strikes his palm, activating Cursed. In an instant, he precisely lands beside Suguru, now only able to utilize Cursed for such close-range teleportation, still mastering the long-range capabilities. Geto, once we subdue this cursed spirit, let us release it for a sparring session, shall we? He remarks, undamaged, as he casually places his arm on Suguru's shoulder. The nauseating stench of blood thickens in the air. Suguru observes the lizard man, now overwhelmed by multiple attacks, its body marred and torn, gradually succumbing to a desperate struggle. He nods, that sounds agreeable, but we must wait for it to recover. The 2 scheming DKs lay their plans bare before the lizard man, who, seemingly understanding their dialogue, seethes with rage. It opens its mouth and emits a piercing shriek, causing the encircling first-grade cursed spirits to momentarily freeze. Gojo and Suguru instinctively cover their ears, shielding their eardrums with cursed energy. What is that? How unbearable. Gojo grimaces, baring his teeth. Suguru furrows his brow, sensing something amiss. As if injected with a growth hormone, the lizard man suddenly tilts its head back and howls at the night sky, its cursed energy surging from a 3rd grade to a special grade. The air distorts under the weight of its ferocious aura. Its eyes, now shrouded in a haze of bloodlust, reveal a maw filled with freshly sharpened fangs as it viciously clamps down on the head of a nearby first-grade cursed spirit, tearing it apart with brutal efficiency and greedily devouring the flesh. Interesting, Gojo muses, raising an eyebrow. It appears to possess a berserk ability akin to those found in games. Suguru, having lost a first-grade cursed spirit, narrows his eyes, re-entering combat mode as he summons a host of second-grade cursed spirits with varying abilities, forming a formidable legion behind him, reminiscent of an army of vengeful spirits led by a demon king. Their eyes glisten with the same malice and hunger as the lizard man's. Very well. Let me see just how far you can push yourself. Suguru smiles faintly as the powerful assembly of first and second grade cursed spirits charges forth. Chapter 37. A sense of déjà vu. The oppressive stench of blood permeates the uneven forest ground. The lizard man, its body repeatedly torn apart by the onslaught of cursed spirits, regenerates with astonishing rapidity. Its sharp roars unwavering. Observing the lizard man's resilience under the relentless assault, Suguru's brow furrows in contemplation, his gentle countenance now shadowed by seriousness. The rapid healing of this cursed spirit is likely linked to the layer of red light enveloping it. As this red luminescence begins to wane, its regenerative speed slows, indicating that the cursed spirit's attacks are indeed sapping its strength, while its vulnerability lies in its heart, which it fiercely protects even at the cost of severe injury. This phenomenon is exceedingly peculiar. Generally, a cursed spirit that has been gravely injured to such an extent would have long since perished. Even if it were to cling to life in a desperate struggle, a profound sense of discord would arise within Suguru Geto as he cast a sidelong glance at the scattered remnants of flesh and blood upon the ground. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the owner of this flesh had yet to succumb, but those pieces severed from the lizard-like cursed spirit showed no signs of dissipating into ash and shadow. Is this fellow truly a cursed spirit? Geto voiced the dissonance that lingered heavily in his mind. Satoru Gojo's cerulean eyes sparkled like stars in the night, their gaze distant and boundless, devoid of any emotion. His previously playful demeanor had vanished, resembling a deity casting a fleeting glance upon the mortal realm. I do not know. What? Geto exclaimed in surprise, turning his head. Without a doubt, the power this being wields is saturated with immense resentment and a plethora of negative emotions, consistent with the principles of cursed energy. The six eyes have conveyed this to me. Gojo swept his gaze over the scattered flesh and blood. As for whether it is indeed a cursed spirit, I cannot say. Frankly, it feels more like a hybrid aberration, a fusion of something akin to a cursed spirit. He stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression apathetic, his voice carrying a chillingly detached air. Perhaps it is one of those experiments concocted by those old geezers. After all, it has not been but a day or two since they wished for my demise, concocting bizarre experimental monstrosities and losing control, seeking an excuse to have us clean up their mess. As for whether it is a cursed spirit, Geto, why not use your technique to subdue it and find out? If it's not, we can take some specimens back for Shoko to dissect. I'm sure she would be quite intrigued by the structure of this new creature. Geto slightly raised his chin. What a coincidence. I too believe we should collect some flesh to bring back for Shoko's examination. As he pressed against his stiff neck, which had remained in a fixed position for an extended time, a crisp crack echoed, and he began to stride toward the lizard-like creature encircled tightly by his cursed spirits. The creature's eyes, clouded and devoid of any visible whites, fixated intently on Geto as he approached. The aggressive cursed spirits morphed into restraints, ensnaring the lizard's limbs and immobilizing its movements through sheer numbers and weight. Geto extended his hand toward the firmly restrained lizard, channeling his cursed technique. With only its head still capable of movement, the lizard lifted its bloodied visage, madness gleaming in its murky crimson eyes, as its mouth, exhaling hot breath, slightly parted. Just as Geto uttered the final syllables of his technique, a purplish-red light surged forth from its throat. Bloodbind. A sudden feminine voice echoed softly. The lizard, charged with energy for an attack, froze, as the flickering purplish-red light in its throat extinguished like tinder failing to ignite in an excessively humid environment, swallowed by the thick, foul-smelling darkness. A robust blood thorn erupted from its back, piercing directly through the center of the lizard's body with unstoppable force. A moment before the blood thorn's arrival, Geto had sensed the impending danger, sidestepping just in time to witness the lizard being skewered through. The ominous crimson light enveloping its mangled body and murky scales faded, as if it had absorbed the lizard's life force, while the blood thorn glimmered with a molten, flowing crimson hue. The once clouded eyes regained their original form, and as the lizard spewed a large pool of foul blood, more of the liquid splattered across the ground. The lizard, now rigidly twisting its neck, reflected a flicker of human-like fear and disbelief in its purplish-red eyes, mirroring the slender figure that had arrived belatedly, struggling to open its mouth and emit a faint growl. Finally arriving at the battlefield, Ino Makoto observed the two cursed users, her tone ominous. You too. Why didn't you set up a barrier while fighting? Mr. Takahashi is about to blow up her phone. Gojo and Geto froze momentarily. It's not my fault. Gojo protested. This guy came charging into the mountains by himself. Besides, it was Geto who first spotted it. If anyone should be held accountable, it should be him. Gojo began to deflect blame. Geto, how could you not set up a barrier? He feigned outrage. Geto's brow twitched slightly as he smiled and replied, because I found it near the water tower. The water tower has safety mechanisms, and it would have been inconvenient to set up a barrier there to trap it. Although I discovered it first. I was the later arrival. When I got here, you were already engaged with this cursed spirit, weren't you? That makes it your responsibility, Gojo. It's all your fault for not setting up the barrier. If only your dodging speed had been half a beat slower. You would have been impaled by the bloodthorn, wouldn't you? Feeling unjustly blamed by Makoto, Geto felt quite innocent. Makoto, with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, replied, you might want to explain that to Teacher Yaga when you return. The two bickering individuals instantly froze in place. Makoto scoffed, turning her gaze toward the lizard, which was now pitifully skewered by her blood thorns. Is this the culprit? I thought cursed spirits were all hideous. I didn't expect to find one that looked somewhat refined. To be honest, neither Gojo nor I are certain it is indeed a cursed spirit, Geto shrugged. I was just about to use my curse technique to attempt to subdue it when you arrived. Makoto's brow furrowed in confusion. I thought Gojo's 6 eyes had a built-in analysis function? Is there a cursed spirit that 6 eyes cannot see through? My 6 eyes are indeed quite useful, but they are not omniscient. Gojo defended himself against the skepticism regarding the 6 eyes. The power this being wields is similar to cursed energy, saturated with immense negative energy. Besides its strange innate abilities and appearance, it bears no significant difference from the cursed spirits we typically encounter. Yet, the peculiarity lies in the fact that while its flesh has mingled with cursed energy, it retains a tangible existence, straddling the line between a cursed spirit and a living organism. Makoto blinked. That description sounds oddly familiar. Chapter 38. Unsubduable. Well then, shall we let Geto give it another try? Makoto suggested, glancing at the lizard skewered by her blood thorns. The blood thorns, adorned with flowing luminescent patterns, began to retract, forming a canopy as the lizard, with a massive blood hole in its center, collapsed to the ground. Its tattered arms, stained with blood, twitched involuntarily, seemingly lacking the strength to even curl its body, trembling on the ground like a discarded doll, appearing oddly submissive. It seems this fellow is on the brink of collapse. Gojo strode over, leveraging his limitless capabilities, and squatted beside the lizard, picking up a twig to poke at its relatively intact scales. The lizard's purplish-red eyes turned toward him, emitting a low, warning growl from its throat. Like a dying beast, its voice was tinged with undeniable frailty and despair. Cautiously, Geto extended his hand once more, channeling his cursed energy toward the lizard, and invoking his technique. Cursed technique. Geto's cursed energy enveloped the lizard entirely, yet did not proceed to compress as expected after invoking the cursed technique. The lizard remained on the ground, gasping for breath. The uncertainty lingering in the hearts of the three was resolved. This creature, resembling a lizard, was not a cursed spirit. As Geto concluded this, he retracted his outstretched finger. And the lizard, ensnared by the cursed energy, immediately felt the suffocating grip closing in on it. Like countless invisible threads, it tightly entwined its body, constricting to the point of almost severing it into fragments. The lizard man, its eyes bulging outward from the pressure of cursed energy, writhed violently, struggling to raise its head amidst the overwhelming force. Its bloodshot eyes, nearly filled to the brim, sought the position of Mochizuki Maki, its mouth opening stiffly as if attempting to convey something, a mixture of fear and pleading evident in those violet-red orbs. Mochizuki Maki, caught in the gaze, thought, "What's going on? It was Jet who struck, not me. Shouldn't its pleas be directed toward him?" Confused, she had retreated several meters, wary of the impending explosion. The lizardman's overly human-like reaction unsettled Suguru Geto, yet it was too late to withdraw. The creature's capacity for endurance had reached its limit. Unable to withstand the relentless pressure of Geto's cursed energy, before it could utter a sound, its entire body was crushed and exploded, flesh and blood scattering across the ground. The entire ordeal was remarkably brief, lasting no more than 5 seconds. "Hey Maki, why is it looking at you?" Wataru Gojo's voice suddenly chimed in, adopting a sweet, teasing tone reminiscent of a high school girl, though his cerulean eyes, directed toward her, held a hint of detached scrutiny. Geto turned to glance at Maki, his brow furrowed in concern. Mochizuki Maki blinked, her alabaster face revealing pure bewilderment. You ask me? Who should I ask? Her heartbeat and blood flow remained steady. She was not lying. She genuinely had no idea. The six eyes conveyed this message back to him. Gojo raised an eyebrow, the smirk on his lips returning to a relaxed curve as he stood tall, stretching leisurely. All right. Let us have someone transport this cursed monster's remains back to Jujutsu High for Shoko to dissect. No matter what kind of synthetic creature it is. Shoko can analyze its flesh with scientific instruments, match it with other animal genomes, and we should be able to discern what creature it once was, right? I'll contact Mr. Takahashi right away. Geto retrieved his flip phone, rummaging for the contact number of the supervising assistant. Hey Jet, look. This guy is clearly dead. Yet the flesh hasn't dissipated. Gojo exclaimed with interest, poking at the ground with a long stick, while the six eyes attempted to analyze the scattered flesh. Wow. It seems each piece of meat is infused with cursed energy. How fascinating, this lizard man. Indeed. Mr. Takahashi, this is Geto. Our mission here has concluded. But this cursed spirit is rather unusual, he replied dismissively to Gojo, then proceeded to communicate with the assistant responsible for his coordination. Noticing Geto stepping aside to make the call, Gojo smirked, then excitedly beckoned Mochizuki Maki closer. Maki, would you like to come and observe closely? Mochizuki Maki took a half step back, effectively declining Gojo's invitation. There's no need. Come on. I've even cleared a spot for you. Gojo shifted his body to create an observation space. I refuse. And please don't use such a cutesy tone to say something so horrifying. Maki retreated another half step, unwilling to approach the gruesome scene of scattered flesh. Unlike Gojo, she lacked the ability to shield herself from such filth. Stepping closer would undoubtedly soil her shoes with the strange remnants of flesh and blood. But Maki, you're clearly curious about why that lizard looked at you in the end, right? Don't you want to come closer and see? Gojo coaxed. Mochizuki Maki hesitated, a conflicted expression crossing her face. Indeed, she was somewhat intrigued. Did you not know? Before you arrived, this lizard suddenly activated a berserk skill, akin to a game mechanic, switching from level 3 to special grade in cursed energy. Gojo illustrated with gestures. Beyond its unique ability to merge into shadows, this creature's trump card seems to lie in burning its life force to temporarily enhance its power, akin to a form of equivalent exchange like that of cursed techniques. In a way, it resembles you. His six eyes clearly observed the internal changes within the lizard man during its rampage. However, the cost incurred is a lack of physical enhancement. This creature must consume its life force. The latter is more ruthless, so Maki, please don't foolishly emulate this pathetic lizard. With your frail constitution, burning your life force would likely lead to your immediate demise. Gojo expressed this with disdain as he imagined such a scene. Mochizuki Maki flinched. What are you talking about? This isn't shonen manga. The concept of gaining power through burning life is impossible in reality. Wait. Not a cursed spirit but possessing powers akin to cursed energy. A berserk skill that elevates from level 3 to special grade. This, in some ways, is akin to her? The realization struck her, recalling the lizardman's gaze before its demise. Was it fear, or was it a plea for help? Chapter 39, Identity Confirmation. Indeed, in reality, sorcerers can exchange information on techniques to gain a temporary boost in power, but it's not unthinkable that such beings could exist, considering the appearance of monsters with such skills. Hey Maki, are you listening? Maki. Gojo's voice faded into the background. Her gaze unconsciously fell upon the blood-stained ground before her, her expression unfocused. Amid Gojo's displeasure, she lifted her hand toward the lizardman's dismembered remains. Her fingertip was cut by an invisible blade, and the droplets of oddly fragrant blood morphed into barbed thorns, grazing her fingertip before retracting to her presence. Her body temperature plummeted. In her bloodline state, the gruesome scene before her no longer evoked discomfort. Her cool fingertips stained with the enigmatic purple-red blood, Maki, under the suddenly frozen gazes of Gojo and Geto, placed her fingers to her lips, extending her tongue to lightly taste a drop of blood. Maki. Geto looked at her as though she were a feral beast, retreating half a step in shock alongside the astonished Gojo, who hugged his arms tightly, shivering. How disgusting. What are you doing? Both Gojo and Geto were bewildered and deeply shocked by her actions. Oblivious to their exclamations, Mochizuki Maki gazed down at the blood on her fingertips, seemingly struck by a profound realization, standing there in a daze, unresponsive to their words. She was engulfed by a baffling truth that had taken her by surprise. although the blood contained only a faint trace of a bloodline essence. A moment of clarity brought strands of golden light into her vision, like golden sands slowly trickling through a transparent hourglass, glistening under the sun's rays. Unbeknownst to her, the sky had brightened, and the rising golden-red sunlight illuminated the ravaged forest floor. The crimson thorns, glistening under the sunlight, resembled exquisite crystal artworks, breathtakingly beautiful. However, the lizard man's dismembered remains, under the sun's glare, bore the charred marks of having been exorcised, gradually fading away into nothingness. Together with the soiled blood splattered on the ground and the trace of crimson adorning the fingertips of Mochizuki Tsubaki, they transformed into black ash, vanishing into the warm embrace of the sunlight that cascaded down. The sun has risen. Mochizuki Tsubaki's eyes widened slightly, her mind rendered blank. Hey, Tsubaki! The voice of Satoru Gojo approached from a distance, imbued with a sense of urgency. Are you an idiot? The sun is out. If you have an allergy, you should steer clear of its rays. Suddenly, Tsubaki's vision was engulfed in darkness as Gojo draped his black high school jacket over her head, enveloping her completely. The fabric clung to her face, and a sweet scent of candy invaded her nostrils. Struggling to breathe, Tsubaki belatedly raised her hands to adjust the jacket, propping it up atop her head. Thank goodness I put on a jacket before heading back. You better be grateful. Gojo chattered incessantly. Are you alright, Tsubaki? Suguru Geto approached as well. The two towering figures, both nearly 1.8 meters tall, created a shadow around Mochizuki Tsubaki. Geto carefully scrutinized Tsubaki, who had just been directly exposed to sunlight, yet showed no signs of a rash. His tense expression softened as he sighed in relief. That's wonderful. Your skin isn't red. It seems brief exposure to sunlight poses no threat. I previously thought you couldn't tolerate any sunlight at all. It was well known that previously, whether at school or on missions, Tsubaki had meticulously avoided any contact with sunlight. He lamented. No, for bloodkin, even the slightest brush with sunlight would result in burns. With her gaze cast downward, Tsubaki observed the uneven ground. Any remnants of the lizardman's flesh that had been exposed to sunlight left no trace behind. TSK. You're daydreaming again. Gojo squinted his eyes, noticing Tsubaki's wandering attention, and pinched her cheek. Wow, it's so cold. Tsubaki-chan, quickly dispel the technique. Oblivious to his own lack of self-awareness, Gojo made a request while still teasing her. Startled by the sudden pinch, Tsubaki tightened her grip on the jacket above her head, and then swung it around, angrily attempting to cover Gojo's face with it, as if trying to envelop him in a sack. What gives you the right to make demands of me, you bully? Gojo, taken aback, released his grip and leaned back, trying to evade her. Yikes, so fierce. I was merely trying to be kind by taking off my jacket to shield you from the sun. He grasped both sides of the jacket, tugging at it and attempting to drape it over Tsubaki's head while exclaiming, if you have a UV allergy, you ought to behave yourself. Didn't you see what happened to the last person with a UV allergy? They turned to ash, affirming that another aspect of her character was indeed functioning. Tsubaki boldly retorted, my apologies, but I won't be turned to ash by sunlight. However, the notion of turning to ash upon exposure to sunlight, wasn't that a characteristic of vampires? Geto, who secretly enjoyed reading Shonen Jump manga, quipped. That guy is too ugly to be called a vampire. Tsubaki scoffed. Just a lowly servant of a lesser race. Reflecting on vampire-themed manga, Geto considered, that makes sense. There shouldn't be such an ugly vampire. At the very least, vampires should maintain human appearances, right? Seizing the moment of Tsubaki's brief pause, Gojo, having teleported 3 meters away, adjusted his crumpled collar. Shouldn't the pressing issue be how to bring back some local specialties for Naki? Forget about the body. The blood is gone. Geto fell into contemplation, glancing at the damaged trees nearby. Let us have the window send some people to search the surrounding area. During your battle with it, you injured it. It's possible there are traces of blood clinging to the branches or somewhere else. Gojo thought that was a feasible plan. Tsubaki, however, felt uneasy about it, as she was reluctant to let those in the sorcery community continue their inquiries. The danger of exposure and being sent to the dissection table loomed over her. Chapter 40. A Pure Blood. Today, the series of mysterious disappearances in Kanagawa Prefecture's Kanoko town has finally been solved. The perpetrator of these abductions was a wanted individual with a criminal record. During the pursuit, the criminal frantically planted several bombs in the mountains behind Kanoko town, causing a widespread tremor. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The small television broadcasted the news of current events. Yaga Mazamichi looked expressionlessly at the 3 troublesome students kneeling before him, and solemnly inquired, Why have you 3 not set up the barrier? Mochizuki Tsubaki raised her hand to defend herself. Teacher Yaga, when I arrived, the battle had already concluded. So it wasn't her fault. The pressure immediately fell upon Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto, who were either gazing up at the ceiling or down at the floor. Under their homeroom teacher's scrutinizing gaze, Geto resolved to make a stand for himself. When I arrived, Gojo was in the midst of an intense battle with that strange cursed spirit. Ha! It sounds like you didn't participate afterward. Weren't you commanding the cursed spirit with great enthusiasm? The noise you made while fighting was even louder than mine. Why didn't you think to set up the barrier first? No, before I got here, you had already used cursed technique. Cursed energy, right? Compared to my cursed spirit. Your cursed technique's destructive power is clearly greater. Stop with the bad jokes, Geto. You have so many cursed spirits. Your setup is no less than my cursed technique. Alright? But you were the one to pursue it first. The responsibility lies with you. No, it's yours. No, it's yours. The two DKs bickered back and forth. Yaga Mazamichi clenched his fists. Tsubaki swore she clearly saw the veins bulging on their homeroom teacher's forehead. And then, to her horror, Yaga raised his fist at the two squabbling DKs. Ah. Ouch. Two pained voices rang out. Tsubaki thought, you haven't even gotten used to the task yet. And you two seasoned veterans don't know to set up the barrier. After giving each a punch, Yaga bellowed. Go write a 2,000-word reflection, and hand it in tomorrow. Geto and Gojo, having received the new assignment, wore expressions of dismay. Once Yaga had reprimanded them for not setting up the barrier, he proceeded to address the matter of the suspected cursed spirit, and the hybrid creature mentioned in the task reports submitted by the three. Furthermore, regarding the creature you encountered, according to what you said, its speed, strength, and destructive power rival those of human sorcerers. The higher-ups are taking this matter very seriously. However, when they dispatched more personnel to investigate the surrounding area and gather information, they encountered obstacles. Yaga's voice grew slightly grave, and the two bickering DKs turned to look at him, their expressions mirroring confusion. Obstacles? What obstacles? Tsubaki's gaze flickered as she listened to Yaga continue. Nearby the area where you fought, no traces of blood or flesh from the creature were found. None at all. Could it be that the higher-ups are pretending not to find anything to placate us? Gojo expressed his absolute skepticism towards the higher-ups. Yaga was at a loss for words. After all, it was indeed something the higher-ups would do. It was said that they had found nothing. Yet in truth, they had quietly acquired the relevant residual DNA information and were conducting private research. Regardless, the response from the higher-ups was as such. Ye Aishin fell silent for a few seconds before continuing, cautioning the three of them. Moreover, the remains of the missing persons from Luko Town over the past 2 to 3 months have been discovered deep in the mountains. Creatures possessing powers akin to cursed spirits may very well be experimental entities. Their existence is, in some respects, even more perilous than that of cursed spirits because these monsters possess human intellect. If you are to embark on missions henceforth, it would be wise to do so in pairs. Wataru Gojo furrowed his brow, his peripheral gaze fleeting over the silent figure of Mochizuki Ki, who knelt at the edge, unusually refraining from contradicting Ye Aishin. As he averted his gaze, it briefly met that of Suguru Geto, who after a momentary pause, regarded him with an expression imbued with significance. Wataru Gojo nonchalantly shifted his gaze, listening half-heartedly to Ye Aishin's discourse. Dismissed from the office, Mochizuki Ki stifled a yawn, covering her mouth. Upon exiting the office, Wataru Gojo observed the drowsy Mochizuki Ki, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. No way. Although we returned this morning. You've been napping in the guesthouse room since dawn yesterday, haven't you? Aren't you done sleeping? Mochizuki Ki rubbed her eyes and replied, Mind your own business regarding my beauty sleep. I'll be taking the afternoon off from class. I need to return to the dormitory and catch up on my sleep. The two DKs watched as Mochizuki Ki, familiar and adept, disappeared around the corner of the teaching building, making her way toward the dormitory. Suguru Geto's eyes flickered with contemplation as he spoke softly. Wataru, do you think it's not her? Wataru Gojo replied, hands tucked into his pockets. Speaking with an air of nonchalance, she truly has been sleeping in her room all this time. Their 3 rooms were adjacent, and coupled with the heightened senses of the sorcerers, it would be nearly impossible for one of them to slip away unnoticed to destroy any potential evidence left in the back mountains. That's good. Trusting Wataru Gojo, Suguru Geto felt a slight easing of tension within him. To be honest, the time spent with the new classmates had been quite pleasant. He genuinely hoped they would not become adversaries. With still some time before lunch, he suggested, Would you like to come to my room to play some games? The new game I ordered arrived yesterday. Suguru Geto gave a thumbs up toward the dormitory's direction. Let's do it. Wataru Gojo tilted his chin slightly upward. Meanwhile, back in her own dorm room, Mochizuki Ki collapsed onto her soft bed, burying her face into the crease-thin blanket with a long sigh. The flesh and blood remnants of that familiar creature left in the back mountains had, of course, been discreetly dealt with by her. It was no easy feat to engage in clandestine maneuvers under the watchful eyes of two formidable peers, and the omniscient gaze of Wataru Gojo. She turned her head slightly, resting her cheek against the bedding, raising her hand to inspect her fingertips, which had fully healed, with no trace of injury remaining, before returning to the guest house. While waiting in line to buy breakfast, she had covertly left a drop of her blood, then casually returned with breakfast alongside Wataru Gojo and the others. This vessel was designed to be a pureblood, closely resembling the legendary progenitor of the vampire lineage. Under normal circumstances, vampires fear sunlight. Yet purebloods can withstand it and exert absolute dominance over lower-blooded vampires. This dominance can manifest as an intangible force or transform into tangible commands akin to word spirits, rendering lower-blooded beings incapable of defying the orders of a pureblood. Just as the lizard-like creature of the night had been endowed with that faint trace of blood from an unknown lineage. Chapter 41 Fangs. Her blood likely harbored undiscovered special effects, but in any case, it successfully ensnared the rats that rummaged through trash bins, causing them to consume the drop of blood she had left behind, temporarily transforming them into her familiars. Subsequently, through the connection of blood, she commanded the rat to return to its kin, biting other rats and assimilating them into mindless subordinates that would heed her commands, infiltrating the deep mountains to utilize their heightened sense of smell to locate the residual traces of the lizardman's blood or flesh, leaving branches and leaves under sunlight to be purified alongside them. Even though the initial rat possessed a drop of her blood, it could only endure for a brief time under the sun, soon meeting the same fate as the others, dissipating under the warm rays, leaving no trace behind. All her covert actions were conducted remotely. The first attempts were accompanied by clumsiness and hesitation, which drained Mochizuki Ki of considerable energy, resulting in her current state of drowsiness. To Wataru Gojo and Suguru Geto, Mochizuki Ki appeared to be soundly asleep in her room, perfectly absolving her of suspicion. The only remaining concern was the unknown bloodline behind that lizard familiar. Exhausted, Mochizuki Ki turned her face again, burying herself deeper into the soft embrace of her bedding, navigating through what seemed like a heated shounen manga. Engaging in a battle of wits against grotesque cursed spirits and the seemingly antagonistic upper echelons of sorcery was already a handful. Now a hidden vampire subplot had emerged. She had thought herself to be the sole vampire, only to discover otherwise. It was akin to finding a cockroach in one's home, suggesting the presence of an entire nest. Mochizuki Ki felt the proximity of trouble drawing near. For the most pressing issue was her technique. The Scarlet Realm was not merely a technique. It was an innate ability bestowed upon her by her vampire vessel. The power she possessed, referred to as cursed energy, was in truth, correctly denoted as magical energy. She was still uncertain about the exact principles of magical energy, but if Wataru Gojo's Six Eyes classified it as akin to cursed energy, it likely embodied an energy form steeped in negative emotions, perfectly masquerading as cursed energy, capable only of deceiving the uninformed human. For lower-blooded vampires, or those imbued with blood, the aura of a higher vampire shone like a beacon in the night, impossible to overlook. The night the lizard man returned, it was likely because she had activated the Scarlet Realm, abruptly transitioning from human to high vampire, that it had fled in fright. Perhaps it would be prudent to fabricate some other excuse to avoid missions for the time being. Mochizuki Ki thought idly. Thus for the next several days, she remained ensconced in her warm room under the pretense of illness, refusing to partake in missions, only emerging for meals, and spending the majority of her time in a state of slumber, even feeling as though she possessed the ability to sleep excessively. In stark contrast to the comfortably languid Mochizuki Ki, Wataru Gojo and Suguru Geto found their workload suddenly increasing. This is clearly a flimsy excuse, isn't it? Sorcerers aren't so easily susceptible to illness. That girl could tear apart a grade 1 cursed spirit without breaking a sweat. Why is she sleeping soundly in the dormitory while I'm out here exhausting myself? Hurry up and call her back to join us on missions, Ye Aishin. Wataru Gojo exclaimed loudly, his dissatisfaction palpable. Having been drawn into the conversation, Suguru Geto reminisced about the days spent partnering with Mochizuki Ki, which had become increasingly overshadowed by his mounting reflections alongside the increasingly disgruntled Wataru Gojo, and inquired, Ye Aishin, may I ask if Mochizuki is encountering some difficulties? We could offer our assistance. Ye Aishin's lips twitched slightly as he replied, no, Mochizuki has indeed been unwell these past few days. Ha! Wataru Gojo rubbed his ears. Doubting his hearing, That girl devoured 3 bowls of rice in the cafeteria just last night. You're telling me she is unwell? What kind of illness is that? A gluttony affliction? Gojo, you should be cautious with your machinations behind Shoko's back. She might retaliate once she recovers, came the voice of Kinji Hikari from behind. Yoshida Nagatoko turned to acknowledge the arrival of Kinji Hikari with a nod. Hikari, are you all set? Let us depart at once. A direct descendant from the upper echelons of the Jujutsu sorcerers had sustained severe injuries during a curse exorcising mission, specifically requesting Hikari, who possessed the reversal technique, to treat him at their family estate. As the bodyguard and intermediary, Yoshida was tasked with escorting Hikari there. Absolutely not. Gojo Satoru slammed his palm down on the table. Indignant. Nagatoko, you must tell me today what ailment that guy has. How can he skip class altogether? Meanwhile, I'm stuck enduring that wretched 8 a.m. class every day. The corners of Yoshida's eyes twitched, his expression betraying a mix of reluctance and contemplation. Observing Gojo's outrageous behavior, Hikari chuckled, hands tucked into her pockets. Oh. It gets even more outrageous. If Shoko wishes, she could take several sick days each month for the same illness. What? A single excuse for being sick can be reused monthly? Gojo exclaimed in disbelief. Having attended a conventional school prior to high school, Suguru Geto had some understanding of such matters. However, the young Shikigami, still oblivious to the situation, stubbornly sought a precise answer from Hikari. Geto pulled Gojo aside, whispering a few words into his ear. Go actually. Stunned by Geto's explanation, Gojo stood there, rendered speechless. The commotion caused by the white-haired DK in the office fell into silence as he turned and walked away without a word. Geto shrugged at his teacher and peers, saying, I'll check on Gojo. Farewell, Nagatoko. Yoshida replied, Hikari, let us be off as well. All right. As night deepened, Hikari, wrapped in frost and weariness, returned to the Jujutsu High but did not rush to her dormitory. Instead, she stood beneath the dormitory building, her emergency medical bag slung over her shoulder, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from the pocket of her unremoved lab coat. A crimson flame flickered in the tranquil night, and the white smoke swirled, carrying away the remnants of Hikari's inner agitation, which ultimately dissipated in the cold breeze. After quietly finishing a cigarette, Hikari crushed the last ember and turned to enter the dormitory, only to catch sight of a dark silhouette. Shoko, is that you? Startled, Hikari let out a breath of relief, ready to inquire how she came to be there, but upon raising her gaze, she was met with a pair of crimson eyes glimmering with an eerie light. Shoko. Hikari noticed that the expression of the seemingly dazed and slightly strange-looking Shoko Iwasaki tightened in confusion. She did not respond to Hikari's words. Like a specter from the night, Iwasaki approached silently, her gaze filled with an unfamiliar longing fixated on Hikari's neck. Hikari, transfixed by the luminous red eyes and the slightly parted lips revealing sharp fangs, was momentarily stunned. Chapter 42. Do not indulge me so. With a muffled thud, Hikari's back collided with the cold, hard ground. Iwasaki's raven-black hair cascaded over her shoulder, and the once sparkling light in her gemstone-like eyes had transformed into a deep, blood-like richness. I see now, Shoko. You truly are a vampire. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Hikari sighed as she was pinned to the ground by Iwasaki. The beauty mark beneath her right eye accentuated her bewitching aura, resembling a lamb offered on an altar, surrendering to the devil without a hint of resistance. She tilted her head, exposing her fair neck, and said resignedly, No wonder you relish that spicy hot pot so much. After all, it's quite the delicacy in all of Neon. But is this because of excessive blood loss during your time of the month? Is that why you need to replenish your blood? She added half-jokingly. Iwasaki's gaze lingered on Hikari's neck, and through the lens of her vampiric vision, the delicate network of veins beneath Hikari's pale skin pulsed vividly in her sight. A dry itch emerged in her throat, an instinctual yearning for blood compelling her to lower her body, inching closer to Hikari's vulnerable neck. There was no malice, no wariness, only a pure craving for blood that seemed to overflow from her crimson eyes. Sensing that Hikari might be in a state of delirium, Hikari sighed and boldly extended her hand, pressing it against Iwasaki's nape, guiding her head toward the neck she deliberately exposed. She affectionately stroked Iwasaki's silky hair, the exquisite texture beneath her palm leaving her somewhat enamored. Go ahead, bite me. Just remember not to drain me completely. After all, even if she wielded the reversal technique, she had to conserve some strength. Iwasaki's gaze lowered slightly as her sharp fangs hovered near Hikari's neck. A unique fragrance continuously emanated from Iwasaki, enveloping Hikari. The sensation was akin to embracing a cooling ice block. Hikari felt a shiver of instinctive impulse when the cold, hard objects pressed against her warm neck. reminiscent of childhood vaccinations at the hospital. Lost in her thoughts, Hikari closed her eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, after what felt like an eternity of waiting. She opened her eyes in confusion, having yet to feel the expected sting or the sensation of blood loss. The once intense aroma began to fade, and the icy sensation that permeated through her clothing seemed to dissipate, returning to a mere coolness. Shoko? Having come to a realization, Hikari called out, "Nwasai." Maintaining her position atop Hikari, slightly tilted her head, resting her chin on Hikari's shoulder, her voice muffled. "Do not indulge me so, Hikari." Were she to actually bite her, Hikari would temporarily transform into a half-vampire, one who feared sunlight. Although she could revert to her original form, the method required enduring 3 months without consuming blood. Only in the second month could she be exposed to sunlight, and by the third month, the bloodline factor injected during the bite would die off due to lack of nourishment, restoring the bitten to their former self. This was one of the initial concepts penned down. Moreover, the torment of withdrawal was akin to that of addiction. She did not wish for Hikari to experience such a fate. Iwasaki carefully rose from Hikari, extending her hand to assist her in standing. Hikari, leveraging Iwasaki's strength, stood up while calmly brushing off the dirt from her clothes, inquiring, "So was your loss of control this time due to your time of the month?" Iwasaki paused mid-motion, recalling that during her nearly 3 months in this alternate world, she had not experienced her period. "No, I don't think vampires have periods," Iwasaki replied, her expression somewhat nuanced. "Really? That sounds great," Hikari exclaimed, her face quickly morphing into one of confusion. "But what was that earlier? Have you gone too long without blood? Speaking of which, it seems like a while since you last had that spicy hot pot?" Hikari's barrage of questions spilled forth like beans from a bag. "That must be the reason," Iwasaki replied dryly. "I don't know much more. I'm still experiencing amnesia." She had conjured up a non-existent memory loss. Hikari's realization dawned upon her. That makes sense. However, at this hour, the cafeteria of the high school had long since closed, and it seemed that no delivery service would venture out to such a remote location. "Why don't you make do with a bit of my blood?" Kato Shuko raised her hand, rolling up her sleeve to reveal her wrist, and lifted it towards Mochizuki Ki. Mochizuki Ki pressed down on Kato Shuko's hand, reluctantly tearing his sticky gaze away from her wrist, and turned his head away, saying helplessly, "No, Shuko. If I bite you, you would also become a half-vampire." Kato Shuko blinked in surprise. "Oh? I didn't realize there was such a premise. I thought it was just an exaggeration from movies." She glanced at the emergency medical kit abandoned on the ground. "Then let us draw a bit of my blood with a syringe. I just returned from a mission, and have the basic medical tools with me." Mochizuki Ki exclaimed, "Shuko, you truly are an angel." His heart swelled with emotion as he turned his head away. Kato Shuko chuckled softly. "An angel isn't quite the right term for a sorcerer." As she spoke, she deftly located her vein and plunged the gleaming needle of the syringe into her wrist. The first taste of human blood was not as unpleasant as she had imagined. Perhaps due to the change in her nature, the flavor of the blood had transformed, reminiscent of a fruity beverage. Shuko's blood tasted of mandarin. In the moment that Mochizuki Ki had a heroic expression, his eyes suddenly widened and his pupils trembled. Kato Shuko marveled. "Is the vampire's sense of taste really this extraordinary? I feel an urge to dissect it." The scalpel in the medical kit seemed to stir with anticipation. Mochizuki Ki shivered and finished the remaining blood in the syringe. "Is that enough? If not, I can draw more," Kato Shuko inquired, observing him finish the vial. "That's sufficient." Mochizuki Ki shook his head, returning the used syringe to her. "I may have been lacking in blood due to not having eaten for a while." Even with the scent of blood lingering in the air, he felt a bit tempted. "Are you really sure? I haven't used the reversal technique to stop the bleeding yet. If you need more, I can draw more," Kato Shuko said, raising her wrist, which was temporarily stilled with a medical cotton swab. "Tonight is enough," Mochizuki Ki replied earnestly, carefully taking Kato Shuko's hand in his, lowering his head, and softly pressing his lips against the still bleeding puncture on her wrist, lingering there for a few seconds. Chapter 43. Her eyes widened at that moment. There was no sensation of cursed energy fluctuations, but the puncture on Kato Shuko's wrist healed instantaneously, vanishing. All done. As his lips departed from her wrist, Mochizuki Ki smiled contentedly, having successfully used the Blood Clan's healing technique for the first time on another. "How marvelous," Kato Shuko remarked, gazing at her restored wrist. Eager to ask more, when a sudden gust of wind swept towards them. "Brr, it's a bit chilly. Let us head back to the dorms, Ki." The word she had intended to say shifted to something else. "All right," Mochizuki Ki obediently replied, simultaneously releasing his Blood Clan state. Not far from where they stood, A rustling sound suddenly emerged from a thicket of trees planted outside the dormitory walls. Now back in their ordinary state, but with heightened senses, Mochizuki cautiously turned towards the source of the noise, yet saw nothing. It seemed merely a sound caused by the night breeze. Was it an illusion? Just as he had bowed his head to perform the healing technique, he thought he saw a vague shadow flit past in his peripheral vision. Perhaps it was just a small creature passing through the mountains near the high school? Mochizuki gazed curiously at the wall that felt somewhat out of place. Let us go, Keita Shuko's urging voice came. Mochizuki blinked, turning to follow her. After all, the teacher had mentioned that the high school was protected by the barrier of Tianyuan, and any unregistered cursed energy would trigger an alarm. If there was no alarm, it must have just been a passing animal. Resigning to the idea, Mochizuki and Keita Shuko made their way to the dormitory. Once the two girls, hand in hand, entered the dormitory staircase, two boys, one black-haired and one white-haired, emerged from the slowly dissipating shadows, their expressions grave as they observed the direction the girls had vanished. Jet, did you see that? Wataru's low voice brimmed with disbelief. Suguru Jet struggled to retract his gaze, placing a hand on his friend's shoulder. I saw it, Wataru. Mochizuki had kissed Shuko's wrist. Watching his friends in disarray, Suguru Jet spoke with a mix of subtle sympathy and schadenfreude. You actually lost to Shuko, huh, Wataru? Wataru exploded with indignation. Who lost? Don't say such things. I didn't mean it like that. Oh, is that so? I never mentioned you having feelings for Mochizuki, did I? Jet, do you want to fight? To understand why Suguru Jet and Wataru were crouched in the bushes outside the girls' dormitory, we must rewind half an hour. The two boys, having suffered a setback in their gal game session in the dormitory, restarted their nth attempt at the day's strategy. After another failure, Wataru threw his handheld console in frustration and collapsed onto the floor, glumly exclaiming, I don't understand. Why did Aiko end up choosing that weak presence of a senior B over the perfectly handsome me? I even gifted her a truckload of roses. How could spending money not compare to that senior B's cup of hot cocoa? What gives? Watching the screen where Aiko had deemed the persistent Stoker an annoyance and sent him to the orange ending, Suguru Jet was equally perplexed. While he believed Wataru's strategy options were flawed, he was confident his own were sound. The heroine, Aiko, with her sweet appearance and somewhat introverted personality, often attracted the attention of delinquents on her way home from school, a classic trope of the gal game hero saving the damsel in distress. However, it was strange. Although Wataru had triggered the plot point of being blocked on his way home, controlling the male lead to defeat the delinquents surrounding the female lead, in the end, Aiko had thrown herself into the arms of Senior B, who had inexplicably appeared there. Yet he had followed her home several times without ever triggering that delinquent plot. Not once. He was even treated as Stoker, sent to the orange ending, while Aiko cried and leaped into Senior B's embrace. Suguru Jet, exasperated, remarked again. It's that Senior B. He set down the controller, devoid of the will to continue playing. This gal game was renowned for its free plot points and plethora of bad endings, attracting numerous players to challenge the exceedingly difficult pursuit of a happy ending. Up until now, he and Wataru had achieved no less than 20 bad endings, and not a single happy ending. Jet. Why don't we have Ki and Shuko try to strategize it? Wataru suddenly sprang up from the floor. Girls understand girls best. Ki and Shuko will surely know how to win over Aiko. The more he spoke, the more convinced Wataru became, tugging at Suguru Jet's arm. Let us go. Let us go. We're heading to the girls' dormitory now. No, wait, Wataru. Do you even know what time it is? Suguru Jet protested, resisting. It's only 10 at night. Wataru asserted with confidence. The beautiful nightlife of gaming has just begun. How could they possibly be asleep? Rise and shine. Let us make our way to the girls' dormitory. Summer Yuji exclaimed, a hint of reluctance in his voice. I would rather not face the wrath of Teacher Yaga tomorrow, having to pen several thousand characters in reflection for our nocturnal escapade. Besides, it seems that only Mochizuki is there at the moment. Both Natsuki and Teacher Yaga have gone on a mission together, and have yet to return. With a sigh, he was tugged along by Satoru Gojo. Today marks the 9th day. That rascal Inori has clearly recovered yet still feigns illness. We must expose her in her own quarters. So, have you secretly brushed up on your physiological knowledge, Gojo? Ugh, Yuji, if I count to 3 and you do not rise, I shall unleash my cursed energy upon you. Alright. Let us just take a peek. If she is already asleep, we can always come back tomorrow. Thus Summer Yuji was dragged along, playfully jostled by Satoru Gojo as they approached the narrow path leading to the girls' dormitory. As they chatted about strategy options and potential plot triggers, Gojo suddenly paused, his nose twitching as he questioned, Yuji, do you detect a certain fragrance? The chill of the night air carried a whiff of an oddly familiar scent. With a flicker of recognition, Summer Yuji hesitated before speaking. That seems to be the blood scent that appears when Mochizuki activates her technique? What purpose could she have for employing her technique at this hour? Gojo furrowed his brow, hastening his pace toward the dormitory. As they neared the entrance, Gojo's keen eyesight spotted Natsuki and Mochizuki standing in the open area beneath the dormitory. Just as he was about to call out a greeting, he was struck dumb by the sight before him. Mochizuki grasped Natsuki's hand, her expression reverent as she closed her eyes, her cherry blossom-colored lips pressing against Natsuki's wrist. Ha! Gojo's eyes widened in disbelief. Just as he opened his mouth to shout, Yuji swiftly grabbed the back of Gojo's collar, pulling him behind a row of bushes bordering the wall. Fortunately, a half-meter gap remained between the wall and the foliage, allowing them to conceal themselves successfully. Chapter 44. This cannot be happening. Emerging from the shadows, a darkness deeper than black, all impurities were purified. The instant Yuji pulled Gojo into the bushes, he swiftly muttered the incantation for a barrier, enveloping them in a translucent black membrane that momentarily muted their presence. That was close. I'm glad I reacted quickly. Yuji sighed in relief, gripping the collar of the fuming Gojo, who was ready to burst forth in fury. Yuji, let me go. I must separate them. Gojo's face was a picture of frustration, his pent-up emotions leading him to contemplate a destructive outburst. Although he himself was unsure of what exactly was bothering him, he felt overwhelmingly irritable. Stop thinking about it, Gojo. If I let you out now, it will only lead to embarrassment for all four of us. Yuji's tone was resolute. Remember the 13th bad ending? Being overly cautious could end up being a boon for the other party. The 13th bad ending Yuji referred to was when Gojo's character, having meticulously arranged a confession setting, inadvertently stumbled upon the female lead, Aiko, confessing to Senior B. In a fit of rage, Gojo had the character confront them, only to solidify Aiko's resolve and pit her against Senior B, making the protagonist appear as the wicked villain. The vivid recollection caused Gojo to fall silent, his expression darkening as he squatted beside Yuji in the bushes, his azure eyes fixated on the entwined hands of the two girls. He watched as Mochizuki smiled sweetly and released Natsuki's hand, prompting Natsuki to exclaim something nonsensical, yet filled with wonder. As they walked hand in hand toward the staircase of the dormitory, long after their figures disappeared around the corner, the two boys remained in stunned silence. Hey Yuji. Did you see that? I did, Gojo. Mochizuki kissed Natsuki's wrist. As Yuji reiterated the unbelievable scene, Gojo's pupils trembled in shock. You actually lost to Natsuki, huh, Gojo? Yuji suppressed a smirk of schadenfreude. Gojo glared at him. Who lost? Don't say that. I had no such intention. Yuji grinned at his friend, whose ears had suddenly flushed crimson. Oh? Is that so? I never implied that you harbored feelings for Mochizuki, did I? Yuji, do you wish to fight? Gojo's azure gaze narrowed aggressively. Yuji raised his hands in surrender. Let us avoid any brawls outside the girls' dormitory. Gojo scoffed, his mind replaying the earlier scene, his brow furrowing in contemplation. However, I never anticipated that Mochizuki would have feelings for Natsuki. Yuji's tone turned reflective as he pondered aloud. So we just happened to stumble upon Mochizuki's confession, did we? After all, the scene mirrored one of the bad endings we encountered in our gal game. Though the characters involved had shifted from a male-female dynamic to a female-female one, he was not one to discriminate based on romantic orientation. Yet upon recalling the scene, he was still quite astonished. Perhaps it wasn't a confession after all. Gojo interjected suddenly. Yuji raised an eyebrow. When did you learn to deceive yourself, Gojo? Hehe. I said perhaps. Gojo reiterated irritably, his mind drifting back to the previous scene, his lips pressing into a frown. When Mochizuki had kissed Natsuki's wrist, there had been traces of blood. Though the amount seemed minimal, just a few drops, the six eyes allowed him to discern even the faintest details in the dark. He had been so taken aback by the earlier sight that he instinctively overlooked this detail. Now that the protagonists of that shocking moment were gone, his calm mind recalled the scene, and the obscured detail sprang forth. Natsuki was injured. Yuji gasped. I didn't see an actual wound. Just a few fresh drops of blood, Gojo replied, furrowing his brow. Well, I didn't sense any fluctuation of cursed energy from Natsuki indicating she had employed a reversal technique. Yuji pondered aloud, half-jokingly suggesting, surely, it wouldn't mean that Mochizuki has mastered the reversal technique and healed Natsuki's wound, would it? Gojo remained speechless, looking at Yuji in disbelief. The two shared a silent gaze, the smile on Yuji's face fading as they locked eyes, both witnessing a new wave of shock and uncertainty in one another. This cannot be real, can it? If it is, I would prefer it to be Mochizuki confessing to Natsuki. Yuji thought to himself, resigned to the absurdity of the situation. On a tranquil night, some JKs slumbered blissfully on the large beds in their dormitory, while certain DKs were ensnared in doubt, pondering whether they were among the first to master the healing reversal technique, a skill that would later be acquired by novice sorcerers. Twisting and turning in bed throughout the night, they remained oblivious to the astonished feelings of the other two DKs. Meanwhile, Mochizuki Kiki found herself enveloped in an unprecedented sense of satisfaction from her sleep. The following morning, as she made her way to the classroom for the early 8 a.m. lesson, she felt invigorated, brimming with the energy to take on a legion of special-grade cursed spirits. "Good morning, Natsuko." Mochizuki Kiki greeted her perpetually lethargic classmate, IRU Natsuko, with a bright smile. IRU, having spent the previous night aimlessly scrolling through Twitter, wearily nodded in response. "Morning, Kiki." As the sliding door of the classroom was pulled open once more, Mochizuki Kiki looked up, intending to greet her two fellow classmates, but was taken aback by the sight of two DKs sporting dark circles under their eyes. "Good morning. Did you two go to Africa to mine coal last night?" Mochizuki Kiki hesitated momentarily, observing the two DKs whose hair appeared to droop with exhaustion. "What an odd description," Yaga Yuji muttered, his expression slightly perplexed. Meanwhile, Satoru Gojo lifted his gaze, his stunning azure eyes fixated on her, sending a shiver down Mochizuki Kiki's spine. After a moment, he rasped, You seem quite healthy today." "What?" Kiki replied, bewildered. "When did I ever say I was unwell?" She narrowed her eyes in confusion. "No." Satoru Gojo stepped closer to Mochizuki Kiki and, with her questioning gaze upon him, grasped her wrist. His slender fingers effortlessly encircled her delicate wrist. The sensation of their close contact caused a flicker of understanding to cross Satoru's face, as he slightly lifted his chin and remarked, "Haven't you noticed? You used to claim you were the type with a cold constitution, yet now your temperature is within the normal range." Mochizuki Kiki was momentarily taken aback by Satoru's words. Even IRU, who sat despondently in her seat, was momentarily stunned before springing to her feet and affectionately clasping Kiki's other wrist. "You really have warmth now." IRU's expression was somewhat dazed as she locked eyes with Mochizuki Kiki, who was equally astonished. Could it be that after drinking human blood, a vampire like me could become as warm as a normal human? Both IRU, who had just unveiled Mochizuki Kiki's non-human identity the previous night, and Mochizuki Kiki, who was acutely aware of her physical state, were struck by the revelation. Moreover, how could Satoru's six eyes fail to discern Kiki's true nature? Is this the wondrous nature of a vampire? IRU mused. Mochizuki Kiki, grappling with this newfound concept, appeared somewhat dazed. Observing Kiki's delayed realization, Yaga Yuji shook his head in exasperation. "At least take some interest in your own health, Kiki. Speaking of which, I feel particularly energetic today. As if I could take down several special-grade cursed spirits in one go." Mochizuki Kiki suddenly comprehended, realizing that her newfound vitality had begun at that very moment. "So you really didn't notice this? That's rather disappointing." Satoru Gojo clicked his tongue, releasing her wrist and returning his hands to his pockets, seemingly nonchalant as he added, "Is this one of the benefits of mastering the reversal technique?" IRU paused, casting a contemplative glance at Satoru, whose dark circles were nearly as pronounced as hers. Yaga Yuji directed a gaze at Mochizuki Kiki, his expression a complex mix of anticipation and something else. Mastering the reversal technique alongside peers, and becoming stronger was undoubtedly a positive outcome. Yet it still felt as if he had lost in some way. Mochizuki Kiki, unaware of Yaga Yuji's inner turmoil, inquired, "Huh? What reversal technique? I don't even know how to use it." Her voice trailed off as she processed Satoru's presence, glancing at Yaga Yuji's gentle yet somewhat stiff smile. "I can't use the reversal technique, but I have indeed developed a new ability within my technique that allows me to heal minor wounds, either my own or others. I haven't had the chance to test its full extent yet." Upon hearing Mochizuki Kiki's explanation, Satoru's gaze flickered, and he instinctively felt a release of pent-up tension, his expression returning to one of delight. He shot a sidelong glance at the stunned Yaga Yuji, as if to say, "See? I told you they weren't confessing last night." Before Yaga Yuji could respond, Mochizuki Kiki's voice rang out once more. "Satoru Yuji, did you come to the girls' dormitory last night?" Her tone was resolute, concealing any hint of anxiety about her potential discovery. The two DKs froze in place. IRU furrowed her brow, scrutinizing her classmates, whose expressions had betrayed them. "Were you there last night too? That doesn't sound plausible," IRU thought, observing Satoru and Yaga Yuji with keen interest. Satoru, with his hands tucked into his pockets, casually replied, "We just happened to pass by." It was all Yuji's idea. He suddenly wanted an energy drink while gaming, and insisted I accompany him to buy it. Mochizuki Kiki narrowed her eyes. Aren't there vending machines outside the boys' dormitory too? Couldn't you have just bought a drink right outside your own dorm? The Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School is located on the outskirts of Tokyo. Although the cafeteria provides free meals, it lacks the convenience stores found in other schools. This means that any necessary supplies must be purchased in town or requested from the auxiliary supervisor. The school's decor leans towards an old-fashioned style, with the occasional vending machine offering snacks or drinks, akin to a blind box filled with uncertainty. There is a vending machine beneath the girls' dormitory, and while she has yet to visit the boys' dormitory, it presumably has one as well. In response, Satoru said, Yuji thought since we were out, we might as well take a stroll. Is that true? Mochizuki Kiki questioned, her gaze now fixed on Yaga Yuji. Yaga Yuji smirked, exposing Satoru's fib. What nonsense. It was you who wanted to drag Kiki and IRU to the boys' dormitory to play games last night, and said that if I disagreed, you'd force me to join you in your dorm. Yaga's reasoning sounded credible. IRU, feeling the authenticity of Yuji's words, remarked, that explanation seems more believable. Mochizuki Kiki's expression turned incredulous as she regarded Satoru. You wanted to bring girls to the boys' dormitory to play games at that hour? Is that game legitimate? Satoru, sensing her implication, let out a resigned sigh, running his fingers through his white hair. What? Is that so wrong? It's just a game. Do you think something inappropriate would happen? I'm not the only one in the dorm. Yuji is there too. He plays gal games as well. Can't you see through your little assumptions? Mochizuki Kiki's eyes grew even more incredulous, and she instinctively edged closer to IRU, adopting a posture that suggested a desire to distance herself from anything deemed unclean. The expression on Ayatani Shoko's face was difficult to articulate, and despite feeling he had said nothing amiss, Gojo Satoru's somewhat flustered demeanor only served to bolster his confidence. He had committed no error. It was merely a game. Suguru Geto fell silent for a moment, and before the scrutinizing gazes of both Tsukumo Kokuroi and Ayatani Shoko could settle upon him, he raised his hands in surrender and earnestly declared, Please don't look at me with such eyes. I am truly different from Satoru. I would invite you both to the dormitory for some daytime fun. He would never stoop so low as to invite girls to the boys' dormitory at 10 or 11 at night. So you and Gojo are not so different after all. Ayatani Shoko remarked, her tone piercing through the air. It's merely a reasonable request for external assistance. It's not as if we could ask Teacher Yaga for help. Suguru Geto smiled innocently. So you two are genuinely stuck? I recall you both were rather adept at gaming, Tsukumo Kokuroi said, her faith wavering as she glanced sideways at Ayatani Shoko. The latter subtly shook her head. Tsukumo Kokuroi felt a significant weight lift from her heart. Wonderful. It seems she hasn't revealed her true self before them yet. Observing the interaction between the two, Gojo Satoru felt a surge of irritation. He boldly squeezed himself between the two girls, elongating his voice as he proclaimed, This game is somewhat of an exception. Shall we all gather at Geto's dormitory after class today for a gaming session? What game? I only excel at card games, Tsukumo Kokuroi hesitated. Gojo Satoru wore a serious expression. It's a gal game. Tsukumo Kokuroi. Chapter 47, The Enigma Unleashed. Wait a moment. Why is it in my dormitory again? Suguru Geto sensed something amiss. Gojo Satoru replied nonchalantly, because once the gathering ends, I won't have to clean the room. Suguru Geto clenched his fists and delivered a punch to Gojo Satoru's shoulder. Gojo Satoru nimbly dodged, grinning at the empty air where Suguru's fist had landed. It's merely cleaning a room, Geto. If you're struggling, you could always ask me for help. Suguru Geto's temples throbbed heavily. Cursed energy surged as a black vortex unfurled behind him, a visually appetizing cursed spirit peering out. With a smile carrying a hint of menace, Suguru Geto pointed toward the playground outside the classroom and said, Satoru, let us step outside for a private chat. No way. I'd rather not be close to the creepy bangs DK, Gojo Satoru drawled, his voice trailing off in a sugary tone, sweetly crossing his arms and rubbing them. Adopting a JK's playful tone, Suguru Geto felt as if a thorn was lodged in his throat, his combat spirit dissipating as his gaze shifted toward Gojo Satoru, now laden with indescribable emotions. Ayatani Shoko, with a look of utter disbelief, pointed at Gojo Satoru and said, Geto, has this guy gone off the rails due to his 6 eyes? Has his brain finally been fried? Gojo Satoru smirked, of course not, Shoko. Tsukumo Kokuroi felt a flutter in her eyelids, hesitating as she observed Gojo Satoru, who was seamlessly integrating himself into the JK persona. I can't shake the feeling that after the Deer Town incident, you seem to have unlocked some extraordinary switch. Should she allow Gojo Satoru to experience cross-dressing? Tsukumo Kokuroi felt an unusual pang of guilt. Just as Gojo Satoru was about to respond, the classroom door was suddenly yanked open from the outside. The four of them hastily returned to their seats. When the teacher stepped onto the podium and looked down, he found the four of them seated obediently in their respective places. He paused for a moment, flipping through his lesson plan with one hand while adjusting the spectacles perched on his nose with the other. Well then, class, let us begin. Ultimately, the trio gathered in Gojo Satoru's dormitory found themselves temporarily halted outside the tightly shut door, listening to the cacophony echoing from within. After approximately 10 minutes, Gojo Satoru finally reopened the dormitory door. All right, you may enter. Walking behind Tsukumo Kokuroi and Ayatani Shoko, Suguru Geto, the second to last to step into Gojo Satoru's tidy room, cast a knowing glance at Gojo Satoru, who was calmly closing the door. Gojo Satoru chose to ignore it, effortlessly turning on the television, inserting the game disc, and connecting the handheld console. The screen filled with the pastel hues of a romantic gal game, ensuring all four could see it. Ah, it's a game where the male protagonist courts various female characters. Tsukumo Kokuroi observed the main page, where several girls in school uniforms surrounded the shadowed male protagonist, feeling a sense of novelty. It was her first encounter with a love-adventure game from the male perspective. Previously, she had only watched her friends play as female leads pursuing different male characters, which often devolved into a reverse romantic dash. In a certain sense, that was quite a remarkable talent. Chapter 48. Let us together endure the trials of the gal game. Gojo Satoru and Suguru Geto sat on either side, with Tsukumo Kokuroi and Ayatani Shoko in between. After securing the data cable, Gojo Satoru raised the controller in his hand and asked, "Who wishes to go first?" As a member of the prestigious trio, Gojo Satoru, who lacked nothing in terms of wealth, had not only paid for the game to be downloaded on his handheld for convenience, but had also purchased a disc for a superior gaming experience on the large screen. The game disc allowed for only one save file at a time, with a single male protagonist, necessitating a rotation among players. "I'll go first," Ayatani Shoko asserted, reaching out unceremoniously, with Tsukumo Kokuroi aiding her by passing the controller, sliding to the start option on the game's main page. A brief 3 seconds of black screen followed before the game commenced. The opening featured the cliched background introduction of the male protagonist, and as the perspective shifted, the protagonist found himself on the way to school. Today marks your first day at Lyde High School. You stroll along the path with a piece of toast in your mouth when you faintly hear a quarrel up ahead, and you decide. Option A, it's still early. Let us go take a look. Option B, not my concern. I'll take a detour. Option C, ignoring it, I'll walk straight past. Option D, when in doubt, call the police. Ayatani Shoko pondered for a moment. Generally, one would choose A, right? If she guessed correctly, this should be the beginning of the encounter between the male and female leads. Suguru Geto nodded in approval. You understand well, Shoko? Yes. This is indeed the commencement of their meeting. I also selected A when I played. You'll encounter the female lead being harassed by 3 delinquents. Gojo Satoru dismissed it nonchalantly. Even if A isn't selected, they will meet again in the classroom later. I've never chosen A. Stubborn as he was, he simply didn't care. Tsukumo Kokuroi suddenly noticed an intriguing detail. Speaking of which, aren't there several girls depicted on the game's main page? Shouldn't they all be potential heroines? Why do you refer to one of them as the heroine? Suguru Geto gently clarified. Because the game's creators stated that although they set up different potential heroines, the game primarily focuses on a pure love story. Once a heroine is chosen, you will enter her storyline, and will not encounter the other heroines. But I just jumped straight into the game without being given a choice, Ayatani Shoko frowned, realizing that things were more complicated than they seemed. Because I helped you pre-select the Ico route beforehand, Gojo Satoru said casually. Geto and I also started from the Ico route. Isn't it good for everyone to start from the same line? Suguru Geto concurred, stating, Wakaba is absolutely right. Since this is a gathering, we must embark on our strategies from a shared starting point. However, Shoko Yeri felt an unsettling dissonance that she couldn't quite articulate. Until the perceptive Kokichi Mochizuki broke the silence. There are 5 female protagonists on the main page of this game. How many have you two managed to woo thus far? The 2 players, feigning nonchalance, suddenly froze. Shoko Yeri raised an eyebrow in astonishment, realizing, you mean to say that neither of you has successfully courted even one? Wataru Waki stubbornly retorted. This gal game is no ordinary romance simulation. Success requires navigating various storylines to ultimately achieve a happy ending with the heroine. It's merely a matter of romance. The true challenge lies in securing that happy conclusion after successfully holding hands. Suguru Geto nodded gravely. Securing a handhold is merely the first step. I've heard that there are numerous plot points that can lead to a bad ending if one is not vigilant. Furthermore, the same plot points may not trigger in a second playthrough using identical methods, rendering this game exceedingly prone to failure. In the span of just 2 sentences, an overwhelming amount of information was divulged. I hear you two are rather lacking, having been eliminated without even initiating a romance with the heroine, Mochizuki remarked, shaking his head. Wataruwaki raised his voice. It's easy to talk, but you'll soon understand just how arduous it is. Memories of past failures surged painfully through Suguru Geto. Yet he turned to Shoko Yeri with a serene expression and gently urged, "Continue, Shoko. Let others join in the trials and tribulations inflicted by this gal game and its creators." Shoko Yeri replied, "Then I shall press on." After a moment's hesitation, she chose option A. The game scene on the screen shifted, revealing the sweet and adorable heroine, Aiko, cornered by 3 delinquent boys sporting colorful hairstyles. A girl in the same school uniform as you is cornered by 3 delinquents, her face twisted in a sneer. She looks up at you with tears glistening in her eyes as you pass by, and you decide. A. Step forward to rescue her. B. Keep walking. C. Attempt to negotiate. D. Call the police. The trope of the hero rescuing the damsel in distress is a well-worn method of gaining affection. So Shoko Yeri naturally selected A. The 3 delinquents beat you mercilessly, leaving threats in their wake. You successfully rescue the girl, who, filled with guilt, retrieves a handkerchief and gently tends to the wounds on your forehead caused by the scuffle, introducing herself as Aiko. You part ways. Wounded, you finally arrive at school, entering your new class and enduring the pain as you introduce yourself. On the screen, the classmates offered a perfunctory round of applause, welcoming the new student before returning to their own affairs, while the teacher, seemingly unfazed, instructed the male protagonist to choose a seat. Shoko Yeri expressed her surprise. Is the atmosphere in an ordinary high school class always like this? In a class of over 20 students, almost half appeared to be troublemakers. Is it acceptable to sleep openly in the back row while smoking in front of the teacher? After awakening her healing reversal technique in elementary school, she was discovered by the higher-ups of the Jujutsu sorcerers, and subsequently placed under protection, attending private tutoring until she arrived at Tokyo Jujutsu High. Having never set foot in a school before, Suguru Geto, who had attended a regular junior high, hesitated. Perhaps everyone becomes more rebellious in high school? Kokichi Mochizuki, who had merely been a name on the school roster prior to crossing over, displayed an expression of newfound awareness. As for Wataruwaki, he had been tutored privately at the Waki family home before attending Jujutsu High, having never experienced a conventional school environment. None of the 3 were particularly useful. Shoko Yeri fell silent for 2 seconds before continuing to manipulate the controller. Your homeroom teacher inquires where you would like to sit. There are 4 empty seats in the classroom, and you choose. A. The back row in the corner by the trash, next to a male classmate who is sprawled over his desk, fast asleep. B. The 4th row by the window, next to a female classmate who is touching up her makeup with a small mirror. C. The middle of the 5th row, where the occupant is mysteriously absent, leaving only a few books in the drawer. D. The front row against the wall, next to a bespectacled male classmate who is diligently scribbling away. Chapter 49. All our tropes. Shoko Yeri decisively chose C, the middle of the 5th row. Suguru Geto raised an eyebrow. Wataruwaki was not surprised at all. You've chosen C as well, haven to you, Shoko? Since this is a romance strategy game, the encounter between the male and female protagonists must surely extend beyond the initial meeting. The cliché of fortuitously rescuing a girl on the way to school, only to discover later that she is in the same class, is a trope that has been overused in films. Shoko Yeri remarked with a sense of ease. It's likely because that seat, although occupied, is serendipitously empty. Kokichi Mochizuki reasoned. So Shoko, do you surmise that seat might belong to Aiko? Shoko Yeri nodded, about to respond when the screen shifted once more. Apologies, teacher, I'm late. A sudden voice echoed in the room, and a black box with subtitles appeared at the bottom of the screen. A figure appeared at the open sliding door of the classroom, looking apologetically at the homeroom teacher. The teacher at the podium nodded kindly and addressed the boy standing at the door. It's all right. Class hasn't officially started yet. Please come in and take a seat, Mr. Rhoda. Shoko Yeri's expression froze. Mr. Rhoda? On the screen, a boy wearing clear glasses and sporting a neatly groomed hairstyle donned a white long-sleeve shirt and black trousers, making his way to the middle of the 5th row, occupying the seat adjacent to the male protagonist. After settling in, he briefly cast a curious glance at the new face in class before losing interest, and returning his gaze to the blackboard and the teacher, embodying the image of a diligent student. Shoko Yeri burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Surprised are you, Shoko? That's Seedis and Tikos. Both Suguru Geto and Wataruwaki, who had anticipated this moment, shook with mirth. And Shoko, just a friendly reminder. It seems that before the male protagonist transferred, the heroine Aiko had been harboring a crush on this boy. Suguru Geto wiped away the tears of mirth that had sprung to his eyes, his tone a mix of resentment and schadenfreude. He is the culprit behind my countless bad endings. Indeed, this Rhoda, a name that would evoke ire from Wataruwaki, Suguru Geto, and countless others who had purchased this romance strategy game, stands as one of the greatest obstacles on the path of love. Realizing the insidious tactics of the Gal game, Shoko Yeri inquired, what about the heroine Aiko? She won TB in the neighboring class, will she? You're underestimating this game. Wataruwaki waved his hand dismissively. Aiko is a junior. Her class is on the second floor, while the male protagonist's class is on the fourth floor. Not even on the same level. Shoko Yeri conceded, her previous lethargy dissipating as she focused intently on the screen, feeling a flicker of competitive spirit ignited within her. The easily provoked students of Jujutsu High engaged in their game. Kokichi Mochizuki observed earnestly, even forgetting to snack. Shoko Yeri maintained a stunned expression as she reached the save point of this chapter, gazing at the conclusion illustrated on the screen. In stark contrast to the breathtaking yet melancholic scenes portrayed in the game's narrative CG. The cacophony of two obnoxious DKs mocking relentlessly, while excitedly thumping the floor serves as a jarring backdrop. Kid Natsuko, through her unwavering determination, finally manages to secure the male protagonist's friendship with the female lead, Aiko, just before graduation. Delicate cherry blossom petals swirl gracefully, settling amidst the girl's hair. As the boy beside her tenderly reaches out to pluck a petal from her tresses, the girl's cheeks bloom with a soft crimson hue. Her smile radiant and content as she bows in unison with Aiko, addressing you with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for your care this past year. Aiko and I, Rokuta-kun, will surely continue forward. The couple's resolute voices resonate beneath the cherry trees. A gentle breeze rustles, showering you with a flurry of cherry blossom petals. You silently gaze at the swirl of hair above their heads, the CG frozen in time. Kid Natsuko, I'm exhausted. Let it all come crashing down. Defeated. Kid Natsuko collapses onto the floor like a specter, appearing utterly drained. Natsuko, are you happy? You've somehow become the noble knight safeguarding the love between the princess and the prince. Haha. Wataru Goju chuckles until tears stream down his face. Suguru Geto stifles a cough. Yet a smirk lingers at the corner of his lips. It's alright, Natsuko. The B ending I achieved previously also earned me the good person card. Don't worry. I'll strive for both of us. Mochizuki Ki reassures her with a gentle pat on the arm. This failed save file has left Kid Natsuko with a multitude of options to explore. She is brimming with confidence for the next game start. With renewed hope, she hands the controller to Mochizuki Ki, speaking earnestly, it's in your hands now, Ki. Watch and learn. Mochizuki Ki accepts the controller, somewhat awkwardly navigating back to the main page to commence a new save file. A familiar beginning, the same successful encounter triggers, and without hesitation, Mochizuki Ki selects D. The other three, huh? You actually chose to call the police directly? Wataru Goju exclaims, his expression one of disbelief. Suguru Geto is equally astonished. You didn't even see anything yet, and you called the cops? Even in a game, what if it turns into a false report, and you end up in trouble? Suguru begins to recall if he has ever seen posts in gaming forums about players getting caught for false reporting. Having nothing more to add, Kid Natsuko can only mirror their shocked expressions as she watches Mochizuki Ki. Ki, she stammers, maintaining her calm demeanor. Although I didn't see it, there were clearly dialogues in the game's background indicating that the girl was being harassed by unsavory characters, right? Reporting it here is justified. Indeed, this reasoning temporarily appeases them. The second option soon follows. A girl in the same school uniform as yours is cornered by 3 delinquent boys with orange-red hair. Their faces twisted in malicious grins as they taunt her with a knife. The cold blade leaves an imprint on her cheek. Her face is pale as paper as she stares in terror at the knife-wielding thug, seemingly too frightened to speak. As you pass this way, you decide. A. Step into rescue. B. Keep walking. C. Attempt to negotiate. D. Call the police. Mochizuki Ki again selects D. Calling the police. In the next moment, the screen abruptly turns black. Mochizuki Ki. 3 seconds later, a gray CG scene materializes on the screen. You decide to make another call to the police for urgency. Hello. That guy is actually calling for help. The delinquent, noticing your presence, approaches you with a menacing glare. You underestimated the thugs lurking around this school. After a swift encounter, you find yourself lying in a pool of blood, your vision gradually fading. Some encounters are fleeting, ending before they truly begin. In less than 5 minutes, Mochizuki finds herself defeated. Could it be that she too is inept at love games? Chapter 50. An unconventional romance game. Ha ha ha. This is too much. Who calls the police in front of delinquents? Are you afraid they won TCU dialing? Ha ha. You're even worse than Natsuko. Wataru Goju laughs heartily. Suguru Geto struggles to contain his laughter, though amusement still seeps into his voice. Key. If you don't want to get stabbed next time, maybe choose a more secluded spot to report? Mochizuki next. Who will take the controller? She coolly extends her controller, and Wataru Goju eagerly snatches it up. Let me show you weaklings what true gaming prowess looks like. To be labeled as a weakling. Suguru Geto smiles benignly, gently countering. What are you saying, Goju? Up until now, your B-Routes Haven T even triggered a confession scene with the female lead. Have they? I may have been rejected, but at least I reached the confession stage. As a fellow failure, he managed to trigger a confession. Albeit still receiving the good person card from Aiko, but it still places him just a tad ahead in the cosmic hierarchy of gaming. Ignoring this, Wataru Goju deliberately immerses himself in the game. The three observe as Wataru Goju seamlessly bypasses the initial encounter, stepping into the classroom of the female lead's secret crush. Embarking on a series of bewildering maneuvers. For instance, on a day when light rain begins to fall after school, Wataru Goju as protagonist enthusiastically offers his umbrella to another girl beside Aiko, then dashes into the rain with Aiko, both emerging as drenched chickens. Perhaps due to the naturally weaker constitution of girls compared to boys, Aiko takes a sick day the following day, and does not come to school. With no opportunities to shower Aiko with his supposed attentiveness, Wataru Goju redirects his focus onto his classmate, Rokutakuen, leading to a series of offline math challenges that escalate into a competition for exam rankings. Even when Aiko returns to school on the third day, he ignores her entirely, fixating instead on competing with Rokutakuen. Observing this unfolding drama, Mochizuki is left speechless. Kid Natsuko, transitioning from shock to numbness, gives Wataru Goju a thumbs up. You truly are something, Goju. Even in a game, you are always at the forefront of singlehood. Suguru Geto Goju. Do you remember this is a dating simulation game? Suguru reminds him with an exasperated look. Wataru Goju, oblivious to the game's essence. Shut up, Geto. The math problems in this game are designed to mirror reality. I've never lost to anyone in math. It's just a random passerby. I'll solve this problem correctly, just wait. Suguru Geto. Mochizuki Natsuko, would you like some iced drinks? He turns to the two girls. The spacious dormitory of the high school allows for personal customization, and with an abundance of funds and a penchant for sweets, Wataru Goju has naturally procured an expensive large refrigerator, frequently stocked with beverages, desserts, and fruits. Is there beer? Kid Natsuko inquires with interest. Mochizuki, can I have some? No alcohol. Natsuko, have you forgotten Goju's tolerance? Suguru Geto opens the refrigerator door, assessing the available drinks. Soda and juice, what would you like? Soda. This time. Mochizuki and Yeri Shoko spoke in unison. Okay. Suguru Geto produced 3 bottles of soda, with the third bottle being his own. As for Satoru Gojo, let this math problem enthusiast retrieve his own drink after finishing this save point. Several minutes later, Satoru Gojo, who had once again achieved the disappointing bad ending of solitary life, dejectedly set down the controller. The bad news. He had once again landed on the bad ending, failing to attain the happy ending. The good news. This time the bad ending CG had not been recorded. And due to his fierce competition with Rikuo during their final year of high school, AI's chance to confess to Rikuo had also slipped away. After graduation, the three of them entered different schools, ultimately leading lives devoid of intersection. Still no happy ending. Satoru Gojo pouted as he handed the controller to the eagerly outstretched hands of Suguru Geto. If your bizarre choices could still lead to a happy ending, then this game must be bugged, Suguru Geto retorted. Shoko Yeri, biting into a long sandwich cookie, remarked, by the way, you must have failed numerous times, right? Since the difficulty of this game is so high, why not consider playing a different one? Isn't the challenge what makes it interesting? Who wants to play those mundane, straightforward dating simulation games? Satoru Gojo scoffed, then began to chastise Suguru Geto for not assisting him in fetching the drinks. Really? Mochizuki silently took a sip of her ice-cold soda. However, she felt that with Satoru Gojo's peculiar thought process, even the simplest dating simulation game would present challenges. Suguru Geto shrugged and commenced his turn. In the initial encounter plot, Suguru Geto's choices mirrored those of Shoko Yeri, opting to approach AI to help her, albeit at the cost of being beaten into a pulp by 3 delinquents, sustaining injuries himself. To avoid being misunderstood by AI and falling into the erroneous Mandarin orange ending, Suguru decided to adopt the guise of a gentlemanly admirer, occasionally gifting small tokens to AI, enlisting the aid of her classmates or casually presenting them to her when she was alone, epitomizing the notion of subtly infiltrating her life while offering gentle inquiries about her well-being. Yet, the protagonist controlled by Suguru Geto found himself ensnared by the Mandarin orange scenario once more. This time, he was not merely perceived as a stalker, but rather as a harasser. Why? Suguru Geto, bewildered, set down the controller, staring at the frozen CG on the screen, his face a canvas of confusion. I didn't follow her every day after school, did I? I merely gave her flowers and some gifts that girls typically like. Is that also considered harassment? Suguru Geto felt wronged. Satoru Gojo, equally perplexed, found no hindrance in continuing to mock Suguru's failure. Shoko Yeri, as a girl, offered her critique. Perhaps it's your relentless pursuit of AI that comes across as rather aggressive? Mochizuki Q nodded in agreement. Indeed, Suguru, your daily gifts, disregarding her potential refusal, might have put her in an uncomfortable position. Oblivious to the implications, Suguru Geto questioned why. AI didn't he seem displeased when she received the gifts? Did she? Shoko Yeri looked at him disdainfully. That was merely to spare you, for having once saved her from losing face. Who would have thought you would take that as an invitation to bombard her with gifts daily? Chapter 51. Skillfully evoking sympathy. Outside the dormitory, the sky had entirely darkened. When the controller finally returned to Shoko Yeri after her 5th consecutive bad ending, she wearily set it down, expressing her frustration to Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto, who were both nearly exasperated by the relentless gal game. I give up. During the next turn, don't include me. I cannot handle this game. Nothing is insurmountable. As long as one is willing to surrender. Shoko Yeri serenely handed the controller to Mochizuki Q, propping herself up on the floor, curling her legs to maneuver backward, carefully avoiding the empty soda bottles and discarded snack wrappers littered around them. Mochizuki Q silently accepted the controller, expertly navigating the interface to reset the failed CG page and commence a new round, her proficiency evoking sympathy. After yet another round without Shoko Yeri's contribution, Satoru Gojo removed his hands from the controller, irritably raising his head to rest his hands on the floor, his long legs sprawling outwards, releasing his nth complaint of the day after being mercilessly defeated by the game. Who on earth designed this bizarre rule? Why is AI's affection level at 80 points? And despite avoiding that wretched rival line, I still can't confess successfully. Suguru Geto nodded in agreement, feeling as though they were no longer playing a game, but rather being played by it. Gojo, pass me the controller. You threw it a bit too far. I can't reach it. Mochizuki Q nudged Satoru Gojo with her elbow. Ha! No way, you still have the fighting spirit? Satoru Gojo looked at her in surprise. As did Suguru Geto. Well, I think I might have grasped a bit of the pattern. I want to give it one last try. Mochizuki Q hesitated. Satoru Gojo leaned forward, using his strength to retrieve the controller he had tossed a short distance away, carelessly passing it to Mochizuki Q without a hint of expectation. Then best of luck. Suguru Geto pressed his stiff shoulders after sitting for too long, rising from the tatami mat to head towards the refrigerator. I'll check if there are any drinks left. Satoru Gojo yawned, pulled out his phone from his pocket, glanced at the time, then entered Twitter, scrolling through his saved posts until he found the promotional page for a high-end sushi restaurant, enlarging the menu images as he inquired, "It's 8:30 now. Do you want sushi? I'm considering ordering it for delivery." Although the location of Tokyo Metropolitan High School was in the outskirts of Tokyo, as long as the payment was adequate, and considering Satoru Gojo's status as a VIP at the sushi establishment, there was little chance of them declining delivery due to distance. After consuming so many snacks, can you still eat sushi, Gojo? Suguru Geto glanced at the litter surrounding them. Satoru Gojo scoffed, my stash of snacks isn't extensive. Technically, these are all single servings, but with 4 of us eating, it's a wonder we're even full. Shoko Yeri raised her hand. I'm good. I'm already full from the snacks. Oh, I forgot that girls have smaller appetites. Suguru, do you want to eat? Satoru Gojo casually overlooked Mochizuki Q, who had also indulged in snacks during the game. Suguru Geto shook his head. No thanks. I've had enough soda and am not very hungry. Gojo, just order for yourself. Aren't you going to ask Mochizuki? The surprise in Suguru Geto's voice was evident. Dark version. Excuse me, may I exchange line IDs with you? A girl with long pink hair, dressed in the same school uniform as you, anxiously gazes at you, her eyes occasionally flickering to your indifferent expression. her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue. Hearing the voice, both Satoru Gojo and Shoko Yeri turned to look. On the screen, the sweet and adorable AI bashfully extended an invitation to the protagonist controlled by Mochizuki Q. The other three, who had never encountered this plot point before, were left in disbelief. Huh? Chapter 52. Your game and my game seem to differ. Mochizuki, have you only just started? Suguru Geto questioned, his face a portrait of existential doubt. Having been subjected to the relentless challenges of this gal game, Ikuji Shoko and Gojo Satoru gazed at the screen, witnessing Aiko taking the initiative to exchange line information with the protagonist, an experience that felt utterly surreal. Is this real? Indeed. Mochizuki Nozomi responded calmly as the options slid by, selecting option D under the wide-eyed gaze of Gojo Satoru. Suguru Geto widened his small eyes in astonishment. Ikuji Shoko was left in a state of shock. Ha! You are blocking the way. The voice of the protagonist echoed in the room. You spoke coldly, one hand clutching the printed study materials, the other casually tucked in your pocket, walking past the pink-haired girl who stood frozen in place by your response. What? After all the effort to get Aiko to ask for your line, why would you refuse? Gojo Satoru, neglecting to place his food order, looked at her with exasperation, almost wishing to snatch the controller from Mochizuki Nozomi's hands. What are you doing, you pure-hearted young master, offering guidance from the sidelines? Just sit quietly and watch. Mochizuki Nozomi replied without lifting her gaze. The white-haired young master, dubbed pure-hearted, looked bewildered. What did you say? His smile took on a slightly menacing quality. Satoru, calm down. It wouldn't hurt to wait until Mochizuki fails before making a move, Suguru Geto said seriously, grasping Satoru's arm. Ikuji Shoko retreated to sit beside Mochizuki Nozomi. Satoru clicked his tongue, pocketed his phone, and returned to his previous position, resting his elbow on his knee. Fine, let me see just how much you understand. Thus, the three bore witness as Mochizuki Nozomi manipulated the protagonist, who was engrossed in competitive exam rankings with Rudenkoen, while inadvertently encountering Aiko time and again. The heroic rescue moments that Suguru Geto had longed for unfolded before his astonished eyes no less than 5 times. Yet, during the first 4 instances, the protagonist merely brushed past, but on the 5th he halted, standing still, coldly observing Aiko, who was once again surrounded by delinquents. Just when they thought this was the moment to intervene and rescue her, Mochizuki Nozomi directed the protagonist to walk away, doing nothing, not even opting to call the police. The trio. What kind of maneuver is this? However, what left them even more astounded came next. Dark version. Jin, I like you, please go out with me. During graduation season, cherry blossom petals fluttered, and the pink-haired girl, holding a confession letter, gazed at you with intense eyes. You choose. A. Accept the confession and passionately kiss her. B. Reject the confession and turn away. C. Confess to Aiko and arrange a marriage upon returning home. D. Neither accept nor reject, telling her that your greatest love is studying. Under their breathless watch, Mochizuki Nozomi selected D. You lowered your gaze to the perfumed confession letter, refraining from reaching out to take it. I cannot love anyone. For my love lies solely with studying. You stood with your hands tucked away, just as you did when you first encountered her, while she was threatened by delinquents. And you watched coldly from the sidelines. Aiko's shyness froze, her raised hand slowly lowering, the courage she mustered dissipating, her head bowing as if she were a withered vine stripped of life. Oh! Gojo Satoru frantically tugged at his hair, witnessing the ominous premonition as the options passed. He prepared to snatch the controller, but Suguru Geto, one step too late, gazed at Mochizuki Nozomi in despair. Why? We were so close to a happy ending with just the confession. The only one who remained motionless, Ikuji Shoko, contemplated the screen. It's all right. Dark version. Jin will never love anyone else, so I shall love you instead. The pink-haired girl chuckled softly, raising her head once more. The shadows cast by her bangs seemingly tinting her deep pink eyes a somber red. Aiko's sweet voice, laced with a hint of the uncanny, resonated in the room. A moment of silence fell over the frantic Gojo Satoru, while Suguru Geto turned back to the screen. Mochizuki Nozomi set down the controller, her gaze unwavering. For what I cherish most is dark version. Jin's cold detachment from the crowd, wholly devoted to studying. The pink-haired girl, blushing, gazed at you with longing. I truly adore boys who excel in their studies. As long as you never love anyone else, I can maintain the purest love for you throughout my life, until death forces me to cease my heart's fluttering for you. Should anyone foolishly disturb dark version, Jin, I will take it upon myself to drive them away. The screen froze on the sweetly smiling pink-haired girl, transforming into an unblemished CG. Mochizuki Nozomi achieved a colorful CG happy ending, complete with fluttering red rose petals to celebrate the atmosphere. The trio, perplexed, were utterly astonished. Were they indeed playing the same game? Curious about the completion method? Mochizuki Nozomi leisurely set down the controller, receiving 3 eager gazes. Thus, Mochizuki's little lecture commenced. She preserved the game's recorded save file, clicked to load it, and rewound to the initial encounter scene, pointing at the paused game screen and stating, "Look here. This time I was fortunate enough to encounter 3 delinquents who weren't armed with knives. Do you remember when Shoko chose to step forward to rescue Aiko? The delinquents we faced were not the same batch." The 3 slowly typed out a question mark. Wasn't this supposed to be the classic hero rescue scenario on the way to school? What relevance do the differences among the delinquents bear on the entire initial encounter scene? Anticipating the trio's inquiries, Mochizuki Nozomi calmly elucidated. In Shoko's first round, she also encountered a non-threatening delinquent without a knife. And Aiko had looked at the protagonist with tears in her eyes. However, when I first met Aiko, the delinquent was armed, and yet Aiko's face was merely pale. She didn't cry a single tear. Clearly, in comparing the 2 situations, the latter, involving a knife, should have been more terrifying for a girl, right? So why did Aiko not shed a tear when threatened by the knife, merely staring blankly at the delinquent? The 3 fell silent, recalling the details of the plot point they had experienced in their previous playthrough. Unable to bear it any longer, Mochizuki Nozomi sighed. The game actually provided an answer. At that moment, didn't the narrator describe the girl's face as pale as paper, staring fearfully at the delinquent wielding a knife, seemingly unable to utter a word? Note that it used the word seemingly. The question is, why did Aiko cry when not threatened by a knife, yet remain tearless when faced with the danger of a blade? Simply staring in fear at the delinquent before her? Ikuji Shoko pondered. Are you suggesting that there might be something suspicious about these 2 groups of delinquents? Gojo Satoru, bewildered, responded with an huh. Chapter 53. Those with the surname Imazu are not weak. With a thought. Suguru Geto's brow furrowed slightly. If Aiko is not as innocent as she appears on the surface, does that imply that the unarmed delinquents were possibly hired by Aiko to stage a performance for me, while the armed delinquents were clearly not part of Aiko's plan? Is it possible that Aiko's pale expression was a result of a plan gone awry, leading to her discomfort? Mochizuki Nozomi clapped her hands. Excellent. 1 point for Suguru Geto. That doesn't seem right. Gojo Satoru thought it illogical. Aiko clearly exuded the charm of a shy, sweet high school girl. Indeed, it felt off. There seemed to be a missing link, leading Ikuji Shoko into deep contemplation, until suddenly, she exclaimed, "Wait! I understand now. Aiko can fight, can't she?" Mochizuki Nozomi looked at the enlightened Ikuji Shoko with satisfaction. Precisely. If Aiko were adept at fighting and possessed considerable skill, it would indeed elucidate why. Upon the protagonist's arrival at school, Aiko was observed unscathed in the corridors that very day. Shifting the focus to Satoru Gojo, Kaname Mochizuki shook his head, saying, "Satoru, you are still too naive. You were once deceived by my appearance, and now you have fallen into the same error again?" Satoru Gojo replied. "It's because Aiko was so weak in front of that damned Munehisa that she couldn't even open a bottle cap without asking for help." He felt it was unjust to blame him for this misunderstanding. However, Kaname Mochizuki had already moved on to the next revelation. To verify Aiko's inconsistent personality, there's another point. J.E., do you recall that during the first time you stepped in to help Aiko fend off some delinquents, Munehisa happened to appear at that moment, nearly seizing an opportunity? Suguru Geto fell into recollection. "I remember. When I chose to intervene and drive away the delinquents, Munehisa just happened to show up at the alley's entrance. But wasn't that because it was his class's turn for cleaning duty that day?" "Exactly," Kaname confirmed. That meant Munehisa would inevitably return home later than the other students. Had the protagonist not intervened, Munehisa would have fortuitously rescued Aiko on her way home. "Now you understand why Aiko reported you to the disciplinary committee, right?" Kaname retorted, referencing the 3 times Suguru had been reported by Aiko for different reasons. Suguru, savoring the implications, mused, "Aiko has a crush on Munehisa, but I disrupted her damsel in distress plan, leading to her subsequent retaliation." Kaname nodded approvingly. "At last, you are beginning to grasp the situation. Lastly, don't you think there are an excessive number of delinquents in this school and its vicinity? Take the protagonist's new class with over 20 students. Even if there are good students, they merely sit quietly in their seats, while the others disregard the teacher and engage in their own activities. Although Aiko appears introverted, how do you think she remains unharmed in such a delinquent-infested school?" The 3 enlightened individuals pondered. What could it be? "It's because Aiko herself ranks among the stronger students here. She is certainly not a fragile flower to be bullied. Once again, they felt the harshness of the world weighing upon them. Yet Suguru had one more inquiry. Then Kaname, if Aiko prefers aloof, studious boys, why did you ultimately choose D? Oh, that's likely because my wife, Aiko, is in unrequited love, Kaname replied. She only desires what she cannot attain. However, once that affection is reciprocated, well, Munehisa has successfully held Aiko's hand a few times, but each time it was Aiko who confessed first, right? If he were to respond with any heartfelt promises, who knows? Munehisa might find himself dumped right after leaving the school. How pitiable, Munehisa. Kaname mused, feeling sympathy for him. Earlier, upon seeing the protagonist's full name as Aiko Watanabe, he had sensed something amiss. Initially thinking it was merely a coincidence from another world, he realized that this version of Aiko Watanabe was no ordinary individual. Indeed, those bearing the name Watanabe were not to be underestimated. The three of them fell into a thoughtful silence as they transitioned into Chapter 54, the rescue mission. Exiting Satoru Gojo's dormitory, it was already the late hour of 11 at night. Having indulged in a hearty meal, Kane Mochizuki and Shoko Yeri walked around the vicinity of the boys' dormitory for a while. Once they strolled onto the empty and quiet playground, Shoko broke the silence. There's no need to overthink it. Those two fools missed the full picture. They remain unaware of your uniqueness. Kaname's eyes sparkled with amusement. Is my intention that evident? Sorcerers are inherently sensitive to negative emotions. Shoko hesitated for a moment, her gaze scanning the desolate surroundings, before lowering her voice. Moreover, Satoru's 6 eyes likely did not perceive your true identity. Oh, I suppose I know the reason, Kaname replied nonchalantly. He probably mistook the changes in my constitution as a byproduct of my techniques. A flicker of surprise crossed Shoko's eyes, yet she refrained from probing further. Seamlessly shifting the topic, speaking of which, Kaname, what is your ideal type? My ideal type? Kaname pondered seriously for a moment. I have never really considered it. Ha! Shoko blinked in surprise. Kaname gazed at the twinkling stars in the night sky, her expression growing distant. I am not certain if I have a future. Even though I have now truly transformed into a bloodline sorcerer, I have never forgotten that I am merely a visitor from another world, and at any moment, I could be transported back, experiencing everything as if it were merely an absurd and profound dream. Perhaps one day I will unexpectedly return to my original world, and continue living as an ordinary person. Thus, I only focus on the present. Shoko fell silent for a moment before sighing. That makes sense. In the world of sorcery, death is an ever-present thorn, and one could easily perish in battle. Very few sorcerers live to a ripe old age. It is far more common for them to die in their prime by various means. Sensing the melancholy emanating from Shoko, Kaname turned to her, her eyes pure and clear, devoid of any shadows or gloom, playfully adding, besides, I'm only just 16. I'm not ready to pursue romance so soon. If I were to fall in love, real people are far more appealing than mere fictional characters. Have you read the recent Jump manga? I quite like Killua from Hunter x Hunter. He has white hair and blue eyes. Shoko responded with a hint of bemusement. White hair and blue eyes, you say? The somber mood dissipated instantly, and a flicker of hesitation crossed Shoko's gaze. Well then, I wish you and your favorite character everlasting happiness? Unaware of the implications, Kaname replied cheerfully, thank you for the blessing. I will certainly cherish my favorite character for a long time. No need for thanks, Shoko said, a subtle emotion playing across her features. White hair and blue eyes, indeed. A familiar face surfaced in her mind. The model fits, but the personality is a bit too standoffish. Their figures faded into the night. The following day, during class, Suguru Geto and Kane Mochizuki received a sudden mission from the higher-ups in the sorcery community, and even Shoko Yeri was dispatched alongside them. Originally, it was supposed to be Satoru Gojo and Suguru teaming up for the task, but Satoru had left early for another mission, one that took him far from Tokyo, and he had yet to return. Consequently, the task naturally fell upon Kaname, as a first-grade sorcerer, to substitute for Satoru. This mission was a special assignment, with the primary objective being to rescue Mr. Hirakawa Matsushima, the chairman of the Matsushima group, who was trapped in a villa, followed by the exorcism of a cursed spirit. The recorded curse energy seemed to fluctuate between levels 2 and 1. While it did not reach the special grade, it appeared to possess unique abilities. Mr. Matsushima has close ties to our sorcery community, and the higher-ups hope that both of you will prioritize his safety. For this reason, Ms. Yeri will also be on standby outside with us. The last part was directed at Shoko, who would assist as a supervisor in the back seat. I have no objections, Shoko replied, accustomed to being assigned to emergency support roles. As Kaname processed the somewhat vague details of the mission, her brow furrowed slightly. Was Mr. Hirakuwa Matsushima trapped in his own villa? The supervising officer hesitated for a moment before confirming, "Ah yes. However, to be precise, it is not merely a villa, but rather his private estate." He paused for a moment, then softly advised, "Although there are not many people around the estate, it would be prudent to keep the noise to a minimum. Should they demand compensation for any damage to the estate, given the commotion these two typically create during their tasks, I do not harbor hopes of saving anyone with just minor collateral damage." The auxiliary supervisor, temporarily assigned to fetch them, reminisced about another sorcerer he was responsible for coordinating with, who, despite being rather arrogant, ensured that they never had to deal with the aftermath of unexpected events during missions, as his family would handle that. Catching a glimpse of Wazuki-ki's expression in the rearview mirror, Suguru Geto reassured, "Do not worry, I will leave 2 grade 1 cursed spirits outside to protect Shoko." Wazuki-ki shook her head. "That's not the issue. I find it rather curious why that cursed spirit would be present in the estate of the chairman. While cursed spirits can proliferate in populated areas, it seems improbable for such a potent one to emerge from a private estate like that, which typically has few inhabitants." Upon hearing this, Suguru Geto fell into contemplation. Indeed, it was peculiar for such a powerful cursed spirit to exist in a more private setting. Had Chairman Matsushima offended many people? What kind of malice would be required to give rise to a cursed spirit of such formidable strength? There is a saying, "The marketplace is akin to a battlefield." However, it is said that Chairman Matsushima possesses a rather amiable disposition. The auxiliary supervisor remarked vaguely, "According to the Windows protocol, you should have investigated the chairman's background, correct? Once we arrive, could you provide me with a copy?" Azuki-ki, resting her elbow on the car's edge and propping her chin in her hand, looked toward the driving auxiliary supervisor. His hand on the steering wheel hesitated. "Ah, of course. I can do that." The more observant Suguru Geto caught a fleeting shadow of concern in Wazuki-ki's expression, concealed partially in the shadows. "Does the auxiliary supervisor's demeanor seem peculiar to you, Wazuki? Are you sensing any doubts?" Chapter 55. Like moldy, spoiled fruit. The scenery outside the car window was veiled in a somber hue, the leaden sky resembling a harbinger of impending rain, casting a pall over one's spirit. As Wazuki-ki and her companions exited the vehicle, a number of medical personnel and waiting agents in black suits were congregated beyond the yellow caution tape. "You 3 must be the support sorcerers, right?" a suited window member exclaimed with surprise. "Indeed. How is the situation on site?" Suguru Geto inquired habitually, his gaze lingering on the bandaged forehead of the individual before him as he expressed polite concern. "Moreover, your forehead is still oozing blood. Are you all right?" The man, pale as a sheet, smiled weakly. "Thank you for your concern, Suguru-kun. My injury has already been attended to. You 2 know, please hurry inside to assist. And you must be the newly promoted grade 1 sorcerer, Miss Wazuki? It's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance." Members of the window, differing in factions, identities, and personalities, varied in their addresses and attitudes towards the sorcerers. However, one thing remained constant. In the presence of powerful sorcerers, regardless of their private affiliations, their demeanor was always one of caution. "Hello." Wazuki-ki nodded politely and then disregarded him as she approached another window member, seemingly inquiring about the information. Miss Wazuki." The man looked puzzled as Wazuki-ki bypassed him. Suguru Geto smiled gently. "Do not mind Wazuki. Please continue explaining the situation." Regaining his composure, the man began to recount the circumstances of the estate. "It has been an hour since Mr. Matsushima and the others were trapped. We fear they may have encountered misfortune." "I understand." Suguru Geto nodded, observing Wazuki-ki, who was now retrieving her phone to check the information sent to her by that window member, and raised his voice slightly. "Wazuki, it's time to go in." "Coming." Wazuki-ki tucked her phone away and returned to Suguru Geto's side. As she brushed past the man, she caught a whiff of a strange, medicinal, and bloody scent, causing her brow to furrow slightly as she glanced at the man, who lowered his head in apparent fear. Having completed her physical fusion phase and fully transformed into a blood clan member, Wazuki-ki, even without activating her blood lineage, possessed heightened sensitivity to the scent of blood. Why does this man's blood smell so decayed? It was akin to moldy, rotting fruit. Even simply smelling it was torturous, let alone consuming it. Could his wound be festering? Suppressing the urge to cover her nose in front of him, Wazuki-ki feigned nonchalance as she stepped inside the tent alongside Suguru Geto. He left 2 grade 1 cursed spirits to guard Shoko Ajichi, who, with her hands tucked into her pockets, looked at the man and asked coolly, "Do you need me to use the reversal technique to heal your forehead wound?" The man hurriedly waved his hands, his tone tinged with trepidation. No, thank you. Miss Ajichi, It's merely a minor injury that has already been handled by the nurse. The medical personnel who arrived were all familiar with the private hospital established by the sorcerer world. After all, injuries were commonplace for sorcerers on missions. And serious injuries were not uncommon if one was not careful. Very well, Yueqi nodded nonchalantly. If he was unwilling to receive treatment, she would not insist on forcing it upon him. After all, it was his pain, not hers. Chapter 56. A pile of overwhelming stench. Entering the tent felt akin to transitioning from a typical mystery film set to that of a horror story. The once grand luminous, multi-storied villa was now overrun with black-green ivy, as if it had not been maintained for years, abandoned for an extended period. The air was thick with an overwhelming stench that would make even a Blood Clan member retch. Azuki-ki, whose sense of smell was sharper than that of the human sorcerers, was caught off guard, her stomach churning. She quickly covered her mouth and nose, her expression reflecting sheer disgust as she beheld the looming multi-storied villa 100 meters away. Wazuki-ki could not help but gag twice, although she managed to swallow it down. Wazuki. Suguru halted, turning back to the visibly distressed Wazuki-ki, slightly taken aback. Are you all right? The odor carried a potent scent of blood, mingled with an indescribable rot, but Wazuki had been on missions for some time. Surely she had become accustomed to it by now. Just when he thought the stench emanating from that window member was the worst of it, he was astonished to discover an even more repugnant odor. Wazuki-ki weakly looked up. No, I'm fine. You needn't worry about me. It's just a side effect of the technique. I'll adapt in a moment. Experiencing true blood lineage for the first time, she had not anticipated that her heightened sensitivity to foul odors would be so overwhelming. While ordinary people would perceive a standard stench, she detected an enhanced version of it. This is utterly terrifying. Wazuki-ki's spirits were dampened. A glimmer of understanding crossed Suguru-gedo's eyes, and as a thought struck him, he looked at Wazuki-ki with a hint of empathy and comfortingly said, "Why don't you wait outside with Shoko for me? Tasks below the special grade pose no threat to me." He spoke lightly. However, Wazuki-ki's spirit surged, her tone resolute. "No. Please, allow me to accompany you." Her expression was grave, as though she had made a monumental decision. Suguru-gedo found the situation inexplicably amusing. He kindly refrained from mentioning the notion of undertaking missions alone. Instead, he pointed towards the villa, which was ominously overrun by a peculiar black-green ivy, and suggested, "Shall we proceed?" In response, Inumaki Toge nodded, took a couple of steps, then recalled something and turned back to earnestly admonish. "By the way, Gedo, next time we embark on a mission together, please refrain from claiming that you can manage everything on your own. We are partners in this endeavor, as well as friends, and friends do not abandon each other." It was primarily due to Gedo's disposition that he was easily taken advantage of by those hired child laborers, who relentlessly pressed him into taking on more than his fair share of the workload. As he gazed into the blood-red eyes, which had inexplicably taken on a viscous quality reminiscent of blood, Gedo felt a strange warmth instead of fear. A fleeting expression passed through his violet eyes, culminating in a gentle smile at the corners of his lips. "Ah, my apologies, I won't do that again." The two of them approached the villa, and with each step closer, the stench of blood grew increasingly pungent. The door, violently ravaged by some unknown entity, hung by a mere thread, creaking ominously in the cold breeze. Exchanging a glance, Gedo and Inumaki stepped over the threshold, and the horrific scene within the foyer immediately struck their eyes. The first sight that greeted them was two men, their faces frozen in expressions of terror, bound by black ropes. Their garments, which bore a resemblance to that of a bellboy's, had been torn into tattered strips, clinging to their bare bodies, matted with blood that had long since lost its warmth. Below their knees, their bodies were entirely missing, still dripping the remnants of their life force. The grotesque knots binding them maintained their ghastly crawling posture, facing the door, their eyes seemingly still holding a flicker of life's yearning, as if reaching the entrance would grant them salvation. Unfortunately, they had been unable to make it any further, impaled by a long, sharp object resembling a stair railing that pierced through their abdomens. Like maggots skewered on a toothpick, they lay sprawled on the floor. A mere distance from the door, their lifeless eyes fixated on the exit. Beside their corpses lay a severed visage, its owner presumed to be the housekeeper, who appeared to have met a gruesome fate at the hands of a sharp implement. Literally dismembered, his remains grotesquely arranged a half-meter away, with his bloodied torso grotesquely aligned to face them, exposing neatly severed internal organs. It was unclear what vendetta could have led to such carnage. The female servants within the villa were all neatly dressed, yet cruelly strung up by what remained of the destroyed banister, their bodies now just lifeless forms hanging from the upright columns. The thick, clotted blood smeared across the floor, walls, and ceiling in a chaotic display, evoking a sense of horror. Even without witnessing the torturous scene, one could vividly imagine the brutality that had unfolded based on the current state of disarray. Having witnessed countless horrific sights, this was the first time Geto had encountered such a scene. He covered his mouth, his throat constricting as he fought to suppress the rising nausea, his gaze turning icy as a flicker of malice flashed in his eyes. That cursed spirit who tortures humans must not be allowed to escape. Inumaki, covering her mouth and nose, pressed her lips tightly together. Curiously, the air here was thick with the scent of blood, which, though reminiscent of rotten fruit, was far less overwhelming than the putrid stench she had encountered upon entering the premises. After stepping into the hall, she oddly acclimated to the air within. Yet her brow furrowed in confusion. Suppressing her curiosity, she raised her right hand, its nails glimmering with a faint crimson hue, and gently pierced her fingertip. The droplets of blood formed grotesque lines, and an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, transforming the once metallic scent of rust into a subtle, pleasant fragrance of blood, which even Geto could perceive. "Are you all right, Geto?" Inumaki asked, observing his discomfort at the gruesome scene. Geto shook his head, assuring her, "I'm fine. Let's first check if there are any survivors in the villa." With that, he prepared to summon a few third-grade cursed spirits to scout the interior of the villa. However, just as he began to gesture, a shadow surged through the air, its glinting edge illuminating his features. "Be careful." Geto's pupils dilated as his muscle memory, honed by countless battles, instinctively prompted him to evade. Almost simultaneously, the bloodthorns surged forward, targeting the assailant. No need to search further. The true perpetrator of this horror had made its appearance. Chapter 57. It is indeed discrimination. Geto's fist, imbued with cursed energy, collided with the bloodthorns, piercing the body of the attacking cursed spirit. Strangely, there was no anticipated splatter of foul blood. It resembled piercing holes into a sheet of blackened paper, marring its overall beauty without inflicting pain. "Inumaki, it's not the main body." Arriving at this conclusion, Geto warned as he struck again, dispersing the remaining form. "I see it now," Inumaki replied, her gaze drifting towards the spiral staircase leading to the second floor. "I remember this villa having 4 stories from the outside. Shall we split 2 floors each?" Geto glanced at the visibly fractured staircase, uncertain of when it might collapse, and the corpse of a maid strung up on the banister. His brow furrowed in concern. "No, let us stick together this time." "All right, Geto, you're quick to understand," Inumaki said, a look of satisfaction on her face. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. "That's not the point. Let us head upstairs." The two ascended to the second-floor corridor, using the bloodthorns for support to avoid the precarious staircase. Adorned with patterned wallpaper, the walls were punctuated by small wall sconces every 2 meters. However, several had been violently damaged, exposing charred bulbs, while the remaining lights valiantly cast a warm orange glow, illuminating the encroaching darkness. For the Blood Clan, darkness was as clear as day, and their vision remained unimpeded. Geto, however, was slightly at a disadvantage, possessing only marginally better night vision than an ordinary person. Yet, if there were any unfamiliar fluctuations in cursed energy, he would be the first to notice and take precautions. Suddenly, shadows lurking in the darkness sprang forth, bypassing Inumaki and lunging directly at Geto. Sensing the unfamiliar cursed energy, he summoned a cursed spirit resembling a slime, which expanded to shield him from the attacker. Seizing the opportunity, Geto retreated, the gelatinous spirit swathing the struggling adversary as if it were a dumpling filling, quickly enveloping and suffocating it within its tight embrace. The moment the cursed spirit attacked, the bloodthorns instinctively moved to protect Inumaki, while several others lunged aggressively at the enemy. Unfortunately, the adversary had already been neutralized by Geto's cursed spirit, leaving the bloodthorns to hover menacingly around the remaining slime spirit, which pulsed with a radiant, blood-like glow. Refraining from launching an assault, unlike the first encounter with Satoru Gojo, the bloodthorns, entwined around the exterior of the slime, slowly began to disperse, exhibiting a hint of reluctance. Although her vision had just been obscured, after the bloodthorns dispersed, Mochizuki Kiyomi precisely located Suguru Geto's position without adjusting her body's direction. This marked her first activation of Shizai since she became a complete vampire. With a complex mix of emotions, she gently touched the bloodthorns that seemed to possess a will of their own, retracting some of the sharp spikes to reveal a smooth, flat segment, seeking her caress. Why did these bloodthorns feel so dog-like? It was rather peculiar. Nonetheless, she discovered that she could extend her perspective through the branches of the bloodthorns. The emergence of this new avatar was significant. It must be said that a bloodsucker vampire, and one that has not fed, are entirely different entities. Furthermore, why did it attack you and not me, Suguru? Could it be that the cursed spirit exhibits gender bias? The last, thicker blood thorn blocking her path also dispersed, leaving Mochizuki Kiyomi puzzled. Her attention shifted from the blood thorn beneath her hand to, Indeed, this was the second time. Standing upright, Suguru Geto, with his hands tucked into his pockets, approached with a thoughtful expression gracing his handsome features, as if sensing that this cursed spirit harbored considerable resentment towards men. With a plop, he devoured a cursed spirit avatar, reverting the black cursed spirit back to its slime form, which fell to the ground, its semi-transparent abdomen swirling with dark luminescence. Though merely an avatar, it still contained a portion of cursed energy capable of being consumed. This too was an avatar. Suguru's gaze shifted downward, landing on the gelatinous, sticky cursed spirit that remained stuck in place. Mochizuki Kiyomi observed Suguru Geto, who wore a relaxed demeanor, and with a slight lift of her brow, called out his nickname, Geto. What's the matter? Suguru responded, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why do you think this cursed spirit harbors such animosity towards men? Suguru paused, then chuckled softly. Have you forgotten what the first floor hall looked like? The servants in this villa, especially the male ones, seemed to have suffered terribly before their demise. The female servants were merely strung up on the stairs, and did not appear to endure much torment. As he spoke, his tone deepened slightly, pondering what kind of deeds the master of this place had committed. It was evident, even without much thought, that such circumstances could not bode well. Mochizuki Kiyomi's delicate eyelashes fluttered, concealing the fleeting glimmer in her blood-red eyes. That's true, she mused. Suguru furrowed his brow, reluctant to delve deeper into such topics, suggesting they find any survivors in the villa as soon as possible. Having said that, Suguru Geto bypassed Mochizuki Kiyomi, skillfully avoiding the bloodthorn stretching outwards. Taking the lead, I'll go ahead. It'll be easier for me to handle any potential attacks. Geto, aren't you going to collect that cursed spirit? Mochizuki Kiyomi stood still, not moving. Suguru glanced back, observing the neglected small cursed spirit, and with a wave of his hand, replied, it's fine. Let it slowly digest there. After we leave, it can serve as an alarm, keeping watch over the corridor. The black slime cursed spirit clung to the floor, appearing rather dim-witted. Mochizuki Kiyomi cast a glance at the slime cursed spirit, and with a thought, the blood thorns encircling her extended a branch, swiftly launching out like a tugged doe, forcibly lifting the slime cursed spirit from the floor, tossing it up and down in a swirling motion. The slime cursed spirit, now deformed and pitifully squeezed in the gaps, struggled for survival. Suguru Geto wore an expression that suggested he had something to say. Gesturing towards the thorns that were tossing the cursed spirit, Mochizuki, it's nothing. It just wants to play with the cursed spirit. Mochizuki Kiyomi casually brushed off the actions of the blood thorns. Ah. Suguru responded, perplexed. Mochizuki tilted her head innocently. Geto, my technique seems to possess a will of its own. Although I am its master, sometimes I cannot control it. The blood thorns wanting to take the cursed spirit to play had nothing to do with her. Suguru fell silent, turning away, choosing not to dwell on it. Chapter 58. Geto is surprisingly clever. The pungent stench incessantly assaulted Mochizuki Kiyomi's sense of smell. Had it not been for the blood fragrance striving to filter the unpleasant odor around her, she would have considered tearing the villa apart with her bare hands. When Mochizuki Kiyomi and Suguru Geto arrived at the study, the odor intensified to a suffocating level, making her reluctant to enter. An unusual wave of cursed energy rippled out as Mochizuki stood at the threshold of the study, her eyes unyielding. The blood thorns, flowing like veins of light, shot out like arrows, piercing through the cursed spirit avatar that attempted to ambush her, violently transforming it into a sieve. Feeling an inexplicable chill run down his spine, Suguru Geto observed Mochizuki Kiyomi hesitating at the door, glancing between the blood thorns and her. Why aren't you coming in? Mochizuki Kiyomi looked at the scattered remnants of flesh and blood on the study floor, suppressing her disgust, and took a step forward, stepping on the back of a book that had likely fallen during a desperate escape. The 3-centimeter-thick book had already soaked up considerable blood on the other side. Numerous books lay strewn across the floor, and Mochizuki Kiyomi hopped lightly, landing on another book that remained unblemished, using it to form a makeshift bridge to avoid the filthiest areas. In contrast, Suguru Geto appeared quite composed as he directly stepped onto the pool of blood. Mochizuki, why don't you check the side room to see if anyone is hiding? Suguru suggested, pointing towards the tightly shut door of a small room. The study was spacious, even featuring a designated resting area. Mochizuki, look over here. The frustrated Mochizuki Kiyomi pivoted her footsteps towards Suguru's voice after failing to find anyone by violently tearing down the door with her blood thorns. What's the matter? There's a mechanism here, Suguru replied, intrigued as he fiddled with a nearby bookshelf. Uncertain of which hidden trigger he had activated, a muffled sound emanated from the bookshelf, which had only a few books remaining on it. Suguru took 2 steps back, observing the specially designed bookshelf that had been flush against the wall, now revealing a hidden door behind it. Mochizuki Kiyomi gasped in astonishment. I thought such hidden compartments in studies only existed in novels or comics. I can't believe they actually exist in reality. Geto, how did you know the bookshelf was a hidden mechanism? Suguru smiled. Well, although there are many books scattered across the floor, most of them belong to this particular bookshelf. If someone had fled here in desperation, attempting to use the books to bash the pursuing cursed spirits, they wouldn't have only taken books from one shelf, neglecting the others, would they? I only intended to give it a try, but I didn't expect there to actually be a hidden room. His gaze fell on the perfectly embedded pull ring of the secret passage, his expression taking on a more somber tone. I did not detect any fluctuations in cursed energy. If there are any living beings inside, it should be where the survivors of this villa are hiding. His voice was barely above a whisper. Mochizuki Kiyomi glanced at the black pull ring, then back at Suguru Geto. His smile faltered slightly. What is that expression on your face? No. I just find it a bit unusual how clever you are, Geto. Mochizuki Kiyomi expressed her sentiment. By the way, I can't believe that cursed spirit didn't simply demolish this refuge. Indeed, he acknowledged. There are indeed many puzzles here. Redirected by Mochizuki Kiyomi's words, Suguru crouched down, tapping on the floor near the pull ring. The sound produced by the hollowed section of the floor differed from that of the solid ground. It seems a bit heavy, he noted, refraining from touching the pull ring, merely observing its exterior before raising his head and giving Mochizuki Kiyomi a meaningful look. Mochizuki Kiyomi slowly raised an eyebrow. Are you really planning to let a girl open this hidden door? Suguru Geto wore an innocuous smile as he said, no. Why would I have a girl do such laborious tasks? You could have Bloodthorn assist instead. That way, any ambush would be unable to harm us. Oh, that does seem like a feasible idea, replied Inumaki Toge, elongating his voice. The bloodthorn coiling around him stirred, then retracted its elevated branches, nuzzling against Toge's arm with a reluctant demeanor. Inumaki Toge let out a soft sound of surprise, gazing at Suguru Geto with a hint of exasperation. Sorry, Geto, but it seems my bloodthorn is quite unwilling to cooperate. Perhaps you should take the risk instead. Suguru Geto silently contemplated, suspecting that their friendship was somewhat diluted. With a smile, Inumaki Toge quipped, surely you wouldn't lack the decency to truly make a girl do such strenuous work? Suguru Geto remained in a half-squat position by the dark door, not moving or reaching for the pull ring. Toge and Geto exchanged silent glances. After nearly half a minute, Suguru Geto finally averted his gaze, lowering his head, a look of resignation crossing his face. Alright, I'll do it. His fingertips twitched slightly as he cautiously extended his hand toward the cold black pull ring. Inumaki Toge watched intently, his gaze unwavering, until Geto's fingertips were almost brushing against the icy metal. Inumaki, get away from there. A hurried voice, laced with anger, suddenly emanated from the study door behind them. In that moment, Suguru Geto's hand, reaching for the pull ring, abruptly changed direction, striking fiercely towards Toge, whose attention seemed momentarily captivated by the doorway to the study. Chapter 59. We are not demons after all. Bang! A flash of crimson light flickered. Suguru Geto's attack missed its mark, his shoulders and limbs pierced by the suddenly manifested blood thorns, pinning him to the floor beside the pull ring. The black uniform he wore, once pristine, now resembled ice cream melting under the sun, his features blurring into a formless visage, revealing his true self, long black hair and skin as pale as death. Ah! The cursed spirit, now exposed, glared at Inumaki Toge with its entirely black, pupil-less eyes, emitting a shrill, inhuman wail, struggling in agony as the blood thorns pierced through it. D. The spirit cursed, its voice a cacophony of rage and despair. Oh, there's something beneath, Inumaki Toge mused, unfazed by the spirit's frantic wrath, sensing a peculiar surge of cursed energy emanating from beneath the spirit. Suguru Geto, relieved to see Toge unharmed, approached swiftly, his black shoes splashing through the still wet blood on the study floor, looking down at the spirit that resembled a vengeful apparition from a horror film, a chilling gleam appearing in his gentle eyes. This must be the source. It seems to be the original. He deduced that the spirit had switched places with him at the moment the second spirit's doppelganger attacked, and in the instant he had jumped back, the surrounding space was altered. However, he hadn't been transported inside the townhouse, but rather swallowed by the body of the cursed spirit. Unfortunately, when he emerged from the disrupted internal space, he found himself still confronting a mere doppelganger. As Suguru Geto drew closer, The spirit's struggles intensified. Disregarding its own injuries inflicted by the bloodthorns in a desperate bid to break free and attack. All men must die. It spat, its voice laced with hatred, the malice within sharper than its wails. A loathing for men that could not be overlooked. Though Suguru Geto had attended an ordinary school before joining Jujutsu High, far removed from the sordid realities of the world, he was not entirely naive. Having often surfed through Twitter, he had encountered numerous cases. Observing the spirit's willingness to harm itself to retaliate against its foes, combined with the harrowing scene in the first-floor hall, a shadow of understanding flickered in his eyes. His anger somewhat easing, he exhaled slowly, fingers twitching at his side, and stated, "I'll first subdue this cursed spirit." However, just as he raised his hand, ready to employ his technique, a bloodthorn extended before him, blocking his path. "No. I believe we can wait a bit longer," Inumaki Toge replied, crouching down, his blood-red eyes reflecting the spirit's frenzied struggles. His voice was barely above a whisper. "Having completed so much of this task, it's the first time I've encountered a cursed spirit that retains human consciousness, or perhaps a spirit of vengeance. Not a mere inferior breed modified with high-grade blood, nor a spawn of the night, but a genuine cursed spirit. If I recall correctly, our instructor Yaga mentioned that cursed spirits below special grade lack intelligence. Yet this one seems to be on the cusp of that threshold. Quite intriguing, wouldn't you agree? In Japanese pronunciation, distinctions exist for he, she, and it." Toge used the feminine she to address the spirit. The spirit's frantic writhing subsided slightly, its chilling black eyes shifting from Suguru Geto to Inumaki Toge. "Your autonomy appears significantly stronger than the doppelgangers we faced earlier. Shall we have a dialogue?" Toge proposed, his eyes curving into a gentle smile. "After all, we are not the devils assisting your torment. If your motives for vengeance are just, I could easily turn a blind eye to your retribution, you know?" The spirit ceased its struggles altogether. Upon hearing Toge's words, Suguru Geto's expression shifted slightly. "Toge, what on earth are you saying?" Inumaki Toge, still crouched with his back to Geto, continued to gaze at the cursed spirit. "Geto, do you remember that before I entered, I requested information about Matsushima Hirakawa from the window personnel? On my way to the study with this, cursed spirit, I skimmed through a few lines, but they were all trivialities. Typically, the information transmitted to me is relevant to our mission, don't you think? Why do you suppose this instance differs from the usual? Certainly, it was because this mission harbored significant secrets, or perhaps the person we were to rescue was compromised." Suguru Geto swallowed hard, his lips moving soundlessly, echoing the very thought in his mind. "I have always trusted my instincts." Inumaki Toge tilted his head. "Shall we communicate? Dear cursed spirit?" The spirit, its terrifying black eyes shimmering with wisps of dark energy, held Toge's gaze for a moment before its emotions settled into a calm demeanor. It opened its mouth, filled with shark-like teeth, and articulated in fluent human language. "When did you discover my existence?" Chapter 60. Feeling implicated without evidence. Its coarse voice resembled the sound of rough sandpaper, laced with an eerie aura, evoking a sense of dread akin to that of a chilling midnight horror tale. "From the very beginning," Inumaki Toge replied patiently. Both the spirit and Suguru Geto widened their eyes in surprise. "You must have taken the opportunity to switch places when the second doppelganger attacked Geto, correct?" A hint of pity flickered in Toge's gaze, though it masqueraded as human. In the eyes of the Blood Clan, it appeared entirely black, devoid of any veins. Poor child. In one moment, a handsome human. In the next, a pitch-black ghoul. Inumaki Toge recalled the expression of an elderly man on the subway, gazing at his phone, nearly cracking a smile in that instant. Fortunately, the corridor was dim enough that the spirit did not catch her momentary lapse. After hearing Toge unravel the timeline, the spirit's expression blanked for a few seconds before it snapped back to reality, its emotions complex as it admitted yes. After a brief pause, it reluctantly probed further. "Why did you see through it so quickly?" It believed its performance should have been flawless. For Yuta was not the type to earnestly seek hidden mechanisms or secret passages in a study. Mochizuki Ki appeared unfazed. "Yuta, did you just say something?" he inquired with a slightly stiff smile. Mochizuki waved her hand dismissively. "I wasn't implying that you're dull. Based on my previous experience working alongside you, when it comes to searching a room, you would typically opt for a direct summoning of cursed spirits for a thorough search, or even a forceful demolition. Engaging in a sudden hands-on search for hidden mechanisms in the study seems entirely out of character for someone as averse to inconvenience as you are. After all, you are the kind of person who appears gentle and approachable on the surface, yet is quite difficult to reach emotionally, erecting a formidable wall to keep others at bay while maintaining a smile." Yuta felt a sting of implied criticism, yet lacked the evidence to counter it. The cursed spirit was rendered speechless, its modus operandi having revealed a flaw. However, I can tell you what transpired within this villa. With web-like strands of dark hair cascading down, the spirit's pitch-black eyes fixed on them, devoid of any whites. But will you truly not show favoritism towards each other? It asked, its tone deepening ominously, akin to a serpent coiling around one's neck before venomously whispering its threat, its chilling malice washing over them like a cold tide. Isn't that man your rescue target? It stared unblinkingly at Mochizuki, scrutinizing her every micro-expression, preparing for a desperate gamble. It feared that Mochizuki and the others might betray it, yet it was powerless against them, left to compete in madness for survival. Mochizuki readily conceded. That is indeed the case. However, if he is a scoundrel, I do not intend to save him. Yuta fell silent for a moment, casting a glance at Mochizuki. His voice slightly lowered. But Mochizuki, the very existence of sorcerers is to protect humanity, even if the individual in question has committed malevolent acts. Sorcerers exist to shield these ordinary people. Even if they have done numerous wrongs, their hearts may be more wicked than that of cursed spirits. Yet, as Yuta gazed upon the delicate features of the dark-haired girl, he suddenly felt a sense of strangeness and confusion. Although she had previously claimed not to be a warm-hearted person, he had believed it to be mere rhetoric. After all, how could Mochizuki, who would quietly help others exorcise cursed spirits while walking down the street, commit such acts of indifference towards the ordinary people who need protection from the cursed spirits? Finally, Mochizuki was willing to lift her gaze to meet Yuta's. The boy with the bun hairstyle displayed a look of bewilderment and uncertainty that he himself had not even recognized. Now I understand why you and Satoru always argue whenever the topic of righteousness comes up. Mochizuki sighed, and amidst the astonished gaze of the cursed spirit, she released the blood thorns binding it. What? Mochizuki's words were vague, and even Yuta, with his keen hearing, could not discern her mumbling. It's nothing. I just wanted to say, why don't you listen to this cursed spirit's story first before debating with me? Mochizuki said earnestly. She had a premonition that the secrets hidden within this villa would far exceed their expectations. Chapter 61. The scoundrel lies beyond my reach. It, or rather they, were the amalgamation of despair and resentment of the girls who perished in this estate. Beautiful and academically gifted young women were meticulously selected to work in this luxurious villa. However, the girls, harboring bright hopes for the future, were unaware that this marked the beginning of their descent into another hell. Initially, it began with the inexplicable resignation of a companion, who vanished without a trace, and another friend who could not reach her after leaving the villa. This friend believed it was impossible for her to leave without a word, especially since she had received a raise just last month. Although she did not appear particularly joyful, that amount of money was substantial for many. Soon, more girls in their prime began to resign one after another without any notice. Some inquired about their missing companions, but the butler would only shake his head regretfully, claiming ignorance of the thoughts of girls at that age. The remaining girls, filled with confusion, continued to work in the villa, as they all needed to earn a living for themselves and their families. As time went on, more batches of girls, just like them, were brought into the villa to serve as maids. Once they too were summoned by the butler, they came to understand the mysterious nature of their former companion's unexpected raise. Treated like merchandise, they were chosen by the guests of the villa, manipulated at will, and subjected to the whims of the villa's owner, who would enact cruel punishments at random. Though they received a higher salary than other maids entering the villa, it became the dirtiest money they could not bear to touch. Just the sight of it made them feel as though they were enveloped in filth, repulsing them. They could not inform the other unaware girls. Attempting to do so would result in both being taken away, with their fates uncertain. The other servants in the villa were in cahoots. Their gazes were like maggots, crawling and disgusting, sweeping over those fortunate enough to survive the torment, even engaging in the same horrid acts as the demons. Some girls did not even survive the first night, perishing at the banquet that marked the peak of their nightmares hosted by the villa's owner. No one sought justice for them, nor could anyone rescue them from this quagmire. The Matsushima consortium was powerful, and they were merely ordinary girls from families without any background. Watching another companion summoned by the butler, one girl cursed the human skin demons of this villa in despair, wishing to escape this mire through death. Yet, the sorceress blood flowing through her veins transformed that inevitable demise into something else. Hatred, despair, fear, obsession. These were the finest nourishment for a cursed spirit. Like kneading together differently colored Play-Doh, it morphed from a vibrant, small ball into a murky mass. The female vengeful spirit, fortunate enough to retain a semblance of self-awareness due to the sorceress bloodline, became the central entity. The silhouettes that Mochizuki and Yuta encountered in the villa were manifestations derived from different victimized girls, possessing the ability to morph into various forms. It eliminated those who aided in its torment, yet driven by overwhelming negative emotions, it spiraled out of control, killing other maids, leaving only the mastermind, Matsushima Hirakawa, who had hidden away in this study's secret chamber. Having long dealt with the sorceress world, Matsushima Hirakawa was well aware that human negative emotions could birth cursed spirits. Thus, after establishing his entertainment room, he spent a fortune acquiring special talismans with isolation abilities from certain sorceress families, affixing them to the door of the secret chamber in a fit of paranoia. The female vengeful spirit was not powerful enough to break the talisman's seal, so it transformed into Yuta's likeness to entice Mochizuki, also human, to assist in opening the door plastered with talismans. After hearing the whole story, Yuta felt a physical discomfort in his stomach, struggling to fathom how depraved humanity could be. He reminded himself not to trust the words of the cursed spirit. Yet the spirit was willing to establish a binding pact to prove the veracity of its claims. In other words, the lamentable past it speaks of is indeed authentic. A surge of anger and powerlessness, mingled with confusion, welled up within Suguru Geto. Is it truly worth his while to continue protecting such a loathsome being? One far worse than cursed spirits? It is the duty of sorcerers to prevent cursed spirits from killing, and to exorcise them. Yet, what of the innocent girls who perished under his watch? To whom can they seek justice? Undeniably, Suguru Geto found himself wavering. Sensing his turmoil, Inori Mochizuki spoke up. Geto, your foundational argument should be that sorcerers exist to protect the non-sorcerers. Her tone was one of assertion. Suguru's pupils trembled slightly, and he responded softly in affirmation. However, she continued, this statement is in fact a fallacy. Inori's gaze was calm and penetrating. Why do you assume that ordinary people, devoid of techniques, are a weak demographic? Is it not the sorcerers who are truly pitiable? She crouched down, her pale, slender fingers gripping the cold black ring. I have noticed, Geto, that you harbor a disdain for the weak, and maintain a sense of arrogance towards non-sorcerers. Suguru was taken aback, and the female vengeful spirit cast a glance at Inori. But isn't it true that cursed spirits are born from humanity's negative emotions? While sorcerers are perpetually busy, risking their lives to exorcise each batch of cursed spirits. Another wave is already queued up for birth. Many sorcerers rise before the rooster crows and toil late into the night. After barely finishing their perilous tasks, they seek but a moment's respite, only to find that ordinary people, capable of generating negative emotions continuously for 24 hours a day, have already nurtured another batch of cursed spirits waiting to emerge. Non-sorcerers may lack powerful techniques, yet they can ceaselessly breed cursed spirits capable of slaying countless sorcerers. In this comparison, it is evident that sorcerers suffer more than ordinary individuals. As she recounted the sorcerer's plight, Inori exerted a slight pull on the black ring. I do not possess your noble ideals, nor do I regard the possession of great power as a mandate to assist others. For me, the choice to become a sorcerer was merely to secure my own survival, and now, to protect someone dear to me. This is my original intent. Original intent? Suguru's gaze momentarily lost focus. Inori tugged at the door, and the cursed energy emanating from the female vengeful spirit intensified. For others, I will only extend my hand to those I deem worthy of assistance. She glanced at the staircase descending before her, the foul stench wafting through the air. Her eyes, reminiscent of blood's thick viscosity, glinted with coldness. And the scum shall forever remain beyond my reach. Chapter 62. Now we are accomplices. A meticulously tailored high-end suit was stained with large dark patches, and the man, with a well-maintained face, bore ugly wounds that not even a handkerchief could fully cover, from which flowed streams of crimson blood. Yet Inori showed no inclination to partake in the bloodshed. Instead, she frowned and stepped back, covering her mouth and nose. The over 50-year-old chairman, Hirakawa Matsushima, seemed oblivious to Inori's disdain, inquiring with concern whether they were injured, and if the cursed spirit wreaking havoc in the estate had been exorcised. His gentle demeanor and approachable nature belied the fact that he was stained with the karma of numerous lives. Geto-kun, what about that cursed spirit? Matsushima, unable to obtain the desired answer, observed the young man's handsome yet somewhat cold visage, a sense of foreboding rising within him. No need to ask, Geto. We did not exorcise that cursed spirit. Inori raised her hand slightly, and the tangled mass of blood thorns behind her began to shift aside, revealing the female vengeful spirit concealed behind them. Matsushima's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively wanting to turn and flee to the relatively safe basement. However, as soon as he turned, before he could take even half a step, the blood thorns, which had extended unbeknownst to him, blocked his escape. Wait, as sorcerers. How can you stand by and watch a cursed spirit kill? Did that cursed spirit say something to you? It's a cursed spirit. How can you trust the words of a cursed spirit? Having carved out a niche for himself in the tumultuous business world, and maintained his position as chairman for so many years, Matsushima was certainly no fool. He immediately grasped that the cursed spirit had likely manipulated what should have been his formidable allies, the two sorcerers. He wore a facade of sorrowful betrayal, yet still hoped to believe they could turn back to the right path. The cursed energy emanating from the female vengeful spirit intensified with Matsushima's words, rippling like water, its surface morphing. As if performing a dramatic transformation, it began to shift into various forms, the only constant being that each newly transformed shape resembled that of a girl. It hurts. I'm in so much pain. Why are you doing this to me? Stop hitting me. Can't you hear me? The pitiful yet twisted cries echoed throughout the study, sharp with murderous intent and resentment, like a long, conspicuous ink blotch smeared across a blank page. Suguru Geto watched as the female vengeful spirit advanced steadily toward Matsushima. His fingers, which hung at his side, twitched instinctively, wishing to intervene, yet for reasons unknown. His body could not move as decisively as it once did. I am the chairman of the Matsushima Corporation. Every year I contribute a significant amount to the sorcery community. Matsushima could not finish his sentence, as a hand, transformed into a sharp spear, pierced through him. The sounds of flesh being pierced by sharp objects echoed incessantly. The vengeful spirits, taking on various forms, enveloped Matsushima's figure. A more intense stench of blood permeated the study. Like a statue rendered immobile, Suguru Geto stood witness to the bloody scene before him, his lips taut. In the next moment, his wrist was suddenly grasped by Inori, pulling him toward the door. Let us go, such bloody scenes are not suitable for minors. Inori murmured as she dragged Suguru away. He opened his mouth, intending to inform her that, to a sorcerer with acute senses, although they could not see it, they would still hear the details of the sharp objects piercing flesh. Yet, he held his tongue, for he suddenly recalled that Inori was also a sorcerer. Although she could not see, she too could hear the sounds from the study. With a click, Inori, having thoughtfully closed the study door behind them, and Suguru found themselves gazing silently at the dark, desolate corridor. Inside the study, Matsushima's wailing transformed from powerful to feeble, until not a single sound remained. Suguru's eyelids drooped slightly, his fingers, tucked into his pocket, stirred slightly, brushing against the soft fabric of his uniform, and he suddenly spoke. Let me write the report for this mission. When two individuals embark on a mission together, they can submit a singular mission report. Inori looked surprised, glancing sideways. I will write that, regrettably, no survivors were found during this urgent mission. Everyone perished at the hands of that vengeful spirit, Suguru murmured, his gaze fixed on the floor drenched in darkness. Inori pondered for a moment. But will this suffice to silence the higher-ups? Perhaps we should write about the moment when Matsushima Hirakawa was discovered, detailing how he and two other suspected estate servants engaged in an internal conflict. The scene bore the marks of a struggle beyond that of curses, with the bodies displaying signs of a violent altercation. Matsushima Hirakawa's corpse was found with one hand resting against the door of a secret chamber. Yet he had not managed to unlock it before being caught and dealt with by a curse. Thus, it is surmised that they all sought refuge in the cursed room adorned with talismans, only to quarrel at the entrance, ultimately falling victim to the pursuing curse. What do you think? Suguru Geto gazed silently at Inori Mochizuki, who replied, Your thoughts are remarkably thorough, Mochizuki. You paint quite a vivid picture. Inori Mochizuki smiled shyly. Thank you for the compliment. We are, after all, co-conspirators with a shared secret. We must consider all possible escape routes. The countless novels from the Hanabana family were not read in vain. Suguru Geto raised an eyebrow, pondering the notion of being co-conspirators with a shared secret. A peculiar sensation washed over him, momentarily lifting the oppressive gloom. This relationship, it seemed, was not without its merits. He fiddled with his fingers, exhaling softly. In the next moment, Inori Mochizuki's voice broke the silence. Speaking of which, Gojo is from one of the three great families, right? Her mind flashed with the visage of Satoru Gojo. Suguru Geto, taken aback by her sudden mention of Gojo, responded, Ah yes, Gojo is the heir of the Gojo family. Why do you ask? Then he must wield considerable influence within his family, correct? Inori Mochizuki's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Since the chairman of the Matsushima conglomerate has died, there will likely be internal chaos until a successor is determined. If they are embroiled in their own conflicts, and if those vying for the chairmanship lack the resources for competition, then perhaps someone from the Gojo family could discreetly lend a hand to create a favorable situation. But simultaneously, they could dangle a few prospects in front of the contenders, and when the next chairman is decided, they might expose the scandal surrounding the Matsushima family. With the financial backing of the Gojo family, acquiring the Matsushima conglomerate should be within reach. She mused that the Gojo family was indeed extraordinarily wealthy. The price of a mere t-shirt from Satoru Gojo's wardrobe, priced at 250,000 yen, was ample evidence of this. Chapter 63, Knowledge is Power. Suguru Geto and Inori Mochizuki exited the tent one after the other, only to be met with the eager gaze of the assistant supervisor, who had been anxiously awaiting their return. As he approached to summon the standby medical staff, his joyful expression froze, disbelief etched across his face as he glanced behind them, where nothing but emptiness lay. Sa Suguru-kun, where is Chairman Matsushima? The assistant supervisor's complexion paled at the absence of the most crucial figure. The boy with bangs swept to one side and a bun hairstyle lowered his eyelids slightly, speaking in a somber tone. I'm afraid that upon entering the estate, we found there were no survivors left. All were slain by curses. Impossible. The assistant supervisor immediately dismissed this, but upon meeting the gazes of Inori Mochizuki and Suguru Geto, he realized he had reacted too hastily. He attempted to clarify, what I meant was, we had learned that Chairman Matsushima had previously acquired protective cursed tools. He shouldn't have fallen so easily to curses. Cursed tools? Those imbued with special seals and isolation effects, I presume? I cannot say. All I know is that the body of Chairman Matsushima lay sprawled on the floor of the study, being desecrated by curses. Suguru Geto concealed his sarcasm. Yet judging by the other two bodies nearby, it appeared they had engaged in a struggle before being caught by the curses. Even he could discern that the Cursed Spirits Association had deliberately withheld detailed information regarding their current mission. Particularly, they seemed to know the origins of the female vengeful spirit haunting the villa, yet they chose not to share this with them. How could this be? The assistant supervisor's face reflected shock, unable to fathom how Matsushima Hirakawa's luck could be so dire. From the description, it seemed he hadn't even made it into the safe room before being slain at the threshold due to infighting. The assistant supervisor, still skeptical, pressed. And what of the cursed spirits? Surely Suguru-kun managed to subdue it? You all should accompany us to the headquarters for a thorough interrogation to ensure the circumstances align with your statements. He spoke with an authoritative tone. Suguru Geto furrowed his brow, ready to assert that he could manage alone when Inori Mochizuki peeked over his shoulder. No. I was the first to encounter that cursed spirit. So I dealt with it myself. Suguru Geto paused, momentarily taken aback. Inori Mochizuki tilted her head slightly, and for some reason, it seemed to harbor a particular hatred for men. When Jay and I entered the villa, we were taken aback by the horror in the hall. The maid's body remained relatively intact, but the men were not so fortunate. Some even found intertwined, stripped of all dignity. It's hard to imagine what unspeakable acts the inhabitants of this estate committed to incite such wrath in a vengeful spirit. In any case, this only served to confirm that Chairman Matsushima was not a virtuous man, more akin to a scoundrel. It is not unusual for such a person to choose to betray and engage in infighting when wealth and life are intertwined. What do you think, sir? Do you agree with my assessment? The assistant supervisor's expression shifted subtly as he processed Inori Mochizuki's words, yet when his gaze met her enigmatic crimson eyes, he found himself momentarily lost. Inori Mochizuki continued, in any case, Chairman Matsushima is not a good person. He resembles a scoundrel. If superiors are indeed scoundrels, then it is only natural for subordinates to choose betrayal and infighting when faced with the intertwining of wealth and life. You share this sentiment, do you not? The assistant supervisor, his voice wavering, nodded. Yes, you are absolutely correct. Then let us ensure that the subsequent report reflects this conclusion, shall we? Inori Mochizuki's eyes sparkled as tendrils of mist danced within them, akin to a dove bloodstone shrouded in a delicate veil, retaining its intrinsic allure and mystery. That is acceptable. The assistant supervisor nodded once more. Noticing the assistant supervisor's altered demeanor, Suguru Geto felt a flicker of surprise cross his brow. But he quickly masked it. All right, it seems we are no longer needed here, Inori Mochizuki said, preparing to take her leave when she suddenly remembered to add a caveat. Oh, I almost forgot. Please fill in the gaps in our discussion with plausible reasoning. You will not perceive anything amiss, as it will all appear to be merely a standard task handover. You may now return to your duties. The assistant supervisor, his voice monotonous, acquiesced and turned to head toward the medical tent stationed over 50 meters away. To onlookers, the three appeared to be engaged in a perfectly ordinary exchange. All set, Jay. Let us bring Shoko along and make our escape. Inori Mochizuki tugged at Suguru Geto's sleeve. He nodded, curiosity piqued, and whispered, Mochizuki, what was that back there? It seemed reminiscent of what you used against Gojo on the playground last time. Yet strangely he felt no trace of cursed energy. Just a little trick. Inori Mochizuki gestured lightly. You know how my technique releases an unusual fragrance with my blood? I discovered that this scent has a subtle hypnotic effect. So, I delved into some psychology books and combined the effects of my blood's aroma with hypnosis, yielding unexpectedly effective results. Of course. Her words were a blend of truth and fabrication. She indeed procured books on psychology, but solely to provide a more seamless cover for her mental hypnosis. Does ordinary hypnosis also affect sorcerers? Suguru Geto was taken aback. Wang Yueqi extended her index finger and shook it. It is the integration of the technique with conventional theories, demonstrating the power of knowledge. Even in the era before her transmigration, where everyone possessed intelligent machines and families with better conditions had smart terminals developed from the Yuju Tower, people of that time never abandoned the relatively ancient and ordinary knowledge found in printed books. Moreover, do not underestimate these books. The knowledge contained within them is invaluable. I have recently been reading a rather excellent book on psychology. Would you like to take a look? I can recommend my reading list to you. After a moment's hesitation, the often absent-minded Suguru Geto decided to accept this recommendation, albeit reluctantly. Let us go with that book you've been reading lately then. Oh. The one I'm currently reading is titled Thick Black Theory, from the Land of the Flower Country. It contains some quite sensible insights. Wang Yueqi generously shared her treasure trove of books, eagerly patting Suguru Geto on the shoulder. My intuition tells me this book will definitely appeal to you. Chapter 64. Kajiri Shirako silently shook her head. After organizing the medical supplies she had brought, she boarded the cursed spirit vessel with Suguru Geto and Wang Yueqi, departing from the mission site ahead of schedule. Sitting atop the cursed spirit, enjoying the cool breeze, Kajiri Shirako glanced at Suguru Geto and then at Wang Yueqi, who, while not afraid of the sunlight, still insisted on using an umbrella, seemingly reinforced with a layer of cursed energy to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. Thoughtfully she remarked, "Didn't they say this rescue mission failed? Why do you both seem to be in such good spirits? It even feels like your relationship has grown closer." Suguru Geto looked up in surprise. Is it that obvious? Because in the past, when a rescue mission failed, it felt like you were carrying a moving thunderstorm overhead. One wouldn't even need to approach you to sense the heavy and oppressive atmosphere. Just a glance would make one want to take a detour. But this time, it feels much calmer than expected, Kajiri Shirako pointed out incisively. Suguru Geto. Is that so? He had thought he had concealed his emotions quite well. Although the rescue mission had indeed failed, the target in need of rescue was thoroughly despicable. Dying at the hands of a cursed spirit was likely his overdue comeuppance. Wang Yueqi tactfully softened the blow. I see. Kajiri Shirako understood. The sordid affairs of the jujitsu world were not uncommon, and even as a non-jujitsu sorcerer, she never underestimated the malice inherent in human nature. The world itself is but a vast vat. After pondering for a while, Kajiri Shirako suddenly recalled another protagonist. What about that cursed spirit? Did you exorcise it? Or did Suguru manage to subdue it? She calmly confronted the specter of death. Wang Yueqi's voice softened, as if the scene of the female vengeful spirit standing before her, unguarded after exacting her revenge, was once again vivid in her mind. The female vengeful spirit was a composite of the obsessions of countless tormented girls. Even if her essence retained a degree of self-awareness, the instinct to annihilate all men was an irrepressible nature that transformed her into a cursed spirit. Knowing how the spirit had come to be, Suguru Geto could never force a subjugation that would tread on someone else's wounds. When he directly inquired what the female vengeful spirit intended to do next, he was taken aback when she chose to shed her thorns and walked straight up to Wang Yueqi, requesting her for liberation. Upon hearing Wang Yueqi's humanized reference to the cursed spirit, Kajiri Shirako's gaze flickered slightly. She said nothing more, only sighed and added, "As long as you and Suguru are aware, that is enough. Just don't let the higher-ups catch wind of anything." Wang Yueqi gave an okay gesture. "Our report is absolutely truthful, no issues there. Regarding the subsequent handling by the Matsushima Consortium, I discussed it with Geto, and we plan to ask Gojo's family for assistance." Kajiri Shirako. "What does that have to do with Gojo? You two aren't planning to offend the consortium, are you?" Then she listened to Wang Yueqi's strategic discourse on business, her eyes widening in astonishment. And after a while, she uttered, "Chi-Chi, it's a good thing you weren't born into the jujitsu world." Meanwhile, Gojo Satoru, who was on the minds of the trio, was squatting alone in front of the entrance of the jujitsu high school, incessantly pressing the keys of his phone to edit messages, bombarding the group chat with a flurry of messages. Unfortunately, he received not a single reply. Those 3 rascals actually took advantage of my absence to sneak away. Gojo Satoru grumbled, feeling quite displeased. How could they ignore me completely? Before he could finish his complaint, sensing the cursed energy emanating from the cursed spirit, Gojo Satoru suddenly looked up to see the elongated flying cursed spirit carrying the 3 students. His anger surged to a boiling point as he stood up and strode forward, loudly admonishing, "You 3 sneaky cats! How dare you gather behind my back?" The 3 who had just landed stumbled slightly from Gojo Satoru's booming question. "Who are you calling a sneaky cat?" Suguru Geto retorted, a dark vein appearing on his forehead. "We were tasked by the higher-ups, and you should have confirmed our itinerary with Teacher Yaga after your mission ended, right? Don't misuse terms you don't understand. I don't care. You didn't bring me along." Gojo Satoru countered defiantly, "And none of you replied to the messages I sent." Reminded by Gojo Satoru, Wang Yueqi belatedly took out her flip phone. After unlocking it, she found that the group chat titled The Strongest 4 had over 90 unread messages from Gojo Satoru. "You really can send messages," Wang Yueqi exclaimed in astonishment. For some reason, she imagined a ragdoll cat that, having been forgotten outside, went from sweetly meowing to loudly protesting its abandonment. "Oh. I must have been treating someone's injuries at that time," Kajiri Shirako stated, glancing at her phone and noticing it was filled with meaningless spam, deciding to turn it off. "Speaking of which, my phone did vibrate before we entered the villa, but I figured it wouldn't be anything important at such a time. So I didn't check." Suguru Geto shrugged. "Huh." Gojo Satoru squinted. "What did you just say, Geto?" "Geto, don't forget about that matter." Wang Yueqi timely reminded him before the smoke between the 2 DKs ignited. "Oh right, Satoru." Suguru Geto's expression turned serious as he looked intently at Gojo Satoru. "Wang Yueqi and I wish to ask for your help with something." "With Wang Yueqi?" Gojo Satoru frowned, an inexplicable discomfort rising within him. "What's this about?" "The entrance isn't the place for this conversation. Let us discuss it in my dorm," he suggested. The 4 reconvened in the boys' dormitory. But this time it was Suguru Geto's room. Compared to Gojo Satoru's, Suguru Geto's room was much simpler, with items neatly arranged in suitable corners, unobstructing the main path. Suguru Geto and Wang Yueqi seamlessly recounted the events that transpired in the estate, including the origins of the female vengeful spirit. But they tactfully omitted the details of how Matsushima Hirakawa met his end at the hands of the cursed spirit. Gojo Satoru listened with a frown. Not due to the content itself, but rather because of the inexplicably uncomfortable atmosphere that enveloped Suguru Geto and Wang Yueqi since they began narrating the mission. The 6 eyes could discern truth from falsehood through subtle changes in the human body. He was aware that neither of them had deceived him, yet he was certain they were concealing something. After addressing the subsequent matters concerning the Matsushima Consortium, the suspicion in his eyes did not wane. "You 2. Are you still hiding something from me?" Suguru Geto maintained an air of calm, replying, "No, not at all." In response, Inori Mochizuki echoed, "No. We've said everything we needed to say. Only the things we shouldn't mention remain unspoken." The furrow in Satoru Gojo's brow deepened. On the side, Shoko Yeri silently shook her head. Chapter 65. Humanity's Double Standards. Satoru Gojo was in a sulky mood, manifesting in his behavior of waiting for Suguru Geto to arrive at the classroom each morning, yet remaining utterly silent throughout. Upon entering the classroom, he wore a frosty expression, extending his long legs forward and ignoring everyone, even responding to Shoko Yeri's morning greeting with a curt "oh." Strangely enough, when Satoru suppressed all his emotions and wore a neutral face, his exceptionally striking azure eyes radiated an intense charisma, and when he lifted his chin to glance over, it felt as though he were gazing down from the heavens, exuding an icy disdain for the world below. Had he consumed a bucket of ice cream? Had he lost again while gaming? Inori Mochizuki and Shoko Yeri exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting confusion as they turned to Suguru Geto, who appeared resigned. Suguru silently mouthed yesterday's events. Immediately they understood. Satoru was still displeased about the previous day's occurrences, and judging by Geto's expression, it seemed the two had not resolved matters privately afterward. However, whether his displeasure stemmed from his closest friend and peer keeping secrets from him, or something else entirely, remained unknown. Inori Mochizuki cast a careful glance at Satoru's frosty profile, pondering for a moment before retrieving her phone from her pocket and focusing on her screen. Suguru attempted to capture Satoru's attention by sending a text or passing notes, but all were met with Satoru's indifferent huffs. The last student in the classroom, Shoko Yeri, rested her head on her desk, catching up on sleep throughout the morning. Thus, the morning classes passed serenely amidst their individual distractions. Even the teacher seemed incredulous at the lack of mischief among the students. The old principal's hair must be blessing us. Today not a single student acted up. The aroma of food wafted through the cafeteria. After collecting his share of lunch from the serving window, Satoru deliberately chose to sit at an empty table beside the others, creating a stark contrast with Inori Mochizuki and her companions. Yet, despite his sulking, Satoru still focused on the family matters concerning the Matsushima Consortium, having promised to assist. Incredibly, I feel as though I'm bullying Satoru, Shoko Yeri mused, listening to Satoru impatiently hang up a phone call that appeared to be a progress report from the Gojo family. Geto, what did you say to Satoru afterward? Suguru recalled the situation, his expression weary. He questioned me further, and I insisted there was nothing wrong. Then he stared at me intently and sarcastically remarked, "Oh, is that so? And that led to this mood of his today." He even animatedly mimicked Satoru's demeanor at that moment. Inori Mochizuki interjected cautiously, glancing at Satoru, who seemingly was oblivious to their conversation. Is it possible that without a barrier in place, he could hear us from this distance? What should we do? Who will go and comfort him? Shoko Yeri raised her head, promptly excluding herself from the role of the comforter. I've already made an effort this morning. Saying this, Suguru glanced at Inori, who was now focused on her phone, which had just lit up. After a brief melody rang for 2 seconds, she promptly answered, "Moshi Moshi, Mr. Asakawa. Have you arrived at the school gate?" She laid down her utensils, took her phone, and headed outside the cafeteria. Asakawa is Inori's assistant supervisor, right? Suguru diverted his gaze, inadvertently catching sight of Inori's meager order of lettuce. He displayed an expression reminiscent of an elderly man on the subway engrossed in his phone. Shoko, has Inori recently taken up dieting? He felt that Inori hadn't gained any weight. Shoko Yeri remained unfazed. Mind your own business regarding girls. The cafeteria fell silent once more. After contemplating whether he could eat in peace, Suguru resolved to take action. I'm back. Inori's cheerful voice rang out. Suguru and the others looked up to see Inori returning, surrounded by a vibrant aura of pulsating blood thorns, resembling a massive coral of blood. Each branch adorned with exquisitely crafted food baskets, 7 in total. Suguru was immediately taken aback. Did you go shopping? Shoko glanced at her own bowl of thin broth, then at the delicate desserts and premium sushi being carefully arranged on the table by the bloodthorns, feeling as though the cafeteria's food had lost its appeal. Isn't this the popular new sushi restaurant in the city? Inori nodded. Oh yes, I arranged for it at 3 times the usual price this morning. Additionally, I ordered desserts from KS Place and asked Mr. Asakawa to deliver them to the academy during lunchtime. Of course, I also compensated him for his efforts. Suguru recalled that Satoru adored desserts from that establishment. He glanced at Satoru, who had inexplicably shifted his attention from his bowl, then at the neglected lettuce, signaling Inori. What about this? It's merely an appetizer, Inori replied nonchalantly. Then, as if nothing had happened, she turned to Satoru, winking. Satoru, shall we share a table? It seems 1 table 1 tea suffice, and 3 people might not finish all these desserts and sushi. As she spoke, the crafty blood thorns revealed a mango pancake. The sweet and tangy aroma of mango mingled with light cream wafting through the air, instantly becoming the MVP. The icy demeanor on Satoru's face showed signs of thawing. However, he was reluctant to concede so easily. How embarrassing. Thus he pursed his lips and retorted, if you knew you wouldn't finish, why buy so much? Am I your trash can? Because I remember you like these desserts. Inori clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling like blood jewels, sweetly pleading, please Satoru. Let us share a table and enjoy together. The latest edamame cream and roasted tea-flavored kikufuku are absolutely divine. What a killer move, Satoru. Suguru's gaze wandered to the table. Shoko Yeri observed as Satoru, after a few moments of stiffness, awkwardly attempted to adjust his sunglasses, only to miss the frame on the first try. Ultimately bowing his head and standing up to drag the table, his ears slightly flushed, all while maintaining an enigmatic expression. How useless, Satoru. It's merely a sweet girl's charm. She calmed her racing heart, thinking with a hint of double standards. Chapter 66. To attack. One must first draw near to her. A meal that breaks the ice, promising a brighter future. After being coaxed with sugary words and gentle concern, Satoru returned to the classroom in a buoyant mood. As Yaga Yoshinori entered the classroom, clutching a stack of materials, he was greeted by the sight of Fushiguro Satoru, whose cheerful demeanor had his lips perpetually curved in a smile. He paused momentarily, casting a commanding glance over the 4 students present. Mochizuki Nagi, who had discreetly been using his phone beneath the desk, quickly placed his hands on the tabletop, where the screen displayed a lively group chat. The latest message being an amusing sticker from Fushiguro. With a resounding thump, Yaga placed the organized stack of documents on the desk, satisfied to see everyone in attendance. He proceeded to announce a notification. The afternoon theory class would be suspended and replaced by Fushiguro, who had been keeping his head down. Finally raised his gaze from his phone. For pairs of eyes fixed intently on Yaga as he picked up a piece of chalk and turned to write a few words on the blackboard. Sister School Exchange Combat Meeting? Mochizuki muttered, bewildered. What is this? Fushiguro raised an eyebrow, realization dawning upon him. Ah, it's that time again, isn't it? The Sister School Exchange involved students from Tokyo Jujutsu High competing against those from Kyoto Jujutsu High through individual and team battles. Yaga elaborated. The lower and upper grades from the Kyoto school will all be present, while our upper grade students are currently abroad on assignments, which means you will face multiple opponents. Mochizuki slowly typed out a question mark. Why does Kyoto have more students than we do? How does Tokyo Jujutsu recruit? Yaga's gaze fell upon Fushiguro as he explained. The main families of the three great clans are predominantly based in the Kyoto region. Most students from Kyoto enter through family lineage. Fushiguro scoffed. Those Kyoto folks are all cut from the same cloth as the old oranges. Mochizuki understood. Oh, I get it. Reformists versus traditionalists. Kujisaki Nobara recalled the unpleasant interactions during last year's exchange competition, her brow furrowing in discontent. Wait, I'm a healer. They can handle the fighting, right? Inumaki Toge chimed in with a tone of resignation. Yaga nodded. Nobara, as part of the medical team, you won't need to participate in combat. However, since you are the only one capable of healing others with your reversal technique, your workload will depend on the injuries sustained during the exchange. Inumaki. She straightened her previously slouched posture, casting a piercing gaze at her three peers. The trio averted their eyes, avoiding her stare. Yaga. I don't see the need to discuss strategies. Let us just go in and beat them up. Can they really be stronger than me? Fushiguro declared, unconcerned. Team battles don't require strategy, but what about individual matches? Yaga pointed out the crux of the matter. The duel format for individual battles is determined by a lottery. It's not guaranteed that you'll always be drawn to fight. You and Geto will be fine, but Mochizuki's physical abilities still have significant room for improvement. Moreover, several students from Kyoto bear the surname Kumo. The early scheduling of this exchange battle likely had the Kumo family's influence behind it. Eager to test whether Mochizuki's techniques bore any relation to the Kumo clan's blood manipulation. Nagi wouldn't be that weak, right? Fushiguro glanced at Mochizuki. She refrained from answering directly, contemplating. Well, physical combat is indeed my weakness. However, a crimson glimmer flickered in her eyes. If they wish to approach me, they must first breach my defenses. Having not kept up with Mochizuki's physical combat and technique status for some time, Yaga pondered for a moment before addressing Geto. Let us head to the training ground. Geto, you and Mochizuki will spar, and you may use your techniques. The reason for not selecting Fushiguro was simple. He wasn't keen on refurbishing the school before summer break. Geto nodded in agreement, smiling. Then I look forward to your guidance, Mochizuki. I'll go easy on you. Mochizuki returned a kind smile. Fushiguro felt a tinge of regret, but also excitement. The group transitioned to the training ground. The scorching sun poured down, and Yaga glanced at Mochizuki, who stood in the middle of the field, surprisingly without an umbrella, and asked, Are you all right in this heat, Mochizuki? He hadn't anticipated such intensity from the sun today. Earlier, only a faint ray of sunlight penetrated the clouds. But now, as they walked to the training ground, the sun emerged fully, scorching the ground beneath them. Mochizuki waved dismissively. I'm fine as long as we finish the fight quickly. The remnants of human sentiment made her feel a long-lost connection to the sunlight, despite her bloodline's aversion to its touch. Inumaki watched with concern as Mochizuki's eyes grew darker, contemplating when she might knock on her dorm door tonight. Yaga scrutinized Mochizuki's mental state, and, finding no signs of lethargy, nodded. Then let us begin. A swirling vortex of dark cursed energy erupted. As a host of grotesque cursed spirits filled the training ground, Geto's form vanished amid the grotesque shapes of the curses. Mochizuki's eyes reflected the hideous multitude, and blood-red ripples surged within her pupils. A small cut on her fingertip oozed an amount of blood incongruous with her slender frame. As if an inexhaustible spring had been unleashed, thick crimson liquid cascading like a turbulent undercurrent, forming a vast, continuous whirlpool. Like a burst water balloon, the blood splattered outward, greedily covering every inch of the ground, concealed behind the throng of cursed spirits. Geto's pupils constricted as he watched the tainted spirits being ensnared by the rising blood thorns, drawn into the seemingly shallow yet bottomless sea of blood, losing all connection to the other curses. What? The rich and unusual scent of blood surged forth, prompting Geto to hold his breath. Yet a crimson mist enveloped his surroundings. Be careful, Geto. Mochizuki's figure appeared as if it were a melting wax statue, her entire being drenched in the color of blood. Then, one after another, blood-soaked wax figures resembling Mochizuki rose from the sea of blood, mirroring her movements and expressions, fixating their gaze on Geto, who was gradually being consumed by the cursed spirits and trapped in the blood mire, softly warning, if you're touched by the blood, it could lead to significant trouble. Chapter 67, Stalemate? Cursed energy attacks and physical assaults shattered the Crimson Thorns time and again. Yet for Mochizuki, it seemed a futile expenditure. As the frequency of the glowing veins along the lengthy thorns increased, more blood thorns sprouted from the sea, aggressively claiming the ground and extending branches, splitting into even more thorns, brazenly invading the airspace above. The enormous and grotesque shadows cast upon the ground outside the training area resembled serpents lurking in the darkness, poised to strike, a true dance of demons. Even as Geto soared through the air on flying curses, the blood thorns continued to extend with terrifying speed, ensnaring their intended prey once more. The battle had descended into a deadlock. For Geto to escape this predicament, he first needed to locate Mochizuki. However, the cursed energy contaminants within the confined area of the Blood Sea were uniformly dispersed, making it impossible to pinpoint Mochizuki's true location, which had merged seamlessly with the Blood Sea. Unlike Fushiguro, he did not possess the six eyes nor the limitless potential. In the face of the playful assaults reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse, his strategy involved either shattering the blood thorns and semi-solid blood with his cursed energy, where even a mere brush would unleash a swarm, or summoning more cursed spirits to prolong the encounter. He found himself unable to locate or touch Tsukiyoka Ki, just as Tsukiyoka Ki was equally incapable of managing the ever-changing techniques of the cursed spirit ensemble. Ultimately, the situation devolved into a farcical war of attrition. From a safe distance at the edge of the Sea of Blood, Gojo Satoru transitioned from eager anticipation to utter boredom. His long legs, concealed beneath black trousers, bent in a relaxed squat as his slender fingers idly fiddled with the can of latte he had retrieved from a vending machine. With a languid tone he remarked, "Yaga, this back and forth seems endless. The sun has already set. Let us call it a draw." "No." Next to him, seated on the ground, Inumaki Toge's eyes glinted with a shadowy light. The true victor of this spar should indeed be Ki. Yaga took a sip from his can of chilled tea. Observing Suguru Geto weaving through the blood thorns, his hair dampened by sweat. Lowering his chin, he glanced at his watch, the black lenses of his sunglasses reflecting a glimmer of light. It was unavoidable. Time was pressing. "Hey Tsukiyoka. Geto. This spar is over. We declare it a draw." Among the two in confrontation, only Suguru Geto could be seen, his brow furrowed, eyes sharp and still burning with residual combat fervor. He protested, "No, Yaga-sensei. I believe we are on the verge of a resolution." "Absolutely. It's a draw." A cheerful voice interrupted Geto's unfinished sentence. The expansive field of thorny blood instantaneously morphed into countless shimmering particles dissipating into the air. 200 meters away from Suguru Geto, Tsukiyoka Ki bounded away, leaving him with the hasty silhouette of someone eager to leave work, her crimson eyes searching for Inumaki Toge to snuggle up to. "Toge, I'm parched. Will you accompany me to buy some water?" The forgotten Suguru Geto sighed. "All right then." He silently retracted his cursed spirit, wiping the sweat from his brow, exhaling a breath laden with fatigue. Before he could catch his breath, a small shadow darted toward his face. Instinctively, Geto raised his hand to catch the flying object. Feeling the coolness of a bottle, he heard the sloshing of liquid inside as he looked up to find Gojo Satoru approaching with a grin, hands tucked in his pockets. "Hey Geto, how does it feel to fail at hide and seek?" "Honestly, quite surprising." Geto glanced at the mineral water in his palm, unscrewed the cap with ease, and poured the refreshing liquid over his head. Chapter 68. The Blood Clan's most cheating ability is not its power. The cool moisture washed away the heat from his vigorous exertions. Geto's calloused fingers delved into his damp hair, sweeping it back as droplets cascaded down his defined lashes, some trickling down his neck and disappearing into the dark lining of his high school jacket. What a pity. If I had persisted a bit longer, victory would undoubtedly have been mine. He flicked his hair lightly, more droplets, indistinguishable as sweat or water, spattering onto the ground, his purple eyes still ignited with unquenched combat spirit. Meanwhile, Inumaki Toge, being pulled by Tsukiyoka Ki toward the vending machine, simultaneously voiced her speculation on the battle's outcome. If it continues like this, the one losing would be Geto, right? Tsukiyoka Ki hovered her finger in the air, contemplating which drink to select. Hearing Toge's confident assertion, she chuckled, pressing the button for a mango juice can and confirming her choice. "What do you think?" Toge raised an eyebrow. "You didn't deny it?" "Well, Yueqi bent down to retrieve the can of mango juice as it rolled out, pulling the tab to reveal the sweet and tangy aroma of mango. If possible, I would prefer not to win through such means. Toge paused, recalling Yueqi's words from that evening, her tone hesitating. That method. It wouldn't turn ghetto into close enough. Yueqi shook the mango juice can, her blood-red eyes swirling with depth. You see, Toge? The blood clan's most dangerous and deceitful aspect is not its abilities akin to techniques, but blood itself. Blood? Toge was taken aback. The high-blooded members of the blood clan, after feeding on the blood of ordinary humans, temporarily transform them into lowly half-vampires with a bloodthirsty nature. There are methods to restore them, but only one chance. And the process is quite excruciating. During this transformation, until the vampire factor inadvertently ingested through the fangs is entirely eradicated, they will be under the control of the higher blood clan. Yueqi touched her own canines, which now bore no resemblance to ordinary humans. Of course, the clan that directly transforms someone into a half-vampire holds the highest degree of control among peers. Moreover, aside from fangs, there exists another method of assimilation, by bestowing the blood of a high-blooded clan member, even if it is but a single drop of blood. Yueqi raised her index finger. For instance, during the earlier skirmish, had Geto been a true adversary, I would have sought an opportunity to wound him, allowing the blood thorns to mix my blood with his, thus gaining absolute dominion over him. Even though the blood thorns merely manifested her abilities, she could always manipulate them to inject a drop of her blood into her prey, subsequently assimilating and controlling them. If the target were to resist, only two fates awaited them, either being devoured and transformed into nutrients for her blood thorns, or she would extract her blood, ensuring that the transformed dissenter met a literal sunlit demise, receiving the permanent closure of obliteration. However, such malicious tactics need not be employed against contemporaries. What a cunning strategy! Toge's eyes twitched slightly as she grasped the implications of Yueqi's blood manipulation, casting a glance toward the playground, as if to catch a glimpse of Suguru Geto, who remained blissfully unaware of his narrow escape from racial transformation and imminent death. No sorcerer would dare assure themselves of absolute safety in every battle. Such insidious methods of unwittingly inflicting harm are the hardest to guard against. Speaking of battles, Ki, have you ever tried mixing your blood with a cursed spirit? Toge manderde loud, prompting Yueqi to grimace in distaste. Absolutely not. Cursed spirits are grotesque and filthy. I wouldn't want my blood absorbed by such bizarre entities. Although, even if the target were human, she would be reluctant to offer her blood. What a peculiar burden of bloodline cleanliness. So, it is indeed possible to control cursed spirits? Toge mused. Vampires, no blood clans, truly are a formidable existence. She took a sip of her can of coffee to steady herself before continuing. By the way, should I bring anything to the dorm for you tonight? That shouldn't be necessary. It's only the third day. Yueqi hesitated. With a sigh, Toge replied, all right. I'll come knock on your door at 10 tonight. Toge, you're an angel. Yueqi affectionately leaned in. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, Yueqi packed her belongings with simplicity, boarding the bus sent by the Jujutsu Association to Kyoto School. According to the rules of the sister school exchange meeting, the competition venue for the second year should be hosted at the school of the previous year's victors. However, due to a special request from the Curse Supervision Committee, the venue has shifted from Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School to Kyoto Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School. Sitting at the front of the bus alongside the old principal, Yoshida Mazamichi cast a worried glance back at Wakazuki Miki, only to find her engrossed in playful banter with 3 others. They were chattering excitedly about where to spend their free time in Kyoto, evoking a sense reminiscent of elementary school students embarking on a spring outing, completely devoid of any tension or gravitas. Yoshida Mazamichi sighed internally, retracting his gaze, realizing that his concerns were perhaps unwarranted. The layout of Kyoto Jujutsu Technical School differed significantly from that of its Tokyo counterpart. As Miki had deduced, the entire campus embodied a traditionalist ethos, fully embracing antiquity. The old-style Japanese architecture exuded no hint of modernity. Upon entering the school, one might feel as though they had stepped into the aristocratic residences of Heian-kyo a millennium ago. The air thick with a palpable sense of time-worn antiquity. Welcome, greeted an elderly man with a face lined with wrinkles and hair as white as snow, dressed in a conventional kimono and leaning on a rattan cane, standing on the cold stone steps. He offered a slight nod to the similarly aged principal of Tokyo Jujutsu Technical School, his murky yet shrewd eyes shifting precisely to Miki, who was walking behind while holding hands with Iori Shoko. Chapter 69 Strategy? Is such a thing necessary? Sensitive to gazes, Miki turned her head slightly, her eyes meeting those of Yueqi Kiyoshi midair. The look he cast upon her, as if appraising her worth, made her uncomfortable, causing her to furrow her brow in offense. Just as she was about to speak, a dark figure abruptly eclipsed her view. Hey, old man, at your age perhaps you should refrain from leering at young, vibrant girls. Don't you think? It's rather distasteful, remarked Gojo Satoru, his sunglasses slipping slightly down the bridge of his nose, revealing striking blue eyes. The Gojo heir, I see. Yueqi Kiyoshi intoned gravely. Is this how your family teaches you to behave? Rules? Gojo raised his chin defiantly. I am the rule of the Gojo clan. If you have a problem, come speak to me directly, old man. Yueqi's white eyebrows twitched violently, his aged face darkening like iron. Enough. As the invisible tension threatened to materialize into a visible conflict, the old principal from Tokyo felt compelled to interject. Yueqi, let us proceed to the lounge. Standing here is hardly appropriate. Despite being the principal of his own institution, Gojo scoffed lightly, easing the weight of his presence, casually slipping his hands into his pockets. Devoid of any apology or remorse, Miki discreetly gave Gojo a thumbs up, which was noted by his six eyes ability, causing the corners of his mouth to curve subtly. Follow me, Yueqi Kiyoshi said, turning to lead the way, while the Kyoto faculty member behind him acted as a mere backdrop, fixated on Kiyoshi's back. The group made their way to the accommodations prepared for them by the Kyoto school. It must be noted that while the Kyoto school adhered to tradition, the gardens of each accommodation were meticulously designed. However, the amalgamation of deep landscapes, artificial hills, and flowing water resulted in an alarming increase in the mosquito population buzzing around during the sweltering summer days. Miki, devoid of human heritage, was untroubled by the pesky insects. Those with an instinct for self-preservation naturally avoided her. Gojo activated his limitless technique to preemptively shield them, while Iori Shoko and Miki shared a room for the night, finding it slightly better. In contrast, Suguru Geto, without the limitless protection and lacking Miki's deterrent presence, faced a rather dire situation. The poison mosquitoes, impervious even to incense, tormented him, leaving him with bloodshot eyes and visible welts the following morning, a testament to the intense battle waged the night prior. Despite her fatigue, Shoko's habitual early rising had her feeling drowsy, as Yoshiga Mazamichi, who had come to fetch them from the separate faculty quarters, observed the students' varied states of alertness. He couldn't help but pose a soul-searching question. The draw this morning indicated that we would begin with team battles. Did you all discuss the distribution of roles yesterday? The teachers and students had separate resting areas, and after arriving at the Kyoto school, he had attended a meeting regarding the sister school exchange competition, and had not had the opportunity to check on Miki and the others. After playing cards from afternoon until night with the others upon arrival, Gojo casually remarked, "It's just a trivial team battle. What need do we have for strategy? With me and Geto, the two strongest here, do you truly think we could lose?" Miki pondered seriously for a brief moment, before surrendering her thoughts. Transitioning from skepticism to understanding Gojo's perspective. I believe Gojo is right. Perhaps we really don't need a strategy, Yoshiga-sensei. With the strength of the three of us, we can easily overpower them. Yoshiga Mazamichi contemplated this assertion, acknowledging the harsh reality of their formidable combat prowess, and thus spoke somberly. This is Kyoto, after all. Please keep it down. Rest assured, Yoshiga-sensei, we are well aware, Miki confidently assured, her demeanor calm. Yet, her confidence was soon put to the test when they encountered a Kyoto schoolboy with bright golden hair during the team battle. Are you the stray bloodline from the Kumo family? Not too shabby, I suppose, just barely worthy of my attention. The boy assessed Miki with a scrutinizing gaze, slightly raising his chin in a condescending manner. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might consider taking you in as my concubine. Be grateful for your technique. Otherwise, with your unclear and lowly lineage, you wouldn't even earn a name. Miki, what kind of feudal remnant is this, squeezing others dry? Impatient with the boy's incessant prattle, Miki expressionlessly drew a line across her fingertip. Scarlet Moonthorn Dance. Intricate and alluring patterns flared like a brand in her resplendent crimson eyes. The grotesque blood thorns erupted violently, as Miki opted to unleash her full power in a show of camaraderie. As the scion of the Zenin family and a candidate for the next head, Zenin Naoya's voice was abruptly cut off as he swiftly evaded the wildly extending blood thorns, initiating his own technique of projection sorcery. With remarkable speed, the branches extended from the blood thorns were severed in a flash by 24 identical attacks originating from Zenin Naoya. The principle of projection sorcery divides a second into 24 segments, using one's field of vision as the angle of sight, and designing a series of actions within that angle to be executed in a sequence over the course of 1 second. Mickey let out a soft gasp. Her thoughts shifting as the blood thorns, intertwined with her intent, began to glow red. The black bird soaring above, its eyes imbued with cursed energy, meticulously transformed the unfolding battle scene below into real-time footage, displayed on the large screen in the team battle observation room. Like a mobile surveillance camera, it broadcast the activities of students in various areas, capturing every detail as several monitoring videos played simultaneously. This is the technique of the fourth-year student, Mei, from Kyoto Jujutsu High, known as the black bird manipulation. It allows the sharing of the crow's perspective, serving as an excellent means of mobile surveillance. It is said that the Jujutsu Association has rated the sorcerer Mochizuki Kaito as a grade 1? Observing the battle between the two, Yueqi Kaisen suddenly interjected, his old eyes fixated on the live broadcast on the screen, disdainfully commenting, the Jujutsu Association must be losing their vision. How can Mochizuki Kaito, who cannot even defeat this grade 2 sorcerer Zenin, possibly be worthy of a grade 1 rating? Yaga Yoshinori adjusted his sunglasses and defended his student, stating, yet it is a fact that Mochizuki single-handedly eliminated a grade 1 curse spirit with ease. Moreover, strictly speaking, she has only been exposed to jujutsu for just over 3 months, lacking ample combat experience. It is entirely reasonable for her to find herself in a temporary stalemate with Zenin now. A temporary stalemate? It appears you have high expectations for Mochizuki, Yaga. Another teacher from Kyoto remarked with a sardonic tone. But you may be disappointed. As you mentioned, Mochizuki has only been practicing jujutsu for a little over 3 months. How can she possibly compare to Zenin, who hailing from an esteemed family, has received elite training since childhood? Yaga opened his mouth to respond, but then closed it, calmly asserting, then let us observe with composure. You have not seen her sparring against Satoru and Yuta at school, where they were evenly matched. Meanwhile Zenin now, blissfully unaware of the impending crisis, effortlessly dodged the pursuit of blood thorns while disdainfully remarking, I thought your technique was truly the Kumo family's blood manipulation. But it seems it is merely a similar, inferior technique. A woman should properly follow 3 steps behind a man. What sort of display is this? Mochizuki Kaito chuckled. It is evident this is your first time being human, lacking experience. Otherwise, how could you perfectly avoid the expected demeanor of everyone? Are you insulting me? Zenin Nao's expression darkened. She glanced at his position, and the blood thorns, which nearly filled the area, silently branched out further. Maintaining a smile, she said, I am surprised you can discern that. I assumed you had hidden away during humanity's evolution. You wretched woman. With your current disrespect towards me, you have lost even the qualifications to be a concubine, Zenin now declared as he vanished from his spot in an instant. His core characteristic of speed manifesting as he swiftly severed several branches of the blood thorns, his fist, infused with cursed energy, hurtling towards Mochizuki's location. Even if you weep and repent, I shall never grant you a title, he snarled. Standing her ground without flinching, Mochizuki Kaito wore an oddly enigmatic smile. Why would I covet a title granted by a feudal remnant? Blood fusion. Mochizuki's form seemed to melt like a wax figure into the suddenly liquid state of the blood sea. Almost as soon as she spoke, Zenin now was unexpectedly drenched by the torrential downpour of blood cascading from the severed branches. What is this? Zenin now reinforced his body with cursed energy, struggling to move his arms and legs, which felt as though they were glued with a thick layer of adhesive. However, the liquid blood pouring over him was akin to melted honey, viscously stretching into strands, pulling Zenin now into a newly formed crimson vortex. Zenin now's curses devolved into indistinct murmurs, his mouth filled with the oddly textured semi-solid blood, preventing him from retaliating or revealing his technique. His body spinning like clothes in a washing machine, leaving him disoriented and unable to find a foothold. In truth, I find it rather distasteful when someone insists on having a fit in my presence, Mochizuki Kaito stated, solidifying among a cluster of blood branches. Sighing as she raised her hand, after all, I am not a veterinarian. I once tend to a pig that cannot comprehend human speech. Behind her, the jagged blood branches intertwined, retracting their sharp thorns to weave into a chair of vines, allowing Mochizuki to sit comfortably. You dare. The furious voice morphed into a painful, high-pitched sound. Zenin now's pupils trembled as he felt excruciating pain simultaneously coursing through his arms and legs. The blood thorns that pierced his limbs withdrew their branches, and the overwhelming nausea coupled with the agony made Zenin now collapse awkwardly to the ground as he broke free from the blood sea. The blood seeping from his wounds soaked his jujutsu uniform, staining it a deeper, rust-colored hue. Is that avocado? Mochizuki mused, observing the bloodied Zenin now suspended in the air by bloodlines. Well, a bit of greens now and then isn't too bad. Let us see you contribute your final value. She smiled innocently. Zenin now felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could comprehend Mochizuki's intentions, the blood thorns, eyeing him hungrily, lunged at him. Their sharp spikes tearing through his uniform, breaching his cursed energy defenses, piercing his skin and attaching themselves to the wounds like leeches, beginning to siphon his blood. In the observation room, witnessing Zenin now being drained like a human blood bank, Yueqi Kaisen's sharp gaze immediately turned to the Tokyo side, his voice heavy with urgency. Mei, immediately instruct your crows to stop Mochizuki Kaido. The blood of sorcerers is of utmost importance and must not fall into the hands of other sorcerers. Yaga Yoshinori replied calmly, what are you talking about, Principal Yueqi? The Kumo family's blood manipulation also requires the extraction of one's own blood to serve as a weapon. Though Mochizuki's technique is not blood manipulation, it too necessitates the use of blood to activate. She is merely rationally augmenting her arsenal for battle. I believe there is no need to intervene. Chapter 71, Mochizuki Kaido, Mastery in Action. The atmosphere in the group battle observation room was thick with tension. A prelude to a storm, while the clash between the two schools unfolded in the entire mountainous region, engulfed in turmoil. The severity of the chaos primarily affected the jujutsu students from the Kyoto school. Despite Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto's sorcerer ratings being stuck at grade 1, not yet elevated to special grade, their capabilities undeniably overshadowed those of sorcerers of the same rank, and could even contend with special grade sorcerers. However, the validation of whether they could secure victory remained an uncertainty, akin to Schrödinger's paradox, as the sole special grade sorcerer from Neon, Yuki Tsukumo, was currently occupied with a task and had declined to engage with the Old Oranges, while also harboring disdain for the jujutsu hierarchy, willingly letting the Old Oranges suffer and not becoming a weapon in their hands, thus avoiding a confrontation with Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto. Effortlessly, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto dispatched the students of the Kyoto school, from first year to fourth year, with their hands in their pockets, embodying the demeanor of returning kings. The members of the medical support team waited with bated breath until the two destructive figures vanished from view before emerging from their corner, efficiently and skillfully lifting the injured Kyoto students, who had fainted, onto stretchers to transport them to the medical room. Suguru Geto leisurely deployed his large troop of cursed spirits to scour the mountains for those hidden within, specifically capturing cursed spirits meant for scoring points in the competition. After combing through the mountain and confirming that the Kyoto students, save for Zenin now, had all been eliminated, he felt relieved to rejoin Mochizuki Kaido. In this scenario, either Zenin now was particularly adept at hiding, or he had encountered Mochizuki Kaido, which accounted for their continued absence. Given Satoru Gojo's understanding of Zenin now, he was not the type to patiently lie in wait in the shadows. With a prideful demeanor like Zenin now's, if he spotted a student from the Tokyo school, he would leap at the chance to confront them, even if it meant facing Satoru Gojo. Thus, Zenin Naoya must have encountered Mochizuki Kiki. Contemplating this notion, the DK duo found themselves pondering over the sight of Zenin Naoya, dragged along the ground by blood thorns, leaving a long, grim trace. What have you done to this fellow? Satoru Gojo remained silent for a few seconds before pointing at the disheveled and weakly gasping Zenin Naoya, who resembled a tattered rag doll, and posed the question. With consciousness muddled from excessive blood loss, Zenin Naoya struggled to turn his eyes, catching sight of a blurred white figure. Gojo. Having been incessantly compared to the Gojo family since childhood, Zenin Naoya stubbornly attempted to spit venomous words. Yet in the next moment, his cheeks were pinched by a pale, almost translucent hand. Oh, can't you conserve your energy? Mochizuki Kiki lamented, holding his face to render him speechless. If you faint, you'll be disqualified outright. I don't want the competition to end this early. Satoru Gojo. Suguru Geto. Gojo's retort of "you actually feel sorry for him" was forcibly swallowed back by Geto, who looked at Zenin Naoya, toyed with by Kiki, with a gaze of pity and understanding, and inquired, "What did he do to you?" With a slight smile, Mochizuki Kiki replied, "Oh, it's nothing much. He just made some rather crude remarks, which irked me slightly. I had a whimsical notion of giving him a little lesson." She had kindly refrained from letting the blood thorns drain him completely, ensuring he retained enough blood to stay conscious. Having witnessed Zenin Naoya's overtly masculine demeanor the previous year, Geto understood. Was it another bout of archaic trash talk? Last year, he had the audacity to suggest that commoners should be grateful for merely being granted a position as a guard from the Zenin family, standing shoulder to shoulder with the esteemed three families. This year, Geto's expression darkened slightly. He recalled Zenin Naoya's gender discrimination as well. He wouldn't have said something along the lines of "marrying you as a concubine would be an honor of several lifetimes." Would he? Satoru Gojo, sharing a similar line of thought, discerned some absurd utterances that Zen and Naoya might have made, casting a glance at him filled with schadenfreude. This guy really deserves to be beaten to a pulp. Mochizuki Kiki nodded earnestly and added, by the way, is it possible for you to come directly to find me instead of exorcising curses? Though the group match permits students to brawl, the ultimate determinant of victory relies on who exorcises more curses, right? The scoring is based on points, after all. Suguru Geto chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry. I've already dispatched curses to scour the mountains. They rush to exorcise any curses adorned with talismans they come across. To distinguish between wild curses and those assigned for scoring, the curses deployed by the Jujutsu High will bear a tracking talisman. This talisman connects to the mother talisman affixed to the observation room's wall, signifying the presence of the curses. Should a curse be exorcised, the mother talisman on the wall will spontaneously ignite. Black flames indicate exorcisms by Tokyo Jujutsu High students, while red flames denote those by Kyoto Jujutsu High students, thus tallying the scores. But what if the Kyoto students get to them first? Mochizuki Kiki expressed concern. No. The only participant left from Kyoto is this guy, Satoru Gojo languidly replied. The rest of the riffraff have been eliminated by Geto and me. The Kyoto students are all quite weak. Though inaudible, the disdainful and contemptuous expression on Satoru Gojo's face suggested that he had certainly spoken ill of them, prompting Kyoto's principal, Yoshinori Rakujitsu, to declare, there's no need to compete any further. Notify the medical team to retrieve Zen and Naoya. The Kyoto team concedes. Yoshinori Rakujitsu's face darkened. Despite having 7 students, with Zen and Naoya still conscious, his current combat effectiveness was virtually non-existent. Rather than allowing him to continue to be humiliated by that girl, presumably of the Kumo lineage, it was better to concede and pin hopes on the individual competition 2 days hence to reclaim honor. Upon hearing Yoshinori Rakujitsu's words, Yaga Seiji slightly lowered his head, the reflection of his sunglasses catching the light from the chandelier. Meanwhile, the principal of Tokyo Jujutsu High turned his head slowly to confirm with him. Are you certain, Principal Rakujitsu? What if Zen and Naoya is merely biding his time, waiting to unleash a decisive strike? Sitting in the back row, Shoko Yeri smiled subtly, while her neighbor, a girl in Jujutsu High uniform with flowing white hair, silently edged her lips upward. It was evident to all that Zen and Naoya's condition was not an act. He was genuinely down for the count. Suspicious of the intent behind Rakujitsu's words, yet unable to discern any other emotion on his aged face, Rakujitsu's white brows twitched slightly as he tightened his grip on the wooden cane, his voice laced with barely restrained anger. I am certain. Sensing their superior's fury, the other teachers from Kyoto dared not breathe, fearing the ire of Rakujitsu would be directed at them. The principal of Tokyo Jujutsu High nodded slowly and spoke. Well then, Yaga, please make the announcement. Yaga Seiji responded with a composed nod. Understood. Chapter 72. A drawn battle. Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto could be excused. However, for Mochizuki Kiki, who had only been in the realm of jujutsu for a little over 3 months, for you to be unable to handle her is truly pathetic. In the preparation room of the Kyoto school, Yoshinori Rakujitsu angrily struck his wooden cane against the floor. The students, chastised as pathetic, slumped dejectedly on their cushions. That Principal Rakujitsu, I feel this isn't our fault at all, Student A said with a grimace. Student B chimed in quietly, exactly. We didn't even seek out curses initially. Following your instructions, we aimed to probe Mochizuki Kiki's techniques. And it just so happened that we stumbled upon Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto, whose combat prowess was far beyond what we could contend with. Simply surviving their onslaught was a challenge. How could we possibly have the energy to face Mochizuki Kiki afterward? Student B, hailing from a minor family of jujutsu sorcerers, had grown up hearing tales of the Gojo family's prodigy. Although he had only just enrolled this year, he had already heard numerous terrifying rumors about Satoru Gojo lingering in the jujutsu realm. His first-hand experience of being mocked as weak while being thoroughly beaten into unconsciousness confirmed the tales of Gojo's notorious temperament. The other students nodded in agreement, understanding fully. They hadn't even had the chance to encounter Mochizuki Kiki before being ambushed by those 2 ruthless sorcerers. Seated at the edge, acting as a human surveillance monitor during the group match, Mekamaru wore a smile as he listened on. Yoshinori Rakujitsu paused, his anger dissipating somewhat, though his expression remained grim as he said, in the individual match 2 days from now, I will arrange for Mochizuki Kiki to. His gaze swept over the circle of students, noting the absence of one particularly significant student, and he shifted his tone, frowning as he inquired, where is Zen and Naoya? The reversal technique should have healed his injuries by now, shouldn't it? Student D, who had entered Kyoto Jujutsu High primarily to serve as a bodyguard and attendant for Zen and Naoya, remained silent for a few seconds before replying, "Lord Naoya, due to excessive blood loss, while he did receive treatment from the reversal technique, he still requires hospitalization for a blood transfusion. He may not make it in time for the individual match." Indeed, although Yueqi Jashin conceded in a timely manner, allowing the logistics medical team to carry the injured from Mochizuki's command, when the announcement echoed through the air, declaring the Kyoto school's defeat, Mochizuki took advantage of the blood thorns still ensnaring others and decisively extracted blood from Zen and Naoya, leaving him gravely injured and on the brink of death. The primary cause of his peril was excessive blood loss. Under Mochizuki's deliberate control, Zen and Naoya managed to endure until he was treated by Iari Neko. However, after tending to several severely beaten Kyoto school students, Iari Neko expressed that her cursed energy was only sufficient to address Zen and Naoya's internal and external injuries, and for the excessive blood loss, a blood transfusion at a hospital would be necessary. Of course, he would be lying in a private hospital funded by the Zenin family, receiving blood of the same type as his own from family members. The blood of ordinary people would taint the noble lineage of the Zenin clan. With the second strongest fighter incapacitated, Yueqi Jashin could only place his hopes on the current strongest, Mimi. "Mimi, in the personal battle the day after tomorrow, I need you to probe Mochizuki's technique rules," Yueqi Jashin stated with firm resolve. The black-haired girl beside him, clad in a red and white shrine maiden outfit, cast a worried glance in his direction. Probing Mochizuki's technique rules essentially meant forcing the opponent to disclose their technique information. Once a sorcerer reveals their technique rules, they gain varying degrees of enhancement, amplifying their technique's power. It was difficult to fathom the extent of Mochizuki's prowess, having already managed to strike Zen and Naoya with considerable force without revealing her technique information. Mimi smiled nonchalantly. "That sounds feasible, as long as the compensation is adequate. I shall comply." The underlying implication was clear: no money, no work. Understanding that Mimi's price would not be modest, Yueqi Jashin inhaled deeply. 5 million. This amount equated to the price of a grade 1 cursed spirit. In 2006, it was a substantial sum, certainly an amount that Mimi, whose sorcerer rating was currently stalled at grade 2, could not refuse. The rules within the sorcerer community were numerous, one of which stipulated that sorcerers must not undertake tasks exceeding their own rated level, even if one were to exorcise a higher grade curse, unless directed by higher-ups. It would be deemed unpaid labor, with the curse monitoring agency refusing to compensate for any exorcism performed. Although there was a risk of injury or even death if Mochizuki were to strike without holding back, Mimi, adhering to her principle of "if the money is right, I can make anything happen," was indiscriminate in her dealings. "Card number, pay first, then I will proceed." In high spirits, Mimi revealed a lengthy string of bank card numbers, patiently awaiting Yueqi Jashin to transfer the funds. Accustomed to her money-first attitude, Yueqi Jashin took a deep breath. "A deposit of 250,000. I will transfer the remaining balance upon completion of your task." "Agreed. Credit is paramount," Mimi nodded with satisfaction. In business, it was understandable to fear being stiffed. Meanwhile, on the Kyoto school side, the atmosphere was similarly heavy. Yaga Mazamichi, clutching a stack of invoices detailing the extensive damages incurred during the competition, slammed the hefty pile onto the tatami mat with a scowl, gritting his teeth. "Did I not instruct you to keep the noise down this time?" The destruction caused by the three was particularly notable, with Gojo Satoru's exploits standing out. For instance, he had been merciless in his assaults, treating Ao as if it were a mere punching bag, effectively erasing several mountain peaks behind the Kyoto school. Additionally, in his quest to locate point-earning spirits, Suguru Geto had unleashed his domesticated spirits to scour the mountains, leading to the Kyoto school's building, perched midway up a slope, being flattened by the spirit's brute force. Finally, Zenin Naoya was hastily admitted to the ICU, resulting in a deluge of medical bills sent by the Zenin family in retaliation. Although Mochizuki's destruction was minimal, she still faced hefty medical expenses and let out an exasperated huff at the invoices. "What kind of people are they, not even bothering to purchase insurance, leaving me to bear the full cost?" Chapter 73, Perhaps an Orphan. After sending off the irate Yaga Mazamichi, Gojo Satoru turned to his peers. "How shall we pass the time this afternoon? The personal battle begins the day after tomorrow, and I don't want to linger here and become stale, lest I catch the scent of decay from the old man. Perhaps a 2-day excursion nearby, returning just in time for the personal battle," he suggested. "Well, that's not entirely out of the question, but it would be best to return tomorrow night. I really don't want to wake up early to travel such a long distance," Mochizuki replied, her approval tinged with reservations. The Kyoto Jujutsu High School was situated in the outskirts, much like the Tokyo Jujutsu High School, nestled against the mountains. Come to think of it, aside from last year's sister exchange meeting, I haven't visited Kyoto much, she mused. I hear Kayamizadera is quite famous around here, Suguru Geto remarked, showing a hint of interest. Those sorcerers often traveled across regions to exorcise curses. Tasks in Kyoto had traditionally been handled by the sorcerer families residing in the vicinity, or by dispatching students from the Kyoto Jujutsu High School. Even for special grades, it was rare for him or Gojo to be called upon. Thus, Suguru Geto had not truly explored Kyoto. I'm all in, Iari Neko said with a calm demeanor. Then let us have lunch near Kayamizadera. Gojo Satoru exclaimed excitedly. Oh, you seem quite familiar with Kyoto, Mochizuki remarked, surprised. Gojo raised an eyebrow. That's because I grew up in Kyoto. The Gojo family estate is also located here. Mochizuki's realization dawned. Oh, I had forgotten. Suguru Geto, with a thoughtful expression, turned to Gojo. So Satoru, do you know any specialties from Kyoto? I'd like to buy some souvenirs to bring back. Why the sudden interest in souvenirs, Geto? Gojo asked, intrigued. Suguru smiled, a warmth and nostalgia in his expression, with summer vacation approaching. I thought I'd bring back some Kyoto souvenirs for my parents when I return home. Since enrolling in the Tokyo Jujutsu High School, he had rarely seen his parents except during New Year and other holidays, typically only communicating with them through a phone call every week or two. His parents were unaware of the existence of curses or his unique abilities. When he first expressed his desire to enroll in the high school, they merely assumed he had developed an interest in religion and had a serious discussion with him. Upon confirming his earnestness and lack of regret, they respected his wishes and enrolled him in the Tokyo Jujutsu High School. Reflecting on the nearly 6 months since he had last seen his parents filled Suguru with a complex mixture of emotions, but this was quickly shattered by Gojo's exclamation. Huh? Geto, aren't you going to be at the school during summer vacation? If you're not, doesn't that mean all the cursed spirit tasks will fall on me alone? I can help too, Mochizuki interjected softly. Nonetheless, Gojo remained unconvinced. He firmly grasped Suguru Geto's shoulders, earnestly stating, Geto, stay behind. We need you, along with Inari and Mochizuki. Suguru replied, I'm just going back for a few days. Speaking of which, Mochizuki, have you not yet recalled any information about your family? With that, Suguru awkwardly shifted the conversation, passing the ball to Mochizuki. Iari Neko, aware of Mochizuki's non-human identity, was immediately flooded with images of gothic vampire families from movies. Suddenly prompted, Mochizuki Kiyomi pondered briefly before responding, well, Teacher Yaga has been keeping an eye on reports of missing persons and families who have reported children as lost, but there hasn't been any progress related to me. It seems that there are no memories of my parents that I can recall. A radiant smile graced her face as she continued, considering all this. Perhaps I am indeed an orphan? That would explain why no one has come to find me for such a long time. In a way, it alleviates my worries. The three peers. They gazed at Mochizuki Kiyomi, whose smile was devoid of any shadows, rendered momentarily speechless. To be honest, these past 3 months, one could scarcely discern that you harbored any anxiety for yourself. Chapter 74. None are devout. Kayamizu Temple rests atop a verdant hill, enveloped by lush foliage. However, when the four arrived at the foot of Kayamizu Temple, none took the initiative to ascend the steps leading to the temple, standing beneath the vermilion torii gate, exchanging glances. Hey, why aren't you moving? Wataru Fushiguro inquired, eyeing Suguru Geto, who stood leisurely with his hands in his pockets at the back. Ladies first, Suguru Geto replied nonchalantly, glancing at Mochizuki Kiyomi and Nagikamo, who stood at the foot of the steps. Aren't you coming? Nagikamo turned to survey the steep stairs, which seemed to rival the number of steps at Jujutsu High, and calmly stated, I think I'll skip the worship. Kiyomi, if you wish to go, you can join Wataru and the others. Upon hearing this, Mochizuki Kiyomi's gaze fell upon Suguru Geto, and she deftly redirected the conversation back to him. Geto, you and Wataru go ahead. I'll wait for you and Nagi here at the foot of the mountain. Suguru Geto, Wataru Fushiguro, huh? His round sunglasses slipped slightly down his nose, revealing his striking azure eyes as he scanned the group, a look of skepticism crossing his face. None of us here believe in Buddhism? Mochizuki Kiyomi shook her head decisively. Not at all. Nagikamo shrugged, I only believe in myself. Suguru Geto, who had suggested this outing, offered an awkward yet polite smile, sheepishly scratching his nose. I thought Kiyomi might be more inclined to believe in Buddhism. So he left the rest unsaid. Yet Wataru understood. TSK, had I known, I wouldn't have come to Kayamizu Temple. After all this time, it turns out none of us believe in Buddhism. It's worth noting that sorcerers are often rather eccentric, especially during battles. They tend to rely solely on themselves rather than deities. Having wandered along the precipice of life and death for so long, they understand that in such moments, it is better to stake their lives on their own strength than to pray for divine intervention. In today's world, deities have long fallen into obscurity, leaving behind only the cursed spirits that are continually birthed from humanity's negative emotions, an endless cycle that cannot be eradicated. Although there are now clergy capable of purifying cursed spirits, wielding a power entirely distinct from that of sorcerers, the number of truly skilled clergy remains fewer than that of sorcerers. Well then, let us skip the worship and move on to the next agenda, Mochizuki Kiyomi urged. Nagi Kamo turned to Suguru Geto. Geto, the shopping street you wanted to visit is quite a distance from here, right? Are we walking there? Suguru Geto pulled out his phone to check the map, deep in thought. It takes about an hour to walk from Kayamizu Temple to the shopping street. An hour? Can't we just ride cursed spirits there? Wataru Fushiguro protested, his face expressing reluctance to walk under the blazing sun. Mochizuki Kiyomi, who was struggling with her stamina despite holding an umbrella, and Nagi Kamo, who also preferred not to walk under the scorching sun, nodded in agreement. Suguru Geto, with an air of resignation, lowered his voice. Both Kayamizu Temple and the nearby shopping street are popular tourist attractions, and there will be many visitors. Riding cursed spirits, even if concealed, would be too conspicuous. Nagi Kamo glanced around and pointed to a nearby spot. There's a bike rental place over there. How about we each rent a bike to ride to the shopping street? Mochizuki Kiyomi considered it for a moment, then hesitated. But if we do that, we'll have to ride back to return them, right? Wouldn't it be easier to just buy the bikes outright? After riding, we could find a secluded spot to have Geto's cursed spirit carry them back to Jujutsu High. The affluent Wataru Fushiguro preferred to use cash to save money in one go. The rational Suguru Geto contemplated and said, let us first ask the shop owner. Since it's a rental shop at the foot of Kayamizu Temple, it might be set up for tourists to ride to the shopping street. He recalled that when he traveled with his family to other places, there were often rental cars available, with different locations for renting and returning. That makes sense. The other three, who had always relied on dedicated transport during their travels, nodded in unison. Suguru Geto suddenly felt like a guardian leading children to experience the world. No. It must be an illusion. He shook his head internally and took it upon himself to communicate with the shop owner about renting bicycles. As he had suspected, the bike rental shop at the foot of Kayamizu Temple was part of a chain, with other locations established in the shopping street and 2 other tourist attractions, so they could simply return the bikes at another branch. The bikes were rented by the hour, requiring a deposit that would be refunded upon return. However, a new dilemma emerged. 2 of the 4 could not ride bicycles. Among them was Nagi Kamo, who had been under strict protection from the Jujutsu hierarchy since being discovered to possess reversal techniques, and Wataru Fushiguro, who had always been ferried around in luxury cars and had never encountered such a mode of transport that required self-reliance. Though Mochizuki Kiyomi also hailed from an affluent background, she had intentionally learned to ride a bicycle due to her friendship with Nagi Kamo and volunteered, I can carry Nagi, and Geto can carry Wataru. The current bicycles were relatively old-fashioned, with seats that could accommodate passengers. Upon hearing the arrangement, Wataru Fushiguro exclaimed, why me Kiyomi? I don't want to be carried by Geto. Wataru protested with discontent. Mochizuki Kiyomi responded coolly, because I can't carry someone as large as you. Haven't you and Geto both grown taller recently? You're both over 6 feet now, while Nagi and I haven't even reached 5'7". In her final statement, the petite Mochizuki Kiyomi felt a twinge of envy about not exceeding 5'7". She pondered the implications of becoming a bloodkin, and whether her height would continue to match human growth patterns. Wataru Fushiguro was momentarily at a loss for words. Suguru Geto envisioned the image of Mochizuki Kiyomi, under 5'7" and significantly lighter than Wataru, pedaling with all her strength, yet failing to move the bicycle. And he couldn't help but chuckle. What's so funny? Wataru shot him a dangerous glare. Suguru Geto quickly composed his expression, looking innocently bewildered. I wasn't laughing. Thus, the final arrangement saw Wataru Fushiguro awkwardly huddled with his long legs, struggling to keep them apart as he perched on the back seat, while Nagi Kamo sat steadily behind, graciously holding the umbrella above Mochizuki Kiyomi's head, casting a soft shadow. Let us go. Wataru shouted excitedly from the back seat. Despite his cramped position, the 2 bicycles, aligned side by side on the white line, began to roll forward together, traversing the dappled light on the ground as they set off towards the sunlit boulevard ahead. Chapter 75. Encounters in Pairs. At every bustling tourist spot, one finds a shop for cultural and creative souvenirs. Mochizuki Kiyomi picked up a small raccoon wooden carving topped with large leaves, eagerly turning to Nagikamo, who was still selecting animal carvings nearby, and asked Nagi, "What do you think of this little raccoon?" Bending down to select an item, Yeri Shiruko glanced over and confidently gave a thumbs up. "So adorable. It can be brought back to decorate the dormitory." Speaking of decorations, Mochizuki Nozomi recalled the various small trinkets she had acquired recently, feeling a twinge of concern. It seems my windowsill and desk can hardly accommodate any more." Yeri Shiruko picked up a wooden carving of a fox squirrel gnawing on a large chestnut, and instinctively said, "Then perhaps take some of the trinkets back home?" As the words left her lips, Yeri Shiruko realized her oversight and hesitated for 2 seconds before cautiously lowering her voice to ask, "Nozomi, are your family members similar to you?" Mochizuki Nozomi shook her head. "I don't know. I have no memories of them." This was the stark truth. In her recollection, it had always been Aunt Tsuruya and the servants caring for her since she could remember. She had never laid eyes on her biological parents, nor had any related memories. It was somewhat peculiar, yet she had grown accustomed to it. However, the increasing accumulation of items in her dormitory was indeed a dilemma. Perhaps after this exchange meeting, I should consider purchasing a flat in Tokyo during the summer vacation. The thought of her almost bursting wardrobe and other assorted items sparked the idea of buying a home. In the neon-lit world, there are minimum age restrictions for renting. However, directly purchasing a property and having it transferred to her name could be facilitated quite easily through a real estate agent. The two of them chatted casually as they picked out their desired souvenirs and joined the end of the queue to check out. "Thank you for your visit. And we look forward to seeing you again," chimed the sweet voice of the shop assistant, harmonizing with the tinkling of the wind chimes as the door swung open. Mochizuki Nozomi, with shopping bags dangling from her wrist, looked up to scan the surroundings for the other two members of DK. Where did they go? Yeri Shiruko pulled a lollipop from her pocket, unwrapped it, and popped the fruity candy into her mouth, her voice slightly muffled. "They're probably off playing somewhere. You should just call them." Before Nozomi arrived, this scenario of turning around and finding no one had occurred countless times. Usually due to her lack of combat skills, she would be whisked away by both members of DK, leaving Yaga and the supervising assistants frantically searching for her. Shiruko speculated that they had abandoned her this time because Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto felt assured with Mochizuki Nozomi by her side, allowing them to leisurely indulge in their own pursuits. As Mochizuki Nozomi rummaged through her pocket for her phone, she failed to notice another figure rushing towards her. By the time she and Shiruko, who was in a visual blind spot, reacted, Nozomi had already collided with the oncoming person. My phone. Though she was unharmed, her phone was sent flying to the ground, prompting a startled exclamation from Mochizuki Nozomi. "I'm so sorry. I didn't look up in front of me. Are you alright?" The frantic apologies trailed off into an unexpected silence. Yeri Shiruko leaned over to peer past Nozomi, and was taken aback upon seeing the culprit. "Wait. I remember you. Aren't you from the Kyoto school?" The girl in a red and white Miko outfit, with long black hair tied back with a white ribbon and gold bells adorning her wrists, regarded the two in their modified high school uniforms with a wary expression. "You're from the Tokyo school?" It was quite peculiar. In the team battles, the two schools had different starting points, and they had never met prior to the match. They had only seen each other's headshot profiles on paper. Of course, Yeri Shiruko had been fortunate enough to watch this Kyoto schoolgirl in a live broadcast of the team battle. However, the reality was that throughout the exchange meeting, aside from encountering Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto, none of the members had met Mochizuki Nozomi. The only one who had met her was still lying in a VIP hospital room, and had yet to be discharged. "Hello, I'm Yeri Shiruko. A second year from the Tokyo school." Yeri Shiruko politely raised her hand, greeting her like a friend. Mochizuki Nozomi blinked and introduced herself. "I'm Mochizuki Nozomi, also a second year from the Tokyo school. I'm the fourth year in Keichheim from the Kyoto school." The Keichheim, who had seen Nozomi's profile, hesitated slightly before returning the greeting. To be honest, based on the information leaked by Ye Shinju, her feelings towards this girl, who seemed to be a stray descendant of the Kumo family, were quite complex. Moreover, the most significant aspect was that she was in the same cohort as that troublesome Gojo brat. Recalling the miserable memories of being beaten in the team battle, a fierce expression briefly crossed Keichheim's face. Sensing a fleeting aura of menace emanating from her, Mochizuki Nozomi was bewildered, as it didn't appear to be directed at her. She picked up her neglected phone from the ground, wiped the dirt off the screen, and asked, "Do you have something urgent, Keichheim-senpai? If you're in a hurry you can go ahead." Despite being from different schools, within the context of age and academic standing. They were all respectfully addressed as senpai or kohai in this society that placed great importance on seniority. To her surprise, Keichheim was taken aback by Nozomi's amicability and bowed her head again apologetically. "I'm sorry, I'll take my leave now." With that, Keichheim swiftly departed, her wooden sandals clacking against the ground. Mochizuki Nozomi, contemplative, withdrew her gaze and asked Shiruko, "Do you know what Keichheim-senpai's technique is?" Yeri Shiruko recalled that Keichheim's family had been shrine priests for generations, though she had forgotten the specifics of her technique. "I see. No wonder there's a pure aura about her that makes my teeth itch." Mochizuki Nozomi, who did not harbor a negative impression of Keichheim, hummed in acknowledgement and deftly dialed a string of numbers, connecting to Satoru Gojo's group. However, it took nearly half a minute of ringing before someone answered on the other end. "Gojo, where are you now?" "Shiruko and I just left the cultural shop." "Nozomi, it's me." Suguru Geto's distinctly gentle voice came through, accompanied by a series of suspicious explosive sounds in the background. Geto. Hearing those explosions, I double-checked the number I dialed, my head filled with questions. "What are you all doing?" "Oh, it's nothing. While Gojo and I were picking out souvenirs, we stumbled upon a cursed spirit, and Gojo is currently giving it a thorough beating. Gojo, leave me a breath." Chapter 76. And Keichheim alert. When Mochizuki Nozomi and Yeri Shiruko reached the location Suguru Geto had described, they heard a familiar and furious voice before they even got close. "You two scoundrels. Get out of my sight." That voice? Nozomi and Shiruko exchanged glances, and instinctively quickened their pace towards the source of the sound. As they approached, they saw a white-haired DK standing with his hands in his pockets, grinning as he faced the wrath of Keichheim, who was angrily kicking stones at him. The expression on Gojo's face was one of mischief, as he effortlessly levitated the stones out of her reach. Mochizuki Nozomi could clearly see that Keichheim, a fourth year from the Kyoto school, was furious enough for her hair to appear frizzed. "Gojo, don't bully the weak." From a short distance away, Suguru Geto, standing beside a nearly defeated large cursed spirit, offered a lackluster admonition. Keichheim's expression grew even more menacing. "You who are you calling weak?" "Of course it's you," Satoru Gojo drawled, pointing at the cursed spirit he had thoroughly beaten up. "And this cursed spirit was taken care of by yours truly. Singer, you could at least show some gratitude, but instead you dare to scold us? How outrageous." A dark vein throbbed on the forehead of the singer, who clenched her fists tightly, responding ominously, "While the mission was indeed mine, the damage to the venue shouldn't have been this severe. You insisted on using your strongest technique against it. You ought to know that the compensation for the venue and the repair costs will be deducted from my mission rewards. You scoundrel. And I am technically your senior, so you should address me properly. Who do you think you are, so familiar with calling me Zing? I refuse to acknowledge someone weaker than me as my senior." Satoru Gojo disdainfully rejected her. The singer contemplated hurling a stone at him. Noticing the arrival of Inumaki and Shoko, Suguru Geto tilted his head and greeted them. "You've arrived just in time. We were just finishing up here. As for the subsequent damage and compensation issues, they will naturally fall to the singer, who was originally assigned to this exorcism task." With a smile plastered on his face, Suguru thought unethically to himself. "Gojo Geto," Inumaki approached, "and you too, senior singer. I didn't expect to see you again so soon." However, the situation felt somewhat awkward upon this unexpected reunion. Shoko raised her hand to greet the singer as well. "It's you?" The enraged singer stiffened, her wary gaze darting between the two girls and the two boys, taking a half-step back in unease. After all, they were currently outnumbered 4-1. Given the competitive nature of their schools, what if they resorted to underhanded tactics? Wouldn't she find herself in dire straits? With that thought, the singer's vigilance heightened, resembling a meerkat suddenly alert to a rustling sound. "There's no need to be tense, senior singer. We just came to the commercial street to have some fun, and buy a few souvenirs to take back. We mean no harm," Inumaki spoke soothingly to the on-edge singer. While out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Suguru already beginning to manipulate the cursed spirit. Though it wasn't her first time witnessing Suguru's technique, she still couldn't help but doubt whether his throat would withstand the pressure of swallowing a cursed spirit condensed into the size of a pigeon egg. Chapter 77. A scratch is a gain. Feeling the weight of Suguru's gaze upon her, she struggled to suppress the horrible taste lingering on her palate, forcing a calm expression as she glanced back. "What's wrong, Inumaki?" Inumaki, gazing into Suguru's typically gentle smile, hesitated before asking, "Geto, when you manipulate a cursed spirit, does it feel uncomfortable when you swallow it?" "Uncomfortable?" Suguru, who had been enduring the taste of decay, replied without a hitch, "Not really. Although it condenses into a pigeon egg-sized cursed jewel, it's essentially just a mass of negative energy. It one tea gets stuck in my throat. The taste, however, is particularly dreadful. Especially with higher-tier cursed spirits, the flavor becomes increasingly unbearable. Yet, Suguru would never voice such thoughts in front of others. Especially with a rival from another school present. Inumaki, stop worrying about Geto unnecessarily. He has swallowed so many cursed jewels. He'll be fine, Satoru remarked lazily, his azure eyes glancing at his friend, who kept his worries hidden. Inumaki, unconvinced that Satoru, with his 6 eyes, hadn't he noticed the momentary bulge of veins on Suguru's forehead while he swallowed the cursed jewel? An unmistakable sign of restraint. Decided to trust Satoru's judgment. After all, everyone has their own little secrets they prefer to keep hidden. Thinking along those lines, Inumaki empathically shifted the topic, addressing the senior singer. If the staff in charge of the venue come to inquire about the cursed spirit, just say it was Gojo's doing. You don't need to take the blame for him. The tension in the singer eased a bit as she instinctively glanced at Satoru. The white-haired boy raised his chin disdainfully. What are you looking at? Just have them send the compensation bill directly to the Gojo family. It's all in Kyoto anyway. Once a task has been accepted, even if the cursed spirit is dealt with by someone other than the designated sorcerer, the compensation and reward still fall to the sorcerer who accepted the task. However, since Satoru had said so, the singer wouldn't be polite about it. Her family wasn't from an ancient lineage, not even a notable family. Passing up on money would be foolish, especially since the damage wasn't her fault. With that in mind, the singer, distrustful that Satoru would easily shoulder the compensation, warned, then you'd better leave a written record. What if the Gojo family refuses to acknowledge it, and I end up footing the bill? Satoru, seeing through her intentions, impatiently dug at his ear. My cursed energy residue is all over the scene. Anyone with eyes can tell it was me. That's a good point. The singer's expression softened considerably. Nearly forgetting about the cursed energy residue, Inumaki observed the singer's shifting expressions, never revealing malice or hostility, and thoughtfully blinked, pulling out her phone from her pocket. She approached the senior singer. Would you like to exchange contact information? If any issues arise later, you can reach out to me. Meeting Inumaki's bright gaze and sensing no ill intent, the singer hesitated before agreeing, sure. Inumaki mentally celebrated her small victory. Great. I got the contact information of a lovely lady. The two leaned in close, exchanging contact details. Satoru, feeling inexplicably annoyed by the two heads so closely together, strode forward, grabbing Inumaki by the collar and pulling her towards him. Let us go. Why exchange numbers with such weak competition? Caught off guard, Inumaki stumbled a bit as she was pulled aside, puffing her cheeks in defiance. Mind your own business. Satoru narrowed his eyes, releasing her collar but then grabbing her face instead, gruffly saying, You think I want to meddle? I'm just looking out for Yaga's fragile heart. If he sees you so eager to switch sides, he might just have a heart attack. Ridiculous. Yaga doesn't he have a heart condition? Inumaki protested through her pinched cheeks, trying to pry his hand away. It hurts. Let go of my face, or I won't be polite anymore. With tears welling in her eyes from the pain, Inumaki attempted to glare fiercely at Satoru, resembling a rabbit with red eyes. Satoru, casually dodging her attempts to scratch his face, continued to taunt her. Go ahead. Let us see how you won't be polite. Your little arms can't reach me. Inumaki, feeling a bit mischievous, considered biting his hand, but ultimately refrained. Even without revealing her vampiric fangs, drawing blood would yield the same outcome. Thus, Mochizuki Nozomi could only unleash her frantic scratching skills upon Satoru Gojo like a cat, clawing as if every scratch were a small victory. Ah, ouch. You really ought to trim your nails, don't you think? They're far too long. Mind your own business. A girl must keep her nails long and beautiful for manicures. But you haven't even done your nails yet, have you? That's a flaw. Hey, that's too much. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to fight back? Not far away, Suguru Geto and Kurara Idate watched the two bicker like elementary school children, their expressions a mix of disbelief and amusement. This was the first time the songstress, and Kagomine, had witnessed such a spectacle of discord within the Tokyo school. Trembling slightly, she pointed towards the two, who had transitioned from a mere mock battle to a fierce exchange of blows. Are they really okay with this? It's fine. They're like this at school too. Just get used to it, Kurara reassured her, giving a gentle pat on the shoulder. Suguru nodded in a laid-back manner. Yeah. Probably once Nozomi lands another hit on Gojo, they'll stop. And blinked in surprise. Is this how you all in the Tokyo school behave on a regular basis? She glanced again at the two engaged in their fray, then at the calm spectators, Suguru and Kurara, who remained unfazed. her eyes widening in disbelief. Consequently, the chaotic brawl attracted the attention of the assistant supervisor, who arrived, drenched in sweat, ready to demand answers. Kagami, why aren't you purging the cursed spirits? Suguru and Kirara exchanged a look of shock. In that moment, Gojo, who had evaded a swift kick from Nozomi, stiffened as he got hit squarely. Ultimately, it was who ended up taking the blame for Gojo. It wasn't me. Chapter 78. Mei versus Mochizuki Nozomi 1. The final bill was duly delivered to the Gojo family in Kyoto. However, the following day, just before the individual competition commenced, and Kagami sat in the waiting area of the Kyoto school, her gaze laden with unspoken resentment. I'm sorry, Kagami-senpai, but no one could have predicted this. Nozomi silently lowered her head, avoiding the piercing glare filled with dark energy from Satoru. Gojo raised his arm, fingers interlaced behind his head, wearing an expression of utter confusion. What is he still dissatisfied about? Didn't the bill get sent to the Gojo family? Suguru recalled the scene from the previous day wherein, drenched in sweat, had been explaining things to the assistant supervisor, and shrugged nonchalantly in response to an fierce gaze. I have no idea. Kirara, overhearing this, shot them both a disdainful look. Do you truly have no inkling as to why she is so upset? As murmurs filled the air, the assistant supervisor, who had been drawing names for the individual battles at the edge of the arena, completed the process. He held up 2 wooden plaques, each inscribed with names, proclaiming, Kyoto School vs. Tokyo School Individual Match First Round, Kyoto School, Mei, Tokyo School Mochizuki Nozomi. Please have the contestants enter the arena. Huh. Am I the first match? Nozomi, caught off guard by her own name being called, blinked in surprise. Among the faculty seated for the match, Yaga Yoshinobu looked up upon hearing the names, his brow furrowing slightly as he glanced discreetly at the 2 long white eyebrows of Yoko Iwasaki, which obscured his eyes, hiding any emotions beneath. Yaga, pay attention. The aged voice of the principal reached his ears, seemingly a reminder to stay focused. Yes. Yaga concealed the emotions flickering in his eyes behind his sunglasses. Sitting up straight again. I'm going. In the waiting area of the Tokyo school, Nozomi set down her drink and stood. Be careful during the match. I've heard that Mei-senpai is quite formidable, Suguru warned from behind her. Without turning, Nozomi waved her hand dismissively, indicating her understanding. Mei. Do not forget our agreement, Yoko stated meaningfully as she rose. Of course, I remember, Mei replied, pulling a rubber band from her pocket to tie her flowing light blue hair into a single ponytail before bending down to retrieve her cursed tool. Thus, as Nozomi stepped onto the competition stage, she beheld Mei from Kyoto School, a tall girl clad in a black high school uniform, her light blue hair tied back in a ponytail, dragging a massive axe that was disproportionately large compared to her slender frame. The heavy axe left deep grooves in the hardened stone floor as it scraped along. Nozomi's heart skipped a beat as she watched the cool and confident Mei flash a smile at her, saying, Nice to meet you. Yeah, Mei. My technique is called black bird manipulation, which allows me to share vision with crows for intelligence gathering. And you? Is this a breach of protocol regarding technique disclosure? Nozomi slowly withdrew her gaze from the weapon, responding, I am Mochizuki Nozomi. My technique is called Scarlet World. Although it pertains to blood, it has no connection whatsoever with that Kumo family you mentioned, so please do not confuse me with them. Fully aware that she could neither disclose her technique details, nor make any claims about its nature, Nozomi spoke ambiguously. Mei's eyes gleamed with intrigue as she regarded Nozomi. You're more interesting than I anticipated. Thank you for the compliment. Nozomi accepted Mei's assessment without a hint of modesty. And now, let the first individual match between Kyoto School and Tokyo School begin. With the assistant supervisor's command, the highly anticipated battle officially commenced. Chapter 79. Mei versus Mochizuki Nozomi 2. The vibrant, pulsating crimson blood thorns floated like waves upon the sea, swirling and creating terrifying whirlpools that dragged in any unfortunate prey. Mei skillfully wielded her massive axe, slicing through the blood thorns that resembled tendrils, but only she understood the true hardness of the thorns, which rivaled that of diamonds. Each strike produced a resounding thud. Nozomi, unfazed, conjured more blood thorns, occasionally leaping into the air to evade Mei's advancing axe, as if she were fishing, intermittently tugging on the line to tire the struggling fish. The audience of teachers, including Yaga, felt a sense of anxiety for Nozomi as she narrowly dodged several of Mei's lethal blows. However, Yaga, who had previously observed her fight against Suguru, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Meanwhile, in the waiting area of the Tokyo school, Suguru watched as Nozomi and Mei engaged in a fierce contest. Glancing at the growing pile of severed blood thorns accumulating on the arena floor, a sudden realization dawning on him. Ah. No wonder she didn't use that technique from before to immobilize her opponent. She's playing a different game altogether. Did you just figure that out, Suguru? Satoru's lazy voice chimed in beside him. Suguru shot a glare at Satoru, who had lazily leaned back in his chair, feeling somewhat annoyed. Aren't you just realizing it too? What gives you the right to say that? No, I had figured it out long ago. Satoru adamantly denied having entertained doubts about Nozomi's intellect, recalling his own initial experiences with exorcising cursed spirits. Yet now observing Mei, who held the advantage in the match. A smirk formed on Satoru's lips as his calm gaze remained fixated on the arena. This fellow must have had this intention in mind long ago. In the audience area, Yayanshi Kanishin observed the arena where Mei had pinned down Mochizuki Kiki, nearly pushing her to the brink several times, yet his brow remained deeply furrowed. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. His gaze fell upon the seemingly endless blood thorns and the paler complexion of Mochizuki Kiki, leading him to a certain conclusion regarding her technique. Indeed, he had always asserted that the Kumo clan, no matter how inept, could not possibly allow a sorcerer suspected of inheriting the blood manipulation technique to remain undiscovered for so many years. Mochizuki Kiki's technique, it appeared, was merely a coincidence related to the Kumo clan. From what he understood of the blood manipulation, it was currently impossible to release such a vast amount of one's own blood to create a technique without exhibiting signs of weakness or anemia. Even if the Kumo clan harbored some hidden unknown techniques, they were not like the Gojo clan, which produced a six-size sorcerer only once every few centuries. Over the years, there had been others who inherited the blood manipulation, but none had reached such heights. Mochizuki Kiki's technique was undoubtedly not blood manipulation. With this thought, Yayanshi Kanishin's long brows twitched slightly, and he discreetly cast his gaze towards the members standing outside the audience area and several suited observers. In the arena, Mei, having roughly gauged the strength of Mochizuki Kiki's physical technique, attacked once more, narrowly missing her, yet she too sensed something unusual. With a crack, Mei glanced down at the blood thorn branch she had snapped with her foot. Somehow, the hardness of these blood thorns on the ground had shifted from diamond-like toughness to the fragility of actual twigs. Is this also a result of your technique? Mei pondered, prodding the brittle blood branch with the tip of her shoe, her sharp gaze akin to that of a hawk fixated on its prey. Mochizuki Kiki responded with a playful smile. You've noticed, Senior Mei. She neither confirmed nor denied. Yet upon hearing Mochizuki Kiki's words, a hint of intrigue and madness flickered in the corners of Mei's mouth. You are indeed quite interesting. Before the last syllable had fully escaped her lips, her figure abruptly vanished from sight. With a whoosh, a massive axe swung through the air, creating a powerful gust of wind. The three observers from the Tokyo audience suddenly focused intently on Mei, who had erupted with incredible speed, circling behind Mochizuki Kiki in the blink of an eye. Your technique is indeed troublesome. The almost intimate whisper brushed against Mochizuki Kiki's ear, prompting her to glance sideways, her vision magnifying the unexpectedly intruding figure. However, your weaknesses are quite evident as well. I suppose it's about time. Contrary to Mei's expectations, Mochizuki Kiki turned around and smiled radiantly at her. In the next moment, her exquisite features melted into a thick, crimson liquid, reminiscent of a horror film's wax figure. Mei, who had prepared to restrain her attack, widened her pupils as her axe cleaved through the flowing blood. Simultaneously, the scattered blood branches on the ground swiftly liquefied, resembling caramelized honey, forming an intricate web that rapidly engulfed Mei's waist and her massive axe, ensnaring her as if she had sunk into quicksand, making it almost impossible to extricate herself. With her movements restricted within the blood-formed cage, Mei looked up, only to find a curved blood blade suddenly pressing against her neck. Senior Mei, you have lost. Mochizuki Kiki, now holding a long scythe formed of coagulated blood, stealthily stood within the blood cage, her shimmering crimson eyes fixed on the captive Mei, delivering her verdict. Ceasing her struggle, Mei's gaze fell upon Mochizuki Kiki's incorrectly held scythe. Mochizuki Kiki blinked, offering an awkward yet polite smile. Mei raised an eyebrow, refraining from exposing the truth that Mochizuki Kiki was not adept with the scythe, and inquired, "May I ask what this technique is called?" After all, she had promised an elderly gentleman to gather some information to take back. Blood fusion. Mochizuki Kiki offered no further explanation. Mei nodded knowingly, and then addressed the supervising judge, declaring, "I concede this match." The supervising judge paused momentarily before regaining composure to announce the victor of the first personal battle. After releasing her ability and regaining her freedom, Mei rubbed her wrist and then slammed her axe against the ground, retrieving a business card from her pocket. "If you have any business or needs, Feel free to reach out as long as the compensation is sufficient. Maming smiled as she handed over her business card. Yayanshi Kanishin, witnessing a fellow member of his school extending her business to the opposing school, darkened his expression. Chapter 80. Exceptional Talent and Spirit in Yokohama City. Though Mochizuki Kiki's technique truly has no relation to the Kumo clan's blood manipulation? An aged voice resonated from behind the screen. The high-ranking officials of the Jujutsu Monitoring Association gathered to discuss the intelligence gleaned from the sister battle. A hesitant figure in a black suit, facing the center as he reported, replied, based on Mochizuki Kiki's exhibited techniques, they do not appear to be blood manipulation. However, the ability she ultimately employed to restrain maiming. Wasn't that the red binding from blood manipulation? Another skeptical voice interjected. The red binding is a skill derived from blood manipulation, designed to ensnare enemies within a cage of blood. No, I fear it is not the red binding. That too is likely a skill derived from the blood-thorn tide. Mochizuki Kiki seems capable of assimilating with her blood, which is why she referred to her technique as blood fusion. Yet, manipulating a large volume of blood to assault an enemy and conceal oneself still resembles the blood tide skill of blood manipulation. Speaking of which, has the Kumo clan conducted an identification on Mochizuki Kiki? It seems they retrieved a strand of hair from Yagamazamichi, but the results have yet to be reported by the Kumo clan. If Mochizuki Kiki were truly of Kumo blood, they would not remain silent at this point. Are you suggesting that Mochizuki Kiki is genuinely not of Kumo blood? If so, we might be able to draw her in. However, she is in the same class as Gojo Satoru. What if she has already allied with the Gojo clan? The murmurs of the elderly continued. After completing his report, the figure in the black suit lowered his head, pretending to be deaf, his gaze fixed on the floor as if he could will a flower to bloom from it. The upper echelons, unable to reach a conclusion after much deliberation, ultimately decided to personally summon Mochizuki Kiki for a meeting. Naturally, this gathering would not include only them. Representatives from the Gojo family, now part of the Jujutsu Monitoring Association's high ranks, would also be present. On the other end, not long after returning to Tokyo from Kyoto, Mochizuki Kiki remarked, "They wish to see me? Is it related to my background?" With no memory loss, she scoffed dismissively, "No thanks. Even if there are relatives in the Jujutsu world, I would rather not deal with those who only remember me after nearly 4 months. I would prefer to remain an orphan." With that, she decisively pressed the hang-up button, abruptly cutting off the auxiliary supervisor's voice. "Did the upper management seek you out?" inquired Ijichi Shoko, observing Mochizuki Kiki after she hung up. "Yes. It aligns with what Satoru and the others said. Those high-ranking sorcerers are not to be trusted. They give off the impression of vultures drawn to the scent of rotting flesh, their eyes brimming with greed." Mochizuki Kiki puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Kaido Shirako chuckled softly. "They can hardly be deemed vultures, those large raptors. At best, they're merely a pile of rotting, foul-smelling oranges." Indeed, Mochizuki Ki wholeheartedly concurred, especially after having been enlightened about the 3 families. She felt a sense of relief for not having unwittingly blurted out the name of the technique as crimson blood manipulation. If she had, her tranquil days would have vanished. Kaido Shirako glanced at her phone, noting the time was nearly 2 o'clock. "Your appointment with the real estate agent is at 4, right? If you leave now from the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School, you should arrive just in time. Do you need me to accompany you?" With Wazuki Satoru and Suguru Geto on a mission, and yet to return, Kaido Shirako remained the only one familiar with the Tokyo area. Mochizuki Ki waved her hand dismissively, strolling towards the exit. "No need, Shirako. I can manage on my own. You should head back to your dorm and rest. Those dark circles under your eyes are nearly rivaling a panda's." However, the process of viewing properties with the agent did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. After making several phone calls, it became apparent that the houses meeting her criteria had already been purchased or rented out. The agent, drenched in cold sweat, repeatedly bowed to Mochizuki Ki, apologizing profusely. "I am truly sorry, Miss Mochizuki. When you contacted me yesterday, there was indeed a property that matched your requirements. But it was sold to another client by my colleague this morning. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience." Mochizuki Ki could hardly believe how challenging it was to buy a house. What about properties near Tokyo? The agent, begrudgingly aware of the backstabbing nature of his colleagues, looked at Mochizuki Ki, a significant client prepared to make a full cash payment, and cautiously replied, "As for properties in Tokyo, given your current budget, they are essentially non-existent. Even if there are any, they are currently leased to others, with the rental contracts not yet expired." He sighed, expressing his surprise at the sudden scarcity of housing in Tokyo. Even in the relatively remote suburbs, properties are selling rapidly. While vacant houses do exist, your budget may not suffice. Though he felt a sense of joy at the influx of new clients, he also felt anxious about the potential loss of upcoming deals. Noticing Mochizuki-ki's contemplative expression, he continued, if you're studying in Tokyo, the closest area to it would be Yokohama. If you don't mind, many properties have recently become available there, and they are being sold at rock-bottom prices. However, it is said that the safety in Yokohama can be quite concerning, with a 50% chance of encountering the mafia when you step outside. Otherwise, I would consider purchasing a house there at a deep discount for my retirement. To keep the client engaged, the agent clenched his teeth and said, many properties in Yokohama meet your requirements. If you're interested, I have several videos showcasing the houses provided by the original owners. You can take a look and see if any catch your eye. If you find something satisfactory, I can handle the paperwork for you today, he assured her, extolling the virtues of Yokohama. Although it is a foreign trade port, the social dynamics there are relatively straightforward, with a simple and unpretentious populace. Moreover, being close to the coast means that fresh seafood can be purchased directly from the port at reasonable prices. Eager to secure a home, Mochizuki-ki inquired, what about the videos? Show them to me. The agent's eyes lit up. Of course. In the end, Mochizuki-ki selected an apartment not too close to the central district, situated above a gardening store run by an elderly couple. What puzzled her was that properties nearer to the central district were cheaper, while those on the outskirts were indeed at bargain prices. One apartment's full payment was less than 300,000 yen, as if the seller was in a great hurry to sell. Had it not been for the concern that the central district might be noisier, she would have preferred buying there. As the agent had promised that evening, he promptly delivered the relevant documents and keys to Mochizuki-ki, beaming with satisfaction at having secured another deal. Chapter 81, Mochizuki-ki, Yearning for Wings. Wait. All trains to Yokohama are suspended? Mochizuki-ki stood at the ticket counter, utterly astonished. The attendant, wearing a look of regret, replied yes. We recently received an urgent notice from higher-ups that all trains to Yokohama Station are currently halted, and the roads leading to Yokohama are also under traffic control. If you were planning to travel to Yokohama for tourism or visiting family, it would be advisable to refrain from going for now. Mochizuki-ki, who had just purchased a new home in Yokohama, responded politely to the attendant, thanked her, and stepped aside. She scrolled through her call log, locating the number for her assistant supervisor, and dialed it with a single press. Miss Mochizuki, have you made a decision? The assistant supervisor was taken aback upon receiving her call. Mochizuki-ki found an unoccupied corner to speak privately. No. I was inquiring if there are any tasks assigned in Yokohama recently. Since conventional means were inaccessible, she opted for an unconventional approach. The assistant supervisor paused briefly before promptly searching for information. Please hold on for a moment, I will check. Mochizuki-ki waited patiently, and soon the assistant supervisor's voice came through the phone. There is a special grade task in Yokohama. However, this task has already been assigned to Mr. Wazuki and Mr. Geto. That task hasn't been completed yet, has it? Mochizuki-ki confirmed. Correct, it is still pending. Mochizuki-ki nodded. Understood. Wait please. The assistant supervisor's voice abruptly ceased as the call ended. Without a trace of guilt, Mochizuki-ki dialed Suguru Geto's number. As for why she didn't call Wazuki Satoru, she had learned from experience. When these two partners were on a mission, it was best to contact the more reliable one directly. Once the call connected, Mochizuki-ki got straight to the point. Geto? Is there a task assigned in Yokohama that you haven't completed yet? Surprised, Suguru Geto, who was still engaged in a mission in Tottori Prefecture, replied, yes, we still have 3 urgent tasks to finish before heading to Yokohama. What's up with the Yokohama task? Mochizuki-ki's eyes brightened. Then let me help you with that task. I happen to have no assignments today. Grateful for the unexpected opportunity, she appreciated the turn of events that had spared her from the task that should have fallen to her, although she didn't respond to the previous call for help. Meanwhile, Suguru Geto moved his phone slightly away from his ear, ensuring that it was indeed Mochizuki-ki on the line, and said in astonishment, Mochizuki, don't you despise working overtime at night? It's already 8:30. For someone like Mochizuki-ki, who believed in the importance of beauty sleep for girls, voluntarily taking on a task close to 9 o'clock was decidedly uncharacteristic. Well, consider it my camaraderie towards my peers, she replied slyly. If I recall correctly, you and Wazuki have been busy since this morning, haven't you? Before becoming a jujutsu sorcerer, Mochizuki-ki had little regard for minors working in exploitative conditions. Yet, after witnessing Wazuki Satoru and Suguru Geto tirelessly battling curses all day, she realized that some companies could indeed be that ruthless. After receiving the designation of a Grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer, the Jujutsu Monitoring Agency often assigned her numerous tasks. However, her stance was that tasks involving third-level cursed spirits were trivial. Other sorcerers were not incompetent. In any case, she intended to adhere to her 9-to-5 schedule, and no one was to impede her from leaving work. Unfortunately, the reality was that if she chose not to participate, the assignments would inevitably fall to the already burdened Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo. Thus, Mochizuki Nozomi decided to embark on a side venture, reaching out to Fushiguro Zenin, with whom she had not communicated much since their last class, to share the workload, offering him the entire remuneration for the tasks. Though she did not witness Fushiguro Zenin's expression upon hearing this, she could detect a subtle shift in his demeanor over the phone. "You are actually assigning an official task to a cursed spirit user?" Mochizuki Nozomi responded with unwavering confidence. "The entire reward is yours, and in addition, how about an extra 500,000 yen for each task?" Fushiguro Zenin deal. It would be foolish not to earn money, especially when it was drawn from the pockets of the Curse Monitoring Committee. This was the truth behind Mochizuki Nozomi's daily leisure time. As for why she didn't recommend this method of relaxation to Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto? Firstly, the higher-ups were closely monitoring Gojo. Secondly, she believed that, given their personalities, the former might not care, but the latter, Suguru Geto, would probably not trust a cursed spirit user. So she decided to let it be. Unbeknownst to her, Suguru Geto, who was somewhat moved by the arrangement, confidently remarked, "Helping us with tasks is one thing, but your interest in Yokohama-related assignments must be for something else, right?" Mochizuki Nozomi blinked. "As expected of you, Geto. Actually, I purchased a new apartment in Yokohama today and wanted to check it out. However, for some reason, all trains heading to Yokohama have been suspended, and the roads are under traffic control. I'm worried about my house and want to see it." Although she had acquired a new skill, blood mimicry, during her recent battle with Mei Mei, she was still uncertain whether she could truly take flight by crafting wings from her blood. The legend of the Blood Clan supposedly included a bat form. Why couldn't she transform into a bat? Mochizuki Nozomi contemplated testing the feasibility of her mimetic wings for flight upon returning to Jujutsu High. After hearing her reasoning, Suguru Geto felt slightly relieved. "I see. The Yokohama mission is a special grade. Can you handle it alone? Or would you prefer to wait until Satoru and I finish the remaining 3 tasks before accompanying you to check out your new place?" "No need, it's already late. You both should return to Jujutsu High to rest after completing your tasks. I should be staying in my new apartment in Yokohama tonight, barring any unforeseen circumstances." "Apartment? What apartment?" Satoru Gojo, having swiftly dispatched a cursed spirit, turned to look. Suguru Geto explained, "Mochizuki bought a new apartment in Yokohama and wants to check it out." Why didn't she come to me for help with buying a house? And why so far away?" Satoru Gojo frowned, taking advantage of the ongoing call. He raised his voice as he strode towards Suguru Geto, taking the phone from his palm and placing it against his ear. "The Gojo family has plenty of vacant, fine properties. If you had mentioned you were looking to buy, I would have just given you one. It's already purchased. The paperwork is finalized and in hand. I can't just leave it empty," Mochizuki Nozomi retorted from the other end. Satoru Gojo dismissed her with a wave of his hand. "What's wrong with leaving it empty? The Gojo family has an abundance of houses. Many are just sitting idle." Mochizuki Nozomi. She coldly hung up the phone, refusing to engage further with this wealthy brat. Chapter 82. The Missing Him. At the entrance of the Yokohama Bay Bridge. After verifying the identity documents related to Mochizuki Nozomi, the personnel from the Special Abilities Enforcement Department waved to signal their colleagues to remove the speed bumps and barriers, allowing the two to pass. As the personnel watching the tail of the vehicle withdrew their gaze and resumed their vigilance, suddenly, a voice crackled through his earpiece. "Tomoto, did you just allow 2 sorcerers into Yokohama?" The urgency in the voice startled the Special Abilities Enforcement Department member, who pressed the vibrating earpiece and reported, somewhat confused. "Yes, sir. We verified their identities thoroughly. One is a first-grade sorcerer. Did you not comprehend the orders?" The officer's reprimand caused the Special Abilities Enforcement Department member to tremble. "Currently, no one is permitted to enter Yokohama. Absolutely no one." The officer scolded, exasperated. Regardless of their sorcerer rank, allowing entry into Yokohama would only exacerbate the chaos. Feeling as if he had committed a blunder, the Special Abilities Enforcement Department member weakly interjected. "But they possess authorized entry documents for Yokohama." The officer interrupted, continuing his tirade. "What does having documents matter? Those were issued before the lockdown order. The new directive we received strictly prohibits allowing anyone into Yokohama. But Chief Komatsu, that special grade cursed spirit's cursed energy seems to have surpassed our measurement thresholds. If we don't allow sorcerers to exorcise it, its threat might surpass the chaos it brings. Voices of dissent echoed from other colleagues over the earpiece. Even if that special grade cursed spirit evolves, it will only result in property damage. Don't forget, there are no ordinary people left in Yokohama. The chief retorted to the dissenting subordinate. Someone hesitantly chimed in, but sorcerers aren't exactly ordinary people, are they? The chief cut to the heart of the matter. But they aren't classified as special ability users either. Who knows what would happen if sorcerers breached Yokohama now? He barked, quickly stopped their vehicle. The last command was shouted at the Special Abilities Enforcement Department member. Startled by the outburst, the man shivered and promptly activated the red command flashlight in his hand, aimed at the vehicle that had already traveled over 100 meters in mere moments. Inside the car, Mochizuki Nozomi slightly tilted her head back, gazing through the specially reinforced front windshield at Yokohama, shrouded in a layer of red haze. 5 black buildings stood tall along the urban coastline, their rooftops flickering with red lights, creating an eerie atmosphere amidst the swirling crimson mist. Was that fog the doing of the special grade cursed spirit in Yokohama? Without the precise scanning of the 6 eyes, Mochizuki Nozomi furrowed her brow and asked. The supervising officer glanced at the Special Abilities Enforcement Department personnel, who were waving their red warning lights far behind them, not comprehending their signal. Feeling something was amiss yet not stopping the vehicle. This special grade mission is somewhat peculiar. We have not received any intelligence on this special grade cursed spirit. The liaison sent to investigate has vanished without a trace, as has the local Special Abilities Enforcement Department stationed in Yokohama. Sensing something amiss, Mochizuki Nozomi reiterated. Vanished without a trace? Yes, we can't even ascertain whether they are alive or dead. The supervising officer's gaze fell on the front windshield, his expression apologetic. So, I'm afraid, Miss Mochizuki, you will have to probe this special grade cursed spirit on your own. Once again experiencing the unreliability of the sorcerer world. Mochizuki Nozomi sighed silently in her heart. Fine. Had it not been for her new apartment in Yokohama, she would have entrusted this task to Zenin-kun. Ah. Now that she thought about it, it seemed she had never assigned him a first grade or higher mission, directly facing a special grade. Could he handle it? Mochizuki Nozomi pondered Fushiguro Zenin's combat capabilities. The supervising officer, observing the thick fog ahead, frowned as he activated the fog lights, low beams, clearance lights, and hazard warning lights. Due to the dense fog ahead, visibility had dwindled to less than 100 meters. The vehicle drew closer to the crimson mist. With a sudden instinctual warning of danger, and an inexplicable chill racing down her spine, Wang Yueqi lifted her gaze. At that moment, the red mist infiltrated the car through the narrow gap of the open window. The assistant supervisor widened his eyes slightly, freeing one hand to roll up the window. However, the vehicle, which had been gliding smoothly along the road, abruptly lost control. After a violent jolt, the engine died, and the assistant supervisor, who should have been securely in the driver's seat, vanished without a trace. Witnessing such a dramatic transformation, Wang Yueqi's thoughts raced. Where did her assistant supervisor go? Chapter 83. A sudden mishap. She was such a substantial presence. After a moment of shock, Wang Yueqi regarded the swiftly encroaching red mist filling the car, and instinctively placed her hand on the door latch of the back seat. Her gaze froze for 2 seconds upon encountering the gathering crimson fog outside the window. Regardless of whether Wang Yueqi chose to exit the vehicle or remain stationary within it, she would inevitably come into contact with this peculiar mist. During her brief hesitation, the encroaching red mist had already spread to the back seat. Wang Yueqi's breath hitched. She feared she might meet the same fate as her assistant supervisor and vanish into the mist. However, after several seconds of waiting, nothing transpired. She did not disappear. Nor did she detect any unusual odors. Her body felt entirely normal. It was as if the harmless mist generated by cooled, liquefied droplets had merely changed its hue. Wang Yueqi's expression darkened as she decisively opened the car door and stepped out. The temperature at night was significantly lower than during the day. The buildings, situated not far from the Bay Bridge, were shrouded in thick crimson fog, with faintly discernible signs flickering erratically, seemingly due to a short circuit, accompanied by an unsettling buzzing sound. Besides the eerie red mist, Wang Yueqi also caught the scent of blood wafting in with the howling wind, an amalgamation of various individuals' essence. To the ordinary person, the metallic tang of blood would be imperceptible, but to the vampire, it was magnified to an unbearable degree, resembling a cacophony of perfumes, both fragrant and foul, twisted into a grotesque blend. Wang Yueqi surmised that there had likely been extensive casualties in Yokohama. The exact cause remained a mystery. Although the red mist was peculiar, she sensed no fluctuations of cursed energy emanating from it. Unlike the methods employed by cursed spirits, proceeding on foot felt somewhat perilous. After ensuring her surroundings were clear, Wang Yueqi sliced her fingertip. The crimson blood, exuding an unusual fragrance, flowed forth, not solidifying into thorn-like shapes as before but remaining in a liquid state, pooling behind her. Dark red bat-like wings, adorned with unique patterns, unfurled gracefully from her back, glimmering with an otherworldly bloodlight. In the next moment, the red mist swirling around her feet rippled like waves on a water surface. Utilizing the blood-formed wings, Wang Yueqi successfully lifted off the ground. She could indeed fly. Testing her newfound ability, she maneuvered through the air, directing her bat-like wings straight into the fog-laden Yokohama. Her silhouette swallowed by the thick mist. Flames flickered amidst the ruins of crumbling buildings, growing ever more intense. On the main streets of Yokohama, a multitude of vehicles lay haphazardly, resembling a scene of a chain collision, their bodies severely damaged. With her superior vampiric eyesight, Wang Yueqi could clearly discern the expansive bloodstains on the ground and within the vehicles. Some had already dried to a dark brown, while others, seemingly more recent, dripped down from the door seams, mingling with leaking oil and emitting a foul odor. Along the way, she even encountered various gruesomely lifeless bodies. Some bore expressions frozen in terror, their forms appearing to have been impaled by some sharp object. A solitary, dust-covered hand, wounded and protruding from beneath a concrete slab, suggested the body might have been reduced to a pulp. Another corpse hung grotesquely from a steel beam, marred by multiple lacerations, a sight too horrific to behold. Scattered around certain corners of the ground lay bullets, indicating the area had once been the scene of a fierce mafia shootout. This horrific tableau resembled a painting depicting the annihilation of life itself. Wang Yueqi furrowed her brows, hovering above the lifeless street. Oddly enough, none of the deceased bore any traces of cursed energy. This indicated that they had not fallen victim to cursed spirits. As she pondered this, a sharp sound sliced through the air, targeting her back. Wang Yueqi slightly turned her head, and without the need to evade, a multitude of blood thorns surged forth, cleaving a stone door, approximately 15 centimeters thick, in half before it crashed heavily to the ground. What was that? A door? Wang Yueqi glanced down at the unadorned, light gray object that, having been shattered, began to dissolve into particles of white light. She couldn't suppress a bemused expression reminiscent of a subway elder engrossed in his phone. Which monstrous brute threw a door at her? The air shimmered with subtle ripples. Wang Yueqi, ever perceptive, pivoted midair, locking her gaze upon the source of the attack. The very same stone door that had been hurled at her reconstructed itself within the red mist, cradled in the grasp of a shadowy figure. Yet, as she observed the stubborn silhouette struggling to maneuver the door, which was several times larger than herself, her expression turned blank. The entity that had assaulted her was outlined in light, adorned with a dark red diamond crystal embedded in its forehead, distinctly non-human, yet bearing an uncanny resemblance to her own appearance. Wang Yueqi slowly formed a question mark. What kind of creature is that? A mirror image. Chapter 84. At that moment, her mind felt utterly overwhelmed. Wang Yueqi's expression remained vacant as she stared at the luminous, gem-like figure composed of light and shadow. Sensing her gaze, the glowing gem figure paused in its efforts to lift the heavy stone door. Before her eyes it pivoted, using the momentum to hurl the door once more at Wang Yueqi. Wang Yueqi. So that is how the flying door incident happened. It's impressive how such a seemingly frail figure could throw such a massive door at her. With a resounding thud, the stone door, awkwardly flung by the glowing gem figure, was effortlessly shattered into fragments by the surging blood thorns, quickly following the fate of the first door, mimicking my appearance. And yet its combat prowess is so lacking? Wang Yueqi couldn't help but voice her thoughts. The gem figure, having completed several rotations, paused to catch its breath, straightened up under Wang Yueqi's scrutiny, and then raised its hand, fingers translucent as they grasped at the void. In an instant, 6 identical stone doors materialized around Wang Yueqi, one hovering above her and another beneath her, blocking her escape. This time, the centers of these doors were no longer solid white surfaces, but glowing vortices. The 6 doors aligned at their edges, forming a 3-dimensional box that encased Wang Yueqi in midair. Bloodthorns had already enveloped her in layers of protection the moment the doors appeared. Oh, besides physically smashing people, it seems there are other functions as well. In the suddenly dimmed space, the dispassionate voice of Mochizuki Kiki echoed. Her eyes, as crimson as flowing blood, flickered with a scarlet glow in the darkness. Illuminated by the glimmering patterns of her bloodthorns, They resembled the roots of trees, exuding vibrant vitality. Though uncertain of the current situation, the abrupt disappearance of my auxiliary supervisor must be significantly related to you, right? Is this the effect of some esper's ability? Mochizuki Kiki's voice emanated dully from the stone box suspended in midair. Outside, the luminous gem figure that had ensnared her paid no heed to her words. Excitement and murderous intent surged in its eyes, and its clenched fist impatiently pressed downward. The stone door forming the cap abruptly shrank, creating a narrow gap at the tightly sealed junction. The top stone door, unable to maintain a complete seal, descended heavily, preparing to crush Mochizuki Kiki, trapped between it and the unyielding bottom door, into a pulp. Splat. Like crushing a tomato with bare hands, viscous crimson liquid oozed from the crevice. The luminous gem figure, which had remained silent throughout, eagerly watched the splattered viscous blood, its face mirroring the madness and sharpness reflected in Mochizuki Kiki's features, a smile brimming with lunacy. It seemed to have fully unleashed the darker aspects of humanity, to such an extent that even other sorcerers would deem it excessively deranged. Yet in the next second, the luminous gem figure heard the voice of the supposedly deceased Mochizuki Kiki once more. I expected your methods to be more diverse. I didn't anticipate your final attack to be physical after all. Blood pooled along the pale gray edges of the stone door, reassembling in the void, while dark red bat wings, spanning over 2 meters, stirred the air, intensifying the strange scent of blood. Seeing that it had failed to kill Mochizuki Kiki moments ago, the luminous gem figure widened its eyes, instinctively retreating half a step. Mochizuki Kiki looked down upon the now hesitant luminous gem figure, her raven black hair swirling, and this time, a smile emerged on her exquisitely crafted visage. It seems your methods are limited to this. When she was just confined in the dark space formed by the stone door, she had thought the light gates might unleash something or suddenly pull someone in. Indeed, the probing bloodthorn branch was drawn into the luminous vortex. But upon recalling the shared vision with that bloodthorn branch, a subtle expression flickered in her eyes. The other end of the door was not the independent enclosed space or death trap she had imagined. The bloodthorn branch she had deliberately cast into the light vortex returned from the opposite glowing whirlpool back into this dark and confined space, with heightened vigilance. Mochizuki Kiki mused. Alright, this door not only crushes but also possesses a teleportation function. Admittedly, this teleportation feature is rather suitable for ambushing. Even if trapped enemies are reluctant to venture into the light gate vortex, a bit of coercion could be employed. However, the owner of this door appears rather unintelligent, as the other ends of these doors seem to lead back here. Thankfully, this isn't a scenario where the abilities and intelligence of the entity are identical to its original form, as seen in certain comics. With that thought, Mochizuki Kiki boldly commanded more bloodthorns into the luminous vortex, and watched as they re-emerged from another direction, confirming her hypothesis. She briefly fell silent before decisively employing her blood fusion ability to fabricate a false appearance of being crushed by the descending stone door. In reality, she flowed out of this aerial cage, transformed into liquid blood. Though I do not conduct interrogations, I have at least seen some interrogation scenes in comics. If you wish to avoid suffering, it would be best to obediently divulge any information you possess. Escaping, Mochizuki Kiki gazed at this enemy, who bore her likeness and tarnished her reputation, with a smile that held a benevolent facade. Understanding her words, the luminous gem figure, identical in appearance to her, froze in shock, its expression vividly betraying terror. It wanted to flee, but the instinct that compelled it to kill its master pinned its feet to the ground. Yet, in that moment of hesitation, a fresh wave of bloodthorns surged menacingly toward it. In its rapidly contracting pupils, the bloodthorns unhesitatingly pierced through the crystal embedded in its forehead. Crack! The dark red diamond crystal disintegrated like sand slipping through fingers, dissipating into the air. In that instant, the luminous gem figure's small brain seemed to shrink. Is this interrogation? Which comic features an interrogation that leads directly to death? Facing the slowly dissipating body of the luminous gem figure, whose eyes remained incredulous, Mochizuki Kiki coldly scoffed. Did you think I hadn't noticed? You cannot speak at all. A creature incapable of communication holds no value whatsoever. Furthermore, your luminescent body, akin to a projection, with the sole exception of your brilliantly glimmering headpiece, is not merely a weakness but a critical flaw. Who set the clues to your abilities so plainly? Chapter 85, The Bone Abyss. The night was heavy, and the moon hanging in the night sky seemed to have succumbed to the pervasive silence and bloodshed enveloping Yokohama City, resulting in a rare lunar eclipse. The thick atmosphere absorbed the hues of purple, blue, green, and yellow, leaving only the red light refracted on the lunar surface, casting an ominous scarlet hue over the moon. Bang! The blood-red thorns, like serpents, slithered through the corners of the red mist, exploiting the blind spots of surveillance cameras, and surged forth with an unrelenting speed, shattering cameras or severing lines, effectively neutralizing all surveillance devices along their path. Top, top, top. The sound of heels brushing against the ground gradually became discernible through the fog. After effortlessly dispatching the luminous gem figure, Mochizuki Kiki assessed the concentration of cursed energy within the city to locate the special-grade curse spirit, casually glancing at the damaged surveillance cameras. Wherever she passed, the bloodthorns rapidly occupied the nearby spaces like climbing ivy, conducting a thorough search for anything or anyone that might pose a threat to Mochizuki Kiki. Under normal circumstances, she likely wouldn't have minded her actions against the cursed spirit being recorded by surveillance cameras. However, this was a city rife with mafia presence. The local official stance was ambiguous, and the reliability of the police department was dubious. The probability of encountering corrupt officers was as high as running into the mafia itself, raising concerns that this surveillance footage might attract unwanted trouble. This was especially true after learning of the existence of a bounty board in the black market. Following 3 peers, her name and partial personal information had proudly made it onto the bounty list, with the reward amount even surpassing the highly sought-after Suguru Geto. With a daring glance at Geto's somewhat abrupt left bangs, Mochizuki Kiki was certain that her bounty amount had risen so swiftly in such a short time, largely due to the rumored influence of the Kumo family. Is it here? Mochizuki Kiki halted her steps, gazing up at the Gothic fortress structure that stood resiliently on the desolate land, resembling a skeleton, her brow slightly furrowed. This solitary fortress appeared to have endured some catastrophic airdrop event, leaning ominously and exuding an air of precariousness. It was hard to believe that, despite the presence of a special-grade cursed spirit within, it had not yet succumbed to its destructive force. Mochizuki Nozomi surveyed the derelict structure before her, lost in contemplation. Surely, such a dilapidated building must be an abandoned edifice, right? It wouldn't be an issue to simply collapse it, would it? Sensing her intent, the bloodthorn writhed restlessly. However, as it stealthily approached the entrance of the ruin, it suddenly halted, its tip twisting sharply, fixating on a singular direction. Subsequently, another cluster of bloodthorns that shielded Nozomi gently tapped her shoulder. Understanding the unspoken message, she cast a glance towards the corner. There lay a severed arm. The blood surrounding it had yet to congeal, and the black sleeve enveloping the limb was caked with the grime of the ground. Could there be someone? If so, then it was unavoidable. Reluctantly abandoning her initial plan of violently demolishing the structure to force the cursed spirit out, Nozomi snapped her fingers, causing the clusters of blood thorns to melt like wax, returning to a fluid state, and coalescing behind her into a pair of dark red bat wings. The crimson glow enveloped her like a gossamer veil, adhering to her form. The chilling night breeze brushed against her face, bringing with it a sense of frost. With a light leap, Nozomi ascended along the exterior wall of the ruin, discovering a gaping hole as if struck by a celestial meteor. She folded her bat wings and, treading upon the uneven stone surface, successfully leaped into the interior of the ruin. In the next moment, she was abruptly met by a pair of hollow, lifeless dark red eyes. Chapter 86. Do you think the cursed spirit would feel joy? A splendid little abode constructed from a myriad of colorful gem-stained windows stood starkly amidst the chaotic ruins, reminiscent of a dragon-esque hoard. With countless jewels and banknotes strewn across the cracked floor, the invaluable deeds and contracts, dreams coveted by many, now lay scattered like fallen leaves, amassed at the feet of a white-haired youth seated upon a low stool. Within the cozy space near the entrance, this young man had a stack of ownership contracts resting upon his lap, each one a source of envy to behold. His shoulder-length white hair cascaded behind him, exuding an air of despondency, while his pale, handsome visage was cast in a dim crimson glow from the flickering orange flames. The fire pit, where other contracts were set ablaze, occasionally crackled with the sound of something hard exploding. In the interlude of tossing paper contracts into the flames, the white-haired youth would also hurl in gemstones that appeared out of thin air. Not this one. The youth rubbed the gemstone in his hand, the brilliance in his gaze growing increasingly hollow with the cold touch of his fingertips. Not this one either, he murmured to himself, seemingly oblivious to the stranger who had intruded upon his space. After confirming that the gemstone was not the one he coveted, he carelessly tossed it into the roaring fire pit, where it emitted a sharp clinking sound upon impact. The dark red hue, the diamond-like contours, were identical to the one Nozomi had seen on the forehead of the luminous gem being. Oh. Nozomi narrowed her eyes, her blood-red gaze scrutinizing the white-haired youth, who emanated an unusual wave of power. As she retracted her fluid bat wings, she queried, "The anomalies in Yokohama? And the luminous gem being, are they your doing? When their eyes first met, she had nearly believed she had encountered a true specter, a fellow of her kind in this world. After all, red eyes seemed quite rare in this realm. Yet soon she discerned that the entity before her was indeed a bona fide human, devoid of any bloodline aura, albeit with a hue reminiscent of her kin. Piecing together the sudden appearance of the diamond-shaped gemstone and his unsettling demeanor, Nozomi promptly tagged him as the primary suspect. Upon hearing her inquiry, the elegantly attired white-haired youth merely lifted an eyelid, displaying no particular reaction to her arrival. He lowered his gaze, continuing to toss gemstones and contracts into the fire pit, muttering, "Whether I can obtain it or not." He exhibited no inclination to engage. Ignored, Nozomi, utilizing her exceptional night vision, discerned the indistinct lines of text upon the paper in the darkness. Instantly, her expression shifted as she regarded the white-haired youth anew. Watanabe Satoru was a mere spendthrift compared to him. This youth was a true prodigal. It appeared that the ownership contracts being incinerated bore the name of the same individual. Shizusawa Ryuhei? Unable to suppress herself, Nozomi whispered the name, drawing the attention of the white-haired youth, now revealed to be Shizusawa Ryuhei. "Oh. So you've come seeking me as well." Finally acknowledging her presence, Shizusawa Ryuhei raised his hollow dark red eyes to meet Nozomi's gaze once more. His actions of tossing items into the fire unfaltering, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. "Welcome, most dreadfully uninteresting guest. In any case, you certainly cannot produce the gemstone I desire. It would be best for you to perish swiftly, like the others." As his words fell, a crimson glow suddenly enveloped Shizusawa Ryuhei. The abruptly ignited red light illuminated the grotesque visages of the corpses behind him, creating a horrific yet oddly beautiful tableau in conjunction with the opulent gem-stained windows. Nozomi, who had long since observed those corpses, remained expressionless as she watched Shizusawa Ryuhei, her bloodthorns coalescing into a solid form around her, bracing for the impending onslaught. Then 3 seconds passed. 10 seconds elapsed. Nozomi and Shizusawa Ryuhei exchanged silent stares, each awaiting an assault that never came. Nozomi scrutinized the unyielding red glow encompassing him and the gruesome corpses behind him, questioning, "Are you truly not a severely deranged patient who has escaped from a mental institution?" Shizusawa Ryuhei's pale, handsome face displayed genuine confusion. "Why? Can't I separate your abnormal ability?" He had never encountered a scenario where an ability could not be extricated. Feeling as though their conversation was akin to speaking in circles, Nozomi's tone rose slightly. She began, but before she could elaborate, a thunderous explosion erupted from behind them. Boom! Jagged shards of stone flew through the air, as blood thorns writhed like serpents, deflecting the debris aimed at Nozomi. "Damn it, Dazai. He must be right here." A low voice, laced with a sharp murderous intent, seemed to materialize in the air. 2 figures clad in black suits emerged from the swirling dust, their outlines gradually sharpening. As Nozomi recognized the newcomers, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. "It's you?" The black-haired youth, his left eye wrapped in a pristine bandage, tilted his head, revealing a single inorganic indigo eye that briefly narrowed. A smile playing at the corners of his lips as he greeted Nozomi. "Ah, it's Miss Mochizuki, I assenti it?" Upon hearing the voice, Nakahara Chuya's cobalt blue eyes widened with evident astonishment, his previous aura of menace momentarily faltering as he blurted, "What are you doing here?" Nozomi retorted, "What do you think a sorcerer is doing appearing at this hour in this location?" Dazai Osamu blinked, adopting a look of sudden realization. "Oh, there's actually a cursed spirit here. How extravagant." The gaze of Osamu Dazai swept over the steadfast figure of Ryuhiko Shizusawa, who was busily tending to a fire atop a low stool. His eyes lingered momentarily on the resplendent stained glass crafted from colorful gemstones, and his tone abruptly shifted to a placid demeanor, akin to the retreating waves of the sea. "These gemstones are indeed genuine. Miss Mochizuki, do you suppose that if I were to offer these jewels to the cursed spirit present here, it would be pleased enough to grant me death?" Mochizuki Inori, although uncertain whether the cursed spirit would derive satisfaction from such an offering, was acutely aware that if she were to let even a single gem slip through her fingers, she would be engulfed by despair at witnessing immense wealth elude her grasp. Chapter 87. It's a shark. Bury her house with her. The inception of the Dragon Head War stemmed from the demise of an extraordinary ability user, and the vast inheritance he left behind, which lacked any testament for resolution. Initially, the reported sum of the inheritance was merely in the millions, but it subsequently escalated to tens of millions, then hundreds of millions, billions, and ultimately, a staggering 500 billion yen. Such wealth was enough to stir desire in many. Not only did the local mafia factions in Yokohama covet this fortune, but organizations beyond the city, including those overseas, also sought to verify the legitimacy of the inheritance. At first, skirmishes and minor provocations ensued as various parties tested the waters, but once the authenticity of the inheritance was established, the underworld erupted into widespread conflict. The stench of death and gunpowder swept across all of Yokohama, ensnaring even the most insignificant organizations in the tempest of this colossal inheritance. Following deliberations, the upper echelons of the officially sanctioned No. 7 agency, in collaboration with the Special Abilities Department, resolved to enlist Ryuhiko Shizuzawa, known in the underworld as the Collector, to execute a plan dubbed the Dragon Head War. This initiative was born out of the higher-ups' discontent with Yokohama, a city rife with extraordinary ability users and mafia presence, and their desire to dismantle the entrenched rules of the underworld to establish a new order. Consequently, they turned a blind eye to some of Shizuzawa's illicit activities within Neon. This was the expected outcome. However, no one anticipated that the hunting operation, which was supposed to allow them to sit back and reap the benefits from the shadows, would spiral into an unforeseen direction, spiraling out of control. More specifically, after arriving in Yokohama, Shizuzawa began to deviate from their expectations. This double-edged sword not only wounded others, but also inflicted severe harm upon their own ranks. The officials, having shot themselves in the foot, were compelled to re-establish contact with the local port mafia involved in this Dragon Head War, exchanging pleasantries to negotiate for the capture of Shizuzawa. There was no alternative, as Neon lacked any formidable transcendent beings. Among the extraordinary ability users, Shizuzawa was currently the most promising candidate to become a transcendent being after Satoru Gojo. The higher-ups of the curse arts community dared not hope for Gojo's involvement in international battlegrounds, fearing that the collective negativity and terror directed at him might birth an even more formidable curse spirit than Gojo himself. The officials, fearing death more than national honor, were indifferent to the notion of national prestige. After all, sorcerers were in demand across all nations, and if it came to worse, they could simply relocate their families. Historically, extraordinary ability users had always taken to the battlefield, with no instances of sorcerers replacing them. Let the extraordinary ability users contend with the strong from other nations. They wished to keep their esteemed sorcerers untouched. Faced with such setbacks, the officials redirected their focus towards other promising candidates, with Shizuzawa being their prime prospect. Thus, even though he had committed crimes warranting immediate execution, the officials were reluctant to eliminate him, keen to preserve his life. This was the reason why Dazai and Nakahara Chuya, two reserve cadres, found themselves present in this situation. Were it not for Boss Mori's diplomatic orders prohibiting the execution of Shizuzawa, Chuya would never have tolerated his continued existence, especially after so many of his trusted subordinates had perished at the hands of the enemy. However, he did not expect to encounter Mochizuki Inori, who was engaged in a cursed spirit exorcism task. Coming to terms with the shocking revelation that sorcerers were unaffected by Shizuzawa's extraordinary abilities, Chuya turned to Dazai with distaste. Enough with the nauseating remarks, you bastard Dazai. Surely even cursed spirits wouldn't relish jewels forged from the accumulation of human lives. Dazai, maintaining his subtle smile, bore a gaze that mirrored both the emptiness and stillness found in Shizuzawa's eyes, suggesting that it was precisely because these jewels were born from the accumulation of lives that a cursed spirit might find them appealing. His peripheral vision fell upon the dazzling array of jewels strewn across the ground. However, as Miss Mochizuki stated, it was likely that such entities would prefer these gemstones, along with the deeds to properties. After all, possessing these would enable one to acquire an entire standalone residence in the bustling metropolises of Tokyo and Kyoto without issue. With a hint of despondency in his tone, Dazai lamented, "How splendid it is. Present-day Yokohama remains somewhat intact along the main thoroughfare, yet the side streets lie in utter ruin, rendering them uninhabitable. My own home has likely succumbed to the chaos as well." "What did you just say?" Suddenly, Inori's voice trembled as it broke through from the side. Dazai turned to see her expression transform into one of bewilderment, her eyes losing focus as she repeated his earlier words. "Yokohama is only intact along the main road, while the side streets lie in shambles." Then, it dawned upon her that her newly acquired house was in jeopardy. Realizing the dire state of her property, Inori's expression mirrored that of someone who had just received a series of blows, leaving her momentarily dazed. Although she had purchased the house at a bargain price, it was still her home. No wonder it had been sold for a mere 300,000 yen. It must have been because if she had waited even a day or two longer, that price would have vanished, and the house would have been reduced to ruins. In that instant, a singular thought echoed in Inori's mind: "Shark it. Let the one who destroyed my new home be buried alongside it." Chapter 88. Your understanding and my understanding seem to diverge. Like the darkening sky before a storm, the atmosphere grew ominous as Mochizuki Inori, having repeated Dazai's words in a trance-like manner, suddenly unleashed her blood thorns. These thorns, which surged around her like a tempest, began to indiscriminately assault all in their vicinity, particularly targeting the opulent abode constructed from the gemstone-laden stained glass that housed Ryuhiko Shizuzawa. The flowing tendrils of blood thorns ruthlessly lashed against the gem-encrusted walls, shattering the once resilient exterior under the onslaught. The ferocity of their strikes produced a relentless rhythm, echoing a savage beat of destruction. Wow, Dazai remarked, bending to evade a blood thorn that swept dangerously close to his head, the hem of his black coat billowing in the wake as he narrowly escaped. That was fierce. I nearly lost my head. Despite his playful tone, Dazai's cerulean gaze held a depth of tranquility that starkly contrasted with the chaos around him. It reflected the sudden contortion of Inori's expression, and a fleeting moment of contemplation and curiosity crossed his mind. Based on his psychological profile of Miss Mochizuki, she appeared harmless and gentle. Yet her sudden fury upon discovering Shizuzawa's malevolence suggested that her sense of justice did not extend to a level of vehement hatred towards all wrongdoers. What then? Had he just revealed that struck a chord with her? However, what does the destruction of Yokohama's streets have to do with Mochizuki Nozomi, who attends school in the outskirts of Tokyo? Dazai Osamu found it incomprehensible. During the Dragon Head War, he diligently gathered and perused a plethora of related and unrelated information daily, storing it in his mind, yet he could not fathom the cause of Mochizuki Nozomi's profound anger. Today, having just purchased a house in Yokohama and received the keys, Mochizuki Nozomi declared that all she desired was to eliminate the imbecile who had ruined her new home. Sensing her emotional turmoil, Bloodthorn's violent demolition intensified. Even Nakahara Chuya found himself caught in the crossfire, narrowly escaping unwarranted disaster. Gravity manipulation. Enveloped in a crimson aura of gravitational force, Nakahara Chuya clenched his right fist and swung it fiercely at the oncoming Bloodthorn, generating a powerful gust of wind. In the next instant, a heavy thrum reverberated through his eardrums. The dark red gravitational light cascaded down his fist, enveloping the branch of Bloodthorn. Like the crushing of brittle twigs, the spines of Bloodthorn cracked under the pressure of gravity, producing a chilling sound of splintering as the contorted, broken branches were forcibly compacted into a massive sphere. Hey, what madness has seized you all of a sudden? Nakahara Chuya frowned at Mochizuki Nozomi, who was advancing toward Shibusawa Ryuichi. A chill coursed through him, and he shifted his weight forward as the ground rumbled beneath him, creating a small pit with spiderweb-like cracks. In an instant, he propelled himself forward like a small cannonball, crushing the Bloodthorn that sought to impede his path into gravel. Stunt aside. Mochizuki Nozomi paused, her expression impassive as she gazed at Nakahara Chuya blocking her way. The deep crimson glow in her blood-red eyes flowed with an unsettling intensity, reminiscent of a wolf with piercing vertical pupils staring into the night, evoking a sense of dread. Even Nakahara Chuya, faced with those blood-red eyes, could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of threat. This perception of danger stemmed from his ability, corrupted sadness. The tainted essence was warning him. Nakahara Chuya found it hard to comprehend how this seemingly fragile girl could provoke even the taint to be wary. Suppressing his disordered thoughts, Nakahara Chuya spoke sternly. Regardless of your grievances with him, Shibusawa Ryuichi is a target for our port mafia. His resolution must be left to us. Miss Mochizuki, our port mafia will likely continue to collaborate with the sorcery community in the future. It would be unwise to jeopardize our relations over a universally condemned criminal. Dazai Osamu, who was playfully evading around the load-bearing columns of the building while engaging with Bloodthorn, chimed in. Though I relish self-destruction and flirt with death, I utterly detest such a torturous demise. If it were to happen, I certainly wouldn't die immediately. I would be left in agony for half a day. With that thought, Dazai tilted his head toward Mochizuki Nozomi, saying, Miss Mochizuki, might you consider halting your technique for a moment? Let us converse, shall we? In terms of position, we stand as foes to Shibusawa Ryuichi, just as you do. Mochizuki Nozomi narrowed her eyes, her thoughts shifting, and the Bloodthorn that had been pursuing Dazai like a rabid dog abruptly ceased its relentless assault. What do you want from me? Mochizuki Nozomi inquired. Seated unwaveringly within his gem-encrusted sanctuary created by his ability Ryuichi between, Shibusawa Ryuichi remained unperturbed, his life and death easily grasped in the hands of others. Despite having been subject to the merciless battering of Bloodthorn, although he was somewhat dazed, he had managed to close the door to Ryuichi between, sealing himself in a completely enclosed space, left only to hear the sounds from outside without witnessing the actual happenings. This guy has killed quite a few members of our port mafia using his ability, Nakahara Chuya remarked. his cobalt blue eyes darkening with ire at the mere mention of Shibusawa Ryuichi's deeds. His voice lowered. One of the tenets of the Port Mafia is to retaliate 100-fold against enemy attacks. Thus, we will not let him off lightly. As for why he did not explicitly state that they would kill him, Nakahara Chuya, whose trusted subordinate had been slain, longed to dismember him. However, their leader Moriogai had already been instructed to spare Shibusawa Ryuichi's life, with plans to negotiate specific terms for an exchange later. The dead cannot be resurrected. For the sake of the organization's overall interests, Nakahara Chuya had no choice but to suppress his murderous intent and capture Shibusawa Ryuichi alive. Upon hearing Nakahara Chuya mention that Shibusawa Ryuichi had killed numerous individuals using his ability, Mochizuki Nozomi turned her gaze toward Shibusawa Ryuichi, who cowered within his shell, defensively enduring Bloodthorn's attacks with no sign of offensive capability. A subtle expression of disdain flickered across her brow. You mean that luminescent gem he creates? I could take on 100 of those mindless, teleporting, melee-deficient fools. Thank you very much. No way. Is the infamous Mafia truly unable to defeat even one battle-inept idiot? Nakahara Chuya's expression shifted in surprise. Have you encountered one before? Can a sorcerer's technique truly be extracted by Shibusawa Ryuichi's abilities? Dazai Osamu, overhearing this, also exhibited a moment of astonishment. Mochizuki Nozomi, whose thoughts diverged from Nakahara Chuya's, nodded nonchalantly. Yes, I can handle 100 of those gem beings. Ha! Nakahara Chuya felt somewhat insulted, but his attention shifted back to the bloodthorn he had compacted into a sphere, his furrowed brow relaxing slightly. Indeed, your technique is not particularly difficult to counter, Mochizuki Nozomi retorted. Chapter 89 Bargaining. Nakahara Chuya mused that Mochizuki Nozomi's technique was rather straightforward, relying solely on aggressive charges and piercing strikes, against an ability user like himself, who wielded gravity or other intangible forces. She would likely find herself at a disadvantage. Mochizuki Nozomi interpreted this as Nakahara Chuya's veiled mockery of her, Scarlet World, being weak and easy to deal with. Instantly displeased, she thought. While your ability may pose a challenge to ordinary individuals, I am not someone you can easily defeat. Gravity isn't as boundless as Satoru Gojo's, capable of blocking all external contact. She could very well take the opportunity to mix her blood with his, delivering a fatal blow that would expunge him from existence. What if I am crushed by gravity? As long as it's not a lethal strike with silver, I won't perish. The regenerative abilities of the bloodline are notoriously formidable. Ha! Nakahara Chuya furrowed his brow, dismissing the sudden chill that crept up his back. I was merely referring to the replicas created by Shibusawa Ryuichi's ability. I know, Mochizuki Nozomi replied, her expression stern, her eyes betraying no concealment of her disdain. I was referring to these inferior creations produced by his ability. Inferior creations. Nakahara Chuya was momentarily at a loss for words. To declare her technique an inferior product. In an instant, his mind conjured information related to the decaying cesspool of the sorcery community, recalling some unpleasant past experiences, and he regarded Mochizuki Nozomi with a newfound complexity in his gaze. A low voice escaped his lips. Do you truly despise your technique that much? On the side, Dazai Osamu observed the suddenly pensive Nakahara Chuya, and the visibly irked Mochizuki Nozomi, raising an eyebrow in realization before interjecting to cut off Nakahara Chuya, just as he was about to speak. Chuya. He elongated his tone, sensing that further explanation would only serve to aggravate Miss Mochizuki. Perhaps we should continue discussing the ownership of Shibusawa Ryuichi? We have stated our grievances with Shibusawa Ryuichi. What about you, Miss Mochizuki? Captivated by the artful prose reminiscent of Osamu Dazai, Mochizuki Nozomi abruptly abandoned the previous topic, thus missing an opportunity for the truth to surface. Pointing at the dilapidated gem shack, she declared, this fellow has ruined my new home. Either he compensates me for the house, or he shall accompany it to the grave. Countless grudges flitted through her mind, yet she had never fathomed the reason could be so quintessentially Dazai. So that's how it is. But isn't she studying in Tokyo? Why would she buy a house in Yokohama? Logically, sorcerers ought not to be financially constrained, especially since Mochizuki Nozomi's sorcerer rating was a prestigious grade 1, just below special grade, which entailed substantial remuneration. Why not procure an opulent villa in Tokyo instead of settling for a modest abode in Yokohama? Moreover, considering the recent outburst from the other party, it seemed peculiar that a financially secure sorcerer would choose to purchase a home on a secluded street. And it appeared to be an old property at that. Were the preferences of sorcerers always so idiosyncratic? Dazai was perplexed, and Nakahara Chuya, upon hearing this, wore an expression of utter disbelief. Is this truly the reason? Aren't sorcerers supposed to be affluent? His bewilderment mirrored Dazai's, as he found Mochizuki Nozomi's reasoning rather bizarre. Studying in Tokyo yet choosing to buy a home in Yokohama, particularly one that appeared to be a rundown relic on a remote street, who claimed sorcerers lacked wealth. Do you have any idea how exorbitant a single cursed tool can be? The profound expression on Mochizuki Nozomi's face, after a fleeting glance at the black market prices of cursed tools, revealed that each one commenced at a staggering sum of millions. The earnings from perilous missions undertaken by sorcerers often vanished into such expenses. This was information she had gleaned while clandestinely working with Fushiguro Megumi. Even at auction houses, the prices of cursed tools were scarcely more affordable than on the black market, as auctions often saw bidding escalate without limits. In this day and age, millions had become a terrifying unit of currency, with personal expenses demanding attention, and a portion of her mission earnings allocated to cover property damages. As well as hiring Fushiguro Megumi to assist her discreetly, Mochizuki Nozomi lamented that although her final payment was ultimately derived from her mission earnings, money truly had a way of disappearing swiftly, compared to the astronomical property prices in Tokyo, where properties often soared into the millions. Her modest purchase of a 30,000 yen home in Yokohama, not far from Tokyo and situated in a less populated area, seemed exceedingly precious. How infuriating! Was it truly so difficult to find a house that matched her desired style, was situated in a tranquil locale, and cost no more than 500,000? She hadn't even spent a single night in the house before it was obliterated. Fortunately, she had been waiting for the agent to finalize the paperwork, and had not whimsically returned to her dormitory at the vocational school to pack her belongings for the new house. Otherwise, the losses would have been even greater. Upon grasping the situation, Dazai blinked. So if we Shibusawa Ryuichi, or we ourselves, were to compensate Miss Mochizuki for a house, she would refrain from competing with us for people? Surprised by the notion that someone would willingly shoulder the financial burden for another, Mochizuki Nozomi glanced at Dazai. Are you willing to pay for this fellow? Indeed, but it was Shibusawa Ryuichi's error, yet we, the Port Mafia, are expected to bear the cost of his apology. This transaction hardly seems equitable, Dazai replied, feigning distress as he shook his head. Most of the habitable houses in Yokohama have been destroyed. What remains are in Tokyo, notoriously known for its exorbitant real estate. Nakahara Chuya cast a sidelong glance at his partner, who was cloaked in malevolent intentions, knowing well that this expression signified a scheme was afoot. However, Mochizuki Nozomi refused to take the bait. I never implied I expected you to compensate me with a Tokyo property. She was fully aware of the exorbitant nature of Tokyo's real estate market. I am not indiscriminate in my demands. My criteria are that the house cannot be too distant from Tokyo, must align with my preferences in layout and amenities, and should not be situated in an overly noisy area. Mochizuki Nozomi rattled off her extensive list of requirements. Nakahara Chuya's brow twitched in agitation as he interjected, his voice laced with palpable menace. Do you honestly believe that we, the Port Mafia, are so easily swayed? A chilling aura, imbued with the essence of a life steeped in death and bloodshed, emanated from Nakahara Chuya. We will contact you regarding the compensation for the house. However, Shibusawa Ryuichi, he is ours. The Mafia member's words dripped with icy resolve. Oh, are you prepared to take action? Mochizuki Nozomi's crimson eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Now let us not be so hasty, Miss Mochizuki, Dazai cautioned, his smile fading, his voice devoid of emotion. While you insist on Shibusawa Ryuichi paying the price for your house, you have yet to take a life, have you? Sorcerers are still considered citizens after all. Should a sorcerer with a clean background suddenly commit murder, they would face the same consequences as an ordinary person, wouldn't they? We as Mafia are accustomed to bloodshed and loss of life. But is it truly worth it for you to gamble your reputation for a mere house, potentially facing imprisonment? He seemed to plead with her sensibly, yet Mochizuki Nozomi remained undeterred. Oh, do you wish to report me to the higher-ups? How unfortunate for you. But if I cannot be a sorcerer, then I shall become a curse user. After all, as long as cursed spirits exist, the demand for sorcerers will remain ever present. Even if I am tainted by bloodshed, so what? When one's worth is sufficient, they can weave any narrative they desire. Attempting to intimidate me with murder? The old fossils of the Curse Monitoring Association will hardly care. Mochizuki Nozomi calmly exposed the grotesque undercurrents of the sorcerer world. Chapter 90. Tensions mount. Almost immediately after Mochizuki Nozomi finished speaking, an expression of astonishment flickered across Dazai's eyes. Initially perceiving her as merely a novice in the sorcerer realm, he was taken aback to discover that he had misjudged her. Her indifferent demeanor and tone suggested either a prior encounter with death, or a profession that had dulled her empathy towards life. No wonder the notion that sorcerers were madmen circulated so widely. What a hassle. Her abilities must extend beyond what was merely superficial. If she were to cross paths with me. Dazai's cerulean gaze flickered towards Nakahara Chuya, whose intensity remained unabated, the crimson glow of gravity undiminished. Uncertain of which side would emerge victorious, Dazai retreated behind a structural column, anticipating the impending confrontation. Nakahara Chuya launched himself forward like a cannonball, his fist enveloped in red light, slicing through the air towards Mochizuki Nozomi. Aware of her shortcomings in close combat, Mochizuki Nozomi leaned back as he advanced, her pale, exquisite fingers twitching. Blood surged forth, entwining like the red thread of fate. Blood melded into a tide. Thud. The sound was reminiscent of pebbles striking the water's surface before sinking into the depths. Mochizuki Kiki seemed like a droplet returning to the ocean, dissolving in the viscous, blood-red tide, while Nakahara Chuya's fist struck nothing but air. Yet this was merely the beginning. In the next moment, an unusual scent of blood wafted through the chaotic currents. As more crimson blood surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, clamoring around the menacing bloodthorns, Nakahara's gaze sharpened. The crimson light enveloping his arm swiftly expanded to encompass his entire being, liberating him from the grip of gravity as he leaped into the air to evade the ferocious, entwined bloodthorns. From a distance, Dazai Osamu observed Mochizuki Kiki merging with the tide of blood, his expression momentarily deepening in contemplation. He then furrowed his brow, fixating on the ground where the spreading tide of blood did not recede, but instead began to expand like a spring gushing forth. He muttered ominously, "Chuya, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. It would be wise not to let the elements on the ground continue to gain territory, Teach. As if I needed your reminder." Now bereft of Mochizuki's form, Nakahara appeared akin to a beast ensnared within a cage, bound tightly by the sharp prison formed by the bloodthorns. He maneuvered across the robust trunks of the bloodthorns, crushing those he could not evade with sheer force. "Hey, is hiding your only strategy?" Nakahara's patience waned as he spoke with a grim countenance. "If you continue to cower, your fate will inevitably be to be crushed by gravity." "No, I've been here all along," replied the blood-hued figure, resembling an uncolored wax statue, emerging one after another from the intertwining bloodthorns, all bearing the same visage, all addressing Nakahara. "My techniques and I are one. It is you who cannot reach me. How can I be blamed for playing hide and seek?" Mochizuki quickly glanced toward the location of the gem hut, where Sazawa Ryuhei had been momentarily shielded by a fractured stone block, her eyes flashing. Regrettably, her entire form now resembled a half-melted blood-colored wax figure. And even Dazai, who was ever watchful of her movements, or Nakahara himself, failed to notice this shift in her gaze. The tide of blood crept forward inch by inch, the pace of its expansion hastening. Sensing the rapid advance of the blood tide, Nakahara's vigilance heightened as Mochizuki raised her hand. The viscous, crimson blood transformed midair into several slender, sharp needles raining down, rendering the already cramped space even more suffocating, leaving no avenue for escape. And even the load-bearing column near Dazai came under assault. "Oh dear, are you even targeting me as well? Miss Mochizuki is rather merciless," Dazai remarked after a brief moment of surprise, recognizing his inability to nullify her techniques. Without further hesitation, he made his escape. "I'm off. You're even attacking the load-bearing columns. Don't you fear this floor collapsing and squashing us all?" "Hey, though I wish to disregard Dazai, I cannot," Nakahara thought, as the red glow of gravity radiated from him, distorting the surrounding space and emitting a heavy hum. "Your opponent is right here." The voice of the auburn-haired youth rose defiantly, as an even murkier red light burst forth, his leg lifted, striking the concrete floor with his black leather shoes. Boom! The sudden surge of gravity shattered the hard ground. Irregular stones adhered to the crimson glow of gravity, suspended beside him in slow motion before being launched with a fierce kick. Half flying forward, the other half hurtling toward Dazai, meeting the barrage of incoming needles with a cacophony akin to the sound of rain on banana leaves. Crackle! Dust billowed, obscuring their vision, leaving only the peculiar scent of blood growing ever more potent. Suddenly, Dazai had a realization and spun around, shouting to his obscured partner in the haze, "Chuya! Watch out for Sazawa Ryuhei." Nakahara, who was still grappling with the relentless bloodthorns, was taken aback, only to hear a soft hum followed by a muttering drawing nearer. "I knew you two would be troublesome. After all, not everyone can bear the names of literary masters, and their abilities correspond to the works of those masters." Thus, she had no intention of stealing Sazawa Ryuhei. Her actions were merely a diversion. Her true target was undoubtedly Nakahara Chuya. "What?" Nakahara's expression turned to one of shock as he unexpectedly locked eyes with those blood-red pupils. His cobalt blue eyes narrowed as a crimson haze seemed to envelop his clear mind, forming a vast, unfathomable vortex that threatened to drown his reason and consciousness within the tide of blood. Yet in the next moment, the murky turmoil within him stirred awake. Chapter 91. It seems you have a misunderstanding about me. Like a lion awakened from slumber, he opened his eyes to find his territory under siege by the enemy, erupting into a furious counterattack. In the places unseen by Nakahara, terrifying black-red gravitational black holes opened, voraciously sucking in the encroaching crimson mist, restoring clarity to Nakahara. The clash of these two powers transpired in an instant. Nakahara, oblivious to the specifics of the situation, felt a sudden heaviness in his head, but in the blink of an eye, that sensation dissipated. Mochizuki, realizing her mental hypnosis had failed to ensnare Nakahara's consciousness, let out a soft exclamation. Meanwhile, a quickly refocused Nakahara hurled a heavy punch at the tangible form of Mochizuki that had materialized before him. Using blood as a medium, Mochizuki leaned back to evade the fierce wind of Nakahara's punch that nearly grazed her collar. Her right leg, propelled by the momentum of her backward lean, swung upward, delivering an upward kick. Like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, she made a precise contact with her target before retracting her leg without a trace of hesitation, denying Nakahara the opportunity to seize her with gravity. With a wave of her hand, her form dissolved once more into a viscous sea of blood, flowing forth with jagged thorny tendrils, reminiscent of a venomous serpent poised to strike, baring its toxic fangs towards its prey. Nakahara, having been pushed back a step by the kick, responded swiftly, using gravity to crush the blood thorns rushing toward him. Seizing a brief moment to glance towards the gem hut, where Sazawa Ryuhei was located, he observed that the blood tide, which had previously surged with intent towards that location, was now receding like the ebbing waves of the sea, lacking any semblance of its former ferocity. Teach. Nakahara clicked his tongue in frustration. If he could not discern Mochizuki's intention of diversion at this point, all his combat experience would be for naught. However, that fleeting moment of disorientation, does your technique also possess a psychological effect? He queried, furrowing his brow, his fighting spirit unwavering. Yes, Mochizuki replied, her smile enigmatic as she reformed her corporeal presence atop a cluster of blood thorns, the spikes around them shifting, targeting Nakahara's position, while more branches derived from the blood tide surged towards him. More. Nakahara's expression darkened as he prepared to confront the seemingly endless onslaught of blood thorns. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The sturdy outer wall of the gem hut where Sazawa Ryuhei resided suddenly crumbled. Mochizuki turned her head, her expression shifting, and without a second thought, she dashed towards Sazawa's location, disregarding Nakahara entirely. Witnessing this scene, Nakahara, presuming it to be another of Mochizuki's deceptive tactics, scowled. You sly fox. You really are trying to seize someone, aren't you? It's not me. Mochizuki rebutted quickly without looking back. A special-grade cursed spirit has emerged. A special-grade cursed spirit? Chuya Nakahara and the languid Daisayo Samu, seated in the corner, suddenly recalled the pretext under which Mochizuki Inori had entered Yokohama. Was it not to exorcise a special-grade cursed spirit? A sharp crack resonated. The protective barrier of Ryohiko's domain, encasing the setting of Shibusawa Ryohiko, bore a gaping hole, gnawed into by the special-grade cursed spirit that had somehow latched onto the roof of the gem cottage. Within Ryohiko's domain, Shibusawa Ryohiko, perched upon a low stool, slightly tilted his head upwards, meeting the grotesque visage of the bloated cursed spirit, riddled with festering sores, as it loomed at the edge of the building's crevice. Its cavernous maw agape, eyes slightly unfocused. What on earth is this? In the throes of a life-or-death crisis, the question surfaced in Shibusawa Ryohiko's mind. Crimson thorn dance. Blood surged, and bloody thorns proliferated wildly. The oppressive scarlet engulfed his entire field of vision. The repugnant cursed spirit, its own murky hues dissolving into the endless sanguine tide, beckoned to him. Shibusawa Ryohiko, look at me. The ethereal voice, tinged with a unique sweetness reminiscent of a blossoming maiden, reached his ears. Suddenly, a blood-red thorn encircled his waist, yanking him violently in one direction. Hey, the carcass is about to collapse. The voice of the auburn-haired mafia member grew increasingly frantic, like waves retreating into the distance. An odd, metallic scent of blood surged into his nostrils. The viscous, wave-like blood formed rippling patterns, isolating him from his surroundings and the very fabric of space itself. Shibusawa Ryohiko sluggishly blinked, encountering a pair of eyes seemingly swirling with thick blood, and then his gaze lost its focus. Mochizuki Inori, observing the mentally hypnotized Shibusawa Ryohiko, unceremoniously pinched his cheek and murmured, It seems this works on ability users as well. Mr. Nakahara didn't realize his mental prowess was quite impressive. Boom! The carcass, isolated upon this desolate land, trembled violently, as a multitude of grotesque, snake-like blood thorns ensnared their prey, entangling the carcass amid the intertwining branches of blood. With a resounding bang, a blackish-red light laboriously broke free from the entanglement of blood thorns, soaring into the air. Its expression grim as it surveyed the carcass firmly ensnared by the blood thorns below, its demeanor taut. I never imagined a special-grade cursed spirit truly existed. I had assumed this was merely Mochizuki Inori's pretext for entering Yokohama. Moreover, the chill of the night wind rustled the tattered edges of his black coat, as Nakahara Chuya gazed at the gradually dissipating eerie crimson mist, transforming into a grayish haze. A flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes as he murmured, "Is this truly its original color?" The mist had first appeared in Yokohama with a bizarre red hue, not gray. If this was indeed the doing of the cursed spirit that had gone unnoticed by anyone, then it must have existed for quite some time. One could only wonder if this special-grade cursed spirit, after tainting Shibusawa Ryohiko's ability, had seized the opportunity to absorb the negative emotions of those ability users slain within the red mist, or perhaps those who perished during the protracted Dragon War. At this thought, Nakahara Chuya furrowed his brow, suppressing these reflections, and pressed down on the brim of his black top hat, soaring once more toward the carcass, where the tremors had ceased, yet the blood thorns remained. "Hey, are you still alive?" Nakahara Chuya shouted, his voice tinged with urgency as he searched for a target amidst the debris of the crumbling buildings. "Still alive," came Mochizuki Inori's languid voice from below. Nakahara Chuya halted midair, glancing downward. In his line of sight, elongated blood thorns encircled the dazed Shibusawa Ryohiko, gently lowering him to safety, placing him beside Dazai-Osamu, who was shielded from the danger of collapsing stones by another bloodthorn. Dazai-Osamu, utterly astonished that he had been rescued, wore an expression of rare blankness. Equally taken aback was Nakahara Chuya, whose expression grew complex for a fleeting moment. "You actually saved Dazai." He had presumed Mochizuki Inori would seize the chaos to escape with Shibusawa Ryohiko. Chapter 92. Chuya used that, controlling the blood thorns to place the mentally hypnotized Shibusawa Ryohiko in a safe zone, and encircling him with blood thorns to prevent any opportunistic retrieval. Mochizuki Inori raised her gaze, her crimson pupils shimmering with brilliance. "It seems you have a misunderstanding about me." Mochizuki Inori chuckled lightly. "Although you are bloodied and violent mafia members, do not always cast a dark shadow on others. I mentioned before, I am not incapable of defeating you, so I wouldn't take the opportunity to flee. In fact, I had considered absconding with someone directly. But given your identities and the likelihood of my new home still being in Yokohama, I prefer not to make the local underworld's wanted list just yet. Thus, I am here quite openly." Dazai-Osamu's combat abilities had been duly noted. He posed no threat. The only one capable of fighting was Nakahara Chuya. Nakahara Chuya, though. "It seems the reputation of sorcerers may be worse than that of us mafia." His expression was laden with unspoken words. Mochizuki Inori feigned ignorance. She brushed off the dust from her clothes and politely inquired, "So shall we continue fighting?" Behind Mochizuki Inori, blood thorns thicker than half a meter entwined grotesquely upon the carcass, resembling a tangled mass of yarn knotted into a peculiar shape, akin to a heart pulsating with blood vessels. Even without witnessing it firsthand, one could surmise that the internal space was nearly overwhelmed by the blood thorns. As Mochizuki Inori spoke with a cheerful demeanor, the solitary edifice emitted an unbearable lament of weight, on the verge of collapse. To Nakahara Chuya's surprise, even at such a juncture, Mochizuki Inori displayed no signs of fatigue, as if she were expending no effort at all. It was well known that the primary medium for Mochizuki Inori's sorcery was blood. Yet, she exuded an air of nonchalance despite releasing such an overwhelming tide of blood. Nakahara Chuya's gaze shifted to Dazai-Osamu, who had been placed on the ground, and was now observing the scene with inscrutable intent, seemingly pondering his thoughts. Their eyes met for a moment. Dazai-Osamu's gaze lingered for half a second before naturally shifting away. As he spoke, "Miss Mochizuki, I have a question that piques my curiosity. If Shibusawa Ryohiko cannot provide you with a satisfactory house, would you truly resort to killing him? Apart from our port mafia, Shibusawa Ryohiko is actually a target designated by the Ability Special Affairs Agency, you know? Unlike the port mafia, the Ability Special Affairs Agency is an official organization in every sense. Should Mochizuki Inori decide to kill Shibusawa Ryohiko, not only would she earn a spot on the port mafia's blacklist, but she could also find herself facing inquiries from the Ability Special Affairs Agency, escalating personal vendettas into a wider conflict between sorcerers and ability users. Perceiving the veiled insinuation in Dazai Osamu's words, Mochizuki Inori maintained her composure and replied with a few words, "Guess. Then there's nothing to be done." Dazai Osamu feigned a sigh, his voice light, yet laced with an unyielding note. "Since Miss Mochizuki has said so, Chuya use that." Nakahara Chuya, having anticipated this, clicked his tongue. He was well aware of what was required. Despite being interrupted by the sudden appearance of a special-grade curse spirit, Nakahara Chuya had gathered enough insight into Mochizuki Kiki's combat prowess from their earlier skirmish. He realized that merely utilizing ordinary abilities would not suffice to secure victory over his adversary. With this thought in mind, he raised his hand and removed his black leather gloves, revealing his long, powerful fingers, and softly recited the incantation for releasing his tainted state. "You, permit the murky corruption. Do not awaken me again." Chapter 93. Behold this exquisite mental state. The maroon and black mottled patterns seemed akin to a curse, reminiscent of thorns and serpents, winding forth from beneath his sleeves, entwining and adhering to his very being, even climbing up to his face like a malevolent curse. Ha 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 ha. The unrestrained laughter erupted, akin to a beast breaking free from its shackles, as madness and destruction replaced the clarity and reason in his cobalt blue eyes. It was as though his fervor for battle and intent to kill swelled and spread through the air, causing the nerve called danger in Mochizuki Kiki's mind to twitch. Boom! A heavy explosion resonated, and instinctively sensing the imminent peril, Nakahara's body moved reflexively, as dark red bat-like wings of blood coalesced, whisking Mochizuki Kiki away from the spot that had just erupted. Ha ha ha! Come on! He leaped fiercely, crashing down like a small projectile into the space where Mochizuki Kiki had previously stood, a provocative grin stretching across his face. Like another apex predator, his gaze, stripped of humanity and filled solely with primal instinct, was suffused with ferocity and brutality, a stark contrast to the impression Mochizuki Kiki had formed of him before. The black-red gravity particles began to coalesce into small gravity bombs, manifesting around the laughing Nakahara Chuya at a visible pace, swelling and resonating with a series of chilling, heavy hums. Considering that Miss Mochizuki just saved me, allow me to offer a friendly warning. In this state, Chuya is beyond anyone's ability to halt. Once he loses control, he will disregard the lives of others. Dazai Osamu's voice drifted in from the side. Mochizuki Kiki cast a glance at the well-meaning Dazai Osamu, reassuring him, "Fear not. Sorcerers possess an enduring vitality. Even in death, they will strive to drag others down to hell alongside them." Dazai's gaze deepened, and he raised an eyebrow, choosing not to speak further. In the next moment, Dazai observed the silent figure of Sazawa Ryuhiko, who had stood by since landing, fixating on Mochizuki Kiki, suddenly stir. Having abandoned any pretense of caution, Sazawa turned and quietly walked toward the outskirts of the battlefield. "Mr. Sazawa, where are you headed?" Dazai inquired, his eyes glinting with contemplation as he followed closely behind, bombarding Sazawa with questions. "Aren't you searching for what you desire?" Sazawa Ryuhiko, emotionless, walked JPG. Mochizuki Kiki averted her gaze, narrowly evading yet another gravity particle hurled by Nakahara Chuya, while a multitude of blood thorns erupted from the ground, surging toward the now targeted Nakahara. In the next instant, a series of thunderous explosions rang out like firecrackers on New Year's Eve. The robust blood thorns shattered under the weight of gravity's red glow, dissolving into liquid blood that elongated into new thorns, once more clashing against gravity, seemingly imbued with boundless vitality. In mere moments, blood thorns sprawled across the battlefield, intertwining like a spider's web, transforming the vast space into a crimson paradise ravaged by thorns. Nakahara Chuya, ensnared repeatedly by the incessantly regenerating blood thorns, emitted meaningless, beast-like growls. Despite being enveloped by gravitational forces and not being harmed by the thorns, droplets of blood trickled from his eyes, ears, nostrils, and even the corners of his mouth. The enticing scent of his delectable blood tantalized Mochizuki Kiki's senses. An unprecedented hunger surged within her throat, as her fangs, disguised in a facade of normalcy, began to stir restlessly. It seems that unleashing such power exacts a toll on oneself. Struggling to suppress her rising appetite, Mochizuki Kiki stood amidst the throng of blood thorns, observing Nakahara Chuya, who bore the marks of bleeding from 3 of his 7 orifices. However, she had also nearly completed her own preparations. In this moment of irrationality, you, in a certain sense, are no different from a cursed spirit in terms of confrontation. Mochizuki Kiki murmured softly as she lifted her gaze, the crimson halo in her eyes flickering like flames dancing in the wind, revealing a magnificent and intricate totem. Crimson Moonthorn Dance. The frenzied scarlet hues spread like a source of contamination, engulfing her entire field of vision. Even Dazai Osamu, who had retreated from the battlefield, could not help but feel his pupils constrict upon witnessing the surging tide of blood rise like a tsunami, swallowing all structures and Nakahara Chuya simultaneously. Though Chuya's tainted form could not endure for long without risking his body's collapse, it was astonishing that he would falter first, as he had not yet reached the limits of his corruption, and was merely beginning to exhibit signs of breakdown. Had he misjudged the situation? Suddenly, Dazai's gaze sharpened. The torrential blood tide descended with terrifying force, revealing a man and woman suspended in midair. The dark red bat-like wings had morphed into talons, viciously piercing the mafia's body before her, creating 5 gaping wounds. One claw even landed perilously close to the heart, yet ultimately fell short, misaligned compared to the other 4. The blood thorns, shimmering with pulsating patterns, tightened around the arm of the opponent who was still attempting to advance, engaging in a tug-of-war for strength. Mochizuki Kiki, just a step away from Nakahara Chuya's fist, incessantly manifested blood thorns to restrain his attempts to strike her. Gravity repeatedly shattered the blood thorns as Nakahara Chuya, bound in midair, struggled to twist his neck, gathering a black-red gravity particle in his palm to violently crush the surrounding thorns, hurling it toward Mochizuki Kiki. How painful! Is your mental state not equally deranged? How can you resist her mental hypnosis? A sharp pain coursed through her abdomen, and Mochizuki Kiki stiffly lowered her head, observing the gaping wound on her side, torn open by the gravitational black hole, exposing her innards. Her voice trembled faintly. You seem more suited to our sorceress realm than as a mafia. Look at this exquisite mental state. Who could observe without exclaiming, a mad curse practitioner in reserve? The bloodline's sensory perception of pain is diminished compared to that of humans. In the instant she was struck, she instinctively commanded the blood thorns to help alleviate her suffering. However, due to her inexperience, she still retained much of the pain. This was far more agonizing than when she endured blows from Fushiguro Zenin. Having been pampered throughout her life, Mochizuki Kiki reflected. Although sorcerers cannot perceive cursed spirits and rely solely on their instincts, they can customize cursed tools. While mass production of cursed tools is unfeasible, acquiring 1 or 2 is certainly plausible. If their institution were to gain another student of such formidable potential, their instructor Yaga would undoubtedly rejoice. Whether it was the pain or something else, Mochizuki Kiki raised her slightly trembling hand, disregarding the terrifying gravity surrounding Nakahara Chuya, and resolutely grasped his wrist, a faint smile curving her lips. In the distance, the ever-observant Osamu Dazai felt a tremor in his pupils, not due to the reckless touch of Mochizuki Inori, but rather because both the horrifying gaping wound in her abdomen and the hand that, upon touching Nakahara Chuya, was immediately distorted and ground into a pulp, were in the next instant, abruptly reverting to their pre-injury state, as if time had been rewound. Mochizuki Inori's blood-red gaze remained fixed upon Nakahara Chuya, whose visage was adorned with dark crimson patterns, softly uttering, Nakahara Chuya, become my companion. As long as you transform into my kin, we shall be comrades. Just as she intended to act upon this notion, a hand abruptly intruded into her line of sight, gripping her wrist and yanking her aside, sending her crashing onto an air cushion. What are you doing? The chilling, oppressive voice descended from above. Chapter 94. I'll send him off right now. The nearly perfect jawline and tightly pressed lips of Satoru Gojo came into view, causing Mochizuki Inori's eyes to widen slightly. The excitement hidden within the depths of her blood-colored irises momentarily subdued, the once bright red glow dimming as she gazed in astonishment at the white-haired figure, who should not have been present. Gojo? What are you? Technique, reverse flow. Mochizuki Inori's words were left unspoken. In those azure eyes, which could only glimpse a fragment of the vast colors at the edge of the sky, it appeared as if shards of ice floated within. His strikingly handsome face betrayed a chilling intent aimed at Nakahara Chuya, as his immense cursed energy surged to a terrifying point in an instant, condensing from his fingertips, erupting forth as he articulated the final syllable. Azure. Caught within the limitless bounds, Mochizuki Inori exclaimed, "Wait, why are you attacking without a word?" The terrifying gravitational pull distorted the surrounding space, even ensnaring some of the blood thorns, which were unable to escape the catastrophic blue storm at its core, obliterating them entirely, leaving no remnants behind. In a moment of desperation, Mochizuki Inori was compelled to use the remaining blood thorns that had bound Nakahara Chuya to propel him away at lightning speed, diverting him from the trajectory of the azure attack. Boom! 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 The maximum output of the azure unleashed astonishing destructive power. Although it was aimed at Nakahara Chuya, the impact still left a deep mark on the surrounding area, stripping away a thick layer of skin from the vicinity, causing numerous blood thorns to snap and exposing their robust, glowing spines. Even the observing Osamu Dazai felt a jolt of unease. Why are you still protecting him? The irate white-haired feline shot a fierce glare at Mochizuki Inori. He just heavily injured you with his cursed abilities. I saw it. Upon finishing, Satoru Gojo turned his furious gaze towards Nakahara Chuya, who was shakily rising from the newly formed earthen pit, blood pouring from his 3 orifices, coldly curling his lips. This guy's soul is already entangled with that strange black-red energy. In any case, the final outcome is a dead end. I might as well send him on his way right now. Technique. Mochizuki Inori, who had initially planned to question Satoru Gojo's intentions, felt a lump in her throat. Seeing that Gojo was about to deliver another azure strike to Nakahara Chuya, she instinctively grasped his raised arm, exclaiming, Wait! He cannot die. In the midst of their conversation, the blood thorns seemed to sense their prey, coiling back like a serpent. Despite being on the brink of exhaustion, Nakahara Chuya, his eyes brimming with ferocity and a thirst for battle, recklessly utilized gravity, engaging in a struggle with the blood thorns. In the sky, Satoru Gojo, suddenly embraced by Mochizuki Inori, felt his body stiffen, the unnamed flames of fury within him momentarily stilled, scorching him as he yanked his arm away, quickly retreating to distance himself from her, his ears slightly flushed, still managing to question fiercely, Why can't I kill him? Because she intends to turn Nakahara Chuya into her kin. However, with Satoru present, that sixth sense of his should be able to perceive the process of Nakahara Chuya being assimilated into a half-blooded creature, right? As Mochizuki Inori displayed hesitation, conflicted internally for a few seconds, she reluctantly abandoned her plan to transform Nakahara Chuya into her kin and added, because he promised to compensate me with a new house. With her newfound justification, Mochizuki Inori's voice grew more confident as she pointed downward, stating, Moreover, he is part of the port mafia. And there's another of his companions watching over us. Cutting through the treacherous landscape of the Crimson Thorn Paradise to reach Nakahara Chuya, ready to utilize his cursed ability. No longer human, to nullify his tainted state, Osamu Dazai remarked. Ah, what a hassle. He painstakingly dodged the sharp thorns of the blood thorns, leaping over a root. And upon hearing Mochizuki Inori's words, he lifted his head, his lifeless indigo eyes meeting her brilliant azure gaze. The latter narrowed slightly, her focus settling on Dazai's left ear. With a cold smirk, if you ever think of targeting that fool again, it won't be as simple as an azure strike. I'll personally tear down your rickety buildings. Suddenly being called a fool, Mochizuki Inori retorted. Huh? Osamu Dazai's gaze darkened momentarily, his expression turning innocuous as he raised his hands in feigned innocence. If I said I actually did nothing, would you believe me, Mr. Gojo? Given that Mochizuki Inori had just saved him, albeit he was reluctant to be rescued, he still gently urged the obstinate Mochizuki Inori to reconsider. Chapter 95. The dual cultivation of magic and anomalies is actually her. Satoru Gojo did not believe a word of it. He let out a light scoff, glancing past the bloodthorn-riddled remains of the cursed spirit, the lingering taint of cursed energy still present, his tone growing cold. The cursed spirit has been exorcised. Indeed. I killed it. Is there a problem? Mochizuki Inori, who had noted Satoru Gojo's sudden change in attitude, puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. There is. Satoru Gojo's gaze shifted, landing precisely on the figure of Saizawa Ryuhiko standing 100 meters away like a lifeless puppet, devoid of emotion, his brilliant azure eyes shimmering as he casually tossed out a depth charge. Jack has gone missing. Mochizuki Inori was taken aback. Huh? When we entered Yokohama, Jack suddenly vanished right before my eyes. Even his cursed spirit was unable to detect his presence. Satoru Gojo stated flatly, his form suddenly distorting in place. And in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Saizawa Ryuhiko, pulling at his collar with the limitless curse. A smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Since it's not due to a technique, it must be the effect of your cursed ability. The countless deaths in this city are also thanks to your powers, right? Hurry up and release my companion, or I won't leave you with a whole corpse. Though he spoke with a smile, there was not a trace of mirth in his voice. Osamu Dazai, feeling a rare headache, was struck by the weight of Satoru Gojo's words. Given Gojo's tone, he too seemed unwilling to spare Saizawa Ryuhiko. One Mochizuki Inori was already troublesome enough. Now with Satoru Gojo, it doubled the headache. Meanwhile, Saizawa Ryuhiko, still under mental control, indifferent JPG, lacking patience, Satoru Gojo's eyes darkened. Ignoring me, are you? Wait, Gojo. You won't respond to anyone except me right now. Mochizuki Inori timely called out to the poised Satoru Gojo. Gojo paused, scrutinizing Saizawa Ryuhiko before a look of understanding crossed his face. He released the grip on Ryuhiko's collar, clicking his tongue. You used that on him, huh? You should have said so earlier. Hurry up and let him release Jack. It's just a matter of keeping him on standby. Mizuki Inori descended in altitude, landing on the edge of a shattered wall, contemplatively gazing at Shizusawa Tatsuya. Speaking of which, when Mr. Asakawa drove me into Yokohama, he was shrouded in mist and suddenly vanished. I too encountered the fog, yet I did not disappear. Asakawa Takashi is the name of her assistant supervisor. Shizusawa Tatsuya's extraordinary ability is known as Between Tatsuya. At this moment, Dazai Osamu, who stood beside the now cleansed Nakahara Chuya, unexpectedly spoke up. His ability involves releasing a white mist that causes ordinary individuals within the fog to temporarily vanish, while the abilities of those with special powers are separated, becoming tangible entities. Furthermore, the separated ability entities can attack their original masters. If the ability user is killed, the entity crystallizes and returns to Shizusawa Tatsuya. Shattering the crystallized entity allows for the restoration of the separated ability. Although sorcerers possess unique powers akin to those of ability users, they fundamentally belong to two distinct systems of power. In the realm of sorcery, ability users who cannot perceive curses are classified as ordinary people, while sorcerers without abilities are similarly categorized by Shizusawa Tatsuya's power, Between Tatsuya, as commoners. Thus sorcerers exposed to the mist vanish instantly. The general populace of Yokohama also disappears upon contact with the fog. Whether it be your contemporaries or members of the window, they are presumably confined to another realm, much like the citizens. At this juncture, Dazai Osamu paused, his tone laden with significance. As for why the two of you did not vanish in the mist like your companions, it likely pertains to your own abilities. He refrained from pointing out another fact, merely standing there with a diplomatic smile, listening to the faint, rhythmic tapping that reached his ears, and suggested, given the precious information unknown to others, could we perhaps find common ground? Everyone present was no fool. With a slight turn of their minds, they comprehended Dazai Osamu's intent. Satoru Gojo instinctively turned to glance at Mizuki Inori, who, equally astonished and somewhat bewildered, returned his gaze. It was established that Shizusawa Tatsuya's ability separates the powers of ability users, allowing the manifested entity, the luminous gem, to eliminate its original master. Satoru Gojo's survival within the mist was due to his limitless capacity, which shielded him from the fog's encroachment. Yet, without a barrier technique, why had she not vanished like Suguru Geto and the others upon direct contact with the mist? Mizuki Inori, Satoru Gojo, if the answer to this riddle eludes you, then you must indeed be a fool. It turns out she possesses an extraordinary ability. Mizuki Inori's expression was rendered blank by the shock of this revelation. Satoru Gojo regarded her with an odd look. Inori, are you certain your memory is intact? What are the odds that a single individual could simultaneously possess both a technique and an ability? Certainly, such a coincidence would be beyond the grasp of an ordinary family, unless it were the union of a sorcerer lineage and a family of ability users. To date, even in instances of union between an ability user and a sorcerer, the offspring were fortunate to inherit one side's power, with many born as mundane beings devoid of both techniques and abilities. For both parties, a partner was unequivocally an ordinary person. Mizuki Inori, who inherited a formidable technique and possessed the exceedingly rare ability, was a first in his experience. The hypocritical visage of the Kumo family had flickered in his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed by Satoru Gojo. No, it certainly could not be the Kumo family. Inori herself had declared she was absolutely not of their bloodline. Regardless, I have never met my biological parents. It has always been my aunt caring for me. Reflecting on the ineptitude of the luminous gem she had previously vanquished, Mizuki Inori felt a sense of numbness, reluctant to acknowledge that such a foolish and inept entity was indeed her ability. The notion of traversing into a fantastical realm had come to fruition, and she was unexpectedly endowed with an ability that was not even part of the original narrative. Just as she had come to learn that this world might still harbor other bloodlines, what other surprises lay hidden from her? Chapter 96. Mori Oge, a frantic heartbeat. The duality of magic and anomaly is indeed hers. Mizuki Inori was momentarily at a loss for which expression to wear. Top, top, top. The delicate tapping sound echoed once again after a brief interval. Dazai Osamu's eyes darkened slightly, pondering the inconvenience, and spoke anew. How about this? Our port mafia will compensate Miss Mizuki with a house that meets your satisfaction. As for the scene where you and Mr. Gojo apprehended Shizusawa Tatsuya, only Nakahara and I were present. You and Mr. Gojo were never there. Your companions fortuitously became entangled in Yokohama's strife, yet ultimately returned unscathed. Would that be agreeable? Mizuki Inori and Satoru Gojo relinquished their pursuit of Shizusawa Tatsuya. Instead, they would receive compensation in the form of a house from him. along with assurances that Suguru Geto and Asakawa Takashi would return safely, all while maintaining the confidentiality of Mizuki Inori's ability. This collective arrangement seemed far more valuable than simply eliminating Shizusawa Tatsuya, particularly with the confidentiality clause in the middle. Mizuki Inori was indeed swayed. She was about to voice her thoughts when Satoru Gojo interjected. Others knowing is one thing. I'm still here. Do you think they could bypass me and force out detailed information about her ability? This guy only just discovered he has an ability. Satoru Gojo scoffed, adding, furthermore, as a sorcerer, what does it matter if information about one's abilities leaks? In battle, sorcerers typically enhance their combat prowess through the disclosure of technique information. Although the rules regarding abilities remain uncertain, such a threat is insignificant to us. If you believe this mere compensation could sway her, you are underestimating her gravely. A mere house? I could simply gift her several villas in Tokyo or Kyoto. Like a cat with its tail held high, Satoru Gojo raised his chin slightly, exuding an air of disdain. Daisayo-samu, Mizuki Inori, I apologize. She is genuinely moved by the conditions presented by the other party. While your assertion is indeed correct, it is predicated on the fact that she truly possesses a technique. Moreover, with a sudden shift in tone, Satoru Gojo's voice grew somber, laced with coldness. The account for the harm inflicted upon her has yet to be settled. One cannot simply dismiss this matter so easily. Satoru Gojo was still irked by Nakahara Chuya's previous grievous injury to Mizuki Inori. Were it not for the healing capabilities of her technique, she might have already. The mere thought of that scene caused Satoru Gojo's cursed energy to surge. It was as though, before a storm's arrival, the previously bright azure sky underwent a drastic transformation, rolling into dark gray clouds that devoured the clarity, obscuring the sunlight, rendering the world suddenly dark and foreboding. Enough, Gojo. A delicate, pale hand bravely reached through the eye of the storm, grasping his sleeve through a layer of limitless barrier. Satoru Gojo turned his head, meeting the gaze of those jewel-like eyes. Within them danced glimmers akin to luminous mayflies, and in that shared gaze, there lay an enchanting allure capable of ensnaring one's heart willingly. It is not yet necessary to escalate matters to a life-and-death struggle. The owner of the eyes spoke with a smile, adding that the other party now seemed to be on their last breath. In terms of misery, I dare say that Mr. Nakahara is in a far worse predicament. The cacophony of the crashing waves gradually subsided. Satoru Gojo averted his gaze, turning his head away in annoyance, acknowledging the situation. After all, it was not he who would bear the brunt of the consequences. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Mr. Dazai, I have acquiesced to your earlier request, but should you fail to deliver, the gaze of Mochizuki Ki fell upon Nakahara Chuya, a faint smile gracing his lips. The fee for my personal visit to collect the debt is rather steep. Noting the direction of Mochizuki's attention, Daisayo-samu wore a disingenuous smile. Oh, surely not. Our port mafia prides itself on its integrity, for they would incur no actual loss. Given Mr. Mori's propensity for ruthlessness, the ultimate fulfillment of this demand would ostensibly be compensated by their black market dealings, when in reality, it would be extracted from the ability enhancement department. Is that so? Mochizuki Ki blinked. Then I shall await your response. Ah, and there is one more thing. Satoru, please create a barrier for me. I have a few words I wish to discuss privately with Mr. Shibusawa Ryohiko. Mochizuki Ki directed her gaze towards Satoru Gojo, emphasizing the word privately. Why don't you do it yourself? Gojo muttered, forming a hand seal, conjuring a darkness deeper than black, purging all impurities. A shroud of black gradually enveloped Mochizuki Ki and Shibusawa Ryohiko, along with Satoru Gojo. Just before the three figures were completely obscured, Daisayo-samu heard Mochizuki Ki's voice, tinged with disdain. Are you an idiot? Did I not specify privately? Why are you meddling, Satoru? I'm merely assisting you with the barrier. What's wrong with listening to a few words in return? Is there something I cannot hear? The subsequent sounds were drowned out beyond the barrier, leaving Daisayo-samu in silence until it was lifted 2 minutes later. As he watched the two bickering figures depart, having acquired a blissfully unconscious Shibusawa Ryohiko, Daisayo-samu wiped all expression from his face, resembling a stagnant pool that absorbed all light. He pressed his left ear, his voice devoid of fluctuation. Mr. Mori, the fog has dissipated. You may send someone to retrieve Chuya and Shibusawa. They have already left. From his left ear, the faint sound of fabric brushing against the table emerged, followed by Moriyogai's deep voice. Thank you for your hard work, Daisaikuan. The others will arrive in 3 minutes to escort you. How is Chuya faring? Daisayo-samu glanced at Nakahara Chuya, nearly soaked in blood yet still breathing, though he could not say for how long. Is it that severe? Moriogai expressed surprise. I did not anticipate Nakahara Chuya being pushed to such an extent. Following this revelation, Mori inquired about Mochizuki Ki's condition. And what of Miss Mochizuki? From her voice, she seems to be in rather good spirits? Indeed. She is in good condition. Daisayo-samu's gaze grew obscure. She recovered instantaneously from the injuries inflicted by Chuya's gravity. After a brief pause, Moriogai-'s voice resumed. So Miss Mochizuki's technique possesses healing capabilities as well? Daisayo-samu lowered his eyes. It appears so. In the chief's office, Moriogai sat with fingers interlaced, lost in contemplation. Daisaikuan, do you think that if the compensation for Miss Mochizuki's housing were to be established in Yokohama, she might decide to settle there after graduation? A blind box-level sorcerer at least SSR, or perhaps a rare dual yoke SSR, endowed with both sorceress talent and supernatural abilities, as well as self-healing, an unclaimed diamond. Moriogai pondered, filled with fervent excitement. Understanding Moriogai's thoughts all too well, Daisayo-samu recalled the icy glance Satoru Gojo had cast over his shoulder while strolling behind them, seemingly casual, yet laden with meaning. Mr. Mori, you might consider taking a chance, he mused, but attempting to pry a treasure guarded by a dragon could result in severe repercussions. Chapter 97. As long as you are sweet, that suffices. The dense fog enveloping Yokohama finally lifted. Those cloaked in supernatural abilities re-emerged upon the land. Yet most were individuals affiliated with various mafia factions, with few ordinary citizens remaining. The common folk had long been evacuated by the authorities as the Dragon Head War reached its peak, leaving behind only those unwilling to abandon their homeland. Oh dear. How tragic. That supporting pillar has completely crushed your apartment. Satoru Gojo placed his hands at either side of his forehead, gazing down at the second-floor apartment, now devastated by a robust supporting column, exclaiming in disbelief. One bedroom survived, but it's hardly livable now, is it? Gojo clicked his tongue, then turned to observe Mochizuki Ki's expression, only to find the apartment's rightful owner with her head bowed, her fringe casting a shadow over the upper half of her face. Her raven-black hair cascaded down her chest, revealing only her lips, which were clenched between pearly white teeth, and her shoulders, which quivered slightly. Mochizuki Ki's hands hung by her sides, yet her tightly clenched fists caught Gojo's attention, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. What? No way. Is she crying? Flustered, Satoru Gojo hurried towards Mochizuki Ki. It's just an apartment. If you want to buy a house, I can give you a few. A villa even. Yueqi Wang, came the faint, trembling voice of Mochizuki Ki, who still kept her head lowered. What? Gojo inquired, having not quite caught her words. Yueqi Wang. She slowly lifted her head, her eyes, glistening like blood, now veiled by a sheen of moisture, with a hint of red at the corners, as she tugged gently at Satoru's clothing. Her voice sweet yet tinged with a hint of childish grievance. Satoru. I want to eat Yueqi Wang. Caught in the entrancing gaze of her moist eyes, Satoru Gojo's heartbeat faltered, and the words he had prepared suddenly faltered. What had Ki said? Oh right. She expressed a desire for Yueqi Wang. Oh, Yueqi Wang is it? Gojo's stuttered response was abruptly halted as his dulled senses snapped back to reality. Wait, Yueqi Wang. You're upset about losing your apartment, yet you want to talk about Yueqi Wang. Gojo's expression darkened. Yueqi Wang can be eaten anytime. Don't you care about your new house? Mochizuki Ki blinked slowly, the crimson hue in her eyes shimmering with a hint of distress. But I want to eat it now. Her gaze gradually fell upon his neck. Beneath the fair skin, the pulsing veins were distinctly visible, the blood coursing through them reminiscent of her overly stimulated saliva, accompanied by an inexplicable surge of ravenous appetite that gradually eroded her rationality. Oblivious to the scrutiny of her gaze, Satoru Gojo grimaced. No, Yueqi Wang is dreadful. I'm planning to indulge in desserts from KS later. What is so delicious about Yueqi Wang? It's spicy like Huahua's hot pot. And when dipped in egg, it's fishy. I truly don't understand why you love it so much. No matter, Mochizuki Ki suddenly interrupted Gojo's incessant prattle, casually dropping a bombshell. As long as you are sweet, that suffices. Gojo Satoru felt a lump in his throat, his pupils dilating in surprise, akin to a cat with its fur bristling in alarm, as he instinctively recoiled a step back, his gaze fixed in terror upon Mochizuki Kiki, who remained blissfully unaware of the shocking words that had just escaped his lips. Stammering, he uttered, Do you even comprehend what you are saying? With crimson glimmers shimmering in his eyes, Mochizuki Kiki took a step forward, seizing Gojo's arm, pulling himself closer, thereby reducing the distance between them. He tilted his head slightly upward, his gaze filled with a hint of yearning as he looked into the brilliant blue eyes of the white-haired youth. His lips parting slightly. Satoru, I wish to partake immediately. As his soft lips moved, his ears flushed a deep crimson, and a faint blush adorned Gojo Satoru's handsome face. He froze momentarily, his rationality struggling to surface amidst the tumultuous heat of emotions, astonishment coloring his gaze. You. Chapter 98. It tastes like cream daifuku. Two sharp fangs protruded, exceeding the typical sharpness of mere canines. Suck a vampire? Gojo's mind instinctively made the connection, only to dismiss the thought almost immediately. He pressed his hand against the eager Mochizuki Kiki, whose proximity unnerved him, his gaze becoming more intense. A technique? No, wait. Have you been afflicted by the powers of an otherworldly user? Under the scrutiny of his 6 eyes, Gojo found no unusual surge of cursed energy emanating from Mochizuki Kiki. Dismissing the possibility of a technique at play, it left him with the unsettling notion that Mochizuki Kiki had unwittingly been subjected to another's supernatural ability. As for the idea that Mochizuki Kiki was not human to begin with, Gojo did not entertain that thought, for when he first encountered Mochizuki Kiki, he had been undeniably human. Though the 6 eyes could not analyze other abilities, he was confident he would not misidentify someone as humanity. The air thickened with an unusual, intoxicating scent of blood, and even with the limitless barrier between them, Gojo felt the palpable heat radiating from Mochizuki Kiki, despite the 6 eyes indicating a normal body temperature. That inexplicable warmth was starkly contrasting. Didn't your 6 eyes inform you of my current condition? Mochizuki Kiki's voice, thickening with a deeper crimson hue, broke the silence. His surface temperature visibly cooling, shedding the guise of humanity to reveal his true, inhuman nature. Can you see it now? A silent tide of blood spread, crafting a semicircular barrier that enveloped the two, akin to a mischievous little bat preparing to conceal its mischief with its wings. Abandoning his usual docile demeanor, Mochizuki Kiki revealed a hint of predatory aggression before the striking blue-eyed youth. Thump thump. Gojo's heart raced uncontrollably under the gaze of those blood-red eyes. His throat tightening, dryness creeping in. I understand now. He spoke, his voice strained. Mochizuki Kiki, eyes shimmering with crimson mist, blinked slowly, speaking softly. Then? Now that you know my secret, would you grant me a bite? Her audacity was almost commendable. Sensing that something was amiss with Mochizuki Kiki, Gojo instinctively thought. Although he did not immediately respond, he had already lifted the limitless barrier. You're quite bold, aren't you? Just a bite, and you've surrounded me without allowing for a refusal. And stop tugging at my collar, you're tearing my buttons off. With his collar now askew, Gojo tilted his head, exposing the elegant curve of his neck, causing Mochizuki Kiki, who could barely reach him on tiptoe, to gaze in rapture. In a moment of urgency, she leapt, and had Gojo not reacted promptly to catch her, she would have collided with his chin. Though her body temperature had dropped, her breath remained fervent. Gojo, instinctively wrapping his arms around her, felt her warmth drawing nearer. His gaze wavering as he dared not meet the proximity of her presence. He gently lifted her, bringing her closer to his neck. Her warm breath cascaded over his pale skin, igniting a shiver that danced through him. Just bite, but don't lick afterward. He attempted to maintain composure, though the tips of his ears betrayed him, flushed a deep shade of crimson. Mochizuki Kiki, wholly absorbed in the sight of his exposed neck, delicately pressed her palm against the skin where the sweet blood flowed beneath, feeling the vibrant pulse of life, and sensed the brief flinch of its owner at her touch. Do vampires always have to touch before they bite? Gojo's thoughts raced, his icy eyelashes trembling faster, stifling the urge to teleport away in panic. If you're going to bite, just do it already, stop lingering. His voice had taken on a husky tone, his expression betraying a hint of restraint. Mochizuki Kiki offered no reply, only the increasing heat of her proximity heralded what was to come. Was this truly more complicated than capturing a cursed spirit? Those vampires in films always bit without hesitation. Why was she taking so long? But after you bite me, I want to turn into a vampire too. Will I? Gojo mused aloud, his thoughts wandering. With her fangs poised against his neck, ready to pierce the skin, Mochizuki Kiki, snapping back to reality, quipped Satoru. Your mouth truly has a talent for ruining the mood. Her familiar teasing tone starkly contrasted with the ethereal state she had just been in. Ha! Gojo barely registered the shift as she struggled to regain her footing, taking his left hand in hers. But thankfully you have a mouth. As the hunger surged within her, Mochizuki Kiki exhaled softly before Gojo could voice his confusion, her fingertips imbued with a hint of magic, slicing through the surface of his wrist without touching the vein. A faint sting was followed by the warm, moist sensation of blood flowing forth. She's actually using her tongue. Gojo's thoughts spiraled. Why does it feel like dessert to her? A blush blossomed on his cheeks as her soft pink lips became stained with his blood. Gojo remained frozen, his posture rigid as if carved from stone, one hand still held captive by her grip. Mochizuki Kiki savored a hearty sip of blood, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. After relishing the taste, she languidly licked the still seeping drop of blood, remarking dreamily, "Satoru tastes like cream daifuku." Having speculated that his blood might be sweet due to his fondness for sugary treats, she found her suspicions confirmed. How delightful. This was the finest delicacy she had ever tasted. With a restrained lick to cleanse her lips of the crimson stains, Mochizuki Kiki activated her vampiric healing abilities, mirroring her actions with Karasu Iori, and left a delicate kiss upon the wound on Gojo's wrist. The cut healed instantaneously, and she lifted her gaze to him, her eyes twinkling as she expressed her gratitude. As for Gojo Satoru, he had completely short-circuited. Chapter 99. It was time to replenish his blood sugar. Thoughts and memories ebbed like foam washed ashore by the waves, his consciousness gradually returning to him. Sitting up, Suguru Geto pressed his forehead, the lingering sensation of dizziness still enveloping him. What had transpired? Standing on the street, Suguru furrowed his brow, scanning the unfamiliar faces of those awakening around him. A flicker of alertness glimmering in his eyes. His memories were anchored in the moment he entered the fog-shrouded Yokohama alongside Satoru Gojo. Even in a daze, he should have been seated upon the back of a flying cursed spirit, suspended in the air rather than on the ground. "Excuse me, could you lend me a hand?" A slightly distressed voice drifted to his ears, carried by the wind. Suguru turned his head to see an elderly woman, her hair a cascade of silver, seated on the ground 3 meters away, gazing at him with cautious hope. "I seem to have misplaced my cane, and without it, I'm afraid I cannot rise. Could you assist me, young man?" Suguru hurriedly stood to help the elderly woman. Once she was finally upright, she let out a long sigh of relief, her gratitude palpable. Suguru waved a hand dismissively, kindly assuring her it was no trouble at all, before hesitantly inquiring if she knew what had happened. "Oh, it's probably just another incident caused by some esper," she replied calmly. "No need for alarm. It should be fine now. One simply has to grow accustomed to it." Suguru stared at the elderly woman, devoid of cursed energy and with her hair fully gray, his expression mirroring that of a bewildered cat. Is that so? Can one truly become accustomed to such occurrences? With thoughts lingering on the fragility of ordinary people, who required careful protection, Suguru remained rooted in place until the woman gently patted his arm, prompting him to turn around. "Young man, those must be your friends. For they've been watching us intently." "Ha." Suguru turned in confusion to see 2 familiar figures approaching. "Geto, over here." Upon catching sight of him, Inumaki Toge waved excitedly, his arm raised high. "You should go. I can manage my way home from here," the elderly woman said understandingly, no longer wishing to impose on Suguru. He stood in silence for a moment, his feelings complex as he observed the elderly woman slowly walking away, her hunched silhouette gradually fading into the distance. "Geto, what are you staring at?" Inumaki and Gojo drew closer. "Nothing," Suguru replied, redirecting his gaze before inquiring about what had transpired during their absence. "Let us discuss it on the way back," they suggested, as the trio departed the street and turned into a secluded alleyway. "There's no need to evade surveillance now," Suguru noted, for after the recent battle, the cameras lining the streets and alleys had been largely destroyed. Any remaining ones were not positioned in their chosen path. He summoned a flying curse spirit capable of carrying passengers. Upon hearing Inumaki's account of the Esper Ryahin Shizuzawa's abilities, Suguru, suddenly branded as an ordinary person, pondered. "How should I put it? Honestly, it feels rather peculiar. Can we truly say that it is characteristic of 2 distinct power systems?" He mused quietly, listening to Inumaki chatter on. Suddenly his gaze sharpened. "Wait, if sorcerers are also classified as ordinary by espers, and if Gojo possesses the ability to eliminate the fog, then why hasn't Inumaki vanished?" Inumaki's expression grew troubled. "Perhaps it's because I seem to have an esper ability as well?" As those words fell, Suguru's shock mingled with confusion, reminiscent of when he had come to the conclusion that Inumaki was a dual practitioner of both sorcery and esper abilities. "Inumaki, have you truly recalled that aspect of your lineage? Could it be that your memories are muddled and your parents might still be alive?" Inumaki paused before responding, "Maybe. But I genuinely have no memories of my parents, aside from a caretaker who looked after me, and a woman named Aunt Tsuru, who has always been by my side since my memories began. She was said to be a close friend of my biological mother. That's the only impression I have of my biological parents." Upon hearing this, Gojo, who had remained taciturn along the way, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Haven't you already remembered everything? Since you have, Why not go directly to the caretaker to inquire about your parents? They're unreachable, Inumaki said, tilting his head slightly upward to gaze at the impenetrable clouds above, his eyes tinged with a hint of melancholy. Aunt Tsuru is separated from me by an entire world. So even if I recall, it's of little use. Assuming that Inumaki was referring to the separation between life and death, Suguru and Gojo exchanged glances. Ah. This Suguru murmured an apology, while Gojo appeared lost in thought for reasons unknown. As the atmosphere settled into silence, after a moment, Gojo's voice slowly emerged. Geto. Let us not head back to Jujutsu High just yet. Let us stop by Sumida River. Suguru looked perplexed. Sumida River? Are you planning to visit Suikoto for desserts? Didn't you say you had someone pick them up before we came to Yokohama? Gojo replied nonchalantly, they haven't bought the strawberry daifuku yet. Inumaki blinked in surprise. Ha. Are you still getting them? For reasons unclear, Gojo's complexion appeared somewhat pale as he regarded Inumaki with an expression that conveyed, what do you think? His brilliant azure eyes exuded a desire for something sweet to replenish his energy. Inumaki pursed her lips, realizing she hadn't initiated the suggestion. Despite his inquiry about whether she wanted more, Suguru, feeling somewhat bewildered, reacted with shock. Ha, what? You still need to replenish your blood sugar? With the amount of sugar you consume, it's a miracle you haven't developed high blood sugar or other related conditions. Gojo, do you want to hear what you're saying? Suguru couldn't help but interject. Gojo retorted with indignation. What's wrong with needing to replenish my blood sugar? Suguru scoffed, nothing. It just sounds utterly absurd coming from you. Absurd? Gojo raised his voice, suddenly turning to Inumaki. Inumaki, do you find that absurd as well? Suguru remained composed. Gojo, if you ask Inumaki she will agree. You should indeed replenish your blood sugar. Inumaki chimed in, correcting replenish blood to replenish blood sugar. Suddenly betrayed by his companions, Suguru exclaimed, Inumaki, do you want to hear what you're saying? Gojo needs to replenish his blood sugar. It's more absurd than the sun rising in the west. Satisfied by the affirmation, Gojo smirked. So how about it, Geto? You see? Inumaki and I are on the same side. Inumaki, if Gojo is threatening you, just blink. Chapter 100. What a coincidence, you're still awake. That night, darkness enveloped the earth. Battling drowsiness while completing the report on the special grade Cursed Spirit mission concerning Yokohama, Inumaki set down her pen, ensuring she had omitted all unnecessary details. Before rising to fetch a change of clothes, the shower head released a gentle cascade of warm water, and the rising steam enveloped the glass door, transforming it into a misty scene where only the faintest outline of her figure could be discerned through the fogged glass. After some time, the closed glass door was finally pulled open once more, and the steam billowed forth, instantly coating the mirror of the sink in a hazy veil. Mizuki Inori wrapped her damp, cascading hair in a dry towel, the beads of water ceaselessly dripping from its strands. Barefoot, she stepped onto the increasingly cool porcelain tiles, her hand resting on the bathroom doorknob as she applied a gentle pressure. The chiffon slip dress, which barely reached her thighs, swayed lightly with her movements, the hem fluttering softly. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated through the air, causing Mizuki to lift her head sharply, her gaze colliding with a pair of dazed, cerulean eyes that even the small round black sunglasses could not conceal. A chilly night breeze wafted in through the open window. Mizuki glanced down at the raccoon figurine that had rolled to the edge of her bed, then shifted her attention to the unexpected presence of the white-haired DK. In her room, her expression gradually softening. Good evening. Did you take a bath as well? Wataru Futara's voice was somewhat awkward, as he raised his hand in greeting, his gaze skimming away from her glistening collarbone as if burned, while he somewhat clumsily bent down to retrieve the raccoon figurine that had slipped from his grasp. His 6 eyes were automatic, unable to be closed. Upon hearing the faint sounds of water from the bathroom, he had assumed she was merely washing her hair. Mizuki smiled faintly at the greeting, but her expression shifted in an instant as she yanked the half-damp towel from her hair and flung it at DK's face, her voice turning fierce. Get lost. The towel, damp against his face, released a pleasant scent of shampoo that filled the air, and the warmth rising to his cheeks felt as if it could evaporate the towel itself. The soft rustle of fabric reached his ears. Wataru waited a moment, maintaining his towel-covered stance, before slowly peeling it away, adjusting the small round sunglasses perched on his nose to shield his somewhat unnatural blue gaze. Mizuki, now draped in a coat, snatched the raccoon figurine from Wataru's hands, casting a disapproving look at his cheeks, which had regained some color. What brings you to my dorm so late? Wataru hesitated before speaking. I wanted to ask you something. What question could possibly compel our esteemed Wataru to knock on a girl's door at nearly 3 in the morning? Mizuki's tone dripped with sarcasm. Well, you were still in the shower at this hour, Wataru muttered, his voice dwindling under Mizuki's piercing glare as he awkwardly rubbed his cheek. I just can't comprehend why you didn't bite me back then. Mizuki replied flatly, it's been hours. You only just thought to ask me this? Though her expression remained impassive. She proceeded to clarify Wataru's confusion. Because if I had bitten you then, you would have been transformed into a being like myself. Wataru looked up, intrigued. Is that true? If you bite someone, they become a vampire? If you were bitten by a pure blood like me, you would become the lowest tier of vampire in the bloodline hierarchy. Mizuki returned the raccoon figurine to its place, and elaborated on the structure of the vampire hierarchy to Wataru. This is the understanding I possess. As for other bloodlines apart from mine, I have yet to encounter them, but I know there must be more than just myself. There are other bloodlines. Perhaps even higher tier ones lurking in some corner of this world, so be careful not to get bitten. The encounter with the Knight's progeny during the Nagano mission serves as ample proof. Wataru pondered, so once bitten, one remains a vampire forever? He had witnessed numerous bizarre effects of techniques, but this transformation into a vampire from a bite was a first for him. It's reminiscent of some vampire-themed films. I advise you to refrain from harboring such dangerous thoughts. Mizuki's eyes narrowed, revealing a crescent-shaped glare. It is indeed possible to revert, but the process is excruciating. Moreover, during the transformation, if one were to consume blood, the chance of reverting becomes utterly impossible. She paused, then added, additionally, lower-tier vampires do not possess immunity to sunlight. Any exposure would turn them to ashes. Only purebloods like myself might have that immunity. However, Mizuki spoke with uncertainty regarding the last point. As her immunity to sunlight was a rule established prior to her crossing over, and she was unsure if it applied to the vampires of this world. If that's the case, that is rather unfortunate. A vampire that cannot bask in sunlight is simply pathetic. Wataru voiced his disdain with a lackluster expression. I already mentioned that they are the lowest tier of vampires. What more could you expect? Now that you've asked your questions, kindly leave. I need to sleep. Mizuki pushed Wataru toward the door, firmly ushering him out before slamming the door with a thud, coldly shutting him out. Wataru, left standing outside, awkwardly rubbed his nose, about to turn away when the sound of a door opening reached his ears. He turned calmly, greeting the newcomer nonchalantly, "Oh Shuko, what a coincidence. You're still awake? Wataru, at this late hour. What are you doing at Inori's door?" The voice of Gi Shuko, roused by the earlier loud bang, emerged from behind her pajama-clad frame, her eyes narrowing as she regarded the unexpected presence. Wataru adjusted his glasses. "Oh, nothing much, just couldn't sleep and thought I'd check in." "You came to the girls' dorm to check in? And right at Inori's door?" Shuko's eyes turned sharp as she grasped her phone in her pocket, contemplating whether to report him to the authorities. Wataru blinked innocently, and in the next moment he swiftly activated his technique, his form twisting in place before vanishing down the corridor. Shuko paused for a moment, then returned to her dorm to grab her phone, preparing to call for help. That night, some drifted into a carefree slumber, while others lay awake, restless in thought. Some, driven by the incessant ringing of their phones, stormed toward the boys' dorm with dark circles under their eyes, while others faced the burden of freshly penned self-reflections. Similarly, far away in Yokohama, certain individuals also found themselves unable to rest, jolted awake amidst a dire predicament. They were the ones who had just been duped by Mori Oge, burdened with the unconscious Ryuji Shizuzawa, preparing to escort him to a specialized agency. Despite being shackled to suppress his abilities, Ryuji had somehow managed to escape their grasp. Chapter 101 Two Facades. The White Kirin, Ryuji Shizuzawa, had vanished. This news spread like wildfire among the well-informed factions, leading many organizations to witness the official embarrassment. Those involved in the extradition and the gang conflict plans saw their higher-ups roll up their sleeves, hurling blame at one another, unwilling to accept responsibility for Ryuji's disappearance from the facility under their jurisdiction. The Special Abilities Task Force responsible for escorting Ryuji found themselves at the forefront of this turmoil, with the current commander, Tanida Yamahoko, bearing the brunt of the upper echelon scrutiny. He was under immense pressure. Tasked with investigating all factions and individuals Ryuji had come into contact with, and then, on the day the White Kirin was captured, the auxiliary supervisor, Takiya Asaka, who had clocked in at the Bay Bridge checkpoint alongside Mizuki Inori, was also implicated in the inquiry. The Psyche Department, having lost track of individuals endowed with supernatural abilities, found itself reluctantly reaching out to the higher echelons of the Sorcery Surveillance Bureau. To their dismay, not only did they fail to acquire any valuable information, but they were also met with condescending remarks from the Bureau's elders, who treated the representatives from the Psyche Department with disdain. The Psyche Department's representative, aware that concealing the supernatural capabilities of Sazawa Ryuhiko might also affect sorcerers, retorted. The Sorcery Surveillance Bureau is utterly useless. With a faint smile, the representative, having drawn the short straw for this diplomatic mission, delivered a scathing retort. The high-ranking officials of the Bureau, stung by his words, finally decided to reach out to Mochizuki. Upon receiving the haughty command via phone, Mochizuki coldly replied, "Go away, I'm not coming," and decisively blocked the number. After being abruptly cut off, the Bureau's member, who had been humiliated, found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of the representative, whose expression was one of disbelief. He scoffed. "You saw it yourself. We attempted to reach out, but she refuses to cooperate." The representative, not deaf or blind, countered with your attitude. It's no wonder she wouldn't come. As the representative recalled the personal details and family affiliations of the Bureau member, his expression darkened slightly. He forced a bland smile, requesting Mochizuki's contact information with the intent to reach out personally. Ultimately, the result was a frustrating lack of insight, as Mochizuki stated that upon entering Yokohama, she had inexplicably lost awareness for a period of time. When she regained her senses, she found herself standing in the same spot, the previous fog having dissipated. Furrowing his brow, the representative hung up and promptly reported the information regarding the White Kirin's supernatural abilities, potentially affecting sorcerers. The humiliated Bureau member then turned to embellish Mochizuki's refusal to cooperate before the higher-ups. Many of them felt their authority was being challenged and swiftly took to reprimanding Mochizuki, accusing her of disrespect towards the higher echelons and harboring an officially wanted criminal, suggesting she ought to face the death penalty. Mochizuki remained composed, asserting that she had already negotiated with the Psyche Department's representative. She declared herself a law-abiding citizen, willing to cooperate with the official investigation while refusing to acknowledge any baseless accusations. What? You claim the laws of the sorcery realm are officially sanctioned? Fine. Push me too far, and I might just eliminate you all, then rewrite the laws myself, making it perfectly legal. The higher-ups, incensed at being threatened by a mere girl, ordered their subordinates to apprehend Mochizuki. However, just as they were about to encircle her, the conference room door was smashed to pieces by a tremendous force emanating a terrifying sorceress energy. All right. As Satoru Gojo led Mochizuki towards the shattered door, he seemed to recall something, halting mid-step. The interplay of light and shadow accentuated his nearly flawless profile, his brilliant azure eyes glinting with an icy intensity that captivated the onlookers. Next time you dare to lay a hand on my people while I'm away, it won't just be a door that shatters, but your heads as well. His tone remained casual, yet the palpable pressure he exuded left the higher-ups, hidden in the shadows, trembling in fear, too intimidated to breathe as Gojo and Mochizuki sauntered away. Once Gojo's sorceress presence faded from their perception, the officials finally dared to emerge from their concealment, their discontent rising in a chorus. Gojo is utterly uncontrollable. Can't the Gojo family manage him? Manage? What nonsensical talk is that? Whatever young Master Gojo does is correct. Rather than criticize him here, perhaps you ought to reflect on why he despises you so. Enough. Although Gojo belonged to the Gojo clan, Mochizuki, if left unchecked, could very well become a second rebellious figure akin to Kyuji Kirigane. What can we do? That audacious girl even threatened to kill us if we laid a hand on her. Moreover, she is being protected by the Gojo heir. As the conversation dwindled, the atmosphere grew tense until someone spoke hesitantly. Let them be for now. After all, that time is approaching. Are you referring to Lord Tenjin's moment? I believe so. Since Mochizuki exudes such confidence, let us assign her to the protective detail alongside Six Eyes and sorcery manipulation. Those cursed practitioners are not as accommodating as we are. That makes sense. But should we consult Lord Tenjin? He traditionally designates the sorcerers himself. This is to ensure the star essence can be safely delivered to the Star Palace, allowing the sorcery realm to maintain peace for a longer duration. Lord Tenjin should not reject our recommendation. Then it is settled. With various intentions swirling among them, the discussion concluded. The day passed without incident, but as night enveloped the earth once more, countless undercurrents began to stir. Not far from the esteemed school, a branch fallen on the ground was snapped underfoot. The moon, obscured by dark clouds, revealed its outline, casting a serene glow upon the slender figure standing silently in the woods. Hearing the sound of the branch breaking, Mochizuki, her blood-red eyes shimmering with fragments of light, lifted her gaze to smile at the white figure emerging from the shadows. I thought the effects of my mental hypnosis would have worn off by now. After all, it has been 2 days since I issued the hypnotic command. I never expected you to maintain your hypnotic state. She smiled as she regarded the slowly approaching white figure. Her expression one of bemusement. I had assumed all ability users possessed resistance to magic as absurdly high as Nakahara Chuya. Apparently, I was mistaken. Your magical resistance is quite astonishingly low.